Chapter 1. See, I told you today you would have a blood disaster. Pollution has been detected in the northern waters of our city. Tests show that the radiation levels have exceeded the critical value by 32.4 times. For your safety and that of others, please refrain from using the water source in this area and take protective measures while going out. Damn, is this world still livable? I'm really fed up. Can't that country just deal with its own problems? Prices are going to rise again. It's really beep beep. Detection warning. Target located 5 meters ahead. The infection critical point will be reached in 5 minutes. Please the cleaner, exercise caution. Repeat, please the cleaner, exercise caution. Tang Ning placed her hand behind her ear, adjusted the detection data displayed on her embedded contact lens, and then slowly turned her gaze to the target not far from her, letting out a slight sigh as she stood up from her seat. The target was a girl in white overalls, probably in her early 20s, with slightly curly short hair, tied up in a small bun. She was looking down slightly, talking on the phone with a smile, looking lively and energetic. Tiska, what a pity. How could such a cute girl become infected? Miss, I see you have a unique physique, perfect for a love affair. Would you be interested in getting off the bus with me for a date? As she spoke, Tang Ning reached out and put her arm around the girl's shoulders, exerting a force that was hard to refuse. The girl looked confused and then immediately resisted. I have a boyfriend. You can always have another girlfriend. I don't mind. While saying this, Tang Ning pulled out a black-covered document from her inconspicuous black backpack, waving it in front of the girl. Let's go. It wouldn't be good to scare others. After all, they were on a bus, and scaring other passengers could result in a deduction from her salary. The girl was stunned for a moment, then began to struggle wildly. No, I don't want to go with you. I'm not an infected person. Let me go. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those around them changed instantly. What the hell? Is there an infected person on the bus? Driver, stop the bus. I want to get off. Stop the bus, stop the bus. The bus, which had been smoothly driving on the overpass, suddenly became chaotic as soon as the girl shouted that she wasn't an infected person. Everyone rushed towards the door, making the already crowded bus space feel even more cramped. The driver was startled as well. He glanced at the document in Tang Ning's hand through the rearview mirror. Not caring about being on the overpass, he pulled the handbrake and immediately pressed the red button to open the door, then ran out first, ignoring the other passengers. As the door opened, countless passengers rushed towards the narrow exit, trying to be the first to escape the danger. Tang Ning. Great, looks like I'm going to lose at least 500 today. Taking advantage of the chaos, the girl also tried to escape, but Tang Ning's grip was too strong for her to break free. Tang Ning, however, paused the music and looked at her with a sympathetic expression. Little girl, you have a blood disaster today. Originally, she planned to resolve the matter after getting the girl off the bus, so it wouldn't affect the normal traffic order. But now, with the girl's loud shout, it was all messed up. Well, it seemed like she had to deal with it on the spot. Thinking this while holding the girl's shoulder, her fingertips instantly sprouted countless tiny vines, binding the girl tightly until she couldn't move. At the same time, she glanced at the time displayed on the screen at the front of the bus, her eyes reflecting a hint of pity that I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Let's have a little chat while the other passengers get off, okay? During rush hour, the traffic on the overpass was already dense. The sudden stop of the bus, combined with the panicked passengers rushing out, created a chaotic scene. Some quick-witted individuals immediately sensed something was wrong and, like the other passengers on the bus, chose to abandon the bus and flee. In an instant, a mass exodus unfolded on the overpass. The girl, bound by the vines, couldn't move. As the passengers and other individuals on the overpass fled, the scene was left with only her and Tang Ning, her emotions already teetering on the edge of collapse. It's me, isn't it? My mom is still waiting for me. Please save me. I beg you. Before the girl could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Tang Ning. She extended her finger, shushing her, then said, jumping straight to the point, feels a bit dry, wait a moment. Let me find a suitable BGM. Then the square dance version of Lady Xiang played inside the empty bus. Ooh, Meng, mountain, connected to the mountain. Outside it, I just heard this yesterday. Let me change to another one that, oh, Suihua, I don't dare to face you. A chaotic tune began to play. As the last word fell, the floating countdown in front of Tang Ning finally reached 0. The girl, who had just been terrified and crying, instantly reverted to a blank expression. On her fair legs beneath the overalls, Countless purplish blood vessels spread upward, almost instantly covering her long neck and completely enveloping her face before finally slowing down. The veins throbbed violently beneath the skin, the power so great that it felt like a monstrous beast was lurking beneath. The girl's expression twisted into a grimace, her pupils turning completely black. Just as her pupils shrank to the size of a sesame seed, Tang Ning finally made her move. The tiny vines sprouting from her fingertips, adorned with tender green leaves, trembled in front of the girl's forehead. Then, with precision and force, they pierced through the girl's forehead to the back of her head. The girl's grotesque expression was forever fixed at that moment as a brilliant flower bloomed from the back of her head, a black, viscous blood flower. Watching the girl, who had fallen softly to the ground and was now unrecognizable from her former beautiful self, Tang Ning sighed as she withdrew the vines from her fingertips. "See, I told you today you would have a blood disaster." Turning around, she said, "Bingo, 300 contribution points secured." Calmly shaking off the black bloodstains from the vines, marking the infected with a special sign, and then disinfecting, she collected the girl's fallen phone and handbag into her backpack before finally getting off the bus. Cleaner number 117 has completed the task. The target is located inside the bus on the number 3 overpass in E-City District 1. Marking and disinfection have been completed. After sending the message, Tang Ning finally noticed that the originally crowded overpass had created a vacuum zone with a bus as the center, a radius of 20 meters in front. And behind, that if she missed her meal due to a delayed handover, she would really be angry. Even now, in the second year of nuclear contamination, everyone is still afraid and fearful of the emergence of infected individuals, afraid of death, afraid of dirt, even more afraid of becoming the next target of the cleaners. She was also quite disgusted, but there was nothing she could do after all. She had been exiled to this unfamiliar place. As a nobody in the interstellar world, her greatest hobby was to follow the big shots of the space pirate group, living carefreely like a salted fish. She thought she could just muddle through her life like this, and it felt pretty good. Who would have thought the captain would act recklessly and casually attempt to rob an interstellar noble spaceship? And the result? Failure. She, a mere underling, was directly exiled to this apocalyptic dimension called Blue Star by the Interstellar Tribunal under the principle of collective punishment. There was very little information provided by the tribunal, only stating that this dimension was currently facing significant radiation pollution and that the environment was rapidly changing. Exiled for 20 years. Who knows if she would still be alive in 20 years. 15 minutes later, the reception personnel finally arrived. Gazing at the blood-red sunset on the horizon, Tang Ning sighed, then adjusted her cap downwards and, gripping the straps of her backpack, slowly made her way toward a rented apartment. Half an hour later, the infected individuals should have been dealt with by the subsequent departments and sent to the research institute. Tang Ning's phone chimed, indicating her contribution points had been credited. She couldn't help but let out a small cheer, trying to maintain her composed facade. The reward for processing one infected individual was 300 contribution points, and since becoming a cleaner, she had sent over 100 infected individuals away. Time really flies. When she was first exiled here, nuclear wastewater had already begun to spread extensively. Affected by radioactive substances, many organisms on Earth had mutated, but they didn't pose a threat to humans. Until the first case of human infection appeared. Coastal fishermen were infected by mutated organisms from the seafloor, becoming agitated, and then it spread from 1 to 2, 2 to 4. In a very short time, the number grew geometrically, prompting the relevant departments to finally take it seriously. Initially, these mutated humans were directly labeled as zombies, just like in apocalyptic movies. These so-called zombies twitched all over, their limbs stiff, mentally unstable, but they did not exhibit the aggression of movie zombies. That it was later discovered through testing that their abnormal behavior was fundamentally caused by consuming raw seafood, leading to dangerously high levels of methylmercury in their bodies. Thus, they were renamed infected individuals. It's not a pleasant term. After all that as time went on, nuclear radiation quietly spread across the entire Blue Star, and at the same time, the first ability user appeared on Blue Star, a little girl whose fingertip could light a fire. As the name suggests, due to nuclear radiation, a very small number of individuals experienced genetic changes and gained extraordinary abilities. Then came the second, third, fourth, With a rapid increase in the number of infected individuals who began to exhibit aggression and contagiousness, chaos ensued in various countries. Fortunately, the apocalyptic scenario depicted in movies did not materialize. The execution capability of Huagua was strong. Within just 6 months, they had gathered most of the ability users, united with the military, and deployed large-scale weapons to effectively control the infection. Only in this way could she have a formal identity to openly use her abilities while being protected and exchange the contribution points earned from her tasks for what she wanted. As for what she wanted, it was definitely all kinds of food. Who knows why interstellar civilization is so developed, yet the food is so bad. And here for her, who often went hungry in the interstellar world, it felt like paradise. Apart from completing tasks to deal with infected individuals, she spent all her remaining time shopping. Yes, all for food. Of course, if she were still alive by then. Meanwhile, a year after the emergence of infected individuals, pharmaceutical companies announced significant progress in vaccine research. As the vaccine was distributed, the proportion of infected individuals gradually decreased. With a strong promotion from the pharmaceutical companies, along with substantial support from those in power, over 98% of Huagua's population had not only received the vaccine, but also had tracking detection chips implanted. These chips could monitor various bodily metrics in real time, allowing the cleaning department to quickly determine the location of infected individuals based on these metrics and promptly carry out cleaning tasks. However, Tang Ning felt a hint of unease in her heart. Meow. With a soft and sweet meow, a fluffy orange kitten made an effort to jump onto the small sofa, nuzzling Tang Ning's neck. The cat's fur brushed against her nose, causing her to involuntarily sneeze. After giving the kitten a couple of rubs, which elicited a series of dissatisfied meows, she felt her fatigue dissipate significantly. After all, such adorable creatures were not found in the interstellar world. Taking a can of cola from her spatial ring, she opened it and sat up, placing the little orange cat on her lap while turning on the television. The news was broadcasting a ribbon-cutting ceremony that a representative from Maybang Pharmaceuticals stood in the center, smiling kindly, holding a pair of golden scissors. Chapter 3. Stealing a bite right in front of her. How excessive. With a wave of its hand, Maybang Pharmaceutical directly provided over 50 million doses of vaccines, prioritizing free vaccinations for the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled to reduce their risk of infection. This move propelled the pharmaceutical company's reputation to its peak. Watching the kind-faced representative on the television, Tang Ning didn't feel anything particularly special. Businessmen and capital are always motivated by profit. Just as she was sipping her cola and preparing to change the channel, there was a sudden knock at the door. "Who is it?" "Tang Ning, it's me. My mom made braised spare ribs and asked me to bring you a bowl." Hearing this, Tang Ning smiled and immediately sprang up from the sofa. Coming. Opening the door, Xu Heng leaned on a cane with one hand and held a large stainless steel bowl filled to the brim with steaming braised spare ribs in the other. "Why is Annie being so polite? This is too much." She said this, but her hands were already quite honest as they took the spare ribs from Xu Heng, and she popped a piece in her mouth, closing her eyes in sheer satisfaction. "It smells so good. Auntie's cooking is truly amazing." Only then did she remember to step aside and invite Xu Heng in. Naturally, Xu Heng sat down on the sofa, placing his cane against the wall and casually picking up the little orange cat that was pawing at his pant leg, placing it on his lap, and gently stroking its little head. "My mom said if it weren't for you saving her back then, she would have been dead by now. Besides, Tang Ning, you work so hard every day, coming and going early and late, doing the most dangerous job. You should eat more nutritious food." Xu Heng had a pair of small tiger teeth, and when he smiled, he looked very sunny. Backlit by the setting sun, he appeared all fluffy, as if adorned with a golden edge. With her mouth full of ribs, Tang Ning spoke a bit unclearly, casually waving her hand. After swallowing the meat in her mouth, she reached out to ruffle Xu Heng's curly hair. "Auntie is just too polite. By the way, I heard you chose to major in meteorology. Weren't you interested in astronomy before? Have you changed your mind?" Xu Heng scratched his head a bit awkwardly. "I think studying meteorology is more useful. As for astronomy, it can just be a hobby. Times have changed. With the spread of nuclear radiation, the global environment is undergoing significant changes. Studying meteorology will be somewhat useful. Besides, it's all about observing the sky. It's just a matter of distance. That's great. Study hard and don't always make your mom worry about you." The mother and son lived downstairs from her. By chance, she saved Annie from an infected person, and since then, she often received food from downstairs, gradually getting closer to, of course. She didn't forget to exchange her contribution points for various daily necessities or food in return. After all, the contribution points of the cleaners are the highest except for the researchers, and at most, she could handle 5 infected persons in a day, while a regular job would give her almost 300 contribution points in a month. The only downside is that her weight has been gradually increasing, and even when she goes to the research institute, she occasionally gets teased about it. Has Little Orange gotten fatter? Shu Hung pinched the scruff of the little orange cat and lifted it up, feeling that it was noticeably heavier. Looking at the little orange cat, which was still happily gnawing on a rib even though it was being held by the scruff, Tang Ning couldn't help but silently complain. Eating good food every day. How can it not get fat? Shu Hung occasionally brought food, along with the mountain of supplies piled up in her space ring, plus the cat's greedy attribute of being able to eat more even when full. It's no wonder it got fat. Meow. Seemingly sensing the disdain from its owner, the little orange cat meowed in dissatisfaction. In an instant, it broke free from Shu Heng's hand, quickly dug a piece of rib from the stainless steel bowl, and scurried away to the balcony. Tang Ning. Stealing food right in front of her. How outrageous. As for this issue, Tang Ning could only shrug and spread her hands, indicating she didn't know either. It should be related to certain research. After all, it's considered a virus and isn't much different from an epidemic. Having experienced the pandemic, Shu Hung pondered, but haven't vaccines and chips been universally administered? Could it be that these infected persons can still mutate? It's no wonder Shu Hong had such speculation, because the current infected persons have indeed changed significantly compared to the initial ones. For example, the initial infected persons mutated quickly, while the current ones have a certain incubation period. It's only after a black vein-like protrusion appears on their nape, emitting a specific pheromone 5 minutes later, that they will start to mutate. These 5 minutes serve as a signal capture time for the cleaners. Tang Ning has never been interested in such brainy matters, so she couldn't answer Shu Hong's doubts. After finishing the braised ribs, she cleaned the bowl and handed it over along with a huge box. The big box was heavy, and the outer packaging was completely black, making it impossible to tell what was inside. Shu Hong couldn't refuse and could only hold the box, revealing his little tiger teeth while smiling at Tang Ning. Thank you, sister. It wasn't until he was sent out the door that Shu Hong suddenly remembered something. Sis, did you just use my hair as a rag to wipe your hands? No wonder, usually, Tang Ning hardly touched his head, always saying it looked like a bird's nest. Today, however, she acted out of character and patted his head several times. Inside the house, Tang Ning pretended not to hear, scratching her ear and taking the clean clothes into the bathroom. Soon, a surprised voice came from downstairs. Chapter 4. Silence. Your words are superfluous within the vast black box that had been opened. A telescope lay quietly. The moment Shu Heng's hair was likened to a rag. All semblance of complaint vanished. After her shower, Tang Ning donned a fresh ensemble of black attire, and, with her hair cascading down her shoulders, she tidied up the remnants of the ribs devoured by the lively little orange on the balcony, as the sky began to dim ominously. It seemed rain was imminent. With a yawn, Tang Ning lifted the spirited little orange, who was engrossed in playing with the chives in the flower pot, and carried it into the room, promptly securing the balcony door. The rain arrived swiftly, soon drenching the ground, transforming from a gentle drizzle into a torrential downpour. The wind rattled the glass door of the balcony, prompting Jiang Ning to place the little orange, which had nestled against her, onto the sofa and rise to approach the balcony. The little orange, disturbed by the thunder outside, emitted a dissatisfied whimper before burrowing into the blanket and closing its eyes once more. Outside, the storm raged, and faintly, one could hear the grumbling of individuals lamenting the sudden onset of rain, lamenting their clothes left out to soak. Tang Ning checked the windows and doors, ensuring they were all secured, and as she was about to draw the curtains, a flash of red light abruptly streaked across the sky, vanishing in an instant. Am I seeing things? Tang Ning muttered to herself, rubbing her eyes before finally drawing the curtains. Unbeknownst to her, several more streaks of red light had appeared in the sky in quick succession. The thick soundproof glass kept the noise at bay. yet it could not muffle the incessant beeping of the signal device. Tang Ning, immersed in a deep slumber, was abruptly roused from her dream by the relentless beeping. Irritated, she tousled her hair and tossed restlessly in bed before finally begrudgingly opening her eyes. Upon discerning the contents displayed on the signal device, her sleepiness evaporated entirely. She hastily grabbed her coat and backpack and exited. Inside the research institute, alongside Tang Ning, 5 cleaners had gathered, all whispering among themselves, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Zhou Weiquan's expression was grave as he ordered the screen to be activated. Soon, a hazy image materialized on the white wall. What is this? It resembled seafood. And the deputy director, Zhou, summoned us at this late hour, surely not to feast upon a seafood banquet? It has tentacles, rather unsettling. Zhou Weiquan cleared his throat, and the crowd quickly fell silent. An entity had emerged in the coastal eastern region, exhibiting extreme destructiveness, having already caused significant damage to vehicles and buildings. They had urgently contacted us for assistance, requesting that our institute send personnel to help. Ever since the onset of radiation, the powers of the extraordinary individuals had been largely conscripted by the institute to manage the cleanup of infected individuals and various emergent incidents. For Tang Ning, this was not her first encounter with such a scenario. She nodded in acknowledgement, just as the others did. Equip yourselves with radiation protection gear, and this as well, Zhou Weiquan instructed, as a nearby staff member produced a small transparent glass vial, uncapping it to distribute a red pill to each person. This will help mitigate the side effects of radiation. Remember to take it on your way. Several individuals nodded in unison. Upon exiting the research institute, a vehicle awaited them at the entrance. Tang Ning, eager to take the driver's seat, was abruptly pushed aside by the portly fellow. Ningjia, perhaps you should reconsider. With your driving skills, we might all be left dizzy before we even reach our destination. Indeed, Ningjia, it would be wiser for you to sit in the back. I wish to live a couple more years, chimed in the lanky monkey, supporting the notion. Tang Ning felt quite indignant. Is my driving really that poor? The expressions of her companions seemed to answer her unspoken question. What do you think? Well, I see I've been dismissed. Had she not feared alarming them, she would have boasted about her past experience piloting a starship. Compared to navigating a starship, driving a car was child's play. Their disdain was utterly unwarranted. Humph. Once everyone was inside the vehicle, the portly one chuckled and started the engine. The location of the incident was nearly 2 hours away from the research institute, and the torrential rain compelled them to drive cautiously, wary of skidding. As they swayed along, accompanied by the rhythmic patter of rain, Tang Ning soon began to feel drowsy. Hey Ningjia, you've dealt with quite a number of infected individuals this month, haven't you? With all those contribution points. You haven't even mentioned treating us to a meal. That's rather stingy. Monkey nudged the drowsy Tang Ning, his tone laced with teasing. Xin Lu shot him a glare. Why don't you offer to treat us instead? All of us know that whenever Ning Jia receives her contribution points, she exchanges them entirely for food and necessities, leaving not a penny behind. I was merely trying to lighten the mood. Monkey chuckled, then almost magically produced 5 energy bars from his backpack. Here, these will invigorate you. They pack quite a punch, so don't call me stingy. Tang Ning, still in a haze, accepted the energy bar and promptly stowed it in her own backpack, murmuring her thanks. Ningjia, aren't you going to eat? Xin Lu, nibbling on her energy bar, found it peculiar that Tang Ning wasn't partaking. We don't know how long we'll be delayed tonight. It would be wise to eat now to avoid fatigue later. Indeed, the image provided by the station appeared rather substantial. It could prove to be quite a handful. So let us hope we don't get caught off guard. Be quiet, you chatterbox. Just then, as they conversed, the vehicle jolted violently, apparently having collided with something. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Good grief, did we just hit someone? The portly one exclaimed in disbelief. In this dreadful weather, who would be out wandering? It must have been an animal or something. Tang Ning blinked awake, her drowsiness dissipating, though she couldn't resist a quip at Monkey's alarm. Stay in the car. I'll go check it out. From the sound of it, the object they hit seemed sizable. The portly one thought this and swung open the door. Wait, I'll go with you. Monkey quickly followed suit, realizing he had spoken out of turn. He opened the door and rushed into the rain alongside the portly one. The usually quiet Su Wu silently unfolded an umbrella and stepped out as well. Not long after, a distant exclamation echoed. What on earth is happening? Inside the vehicle, only Tang Ning and EXILED exchanged glances. It was merely the sound of a monkey, nothing to worry about, for that fellow was always prone to overreacting. EXILED shrugged, devouring the remaining energy bar before wiping her mouth. Let's go take a look. Chapter 5. Are you planning to catch the King of Hell off guard with a second visit? Yet, before the two could exit the car, the robust voice of the plump man echoed from afar. Sister Ning, you two don't get out. Quickly close the windows and lock the doors. His earnest tone bore a subtle tremor, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. The voice, barely discernible through the torrential rain, prompted Tang Ning to obediently and swiftly lock the car doors. Then, with a swift motion, she took the driver's seat to investigate. The plump man had warned them not to exit, but it was evident they had encountered trouble. What if something went awry and they remained uninformed? However, should they heed his advice or follow their own instincts? Of course, we'll follow your lead. EXILED blurted out. All right, hold on tight. Tang Ning fell silent, igniting the vehicle with lightning speed. She executed a rapid 180-degree turn, flinging EXILED, who had failed to fasten her seatbelt, against the window. Her face pressed against the glass. Help! The blinding high beams illuminated the surrounding area, creating a radius of 10 meters. Not only was EXILED, who was still complaining, taken aback, but even Tang Ning, gripping the steering wheel, couldn't suppress an expletive. What the hell? A giant seafood monster. Emerging within the beam of light were countless writhing tentacles, thrashing in the downpour. Each tentacle was as thick as a human thigh, adorned with deep blue circular patterns and countless suction cup-like protrusions, oozing a viscous substance. What on earth is that? EXILED exclaimed, rubbing the bump on her head, as she deftly lifted a heavy weapon from the back seat. Accompanied by a drawn-out ah, she flung open the car door and dashed into the rain. The plump man and the monkey were struggling to fend off the serpentine tentacles with their laser guns. Upon seeing EXILED approach, the plump man's expression shifted dramatically. Didn't I tell you to lock the doors? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Tossing another heavy weapon to the plump man, EXILED joined the fray, assisting the monkey while disdainfully retorting, What? Are we supposed to wait until next year to dance on your grave? With EXILED's aid, the monkey felt a significant relief, wiping the rain from his face with a grin. Hey, I knew you liked me, girl. Get away from me. EXILED replied, her face a picture of disdain. Yet her actions remained unceasing. Meanwhile, the ghostly Su Wu had circled around to the rear of the mass of tentacles, finally glimpsing its full form. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, It's a leopard-patterned octopus. Though the rain obscured its markings, Su Wu recognized it immediately. Apart from the tentacles that have multiplied at least threefold, the colossal creature's body is largely concealed within the archways beneath the high-speed bridge. Yet, the distinctive pattern unmistakably identifies it as the venomous leopard print octopus. Su Wu's voice crackled through the communication device, the static rendering it somewhat unclear, but his tone was unwaveringly assured. This creature is highly toxic. Be cautious not to let its tentacles make contact with your body. What on earth is this? Can a leopard octopus grow to such a size? Tang Ning's voice carried an undertone of shock, exclaiming, Goodness, this is life-threatening. Moreover, it appeared to be the very creature depicted in the images provided by Deputy Zhou. How are we supposed to fight this? Shouldn't we retreat? As the monkey unleashed his powers, hurling clods of earth repeatedly at the thrashing tentacles, he cautiously backed away. They hadn't mentioned any toxins when they arrived. He had never held a woman's hand, and the thought of succumbing to poison was utterly unacceptable. Focus. Don't lose your concentration, Tang Ning admonished, firmly striking away a tentacle that attempted to ambush the monkey. She swiftly turned and kicked him, exasperated. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Wu had clearly stated that they must avoid any contact with those tentacles, or face dire consequences. The monkey, finally snapping out of his daze, scratched his head. I was just reflecting. The vehicle is gone, and old Zhou will surely be furious. Despite his earlier distraction, he refocused, deftly evading the tentacle's relentless assaults. If the King of Hell wants you to meet your end at midnight, do you plan to confront him at dusk? 1 gram of its venom would suffice to ensure your demise. Be careful. Bring it on. Tang Ning retorted, her tendrils skillfully ensnaring a tentacle sneaking up from behind. In perfect synchrony, Exile severed it. If it weren't for the nuclear waste contamination drastically altering the environment, she would be indulging in the sweet romance of university life instead of battling monsters in this torrential downpour. Even Ultraman Wu Ti pull an all-nighter for such a task. With her frustration mounting, Exile swung her massive axe, cleaving through several more unruly tentacles. Impressive, my dear, with your combat prowess. It would be a shame if you ever turned violent against me, the monkey quipped. Almost immediately, Exile swung her axe toward him. Hey, I was just joking. Get lost. Exile snapped, turning back to assist Fatty in alleviating the pressure. Tang Ning, fully committed, employed her vine abilities to ensnare the encroaching tentacles, creating an impenetrable barrier around her companions. I'm heading over there to set explosives. Su Wu's voice echoed through the communicator. There are too many tentacles. If we don't resolve this quickly, it will be problematic by dawn. Setting explosives is the quickest solution. They must act before daybreak, or risk causing panic among ordinary people. Stay safe. Once the evening concludes, let us gather in my residence to indulge in a hot pot feast. The quintet, having cultivated a profound understanding through prolonged collaboration, has long established a tacit rapport. Each member is well aware of their strengths, and responsibilities are deftly allocated, creating a seamless interplay of logic. Remember to procure some meatballs for the hot pot. However, Chapter 6 indicates that it appears this time we may not partake in the banquet. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes have elapsed, yet the signal communicator remains silent, devoid of Su Wu's voice. Su Wu, where are you? Tang Ning adjusted the signal communicator, attributing the lack of connection to the torrential rain, and wiped his face with the dry fabric beneath his raincoat. Hello, Su Wu. What is the situation over there? Don't scare me now. The plump fellow felt his heart plummet as an unwelcome possibility loomed in his mind. Su Wu Woon Ti. Cough, cough. The explosives are set. The signal was just poor. At last, Su Wu's voice emerged, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the group. Exile, cough. Make sure to add extra meatballs to the hot pot tonight. After a brief pause, Su Wu's voice came through again. You all should leave now. I'll join you shortly. He glanced at the antenna that had just been severed from his waist, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he looked at the carefully placed explosives, his complexion growing paler amidst the downpour. You should be able to make it in time for the hot pot, right? Lacking any sensation of pain, Su Wu felt only a slight numbness in his limbs, yet he shook off the thought, casting the remaining explosives into the darkness. Gradually, he began to move away, step by slow step. Little Wu, are you moving like lightning? We thought you were in trouble. The monkey, who had appeared without notice, immediately scolded upon seeing Su Wu limping. Did you twist your ankle? Why are you so slow? Ning Jia is urging us. Yeah, I twisted my ankle, so I'm a bit hindered, Su Wu replied with a smile. Monkey, could you give me a lift? The numbness in his limbs indeed impeded his speed, and he was slightly staggering. However, the heavy rain concealed the pallor of his face from the monkey. All right, hop on. The monkey resigned himself and squatted down, allowing Su Wu to climb onto his back, then furrowed his brow. Have you caught a chill? You feel so cold, like a block of ice. Carrying him felt as if the monkey himself had become cold. Damn, with this downpour, there are still mosquitoes. He shifted Su Wu slightly, tilting his neck. I think something just bit me. Perhaps, Su Wu replied with a faint smile, his head drooping unconsciously. Yet he still mustered the energy to think. I wonder if I will still get to taste your and Exile wedding candies. Who do you look down on? At most within 6 months. We will definitely obtain our marriage certificate. Then good luck to you. Just you wait and see. The monkey exclaimed, quickening his pace, unaware that Su Wu, resting on his back, had slowly closed his eyes at some point. As the monkey rambled incessantly about the blissful life he envisioned after marrying Exile, he remained oblivious to Su Wu, whose complexion had turned ashen. The explosives were set to detonate in 5 minutes. Hurry up. Su Wu's voice was now feeble. I know. The monkey replied, quickening his pace. Ahead, through the concerted efforts of the group, the mutated leopard octopus had lost most of its tentacles. Although it had curled beneath the bridge, it was still seething with fury. Behind them loomed the dark, tumultuous sea, its waves crashing violently, obscuring any sense of boundary, casting an eerie and mysterious shadow in the darkness. Let us retreat quickly. Xiao Wu has twisted his ankle and can't move. We have 2 minutes before the explosives detonate. Amidst the torrential rain, the monkey bellowed, sprinting back in the direction they had come. Hearing this, the remaining 3 exchanged glances. Tang Ning swiftly severed the 2 massive tentacles closest to them, while grabbing EXILED's arm. We need to go now, or we'll be reduced to nothing. The potency of the new explosives developed by the Research Institute was formidable. If they didn't hasten, they would surely meet the fate of fish in a blender. Here they come, the plump one exclaimed as he wiped his face, hastily following suit, recklessly dashing forward. Just as they had barely escaped a short distance, a fiery explosion erupted behind them, accompanied by a deafening blast and shockwave that nearly sent them flying. Chunks of the leopard octopus rained down like confetti, mingled with a foul stench. The plump one, caught off guard, was struck on the head by a flailing tentacle, leaving a sticky residue on his mask. Ugh, my handsome face is covered, he grumbled, hastily swiping at the goo with his raincoat. The toxicity of this substance was no trifling matter, and he certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise through the mask seams. After a series of explosions, the flames gradually subsided, and darkness fell once more. The torrential rain seemed to lessen, shifting to a gentle drizzle. Damn it, this is disgusting. For this contribution, we better get a raise from Director Zhou, or it's simply unacceptable. Indeed, they didn't mention it would be this revolting before we came, and Xiao Wu went off to set the explosive alone. You should at least get a 100% increase. Don't you agree? Xiao Wu? What's Xiao Wu doing? Has he been stunned into silence? The monkey shifted his shoulders, only to discover that Su Wu's arm had dropped limply. Upon touching Su Wu's cold wrist, the monkey's heart skipped a beat. So cold. Fatty, Xiao Wu, your hands are freezing. In this dreadful weather, anyone would feel chilled. The plump one scoffed, moving toward the monkey to push Su Wu from behind, only to see him topple backward stiffly. The grin vanished from the plump one's face. Sister Ning, Xiao Wu seems to have stiffened. Chapter 7. I will roll up my bedding and protest at the Research Institute's gates tomorrow. Tang Ning squinted, rising to approach. Su Wu lay motionless on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as a ghost. In the pitch-black night, he appeared particularly eerie. However, she remained unfazed, first crouching down beside him and then reaching out to check for his breath. It was faint, yet present. At this moment, the monkey regained his composure, inspecting Su Wu's body and discovering a wound on his waist, approximately the size of a bowl, marked by an irregular purplish hue, evidence that he had been poisoned by the leech-like creature. Tang Ning clapped her hands, rising to her feet while instructing the portly fellow to lift the unconscious man. Simultaneously, she activated the signal device to send a message to old Zhou, informing him that the mission was accomplished and urging him to contact the cleanup crew to handle the remains. They adhered to a principle of solely managing the kill, without concern for burial. Glancing at the time, it was already past 5 in the morning. Dawn would soon break. They needed to finish the cleanup before the light of day, lest ordinary people be alarmed. Exile Lu patted her chest, reflecting that Su Wu had a knack for terrifying people without consequence. Honestly, had she been even slightly more fragile, she would have succumbed to death from fright long ago. The 5 of them possessed distinct abilities, and despite their acclimatization to Su Wu's peculiar state, they could not entirely escape the shock. The portly man, resigned to his fate, hoisted the rigid Su Wu over his shoulder like a sack of rice, seizing the opportunity to deliver a playful punch while he was unresponsive. No prizes for guessing how long it will take for him to wake up. 2 or 3 hours, perhaps? The monkey shrugged, his expression returning to normal. After all, Su Wu had always awakened within that time frame. Su Wu's ability was rather extraordinary. As long as his brain and heart remained intact, he could not perish. In other words, he was essentially immortal. However, he did require a recovery period, typically lasting 2 to 3 hours after a battle. When they first witnessed this ability, they were taken aback, genuinely believing he had died. They had even dug a grave and spoken heartfelt eulogies before placing him inside, only for Su Wu to suddenly open his eyes. I reckon it will take 5 hours. After all, the toxicity of that leech-like creature is no trivial matter. It needs time to be processed, Exile countered. She then turned to the usually taciturn Tang Ning. Sister Ning, when do you think Su Wu will awaken? She felt the more pressing matter at hand was her hope to indulge in hot pot while he remained unconscious, as she always found herself unable to compete with him during their meals, which left her quite vexed. The others nodded in agreement. Observing the car twisted into an intricate shape in the distance, the portly man, feeling agitated, kicked a piece of flesh away. What are we panicking for? Tang Ning remarked, wiping the moisture from her mask, unperturbed. The subsequent cleanup crew arrived promptly, and with their assistance, Tang Ning amicably borrowed their 7-seater van. It was then that the group realized the reason for her composure. Indeed, Sister Ning had a way. As for Su Wu, who found himself in a rigid state of suspended animation, he was unceremoniously shoved into the last row of seats. Glancing down at the contribution points that had been credited to him, the corpulent man couldn't help but mutter under his breath about how the research institute had become increasingly miserly for such a substantial task. They should have allocated a greater number of contribution points instead of deducting them. Truly outrageous. Tang Ning rubbed her sleepy eyes and soon noticed a message from Deputy Director Zhou, which stirred her indignation as well. What does the vehicle's destruction have to do with us? Are they really going to impose a fine for this? Under the original task execution standards, every member of their team could earn between 500 and 800 contribution points for successfully completing a task involving the extermination of mutated creatures, depending on the complexity of the assignment. However, after eliminating the leopard octopus, they received a mere 350 points, only 50 more than for handling infected individuals. This was indeed excessive. Such blatant capitalist behavior was intolerable. I shall protest outside the Institute's gates tomorrow. With that physique of yours, you'd be swept away and tossed into the hazardous waste bin by the cleaning lady the moment you lay down, Exile retorted with a scornful glance. Then what do you suggest we do? The monkey protested. We've risked our lives to complete these tasks, only to face deductions. That is simply unacceptable. He turned to Tang Ning for support. Isn't that right, Sister Ning? That miser. Alas, Exile sighed. It's not easy to extract anything from him. If he can't be persuaded, we can always seize this new vehicle. Tang Ning casually adjusted her posture, offering a pragmatic solution. The group swallowed hard, silently giving her a thumbs up. Sister Ning is indeed impressive. Upon returning to the apartment, the daylight had already broken. Little Orange had spent the night alone and was now at the door, nearly hoarse from meowing. Tang Ning first discarded her filthy outer garment into the trash before opening the door and lifting the meowing Little Orange onto the sofa. Don't fret. I'll prepare some food for you shortly. After a night of turmoil, despite catching a brief nap in the vehicle, she still felt rather fatigued. The lingering scent of the leopard octopus clung to her, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. She hurried into the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. Once she emerged from her shower, she discovered Little Orange had become agitated, tearing several sheets of tissue from the coffee table and shredding them into bits scattered all over the floor. Chapter 8. Infiltrating the lair of the infected Mew Mew Meow. As soon as Tang Ning appeared, Little Orange began calling out loudly. Tang Ning expressed her inability to comprehend. However, it was evident that Little Orange was uttering quite a few colorful curses. Shut your mouth, or I'll have your whiskers trimmed. Tang Ning responded, exasperated. But she proceeded to set out some cat food and canned treats for him. After blow-drying her hair, it was still only a little past 10 in the morning. Exile had made plans for 6 o'clock that evening, leaving her plenty of time to indulge in a bit more leisure. The rain outside continued to fall softly, bringing a refreshing chill. Tang Ning decided to turn off the air conditioning and open the balcony door to allow the air to circulate. She retrieved a grilled sausage and a can of cola from the kitchen, then settled onto the sofa with her legs crossed, casually switching on the television. The apartment she rented was modest, measuring no more than 50 to 60 square meters, comprising a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom. Apart from the essential sofa, television, and bed, as well as the belongings needed for her little orange, the room was devoid of any other items. It wasn't entirely accurate to say it was empty. Everything else had been stored within her spatial ring. Given the unpredictable nature of the current environment, she could not afford the luxury of being caught unprepared should chaos ensue. Consequently, the mother and child living downstairs believed her home was barren and impoverished, which only fueled their eagerness to provide her with assistance. The news broadcast on the television was grave, presenting the familiar anchor in a well-known tone during the segment news at 8:30. Tang Ning devoured the sausage in a few bites, stowing the bamboo skewer in her spatial ring. Just as she was about to change the channel with the remote, her attention was captured by the unfolding story. There had been a localized outbreak of infected individuals in the East District 2. However, before she could discern the specifics on the screen, her signal device began to blare urgently. "Hello, Sister Ning, are you watching the news?" She glanced at the television and nodded, realizing she was on a call. "Yes, I'm watching." The East District 2 was densely populated, and this sudden outbreak could prove to be quite problematic. After a brief pause, she wondered aloud, "Where is Xiao Wu now? Is someone with him?" Tang Ning frowned, clutching the half-empty can of cola. "I'll go with you," she said, hanging up while simultaneously reaching for the clean jacket beside her. On the television, the scene shifted to several infected individuals, their faces devoid of expression, rigidly pursuing a reporter. The final image captured a bloodied ground accompanied by guttural, desperate screams, mingled with a viscous, unclear substance in shades of pink and white. "What about EXILED?" she inquired as she climbed into the car of a hefty man. Tang Ning nodded, but said nothing further. The situation may not be as dire as it appeared. After all, the monkey was also an ability user, particularly skilled in speed. She believed that even if more infected individuals appeared, the monkey could escape. However, the reality proved to be more complex than they had anticipated. As the car navigated the road, the hefty man prepared to turn on the car radio to lighten the mood, but both their signal devices suddenly emitted urgent alerts. Subsequently, relevant data appeared within their embedded contact lenses. Warning: target mission detected 50 meters ahead. In 3 minutes, you will reach the infection's critical point. Please exercise caution, cleaners. Repeat, please exercise caution. Detection warning: a target mission is located 26 meters ahead, expected to reach the infection critical point in 5 minutes. Cleaners, please exercise caution. Repeat. Detection warning, ahead. Detection warning. Detection warning. A cacophony of warnings and prompts flooded the vision of the two individuals, the sheer volume rendering them momentarily speechless. The stout man swallowed hard as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Sister Ning, have we stumbled into the den of the infected?" Although they had previously encountered situations with 2 or 3 simultaneous cleaning alerts, they had never been faced with such an overwhelming barrage as now, a relentless tide of notifications. The data before them scrolled rapidly, far too swift to comprehend. Tang Ning tightened the straps of her black backpack and then lowered her gaze to check the energy reserve of her portable laser gun. "Let's get to it," she declared. What other choice did they have? With that, she was the first to fling open the car door and dash straight into the crowd. The nearest critical point she had received was a target 3 minutes away, 50 meters distant. It was imperative to resolve that first. "Damn it," the stout man muttered under his breath, and with a swift maneuver, he swung the vehicle around, blocking most of the road and leaving only a narrow gap. There were too many infected. With only the 2 of them, they had to confine everyone within a certain range. Otherwise, if the infected managed to escape, the consequences would be unthinkable. The engine fell silent as the stout man followed Tang Ning into the throng. "Is this road yours? Park wherever you please. Have you no sense of public decency? Who is this? Hurry and move aside. I still need to deliver vegetables to the market. Damn it, stop right there." He sprinted towards the nearest infected individual, barely taking the time to display his credentials as he had done in the past. Instead, he pulled out his portable laser gun and aimed it directly at the person's forehead, firing without hesitation. Bang! The shot struck, and the victim's eyes widened in disbelief. their mouth opening as they collapsed onto the damp ground. Murder! Murder! Help! A madman, a murderer, killing in broad daylight. How insane. The gunshot sent the crowd into a frenzy, the already chaotic scene descending further into turmoil. Yet, the two were too focused on their mission to heed anything else. Their laser guns found targets and dispatched them with ruthless efficiency. Even so, the data embedded in their contact lenses continued to refresh incessantly. Detection warning, 10 meters ahead. Detection warning, 16 meters ahead, infected detected. Detection, Chapter 9, How dare you, Blender? Tang Ning watched helplessly as the energy source of her laser gun dwindled to critical levels before finally extinguishing completely. Her hand trembled slightly from the adrenaline. Meanwhile, the alert boxes continued to flash relentlessly before her eyes. My goodness, so many contribution points. Sister Ning, there are too many infected. My hand is numb. As if my hand weren't numb as well. Tang Ning wiped the rainwater from her face irritably, feeling as if her hand no longer belonged to her. Yet, deep within her heart, the numbers 300, 600, 900, 1002, these were all contribution points that could be exchanged for delectable treats. However, as time inexorably slipped away, and with a mere sweep of a hastily grasped broom, she sent nearby infected individuals sprawling. A sense of unease began to stir within Tang Ning. The sheer quantity was overwhelming. The speed at which the infection spread was alarmingly rapid, starkly contrasting with previous circumstances. Resolving them one by one seemed futile. At this rate, even if she exterminated everyone present, it would do little to halt the proliferation of the infection. Most concerning was her fear that if this continued, she might earn contribution points, but lose her life in the process. Fatty, find a way to seal off the area, and immediately request support from the Research Institute. Earning less is preferable to losing my life. She gritted her teeth and slowly raised her hands amidst the panicked crowd. Countless emerald green vines erupted from her palms, their slender tendrils swiftly spreading across the ground, encircling a significant portion of the surrounding area. Guided by her will, they ensnared the ankles of the infected, meticulously dragging them away from the throng. Subsequently, the vines tightened their grip, wrapping around the infected individuals teetering on the brink of transformation, twisting and churning until they were ultimately reduced to a mass of flesh, oozing through the gaps between the vines. Some daring onlookers remained nearby, but upon witnessing this gruesome sight, even the boldest among them could not suppress their visceral reactions. Retching uncontrollably. 1, 2, 3. Tang Ning lost count of how many infected she had dispatched. She merely continued to mechanically manipulate the vines extending from her palms, repeating the grim task. At this juncture, her complexion had turned a ghastly white, her lips torn and bloodied from the agony of overexerting her abilities. It felt as though a construction crew was laboring within her mind, the pain nearly overwhelming her, causing the vines conjured by her powers to thin and waver, some even fading away. As the infected individuals dragged out by the vines reached their critical point, they began to emerge with ashen hands and feet from beneath their clothing, soon breaking free from the vine's grasp. Tang Ning felt herself on the verge of collapse. Damn it, am I really going to meet my end here today? Here I come. Sister Ning. Xin Lu's voice rang like a celestial melody, just as Tang Ning's vision began to blur. With her arrival, swift winds like blades sliced through the heads of the fully mutated infected, significantly alleviating Tang Ning's burden, her back drenched in cold sweat. There are just too many of these things. Goodness. Xin Lu complained, yet her hands never faltered in their movements, urging Tang Ning to take refuge behind her. Sister Ning, I have energy bars in my bag. Quickly eat one to recuperate. Overexerting your abilities is no trivial matter. Ugh, you little rascal. Why are you teasing me about my cooking when I'm infected? Goodness, these tentacles are so disgusting. Get away from me, or you'll bring misfortune upon yourself. Do not tread on my crops. The incessant chatter of Xin Lu filled the air as she vehemently criticized the irrational infected individuals trampling her vegetables, all the while mercilessly reaping lives, resembling a gender-swapped Yama, the king of hell. Tang Ning, chewing on an energy bar, remarked, I wonder whose incessant nature you've inherited. This is all your mother's doing. Xinlu blinked and grinned, casually using a wind blade to sever another head. The head rolled on the ground, coming to a stop right before Tang Ning. Their eyes met. With a swift kick, Tang Ning exclaimed, "Could you not let that thing roll farther away? Are you trying to scare me to death?" She patted her chest, seriously suspecting that this girl was deliberately trying to gross her out so she would be unable to enjoy hot pot later, leaving Xinlu free to indulge. "How dare you call me a blender?" Xinlu shot back, glaring defiantly. Tang Ning glanced at the mangled remains she had just dispatched and silently covered her eyes. She saw nothing. No, she wasn't that cruel. Indeed, she wasn't. Just as the two were exchanging barbs, the portly figure responsible for securing the scene and requesting assistance arrived, accompanied by reinforcements with abilities. The tide of battle turned in an instant. As the remaining infected were systematically dealt with, Tang Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her spirit momentarily waning, her legs buckling, nearly causing her to fall. Xinlu, quick on her feet, caught her, allowing her to lean against her shoulder. "Sister Ning, are you all right?" "Nonsense. I am quite capable. Thank you very much." A woman cannot be said to be incapable. Yet, scarcely had the words left her lips when her eyelids fluttered shut, and she fainted dramatically. The onlookers exchanged glances, noting her apparent state of distress. Only Xinlu rolled her eyes in silence, handing the unconscious girl over to the portly man. She was simply asleep, not fainting from exhaustion or weakness, but merely overtired. "Unbelievable," the man muttered. "Are we home yet?" Upon waking, Tang Ning rubbed her eyes, instinctively shielding herself from the glaring light outside. Was it sunny? Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to realize she was still in the vehicle, the rain still pouring down. Xinlu had somehow produced a towel, drying her damp hair and gesturing for her to look outside. The sky was brightening, yet the rain showed no sign of abating. "Sister Ning, you really can sleep on command," the portly driver remarked, glancing at the bewildered Tang Ning through the rearview mirror, admiration evident in his gaze. "Well, I was just utterly exhausted," Tang Ning replied with a pout. Speaking of which, her luck and that of the portly man seemed rather unfortunate, encountering such circumstances. Meanwhile, Xinlu lamented the loss of her purchased vegetables, on the verge of tears. Chapter 10. Consider it a reward for saving my life upon returning home and taking a shower. She headed to the market to buy ingredients for the hot pot she intended to prepare that evening. Little did she expect that even a simple grocery trip would lead to such chaos. What a waste of my money. This is infuriating. The vegetables in the basket were trampled by the infected, leaving only a scant few surviving. Soon, I would have to venture out to purchase more. With a sigh, I cast a longing glance at Tang Ning, who had just awakened. Tang Ning lowered her head and resignedly transferred 200 contribution points to me, declaring it as a reward for saving her life. "Long live Sister Ning," exclaimed the hefty fellow ahead, feeling somewhat dejected. "I contributed as well, you know." "Be quiet," she retorted. However, she mused aloud, "Don't you find this outbreak of infected individuals rather abnormal?" As I collected my contribution points, Exile Lu casually inquired, "Logically, with comprehensive surveillance in place, a widespread outbreak shouldn't occur. The sudden surge of infections feels rather illogical." "Who knows?" Tang Ning straightened in her seat, partially opening the car window to glance outside. In the rain, the streets that should have been bustling with activity were now desolate and chaotic. Only the remnants of bloodstains, washed away by the rain, remained. The hefty fellow shared her confusion, but dismissed it, reasoning that the Research Institute would soon provide answers. There had been similar concentrated outbreaks before the tracking chips were introduced. After the initial panic, calmness would swiftly return. In this current environment, it could be water, food, or perhaps something else entirely. The sources of infection were too numerous to maintain normal social production. Ordinary people had long grown accustomed to such coexistence. Yet, it had been a while since such a concentrated outbreak had occurred, and today's events would likely spark some discussion online. As cleaners, our only task was to eliminate these infected mutations to help maintain social order. Let us not dwell on it. Others will handle the aftermath. We should check on the monkey and the others. The monkey? Why would we check on him? Isn't he's supposed to be with Xiao Wu? Xin Lu suddenly realized mid-sentence. Wait, ISNT that monkey right here. I don't know. We haven't been able to reach him. Panic set in for EXILED. What if he got infected? Should I blast his head with a laser gun or slice it off with a wind blade? The hefty fellow quipped. If the monkey knew how much you worried about his head, he would surely be pleased. Who else worried about him? EXILED scoffed, but, despite the denial, instinctively pulled out a signal device to contact the monkey. The device rang several times with no response, and anxiety finally crept in. Could something truly have happened to him? I'm not sure, but as long as the infected are not numerous, the monkey stands a good chance, Tang Ning stated, maintaining an objective perspective, considering that the water monkey was swift. Unless the monkey has broken legs and can't run, he should be fine. As for injuries or infection, that remains uncertain. Don't worry, I feel the same way, the hefty fellow replied, switching on the radio to continue the unfinished task. Driving was hardly dull. However, upon turning on the radio, instead of the usual music, an urgent announcement filled the air. Attention, dear listeners. In accordance with higher directives, we interrupt this broadcast to deliver an urgent announcement. Since 9 o'clock, a significant number of unidentified infection cases have arisen in the Eastern District 2, with the exact figures still unknown. To ensure the safety of all residents, relevant rescue and evacuation teams have been dispatched. We implore those residing in this area to refrain from leaving their homes unless absolutely necessary. Secure your valuables and await rescue. Once again, we emphasize, do not venture outside. Please remain indoors and wait for assistance. The urgent notification repeated 3 times, leaving the 3 individuals in the vehicle with grave expressions. They were currently situated in the very area mentioned in the announcement, Eastern District 2. The place where the monkey was located lay deep within this district. Therefore, to ascertain whether the monkey was still alive, they would need to traverse the entirety of Eastern District 2. The stout man swallowed hard and asked, Sister Ning, what should we do? Go. Though jesting, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them. As comrades in arms, they could not bear to leave without checking on one another. They were driving, which should mitigate the danger. Those who had lost their senses due to infection likely wouldn't recklessly crash into them. Let us follow Sister Ning's lead. EXILED concurred. All right, make sure you two hold on tight. The stout man inhaled deeply and pressed the accelerator decisively. Whoa! Tang Ning was thrown forward, her face nearly colliding with the seat back, almost giving herself a concussion, and she exclaimed a curse in surprise. The car radio continued broadcasting news, but the content had shifted to various pleas for help emanating from Eastern District 2. Meanwhile, the signal communicator nestled in Tang Ning's backpack buzzed urgently. It was Elder Zheng. She glanced at the device, sensing an ominous premonition. As she answered, the voice on the other end confirmed her fears. An outbreak of mass infection was indeed occurring in Eastern District 2. In addition to the market, 3 other locations had reported similar incidents. Currently, all personnel from the cleaning department had been dispatched, and the situation at the building materials market was particularly dire. Director Zheng emphasized the need for urgent assistance there. After ending the call, Tang Ning rubbed her face, her expression darkening. Is this never-ending? EXILED voiced her frustration. We haven't rested since last night. Even Lu's peanut oil doesn't squeeze us this hard. Indeed, the stout man agreed, steering the vehicle. They had just emerged from a fierce battle at the market, and their stamina was nearly depleted. Tang Ning was on the verge of overextending her abilities. Another encounter like this could cost them their lives. Let us go take a look. Tang Ning furrowed her brow, though she instinctively resisted the urge to move. The orders from above were inescapable, especially since they needed to check on the monkey in Xiao Wu. Passing through the building materials market was unavoidable. Regardless of whether they could provide support, they had to navigate that route. If the number of infected individuals proved overwhelming, even if they were merely passive, they would have to engage in combat. Damn it, this is never-ending. Chapter 11. This thing is so ugly. The rotund man wiped his face and silently pressed the accelerator to the floor. How much? 1,500. EXILED nodded. That seemed about right. Just as she contemplated the likelihood of their hot pot dinner being dashed, the hefty driver tossed back 2 energy supplements, urging them to drink up, as they would undoubtedly need the boost soon. The entire Eastern District 2 was engulfed in chaos. The number of infected individuals far too overwhelming. They needed to replenish their strength post-haste. Tang Ning and EXILED exchanged glances, opting for silence as they unscrewed the caps of the energy drinks and poured the contents into their mouths. Despite having consumed it numerous times before, I must reiterate, it tasted utterly revolting. After stashing the empty bottles in her backpack, Tang Ning grimaced, her tongue recoiling from the bitter taste. This concoction, a blend of high-concentration protein and various supplements, bore a flavor akin to socks soaked in a sewer for 3 days, truly repugnant. Even the most inferior nutrient solutions in the galaxy had a semblance of artificial flavor that rendered them somewhat palatable. One could only wonder which culinary disaster had birthed this energy liquid. Enough whining. We're here, the driver announced, situated at the helm, closest to the front. At that moment, the embedded contact lenses began to display a series of alerts. Within seconds, Tang Ning and EXILED in the back seat received the same notifications. Instantly sitting up straight, their hands, conditioned by countless repetitions, reflexively grasped the newly charged laser guns with impeccable precision. The windows rolled down, and the two women, demonstrating remarkable synchronicity, aimed outside, one on each side, their shots not interfering with one another. The driver maneuvered the vehicle into the center of the road, ensuring a reasonable distance for their shooting. Bang! Bang! Shut your mouth. Your breath stinks worse than athlete's foot. Goodness, this thing is so ugly. Sister Ning, help. Bang! Get lost. With laser guns in hand, they fired with unerring accuracy, their banter flowing effortlessly as they dispatched the infected with ruthless efficiency. Often, they didn't even wait for the driver to alert them. As soon as a mutated foe appeared, the two fiery women swiftly eliminated the threat with a single shot. The driver mused. Indeed, he is best suited for driving. The car continued forward, having already dispatched who knows how many infected. They approached the building materials market. To be precise, they were about 100 meters from the entrance, but the vehicle could advance no further. The ground was littered with the silent forms of the infected. Some lay with wide-open eyes, still retaining a semblance of their human shape, while others were mottled in shades of blue and gray, leaving a trail of viscous black liquid in their wake. In any case, the car could not pass through. As the driver parked, both women instinctively shrank back into the vehicle and rolled up the windows. Something felt amiss. Observing their surroundings, Tang Ning seized EXILED's arm as she prepared to exit. Wait, don't rush out just yet. What's wrong? Tang Ning let out a soft hiss, her gaze warily fixed on the distant entrance of the building materials market. Do you not find it excessively quiet? Old man Zeng mentioned that the situation here was dire and in urgent need of reinforcements. However, during their entire drive, they had not encountered a single colleague from the cleaning department, nor even an ordinary person. It could be understood if the civilians were frightened and hiding from view. But what about those colleagues? As members of the cleaning department, it was inconceivable that they would abandon their posts in the face of danger. Upon entering the department, everyone had sworn an oath to never retreat a single step, even at the cost of their own lives. Yet now, the silence was eerie. Aside from the lifeless bodies of the infected strewn across the ground, not a single survivor could be seen. EXILED had not previously sensed anything amiss. But upon hearing Tang Ning's words, a chill ran down her spine. Could it be that the team responsible for this area had been completely wiped out? At this revelation, even the stout man felt a pang of anxiety. Surely that could not be the case. The cleaning department comprised elite individuals with extraordinary abilities selected from across the nation. Even if the number of infected was substantial, it was improbable that they could all be annihilated. There was no use in excessive discussion. They should proceed inside and don their protective suits. Hadn't they just taken that radiation preventive pill yesterday? The stout man was reluctant to wear the cumbersome suit, feeling it would hinder his movements. Their approaches might differ, but caution was paramount. Tang Ning shot him a glance and promptly retrieved her suit from her backpack, beginning to put it on. The current circumstances within were shrouded in uncertainty, necessitating a prudent approach. She had no desire to meet her demise in this realm. As the team leader, Tang Ning's words carried weight, and the stout man, seeing her resolve, complied and donned the protective suit. If he dared to disobey, he might wake up the next day to find himself ensnared by vines and suspended from a flagpole. Once the three of them were clad in their suits, they cautiously exited the vehicle. The muffled voices of the masked individuals sounded strange, compelling them to resort to gestures for communication. Upon pushing the door open, they were met with the sight of the infected lying lifelessly on the ground beyond the point of no return. The time of nearing the infection threshold varied, resulting in diverse appearances. The one commonality was the alteration of their skin and facial features to varying degrees. Severed limbs mingled with dark, viscous blood, interspersed with shades of skin and crimson, silently narrating the horrors that had transpired not long ago. Exile felt a wave of nausea wash over her, and she instinctively stayed close behind Tang Ning, careful not to step on anything undesirable. Aside from their soft footfalls, the surroundings were eerily quiet, as if no living soul remained. Just as the stout man prepared to speak, he suddenly froze. A creaking sound echoed from the depths of the dark, silent market, faint yet unmistakable. Hush! Tang Ning raised her index finger to her lips, signaling the two to remain silent. She then made several gestures before lightening her footsteps and advancing deeper into the market, where the sound originated. The two hefty individuals exchanged glances and followed closely behind, carefully circumventing the dismembered limbs strewn on the ground. The creaking sounds grew increasingly distinct in the ears of the trio. Chapter 12. Tie bow on him, will you? It sounded like the noise of consumption. At the corner, the creaking intensified. This must be the place. Stay alert. As the sound amplified, Tang Ning halted, gesturing with her eyes to the two following her, then quietly peeked around the corner. The air was thick with a faint metallic tang and a nauseating stench. Not far from the entrance of a public restroom, a ragged, infected individual dragged their intestines across the ground, clutching a rat they had scavenged from who knows where. With labored breaths, they gaped their mouth wide and stuffed the creature inside. The rat's frantic squeals morphed as it was chewed, culminating in a violent burst, splattering blood across the infected's cheek before it succumbed to silence amidst the cacophony of crunching. Crimson blood trickled from the corners of their mouth, adding an eerie aura to the grotesque scene. After swallowing, the infected emitted a satisfied slurp, even bowing their head to savor the lingering taste on their fingers. Tang Ning found herself momentarily stunned. This was unusual. Previous infected had not displayed such ravenous behavior. Most had merely undergone superficial changes, and those who crossed the threshold of severity lost their awareness, becoming aggressive towards ordinary humans. She had never encountered one that consumed a rat raw like the one before her. Particularly alarming was the fact that it still retained some semblance of human behavior. As she prepared to signal the two behind her about the oddity, the infected seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting its head and turning sharply to fix its gaze upon Tang Ning at the corner. Their eyes locked, and her heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, she drew her laser gun from her waist and aimed it at the infected. With a click, she pulled the trigger, yet no laser emitted. She realized with dismay that the earlier massacre at the market had depleted the energy source, rendering the laser gun but a mere trinket. "Damn it," she exclaimed, watching as the infected, agitated by her movement, charged towards her with lightning speed, faster than a typical infected. What was most terrifying was the grotesque bending of its limbs, resembling a spider as it scuttled across the ground on all fours. Noticing Tang Ning's astonishment, the two hefty companions reacted swiftly. One unleashed a gust of wind blades while the other brandished a baton, all while Tang Ning summoned her ethereal vines. Together they surged toward the enraged infected. The grayish head loomed large before them, its mouth agape, spilling unconsumed blood and saliva, the foul stench overwhelming. "Get back," the corpulent figure muttered under his breath, swiftly hurling the baton he held towards the creature's head, only for it to be deftly swatted away by the agile infected. As the grotesque arm drew near to the corpulent man's protective suit, Exile quickly unleashed a blade of wind, obstructing the infected's movement. Simultaneously, Tang Ning rapidly extended slender vines that surged forward from the ground, ensnaring the infected's legs. Its speed was astonishing. While Exile skillfully launched blades of wind at the howling creature, her brow furrowed. Its velocity was unnaturally swift. Ordinary infected beings exhibited a certain reaction time and moved with rigidity, lacking such fluidity. This solitary infected's attack speed far surpassed any they had encountered before. What was more alarming was that her wind blades seemed ineffective. In the past, a mere 2 blades would suffice to sever a head. Yet thus far, she had unleashed at least 10, merely adding a few more wounds to the creature's cranium. It was too resilient. Let us deal with it first. Tang Ning noted the anomaly as well, but this was not the moment for discussion. The infected, entangled by the vines, paused only momentarily before breaking free, launching a fist towards the nearest corpulent man with a guttural roar. The corpulent man cursed, disregarding the baton on the ground, and extended his left palm to block while simultaneously executing a powerful kick directed at the infected's right ankle. Following this, he delivered a knee strike straight to the creature's groin. Impressive indeed, exclaimed the infected. Meanwhile, Tang Ning seized the opportunity to stealthily dispatch another vine, twisting the creature's intestines into a spiral and yanking back, briefly restraining its movements. Seeing the grotesque expression on the infected's face falter, Exile chuckled, Sister Ning. Instead of twisting it into a spiral, why not tie it into a bow? Tang Ning responded with confusion. Infected. The corpulent man, invoking a traditional martial art, seized a moment while Tang Ning's vines restrained the infected's limbs and entrails. Utilizing earth-based abilities, he enveloped his fists with clumps of soil, delivering an uppercut to the infected's chin, followed by a left leg kick aimed again at the creature's groin. With a resounding thud, the caught-off-guard infected fell backward to the ground. The twisted intestines, now resembling a bow, fell to the side. Taking advantage of its incapacitated state, the corpulent man struck again, delivering a powerful blow to the infected's groin. Now is the time, he bellowed, summoning 2 more clumps of earth that appeared in his hands, one on the left and another on the right, directly targeting the still howling infected for a simultaneous strike. With the vines pulling taut, the limbs of the creature were violently severed from its body, like a small sailboat setting forth on a distant voyage. Laughter erupted as the now limbless infected, devoid of pain, soon regained its composure, twisting its body to face the 3. It laboriously opened its mouth, inching closer as if this seemingly presented delicacy would not be forsaken without taking a bite. Alas, even in such a grotesque state, it still moves. Exile was horrified by its bizarre contorted posture, leaping back 3 feet in disgust and hurling several blades of wind towards it. Tang Ning furrowed her brow, the vines quivering as they wrapped around the infected individual, lifting it off the ground while drawing closer. This creature possessed considerable strength. The hefty man spat a couple of times, shaking off his overexerted arms and brushing the remaining dirt from his hands. Chapter 13, An Encounter with a Cerebral Stone. Typically, he dealt with infected beings using a laser gun, complemented by close-quarters combat techniques, seldom employing his earth-based abilities. The powerful move known as Twin Peaks was almost never utilized. However, this peculiar infected being was not only agile, but also forced him to resort to unsavory tactics. The creature, ensnared tightly by the vines, appeared outwardly similar to other ordinary infected individuals, its skin a shade of ashen gray, and its pupils reduced to minuscule white dots. If there were any distinction, it would be the emotions reflected in its eyes. Perhaps as a rugged individual, it found the bow tie unappealing. At that moment, it was fixated on the trio that had ensnared it, the bow tie swaying like a pendulum as it writhed. Its mouth emitted a series of guttural roars, stretching to the limit as it attempted to bite through the vines restraining it. Rather aesthetically pleasing. Tang Ning felt quite satisfied with her handiwork, eager to secure another, but was halted by the hefty man's intervention. All right then. Exile promptly retrieved her communicator, activating the camera to capture the struggling infected from various angles. Close up, wide shot, top to bottom, ensuring a comprehensive view. The bow tie even received a 3-second close-up. While filming, she couldn't help but murmur, Sister Ning's craftsmanship remains impeccable. You're rather fierce with your strikes, hefty man. Under the onslaught of the hefty man's relentless attacks, the infected's groin was left a gruesome mess, a sight utterly appalling. It's nothing I understand. The hefty man remarked. Once the filming concluded, Tang Ning summoned another slender yet resilient vine, forcefully piercing the infected-S temple. The vine entered from the right side, and a small leaf, stained with viscous black blood, emerged from the left, shaking off the foul liquid with a semblance of disdain. The previously struggling infected convulsed once as the vine was extracted, then lay still. The tip of the vine revealed several small leaves, seemingly enveloping something. After vigorously shaking off the blood, it finally unfurled. Upon the tender green leaves rested a white crystal, approximately the size of cherry. Tang Ning detached the crystal from the vine, squinting at it, uncertain of its nature. Exile, still uneasy, utilized a wind blade to sever the head completely from the torso, ensuring the task was finished, and gave a thumbs up to the hefty man, just 3 steps away from the infected, praising him as the king of close combat. What is it? I don't know, it was extracted from the brain. Tang Ning shook her head, tossing the crystal to the curious hefty man, asking if he recognized it. The corpulent man tossed and turned, shaking his head in unison with Exile, as they admitted ignorance of the situation. They had never encountered an infected individual with brainstones. Tang Ning. The trio paused for a brief moment to regroup, then traversed the entirety of the building materials market once more, ensuring no remnants were left behind before finally exiting through the main gate. Goodness, an entire team wiped out. It had been ages since they faced such a calamity. Such complete annihilation had only occurred when the infected first emerged, and it had not persisted long. The situation today was utterly perplexing. I surmise that the stock price of Maybang Pharmaceuticals will plummet. Yet, this is of little consequence. Have you sent the video to Old Joe yet? The blocking agent is rather expensive, and it is not distributed with every mission. We must treat it with care. Is there still no contact from the monkey? After all, an abundance of pertinent short videos surfacing online could easily stir unrest among the general populace. We shall address it later. Tang Ning shook her sore arms, retrieved the energy bar previously given by the monkey from her bag, tore open the packaging, and hastily consumed it, seizing the opportunity to recuperate. No one knew if a horde of infected would suddenly emerge from the roadside in the next moment. It was essential to restore their strength swiftly. As the vehicle departed the building materials market, the group remained focused on the road ahead, oblivious to the fact that the market's entrance had quietly closed behind them. Within mere minutes, shadows of the infected reappeared on the desolate road. Workers clad in uniforms and yellow hard hats stumbled out from an angle, their bodies smeared with blood, their skin now a pallid gray as they staggered forward. One arm, presumably injured in a previous attack, hung limply by their side, devoid of sensation. There was also a woman in a gauzy dress, clutching a shopping bag that was now thoroughly soaked in murky black blood. One of her high-heeled shoes was missing, causing her to move awkwardly with one foot elevated above the other. The infected appeared in pairs and trios. Their clothing and identities varied. Yet they all shared the same ashen complexion and vacant, soulless eyes. The last energy source's laser gun protruded from the car window, silencing the air as it pierced through the skull of an infected. Without a flutter of her eyelids, Tang Ning fired 2 more shots in quick succession. The relentless rain outside obscured the vision of some infected, and as they approached upon hearing the vehicle's noise, they were met with a swift demise. The sound of their death was crisp and abrupt. Mama, mama. Suddenly, a 4 or 5-year-old girl darted out from beside a trash bin, a languid helium balloon tethered to her hand, wailing as she stumbled toward a bloodied, wandering infected not far away, her face smeared with snot and tears. Goodness, is she seeking death? The corpulent man slammed on the brakes, helplessly watching as the little girl ran past the car into the middle of the street, lunging toward the aimlessly wandering woman who was turned away from her. His heart raced as he realized there was an infected with half a head hanging precariously, just 2 meters away, drawn by the scent. Damn it! Tang Ning swiftly raised her weapon, firing a shot. As the infected staggered forward mindlessly, she quickly fired again, finally seeing the creature collapse. I'll fetch her. The corpulent man spoke as he raised his firearm, swiftly opening the car door and rushing towards the little girl. In Chapter 14, Ningjia, I think I'm about to die, Exile and Tang Ning followed suit, each intuitively taking charge of one side, spraying bullets from their guns to create a relatively safe perimeter against the approaching infected individuals. We must act quickly. The numbers are overwhelming. When they had exited the hardware market, the surroundings were nearly devoid of infected, so it was bewildering how so many had suddenly appeared. The energy source of a laser gun was rapidly depleting, and they could not rely on their abilities for much longer. With a grunt, the man drew closer to the girl, his laser gun having already dispatched a wandering woman. "Your mother is gone. Come with your uncle, and he will take you to a safe place," he said, pulling the still sobbing girl by the arm and lifting her into his embrace. The girl struggled momentarily, her wide eyes reflecting the terror of her surroundings, but she soon fell silent, clutching tightly to the sleeves of the man's protective suit. Navigating past the disarray of infected corpses littering the ground, the man agilely approached the still-running vehicle while cradling the girl. "Hurry, get in the car." The laser gun flashed a warning light, and Tang Ning swiftly unleashed vines, blocking the encroaching infected while retreating towards the vehicle. She urged EXILED to enter first, waiting until the man had placed the girl inside before taking the driver's seat, and quickly sliding into the car. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. The man took the wheel. The number of infected drawn by the sound and scent was rapidly increasing. They needed to evacuate immediately. However, in the next moment, the man let out a muffled groan, his eyes widening as he pressed his hand against his right arm. The little girl, who had just settled, had bitten him fiercely. "Goodness, you little wolf cub," he exclaimed. "I just risked my life to save you, and you dare to bite me. You little rascal. You killed my mother. You are a murderer." The girl retorted, her voice high-pitched and piercing, her small neck stiff as she accused him of being the villain. She remembered vividly how he had aimed his gun at her mother. Her mother had gone to stand in line for cotton candy and told her to wait across the street. It was all because of these wicked people. Her mother was dead. The man winced, cursing under his breath. Children nowadays had quite a strong bite, tearing through his protective suit. "Be calm." Tang Ning had little patience for the child, while she continued to fend off the encroaching infected outside the window with her vines. She deftly pulled a slender vine from the mass and securely bound the girl. At that moment, a warning notification appeared before her embedded contact lenses. "Detection warning. Target mission located 2 meters ahead, expected to reach the infection critical point in 1 minute. Cleaners, please exercise caution." Repeat, cleaners, please exercise caution. Tang Ning's pupils constricted sharply. 2 meters. EXILED received the same notification, gasping in shock, her expression blank. Had the man been infected? The two individuals cast their gazes upon the struggling little girl, firmly ensnared by the vines. Her wrist, once adorned with a balloon, was now devoid of it, while delicate tendrils wrapped around her slender arms, leaving angry red marks as she fought against her restraints. "Fatty, your hand." With one hand gripping the steering wheel, Fatty, upon hearing the commotion, tore open a portion of the binding with his teeth, revealing the arm beneath. Amidst the tiny bite marks, a faint trace of blood was evident. "Damn, Ning Jia, I feel like I'm about to pass out." Tang Ning swiftly tightened the vines, rolled down the window, and unceremoniously flung the little girl out, as if discarding refuse. "Fatty, stop the car." As Fatty brought the vehicle to a halt and opened the door, Tang Ning moved with remarkable speed, binding him securely with the vines and tossing him onto the roof rack, where he was firmly secured. She then slipped into the driver's seat. "Bear with it. We can have hot pot another day." The car drifted smoothly, executing a flawless 180-degree turn. As they approached the infected, Tang Ning pressed the accelerator to the floor, pushing the speed to its limits. In the storage room to the right of Old Joe's office, the first row of the second row of cold cabinets holds the antidote. "We must get there immediately." Just 2 days ago, the Research Institute released 2 samples of the antidote, and no one has tested its efficacy yet. Fatty's been bitten. That is our only hope. "Ning Jia, how do you know?" EXILED's heart raced, torn between the fear that Fatty might succumb to infection before they reached the Institute and the uncertainty regarding the antidote's effectiveness. Fatty's situation is dire. As for the monkey, we can only hope it hasn't encountered a concentrated outbreak. Otherwise, just give me a bullet. I can't bear to see my handsome face turned into that. Remember to burn me a couple of good-looking paper figures, I still have my first love." His boisterous voice echoed through the car window, yet Tang Ning's grip on the steering wheel remained unyielding. "Keep shouting, and you'll surely invite a deadly crowd." Fatty fell silent. Wave after wave of infected individuals emerged from every corner, occasionally accompanied by ordinary people screaming for help, scrambling to escape. Exile-Lu's laser gun had long run out of energy. Now, she relied solely on her willpower to unleash gusts of wind. There's no end to them. It's never-ending. The only silver lining was that after breaching this wave, they encountered no further infected. Tang Ning pushed the car to its absolute limits, reducing a 30-minute journey to a mere 15. The vehicle executed a dramatic tailspin, taking out 3 wandering infected as it skidded to a stop at the Research Institute's entrance. Black blood splattered. As Fatty descended from the roof, his complexion was ashen. He immediately leaned against the car door, retching violently. Seeing that Fatty could still curse. Even in his state, Tang Ning did not dare to let her guard down. She rebounded his upper body with vines, urging, "We must act quickly. The sooner we administer the antidote, the greater the hope for survival." Just moments ago, the infected outside had been clad in the Research Institute's white garb, a clear indication that the situation at the Institute was far from favorable. Exile-Lu, feeling dizzy, alighted from the vehicle. After a brief moment of composure, she quickly regained her stride and, with reckless abandon, hurled a blade of wind towards an approaching infected individual. As for her depleted laser gun, it had long been stowed away in her backpack. Chapter 15. I suspect you hit my biceps. The entrance to the laboratory stood wide open, exuding a pungent odor of blood, yet the trio remained unfazed. Swiftly dispatching a lab-coated infected that emerged around the corner, Tang Ning quickened her pace towards a safety passage. Waiting for the elevator was simply too tedious. Fortunately, Old Joe's office was just on the second floor, not too high up. As they moved cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, they successfully reached the vicinity of Zhou Weichuan's office after dealing with yet another assailant. Before Exile-Lu could finish her thought, she witnessed Tang Ning's fingers unleash a rapid vine that coiled into an enormous, solid sphere, which then crashed against the white wall beside the coated door. Dust and debris filled the air, revealing a sizable hole almost half a person's height. Impressive. Exile-Lu, momentarily forgetting to give a thumbs up, swiftly darted inside. Following Tang Ning's earlier instructions, she imitated her actions. The blade of wind effortlessly breached the locked cabinet, allowing her to retrieve the blocking agent within, which she then injected into the hefty man's arm. The swift infusion of the chilling liquid made the hefty man shudder involuntarily, only to meet the unwavering stares of 2 pairs of eyes. His skin appeared unchanged, though some reddening and ulceration were evident on his face. Had the mutation taken a wrong turn? His eyes remained unaltered. Could it be that the thick subcutaneous fat had suffocated the virus? Perhaps the abundance of flesh had slowed the infection's progress? He remarked, "It's not polite to speak of my weight behind my back." They retorted, "We said it to your face. Are you not feeling anything?" After 2 minutes of intense scrutiny, seeing no change in the hefty man, Exile-Lu grew anxious. Should I administer another injection? After all, I have 2 doses of this blocking agent. Yes, my arm hurts, he grumbled, rolling his eyes and pointing at the site of the recent injection. "I suspect you struck my biceps." The rapid administration of the drug left his entire arm feeling sore and swollen, though he felt no other effects. Tang Ning glanced at her watch. 20 minutes had elapsed without any significant change, suggesting that the risk of infection had likely passed. Logically, if bitten by an infected individual, one would succumb to assimilation within 5 minutes unless their life force was completely extinguished. However, the hefty man had endured 20 minutes, coupled with the injection of the blocking agent, indicating that further changes were unlikely. Regaining her composure, the hefty man finally took a moment to closely examine the bite marks on his arm. The areas with red streaks showed no signs of bleeding. "Hey, no broken skin. I truly am the chosen one." Tang Ning and Exile-Lu, though initially speechless, breathed a sigh of relief. No harm done is best. As for the redness and swelling on his face, perhaps it was merely the result of youthful exuberance seeking an outlet. Refocusing their thoughts, The trio finally found the energy to contemplate the matters concerning the laboratory. Typically, the research institute is not only secured by a formidable gate, but also guarded by no fewer than 6 adept security personnel. The entrance is a series of doors, each more fortified than the last, ensuring an impenetrable defense. However, today, as they arrived by vehicle, the gate stood wide open, and astonishingly, not a single living soul was to be seen inside. They decided to venture down to the second basement level, the very heart of the institute, where all experimental apparatus and researchers typically convened. Even in the event of an external crisis, the surveillance system could swiftly seal the sole access point, severing all communication with the outside world to guarantee absolute safety. For the researchers were indeed high-priority individuals. Having freed himself from the entangling vines, the stout man stretched his limbs, rubbing his sore arms while humorously exclaiming, "Sister Ning, your vines possess quite the strength." With his robust physique, he had once been hoisted off the ground by the tendrils, evoking a fleeting sensation of flight. Truly, he was worthy of his title as captain. Care to test it again? No, thank you. I prefer to keep my feet firmly on the ground. The atmosphere was eerily desolate. EXILED activated her powers, perpetually on guard against any sudden appearance of infected individuals. Yet, as the trio traversed the length of the second-floor corridor and descended to the first floor, leading towards the underground passage, they encountered no one. Something felt amiss, deeply amiss. If the Institute had experienced a concentrated outbreak, it would have birthed at least 100 or 200 infected. However, apart from the few kittens they initially encountered, there had been no other signs of life. Perhaps the situation was unfolding in the second basement. The damaged protective suit was somewhat cumbersome, so the stout man swiftly tore it apart and cast it aside, retrieving a pair of batons from his backpack. "Be cautious," Tang Ning advised. As they turned a corner, a ghastly sight met their eyes. Large splatters of blood adorned the pristine white walls, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood. The vivid red was almost blinding. The previously sealed partition door now gaped slightly ajar, revealing a dim glow of crimson indicator lights within. Tang Ning's instinct screamed that something was terribly wrong. Swallowing hard, she stepped back with her companions and silently pushed the partially concealed door open with her vines. What lay before them was a gruesome tableau of blood splatters. The bulletproof glass was completely obscured by blood, and the sound of droplets echoed ominously as the indicator lights flickered with an unsettling crimson hue. Severed arms, scattered papers, and an unmistakably frantic signal light blinked urgently amidst the chaos. The room was in disarray. In the very center of the all-glass chamber, the experimental table stood starkly empty. The specimen that should have been secured within lay missing, vanished without a trace. Numerous experimental devices and equipment had also inexplicably disappeared, leaving the entire space feeling hauntingly vacant. Tang Ning's heart raced. She recognized the specimen in question, the so-called Patient Zero. Should the outbreak of infected individuals outside be attributed to the awakening and escape of this specimen, the consequences would be catastrophic. "This is bad," the trio thought in unison, their hearts heavy with dread. The old man's signal device was unreachable, as was the former director's. The stout man and EXILED exchanged anxious glances, both filled with unease. Tang Ning took a deep breath after a brief moment of contemplation. No, it was not merely a case of missing samples. She might have suspected an escape under such circumstances. However, the disappearance of the equipment alongside the samples indicated that the majority of the personnel at the Research Institute were likely still alive. It seemed more plausible that an emergency evacuation had occurred, or perhaps they had encountered an unavoidable robbery. The number of infected individuals at the Institute was significantly lower than that on the streets, suggesting that a large-scale outbreak was improbable. Whether it was an evacuation or a robbery, the two elderly men were key protected figures at the Institute and would not be easily compromised. Chapter 16. It felt as if something inside her had shattered. Should they still search for Monkey and Xiao Wu? EXILED, who had always heeded Tang Ning's counsel, found herself devoid of further thoughts upon hearing her words, wishing only to leave this place swiftly. The pungent scent of blood in the room was nearly overwhelming. Just then, the portly man's phone rang, its tone resonating loudly in the silence of the chamber. Monkey? Upon glancing at the caller ID, his eyes lit up and he hastily answered. After hanging up, the tension in his heart eased considerably. Both Monkey and Xiao Wu were safe. Another cleanup team had arrived to provide assistance, and the situation was under control. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning and EXILED both sighed in relief. As long as they were all right. They had not rested from yesterday until today, teetering on the brink of exhaustion, and it was becoming unbearable. As for the area where Monkey was located, since help had already arrived and the situation outside was largely stabilized, they need not lend further support. Regarding the Institute, the specifics remained unknown, and they could only await communication from their superiors. Just as they were about to leave, EXILED exclaimed, pointing with curiosity at the garbage bin in the corner. Wasn't open flame prohibited at the Institute? In cases of document destruction, a shredder was typically employed, and the research center had strict regulations against smoking and carrying flammable items. In the corner, a half-burned sheet of paper was distinctly visible. Tang Ning followed her gaze, moving over to retrieve the char paper. Upon closer inspection, her heart skipped a beat. A crystal research report? What would this be? EXILED leaned in, also gazing at the partially burned title of the report, momentarily bewildered. The paper appeared to have been hastily destroyed, not entirely consumed by the flames. Yet they managed to glean a general idea from the scattered words. Tang Ning retrieved the white crystal she had previously stored in her spatial ring, her expression darkening. If she was not mistaken, this stone, extracted from the infected's brain by the vine, was what they referred to as a crystal. Evolution, biological testing, sequence experiments. The fragments of text were scant, yet they were sufficient to stir a tempest in the hearts of the three. Supernatural, evolution. Thus, the Research Institute had long been aware of the changes in the infected. The corpulent man immediately recalled the elusive infected individuals within the construction market, his mood somewhat soured. What, pray tell, is this sequential experiment? Do the infected possess the ability to queue autonomously? Nay, it is not queuing, it is genetic research. Tang Ning corrected the man's misapprehension, extracting a fragment of paper from the scattered remnants in his hand, upon which a series of data was inscribed. The remaining writings were indecipherable, offering no further information. Alas, it was incomprehensible. Ah, the fade of understanding. Everything that eluded comprehension was deemed insignificant. A mere nod sufficed. However, another scrap of paper bore more discernible information. According to its contents, the infected, upon undergoing evolution, would manifest these crystals within their minds, implying that the research facility had been privy to the knowledge of the infected's potential for evolution long before. Research is not a pursuit of a fleeting moment. Perhaps, in earlier times, they had already unearthed greater truths. Only they remained in ignorance, foolishly believing themselves to be harbingers of justice, when in reality they were naught but cheap firearms. Something within him seemed to shatter. The profound impact of these mere scraps of paper on the group was overwhelming, rendering them incapable of further contemplation within this blood-soaked, desolate chamber. The scent here was decidedly unpleasant. The streets, following a brief but concentrated outbreak, now lay deserted, littered with abandoned vehicles, scattered belongings, and shattered glass. The city appeared to have plunged into desolation overnight. During the return journey, the group remained remarkably silent. After disembarking, as they watched the corpulent man drive away, Tang Ning finally turned to ascend the stairs. "Sister Ning, are you all right?" As she passed the 6th floor, the rusty security door creaked open slightly, revealing Xu Heng's furry head, his face a canvas of unmasked concern. Tang Ning shook her head, assuring him she was merely fatigued. Upon hearing the noise, he had rushed to open the door, though it was unclear how long he had been waiting. "By the way, Sister Ning, this is for you." Xu Heng's brow furrowed as he observed Tang Ning's disheveled attire, relieved to see no traces of blood. He swiftly handed over a package he had prepared. "My mother prepared some food for you. It's too chaotic outside now. It would be wise to venture out sparingly, Sister Ning." Today, several locations suddenly experienced concentrated outbreaks of infection. Regardless of the stringent online monitoring, information inevitably leaks out. especially after a reporter from a certain television station was attacked and killed, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. As Sister Ning was engaged in the work of a cleaner, she was among those at the forefront. How could one not worry? Accepting the goodwill, Tang Ning did not decline. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that few establishments were still operational, and she had little inclination to dine outside. Very well, I shall accept it. Please extend my gratitude to your mother. Tang Ning then attended to her ravenous little orange cat, filling its bowl with cat food and opening a can, finally allowing herself the time to wash up in the bathroom. She fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken in the dead of night, when the world outside had succumbed to complete darkness. The rain continued to pour, intensifying with each passing moment. At some point, the balcony door had been opened by the little orange cat, leaving the floor damp and the curtains billowing wildly in the wind like a chaotic dance. After carefully bringing the soaked little orange cat inside and securing the balcony door, Tang Ning sought out a towel to dry the feline's fur. She then unwrapped a package sent by Aunt Shu, cooking 2 pieces of Sichuan-style sausage while retrieving a portion of rice from her spatial ring, accompanied by a cup of yogurt. Only then did she find the time to turn on the television. The once dimly lit living room was suddenly filled with light and sound, creating a lively atmosphere. Chapter 17. Acid rain every year during the day. The concentrated outbreak in the East District had stirred a considerable commotion, garnering unprecedented attention even after it had been resolved. In stark contrast, a more explosive piece of news emerged. The headquarters of Maybang Pharmaceuticals had been vacated overnight. Just days prior, a pharmaceutical representative had been cheerfully participating in a ribbon-cutting ceremony on live television, only to have vanished without a trace. The camera revealed the empty Maybang Pharmaceutical building, with scattered papers strewn across disordered offices and all equipment, including office computers, mysteriously absent. As Tang Ning observed the anchor's serious expression on the news, her hand clutching the yogurt spoon froze. The research institute had been abandoned, and Maybang Pharmaceuticals faced the same fate. Was there a connection between the two? Before her somewhat lethargic mind, dulled by hunger, could piece together the implications, the little orange cat beside her suddenly began to mew plaintively. Turning her head, she saw the cat writhing on the sofa, its face contorted in distress. Its once fluffy and plump body was now shedding fur, revealing inflamed and ulcerated skin beneath. Emergency broadcast. Experts have confirmed that the rain in our city is acid rain, possessing mild corrosive properties. Residents are advised to refrain from going outdoors unless absolutely necessary. If you must go out, please ensure you take protective measures. Acid rain? Tang Ning glanced at the securely closed balcony door and then at the suffering little orange cat rolling on the sofa. A sudden realization struck her. The sores on the plump cat's face must have been caused by the acid rain it was exposed to while tied to the roof of her car. The swelling and ulcers appearing on the nape of its neck confirmed her suspicion. Unable to lift it as usual, Tang Ning cautiously reached around its round belly to scoop it up. She then rummaged through her home, ultimately finding a tube of ointment for treating redness and itching, which she gently applied to the wounds. Whether it would be effective remained uncertain, but it was better than nothing. The little orange cat still appeared to be in discomfort. It was slightly improved compared to before. It even begged her for 2 more cans as a source of comfort. Tang Ning sighed in relief and took out her phone, entering their group chat to tag the plump cat. The redness and sores on your body are likely due to the acid rain. You can apply some ointment to alleviate it. The message spun in circles for what felt like an eternity before finally sending successfully. The sausages she had cooked were now ready. As she dined, Tang Ning allowed the sounds of the television to serve as a backdrop while she retrieved from her spatial ring the scraps of paper she had collected from the underground level of the research institute. More than 3/4 of the paper had been consumed by flames, consisting of several layers. What she had previously examined with the rotund EXILED was merely a fragment of the whole. She meticulously spread out the charred pieces on the coffee table, noting the significantly larger proportion of scorched areas compared to the untouched white sections. Among the remnants, a few scattered words caught her eye: grouping, plan, underground, accompanied by incomprehensible lines that hinted at either a map or something else entirely. She endeavored to discern meaning from the scant words available. Yet the reference material was woefully insufficient. Ultimately, aside from the information they had acquired during their time at the Research Institute, no further useful data presented itself. The fragmented information was utterly perplexing, prompting her to set it aside. With the personnel from the Research Institute now missing, as well as the representatives from Maybank Pharmaceuticals, and with no means to contact the two directors, Tang Ning sensed the connection she had overlooked. Just as she finished her meal and prepared to tidy up, her keen eyes caught a glimpse of a blurred symbol in a charred corner. Setting down her bowl, she retrieved a nearly incinerated scrap of paper from the edge of the coffee table and scrutinized it under the television's glow, gradually discerning an unmistakable resemblance to the vast emblem displayed behind the anchor on screen. The corner of the paper bore the insignia of Maybank Pharmaceuticals. The corporation's name surfaced in the documents from the Research Institute that had been destroyed. A mere coincidence? Yet, Tang Ning quickly shifted her perspective. Indeed, Maybank Pharmaceuticals provided vaccines and chips for nationwide inoculation, while the Research Institute focused on studying the remains of infected individuals to extract relevant results. This seemed a rather standard procedure. Nearby lay another charred symbol, hand-drawn in geometric shapes, though it was too severely damaged to identify. Perhaps it was merely a notation made in haste by a researcher. With a sigh of relief, Tang Ning decided not to dwell further on her uncertainties regarding the missing personnel from the Institute, believing that only when communication was restored would answers become available. The rainy weather was indeed conducive to slumber. After applying ointment and consuming cat food, the little orange cat was left with only a faint whine of discomfort. However, the anticipated acid rain persisted, stretching into a full 3 days without any sign of abating. The television broadcast urgent notifications regarding the acid rain, intensifying their warnings as its corrosive nature escalated. Following a concentrated outbreak in the Eastern District, many felt apprehensive and chose to remain indoors. Yet, as 3 days passed and the household supplies dwindled, some daring souls ventured outside. Even a few minor internet celebrities took to live streaming their defiance, proclaiming that acid rain was not an unusual occurrence and assuring their viewers that, despite official warnings of its corrosive properties, carrying an umbrella would suffice to evade any issues. As she spoke, she turned the camera to the outside, extending her arm clad in a short-sleeved shirt into the gentle rain, allowing the droplets to dampen her palm. See, there's truly nothing to worry about. The concentrated infection has long been contained. The outside is quite safe, dear family. Many in the comments echoed her sentiments, asserting that the authorities were overreacting and that acid rain posed no real threat to human health. Yet, within mere hours, the once enthusiastic influencer, who had proudly showcased her outing, appeared before the camera with a slightly swollen arm. She was not the only one to tempt fate. Several influencers, within a single day, contributed tangible evidence to the assertion that acid rain indeed possesses corrosive properties. The school swiftly announced a suspension of classes, and numerous companies declared a shift to remote work, as the city briefly descended into silence. Of course, some, undeterred by the warnings, ventured out with umbrellas, and within half a day, posts began to emerge online detailing skin lesions. Chapter 18. Outdoing her with real-life examples at hand, many stubborn individuals finally ceased their defiance. However, as time progressed, several residents, unable to withstand hunger, reluctantly donned protective gear and braved the acid rain. The prices of raincoats skyrocketed, with sales reaching unprecedented heights. A day later, the rain persisted. Those venturing outside had learned their lesson, covering themselves thoroughly, fearful of exposing even a hint of skin to the corrosive droplets. By the third day, the rain showed no signs of abating and even intensified. Tang Ning stood inside the glass door of her balcony, absently sucking on a calcium straw, staring vacantly at the torrential downpour outside. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder and the swirling mist, it resembled a typical summer storm, albeit with a menacing corrosive edge. A figure clad in a raincoat, holding a large umbrella, emerged from the building's entrance, stepping cautiously into the deluge. Yet soon, the rain striking the umbrella produced a hissing sound, revealing a gash in the fabric. Rainwater cascaded through the hole, landing on the back of the man's exposed hand. inflicting the same corrosive sting. He yelped in pain, unable to endure the discomfort, and instinctively released his grip on the umbrella. As the tattered umbrella fell, the rain poured down relentlessly, instantly enveloping the man in his raincoat. The back of his exposed hand became red and swollen. Tang Ning was not alone in her observation from the window. Others gasped in shock, abandoning their intentions to procure food. Her gaze shifted to the vehicles parked in the courtyard. If memory served her correctly, one of those cars belonged to a family who had recently purchased it from the building opposite. The white paint, subjected to the assault of acid rain, was peeling, revealing the grayish-white undercoat beneath. After draining the last sip of milk, she tossed the bottle into her spatial ring and drew the balcony curtains shut once more. It seemed the corrosiveness of the acid rain was intensifying. Residents were unable to venture out, and no official rescue announcements had been issued. If this rain continues unabated, chaos may soon ensue. During the day, the proactive actions of the men have completely dissuaded others in the community from venturing outside. However, the homeowners group chat soon became quite lively. The area where Tang Ning resided was considered part of the old city, with houses that were neither entirely new nor too worn. The primary reason for her choice to rent here was the affordability. After securing her rental, the hunchbacked old security guard had added her to the group chat for ease of receiving notifications. Given the age of the district, most members of the homeowners group were tenants, with only a handful of original homeowners remaining, most of whom were quite elderly. The mother-son duo, Shu Hung and her child, residing beneath Tang Ning, were among the original inhabitants of the community and had generously offered her assistance several times when she first moved in. Nestled on her sofa, Tang Ning perused the messages in the community group while cradling her now-recovered little orange in her arms. My child's formula is about to run out. Does anyone have extras suitable for a 1-year-old that I could borrow? I will pay. I finished the last of the beer yesterday. Does anyone have extra food? I will pay double. With this dreadful weather, could it truly be the end of days? Damn it. My brand new car has already been corroded by acid rain, and the insurance company claims they cannot process claims in this weather. What a nightmare. Oh no, I just bought tickets to a concert. A couple of years ago, when the infections first appeared, they said it was the end of the world. Yet here we are, still living well. It's not the end of days. Sounds like someone has been indulging in too much fiction and developing paranoia. Of course, there were also those with ample provisions who took this opportunity to boast in the homeowners chat. After glancing at a portion of the messages, Tang Ning set her phone aside, losing interest. As for the end of the world, if this acid rain persisted, it was indeed a possibility. On the television, a reporter clad in a thick raincoat sat in a business vehicle, diligently fulfilling her duties. According to the Meteorological Bureau, this rainfall is expected to last approximately 7 days, with the acidity gradually diminishing over time. As factories halt operations and schools close, the government has activated the corresponding relief mechanisms. Residents are advised to remain calm. We will organize relevant teams to provide the most basic assistance. Nature may be merciless, but humanity is compassionate. United, we shall surely overcome this calamity. Behind a reporter's vehicle, shadows moved within a warehouse, seemingly transporting essential supplies. As the reporter continued speaking, Tang Ning lost interest. Her old community was situated on the outskirts of the city, and even if aid were forthcoming, it remained uncertain when it would reach their corner. The homeowners group chat continued to buzz incessantly, and feeling somewhat irritable, Tang Ning decided to mute the notifications. Meow. Little Orange had wriggled out of her embrace, eagerly tugging at her sleeve, demanding food with great urgency. You eat more than I do. Glancing at the empty canister on the floor, Tang Ning gave it a light tap, then retrieved another one from the shelf. This little orange cat was the stray she had encountered when she first moved into her rented apartment, seemingly discarded in a trash bin, its barely opened eyes reflecting a flicker of life. At that time, she had casually fed it a corn sausage, which she didn't particularly enjoy, and thus it had clung to her ever since. She remained mystified by how it knew her floor number, as it had vigilantly waited by her door for a fortnight, undeterred by inclement weather. Eventually, it had made itself at home. TSK. It could eat more than she could. Fortunately, All the contribution points she earned from her cleaning tasks had been exchanged for food, which she had stored in her spatial ring, enough to sustain her for half a lifetime. While the little orange cat immersed itself in its meal, Tang Ning took a moment to inspect its swollen and festering wounds. The original ulcer on its nape had begun to scab over. Although still red and inflamed, it had improved compared to its initial state. Evidently, the ointment had some efficacy. In just a few bites, the cat had devoured an entire can of cat food, and, still wanting more, began to nudge her insistently. Just as Tang Ning prepared to lecture it once more, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The struggling little orange cat let out an indignant mew before retreating into the bedroom, leaving Tang Ning to disregard it as she made her way to the door. Chapter 19. More capable than a pig upon opening the door, she was greeted by a somewhat familiar elderly woman. The moment the old lady laid eyes on Tang Ning, her wrinkled face broke into a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum as she rubbed her hands together, her gaze darting inside the apartment. Tang Ning stepped forward, subtly blocking the woman's line of sight, and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Suddenly recalling, she remembered this woman lived on the second floor and spent her days gossiping at the courtyard entrance, her two grown sons having moved out, leaving her with only her young granddaughter. She was known for her stinginess and sharp tongue. While speaking, the old lady attempted to push her way inside. Tang Ning, maintaining her composure, met her gaze firmly and shook her head decisively. No. She resided on the 6th floor. With several floors in between and the lack of any food offerings from the old lady's second-floor abode, she was even less inclined to share anything here. Her memory was sharp. She recalled how the woman had judged her upon her arrival, insinuating that a young girl living alone must have run away from home and was up to no good. Such a notorious gossip. She certainly would not part with her possessions for the likes of her. Young lady, it is not right to behave in such a manner. We are neighbors in the same building. We ought to help each other, the old woman continued, her words dripping with condescension. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Ning stepped back and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. The elderly woman, taken aback. Knock, knock, knock. Respect for the elderly and love for the young. Do you not understand? A heartless girl like you. The incessant knocking was accompanied by the woman's sharp and coarse reprimands from outside. Tang Ning resolutely inserted earplugs, feeling at a loss for activities. I was about to indulge in a solitary mobile game when I noticed that the group chat had reached a staggering 99 messages, many of which were directed at her. Among them was a message from Shu Hong sent just 5 minutes prior, mentioning that an elderly woman had knocked on doors along the way, questioning those who didn't answer, while those who did were coerced into giving her food, advising Tang Ning to ignore her. I casually sent out "I'm here" sticker, and soon enough, the monkey chimed in. "Ningjia, how are things on your end? Is there any food left?" Xi and Lu also joined the conversation, promptly sharing a photo of instant noodles. "I still have plenty of instant noodles here. If anyone is on the verge of starvation, feel free to come and get some." Little 5, I have 2 boxes of instant noodles left, enough to last me half a month. Monkey, can I come over with some luncheon meat? Lu. Bonus, a handsome loyal dog, winking. Xin Lu, Zhu. Monkey, to hit is to care, Queen Lu. I knew you cherished me. By the way, Fatty, are you sure you haven't caught anything? Just remember to share the contribution points evenly before you kick the bucket. Fatty, get lost. I'm still as handsome as ever. Tang Ning. Well, the abnormality remained delightfully unchanged. It was good. The elderly woman at the door had seemingly departed at some point, for when Tang Ning removed her earbuds, silence enveloped the outside. As for the woman's cryptic remarks in the owner's group chat, she chose to ignore them, noting them down discreetly. As reported in the news, the acid rain gradually lessened by the 5th day. By afternoon, it finally ceased. The once restrained community erupted in brief cheers. The bold among them, still wrapped up tightly, cautiously ventured out of their apartment doors. After a few minutes, confirming that the rain had indeed stopped, those who had stepped outside jubilantly discarded their raincoats. More people emerged from their homes, basking in the long-awaited sunlight, welcoming the rare clear day. Some, upon exiting, hastily inspected their vehicles, now marred by corrosion, anxiously calling their insurance companies to demand immediate assistance for compensation. Tang Ning, after a long hiatus, opened the glass door to the balcony, greeted by the moist air, imbued with an indescribable fragrance. Though her supplies were ample, she decided to venture out and explore. The enigmas of the Research Institute, the mysteries surrounding Maybang Pharmaceuticals, and her peculiar teammates warranted a gathering. Meow meow. I know, you little glutton. Tang Ning impatiently retrieved 2 cans of salmon from her spatial ring, placing them on the ground. It was uncertain whether this was a trait of the orange cat breed or simply a quirk of her particularly gluttonous feline. In just 5 days, aside from the daily cat food, she had already opened over 10 cans for it. It could rival a pig in its appetite. Returning to her room, she changed into a snug black long-sleeve top and trousers. After a moment's contemplation, she checked the protective gear nestled within her ring. As she reached the door, she recalled the recent appetite of her little orange cat and decided to open 2 more cans of food for it, placing them in the corner. Satisfied that everything was in order, Tang Ning donned her boots and stepped outside. The neighborhood was already bustling, with many residents on their way to a clearly defined destination, the supermarket just 300 meters away. After spending too long at home and feeling quite hungry, it was only natural that her first task was to procure some sustenance. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Xu Heng, who was also preparing to leave. They exchanged greetings before she continued on her way. The ground remained damp, though devoid of puddles. Tang Ning made her way to a secluded spot where she retrieved her small electric scooter, aiming for a large warehouse-style supermarket situated 3 kilometers away. She envisioned the exhilarating transformation from a mere pawn in the Star Thieves game to a retail titan. Upon arriving at the supermarket, she found the parking lot brimming with vehicles, a testament to the collective intent of the shoppers. Chapter 20, Mass Infection. It is raining. Mom, I haven't had yogurt in ages. Please buy some more. The collective shopping spree had illuminated a vital truth. One must always maintain a reserve of provisions. Tang Ning adjusted her cap and resolutely navigated through the crowd towards the shopping cart area, just as her hand brushed against the cart's handle. The rain fell again without warning. What on earth, not again? She exclaimed, frustrated as her hand was caught in the downpour. With the sudden onset of rain, the previously animated discussions about shopping spiraled into chaos. The crowd, now drenched, felt the sting of the rain on their necks, arms, and faces, visibly swelling in response. Gripping the shopping cart handle, Tang Ning was relieved to find herself sheltered from the rain's assault. As people regained their senses, they frantically rushed towards the newly opened warehouse supermarket, fearing that delay would lead to worse consequences. They jostled one another, trampling the retractable barriers at the entrance, with cries of distress echoing as some fell to the ground. Just as she had been grateful for her dry state, Tang Ning's relief was short-lived. Detection warning. Target individual within 5 meters. Will reach infection threshold in 3 minutes. Cleaners, please exercise caution. Repeat, cleaners, please exercise caution. Detection warning. Target task within 3 meters. Will arrive in 3 minutes. Detection warning. 2 meters ahead. Warning. A flurry of warning prompts suddenly filled her vision, freezing momentarily as Tang Ning tightened her grip on the shopping cart handle, instinctively glancing toward the downpour outside. Mass infection. It is the rain. The entrance of the supermarket was a writhing mass of at least 100 individuals, with more fleeing from outside. As the crowd swelled, the warning prompts became a chaotic blur. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ning resolutely abandoned the shopping cart. A thought summoned her laser gun from the spatial ring into her hand, and she aimed it at the nearest infected individual, firing without hesitation. After each task, the laser gun would be submitted for data recording. The unforeseen circumstances at the Research Institute unexpectedly granted her an opportunity to profit. For each infected being she eliminated, 300 points for 1, 600 for 2, 900 for 3, and 1,200 for 4, Tang Ning silently tallied the contributions in her mind, knowing that these points could afford her several tons of exquisite delicacies. Navigating skillfully through the chaotic crowd, after dispatching over 100 infected, the energy source of her laser gun was once again critically low, prompting Tang Ning to resort to her extraordinary ability, conjuring tendrils to continue the fight. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Not only were there the recently mutated infected at the entrance, but also those further afield, hastening towards her as if drawn by a gathering storm. Damn it, do the infected not adhere to any limitations on their emergence? As she watched the numbers swell in the rain, her vision filled with a sea of faces, Tang Ning finally reached her breaking point. What a farce! Even as a cleaner, tasked with extermination, she could not withstand the simultaneous eruption of infection from hundreds of individuals. Contribution points were crucial, but survival was paramount. The cacophony of wails and anguished screams reverberated through the torrential downpour, and as she spun into the supermarket, her peripheral vision caught sight of others inside, their skin taking on a ghastly hue. The grotesque intertwining of blood and malevolence spread with reckless abandon. Witnessing this scene, the already chaotic entrance descended further into mayhem. The fortunate souls who had entered the supermarket first, in a state of terror, frantically sought security personnel to shut the doors. Damn it! Aren't you cleaners? Why aren't you taking action? Hurry, kill them. It's your job. Do you wish to condemn us all? Close the door, for heaven's sake. I don't want to die. Where's everyone? Close the door, or we are doomed when they burst in. Suddenly, a woman, frantically urging for the door to be closed, let out a piercing scream, her hands instinctively clutching her throat, blood gushing forth beneath her palm. Unbeknownst to her, the woman beside her, pushing a shopping cart, had become a grotesque spectacle, her face marred by dark veins, her eyes transformed into a ghastly gray, remnants of blood and flesh clinging to the corners of her mouth. The crimson blood sprayed uncontrollably as the woman lunged forward, roaring in a frenzy, intent on attacking once more. Those nearby, realizing the peril, quickly grabbed their bags and struck the woman's head, shouting for assistance. Those closer screamed and retreated in haste. In the chaos, someone, seizing the opportunity while the woman was distracted, reached out to pull an injured man back. "You're all right." But before the words could fully escape, the man turned, tackling the rescuer to the ground, biting into the soft flesh of the abdomen. With a savage pull, he tore out the writhing intestines, not pausing for a reaction before shoving them into his mouth. The sound of crunching echoed. "Oh no, he has been infected. What the hell are you doing, Move?" The sudden transformation sent the already panicked crowd into a frenzy. The man whose intestines had been torn out did not linger on the ground for long. Soon, he exhibited signs of infection. In a short while, he stiffly and grotesquely rose from the earth, joining the frenzied throng. An elderly man, unable to evade in time, was pinned down by 2 or 3 infected individuals who voraciously gnawed at him. From a not-so-distant vantage point, Tang Ning could distinctly discern the shattered white bones amidst the blurred flesh being consumed. The elderly man's agonized wails were swiftly supplanted by the labored, guttural breaths of the infected, who also succumbed to the madness. As chaos reigned around her, Tang Ning had already surged past a shopping cart that obstructed her path and dashed into the supermarket. Observing the tumultuous scene outside, she briefly contemplated whether to lend assistance, as there were others inside who shared her stroke of luck. However, upon hearing the vitriolic accusations hurled by those outside, she dismissed the thought. Their lives were precious, but hers was not. Moreover, she was there to contribute, not to vanquish demons or rescue the damned, particularly as the infection spread with alarming rapidity. In mere moments, the majority of those who had been clamoring were already displaying unmistakable symptoms of infection: ravenous bites, piercing screams, the dull, bloody sound of chewing, and the chaotic clamor of frantic footsteps. Blood splattered everywhere. Increasingly, those caught in the rain lost consciousness, instinctively seeking delectable prey after being attacked or turning to attack themselves. Chapter 21: A Profane Utterance, uncertain if it should be spoken. The true apocalypse had unfurled its horrific curtain. As she ran, Tang Ning watched helplessly as the glass doors of the supermarket were swiftly shut by those inside, barricaded further by several large garbage bins. Accompanying this frantic act were loud curses, instructing her to fend off the infected outside and not to enter. Tang Ning, a profane utterance, uncertain if it should be spoken. Then, in a life-or-death moment, she rapidly retracted the length of her vines, using the contracting force to slide in. "What are you doing here? Get out. There are so many infected outside." Seeing Tang Ning enter, The man who had been injured by the vines rose from the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You are utterly reckless. Speak again, and I will throw you out." Having already simmered with frustration from earlier confrontations, Tang Ning's face darkened further at being morally berated. Yes, she was a cleaner, but that did not imply she bore the so-called noble duty of self-sacrifice. "What is wrong with you? What is your number? I will be the first to file a complaint against you when we get out. Get lost, shameless one. If we die, it will be your fault. Close the door. You lunatic, stop arguing." As the horde of infected drew ever closer, the foul stench already reaching their nostrils, the individuals inside panicked. "Go to hell." Taking advantage of Tang Ning's momentary distraction, the man pushed her outward. As long as this woman remained at the entrance, she could delay the advance of the infected, thus prolonging their chance of survival. "To die in our stead would be your honor." His words, laced with disdain, also carried a subtle hint of delight. Tang Ning? No. On what basis does he believe he can be easily bullied? Vines shattered glass, binding the man at the waist and hurling him towards the parade outside with unerring speed. "Oh, the devil! She has killed him! Run, run! This way! To the safety exit! Close the door! Don't let her in! Hurry! That woman is coming!" The pursuing infected surged through the shattered glass side door, howling like a swarm of sardines. Sensing the delectable offerings deep within the supermarket, the infected turned in unison towards the same direction, as if they had locked onto their prey, chasing after the fortunate ones. "Do you wish for her to meet her demise? Huh, you better pray for your own safety." Tang Ning sneered, redirecting her course toward another safety exit. Her swift movements soon attracted the attention of the howling infected, who lumbered in her direction with a stiff gait. "Hurry, they're catching up." A woman's terrified scream echoed nearby, accompanied by the sound of another door slamming shut, followed by the chaotic thud of falling objects. As Tang Ning swiftly rounded a corner, she couldn't help but mentally berate the situation. "Damn it, I could have waited for her to get inside. Now I have to run even farther." While sprinting, she kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings, noting the absence of any other living souls. Once again, she unleashed her vine abilities. Delicate tendrils shot towards the nearest infected's neck, wrapping around it several times before tightening with a sickening sound. The head, accompanied by dark blood, tumbled to the ground, while the disoriented body staggered forward a few more steps before collapsing. The subsequent infected were undeterred. Utilizing the cover of the shelves, Tang Ning fervently summoned her powers, flinging vines at her pursuers. The slender tendrils, adorned with fluttering leaves, ensnared the infected's necks and limbs. Lacking the strength to decapitate them all, she simply hurled them towards the shelves. Not seeking a swift kill, she aimed only to impede their progress. Gradually, as her powers waned, the relentless number of infected began to dwindle. There, at last, she spotted another glowing green safety exit sign. With a swift motion, she dashed into the safety corridor and promptly closed the heavy door, securing it with a chain from her spatial ring, wrapping it around the handle multiple times to ensure it could not be pushed open from the outside. Finally, she collapsed onto the ground. Damn it, she was nearly out of breath. Gasping for air, Tang Ning wiped the sweat from her brow, realizing her back was drenched. As she paused, a chilling sensation enveloped her spine. The pursuing infected were halted by the safety door, hissing and banging against it, desperate to enter. Is this never-ending? Tang Ning let out a soft sigh, supporting her waist as she hurried down the safety passage to the lower level. Fortunately, the entrance to the lower level was filled with an abundance of packaged furniture. Enduring her trembling legs, Tang Ning closed the passage door and, while maneuvering vines, stacked several large items in front of her. Following the structural diagram affixed to the wall, she replicated the process for the remaining 2 safety passages. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, she slumped against the wall and collapsed onto the floor. What a bunch of people. Truly unfortunate circumstances. Had she known she would encounter this ordeal, she would have never ventured outside. Taking a bottle of water, she gulped down half of it in a few swigs and rested for a while before regaining her composure. She pulled out her phone, and the group chat of the 5 members was abuzz. The chubby member wrote, "Have you all seen the news? An outbreak of infections has occurred." Su Wu replied, There are infected individuals everywhere beneath my building. I almost stepped outside. Xian added, "Damn it, Ning, it seems your area is a disaster zone. The rescue teams can't even get through. How are you holding up? You didn't go outside, did you?" Chapter 22, Life Principle, where the star pirates pass. Not a blade of grass remains. Beyond that, no further discussion ensued. If these few were to know that she was trapped in a supermarket, not only pursued by hordes of infected individuals, but also repeatedly pushed back outside, they would surely find a way to rush over, all while mocking her. There was no need for that, truly no need. Little Orange had 4 cans. She wouldn't starve in a day. It was uncertain, however, how foul her language would be after a day without seeing her. Xian commented, "It's good that you're all right, Ning. The outside is in complete chaos now. It's better for you to avoid unnecessary outings." The chubby member added, "We still can't reach anyone at the research institute. Do you have any thoughts?" The questions arising from the few documents he had seen burned at the institute lingered in his mind, and he yearned to uncover the truth. Otherwise, the throngs of infected outside would surely increase by one more. "I have no thoughts. I just want to survive," Tang Ning typed and hit send, but the loading circle kept spinning. No signal. After several failed attempts, she felt disheartened. After resting for a moment, she hastily ate a few bites of bread and washed them down with water before finally leaning against the wall to rise. She found the switch and turned on the overhead lights. Brightness replaced the dimness, and once her eyes adjusted, she lowered her hand from before her eyes. What met her gaze was an expanse of towering shelves, filled to the brim with neatly stacked cardboard boxes reaching heights of 6 or 7 meters. The outermost folders contained detailed lists and quantities of the items on each shelf. Since she couldn't leave for the time being, Tang Ning decided to take out a bottle of calcium from her ring, inserting a straw and sipping while wandering around. This level resembled a warehouse, primarily filled with securely packaged boxes containing a variety of items in considerable quantities. As she strolled, her deeply buried nature began to surface. Her ring contained numerous items. Though nearly all were consumables, not a single piece of furniture or appliance could be found within. In such a vast warehouse, surely, a few items could be discreetly taken without notice. But she was a star thief, after all, adhering to a life philosophy that emphasized leaving no trace behind. Indeed, it was this overly comfortable existence that had caused her to forget her original aspirations. Giving herself a swift slap, Tang Ning felt the fire rekindle in her eyes. The chaos outside had escalated, and it seemed the apocalyptic scenario described by the interstellar adjudicator was about to unfold. Even if she emptied this place, who would come after her? And if she were caught, she was certainly no fool like the captain. Lost in her thoughts, a smile crept across Tang Ning's face, growing wider with each passing moment. Of course, as a competent star thief, she maintained a healthy sense of vigilance. If she disabled the surveillance, who would suspect her? With a mask and a cap firmly in place, she located the monitoring room on this level. With a display of brute force, she dismantled the locked door, casting it aside, and proceeded to smash the mainframe until it emitted smoke, finally ceasing her assault. Who had the time to meticulously destroy each camera? With the mainframe dealt with, she had secured her anonymity. Rushing to the initial section of the shelves, she began to touch them. Every shelf her hands graced, along with all its contents, vanished without a trace. One after another, she cleared the second, third, and fourth shelves, leaving no remnants behind, not even the folders that hung above. The efficiency was exhilarating, far surpassing the satisfaction of exchanging contribution points. Half an hour later, Tang Ning's hands met the towering shelves once more, yet this time, they resisted her touch. After a couple more attempts yielded no results, she discarded an empty bottle and realized the truth. Her spatial ring was full. This particular ring had been stolen during a prior heist. With a capacity just over 1,000 square feet, barely enough for 2 small interstellar shuttles, and she had once regarded it with disdain. Now, faced with hundreds of overflowing shelves, a pained expression crossed her face. However, a thought struck her. She probed the ring's interior with her mental energy, searching meticulously. Before long, dozens of rings materialized in her hand. Their styles were similar, but the quantity was impressive. She could store more. Indeed, although the captain had departed, he had left her with invaluable treasures. These spatial rings were once deemed unworthy by the captain, casually tossed to her for amusement. Now, they were finally put to good use. Among them, one particularly striking obsidian ring, gleaming with a unique allure, had been pilfered from some unknown source. After all, they were all stolen goods. It mattered little where they originated. With all 10 fingers adorned with spatial rings, Tang Ning once again embarked on her diligent scavenging operation. Clothing and accessories? Collected. Shoes, hats, and bags? Acquired. Sofas and televisions? Secured. Even the outdoor items, the down sleeping bags, cosmetics, and teas and cigarettes, which she hardly bothered to count, were all gathered with enthusiasm. In the blink of an eye, 2 more rings were filled to the brim. For the first time, Tang Ning realized that thievery could be quite a laborious endeavor. After 2 solid hours of tireless work, the vast warehouse lay completely emptied of its contents. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Ah, what a thrill! All those gleaming star coins, now hers. Seated on the solitary survivor sofa, she raised her hands towards the warm golden light, gazing at the numerous spatial rings adorning her fingers, unable to contain her excitement. This haul equaled the spoils of several years for an entire band of space pirates. Perhaps once her exile concluded, she could negotiate the matter of usurping leadership with that captain. After thoroughly admiring her ring-laden hands, Tang Ning began to remove them one by one, nesting them inside each other and ultimately tossing them into the original ring. Meanwhile, she contemplated the remaining 10 or so rings, each with a modest 100 square meters of space yet unfilled. Perhaps she could devise a plan to gift them to her conspicuous teammates once she exited. Chapter 23. Hadn't brushed her teeth in 3 days. Her mouth stank awfully. No, she must prepare some provisions for them. After all, one does not present an empty package as a gift. As teammates, a little kindness was in order. While mulling over this, she recalled the 2 pathways that had closed before her eyes earlier. She remembered their contemptuous faces well, wishing to shut her out, even desiring her demise. Very well, indeed. If such individuals thrived, her mood would certainly not remain bright. Tang Ning had visited this warehouse-style supermarket several times. It boasted 5 levels, 2 underground and 3 above. She had only collected items from 1 level, leaving the remaining 4 for those scoundrels, which she found unacceptable. Rising from her seat, she traversed the empty space and once more stood before the floor plan affixed to the wall. Feeling slightly dizzy, she yanked it down with some vines and placed it on the ground. The 5-story warehouse had 2 underground levels designated as storage. All incoming goods were piled high there. The level she had raided was the first underground one, with another level beneath it, half serving as a logistics transfer area and half designated for parking. The 3 upper levels were all arranged in an open display format. The first floor showcased various brand counters, jewelry, leather goods, and assorted clothing. The second floor was dedicated to home textiles, appliances, and various tools, while the third floor housed fresh and frozen produce. Altogether, it spanned tens of thousands of square meters. Naturally, she intended to collect the remaining items on the lower level as well. As for the 3 floors above ground, it is only natural that there would be nothing left. The entire area consists of 5 levels, equipped with 5 safety passages. Aside from 2 that descend directly to the underground levels, the remaining 3 are solely accessible from the ground. Regarding the elevators, there are merely 2 freight elevators that can reach the second underground level. The infected are not astute enough to take the elevator down themselves. Yet to be on the safe side, she had previously blocked the elevator doors with some items while passing by during the collection of supplies. She had made significant purchases of fresh and frozen goods here, the quality being quite commendable. It would be a considerable waste to leave it for those few ungrateful, fortunate souls. The safety passages had been obstructed by her, rendering them temporarily inaccessible. Thus, she decided to collect the items from the second underground level first. After all, the infected outside would not disperse in the immediate future, and she had no intention of altruistically ascending to rescue anyone. Glancing at her completely signal-less phone, she noted that it was just past 5 in the afternoon, nearly dinner time. Tang Ning cheerfully retrieved a small square table from her collected items, along with a self-heating hot pot, a box of grilled meat, and a chilled bottle of cola. She opened the electronic pickled vegetables she had downloaded on her phone and happily commenced her dinner journey. How delightful! After indulging in her meal and relaxing on the sofa with a cup of yogurt for digestion, she finally rose to tidy up the sofa, stretching her neck and legs. She made her way towards the safety passage entwined with layers of iron chains. Before removing the chains, she held her breath and pressed her ear against the door to listen for any sounds outside. A gust of wind slipped through the door's crevice, carrying a musty, dusty scent, yet lacking the distinct stench of the infected or the iron-like tang of blood. It appeared that the outside was likely safe. After listening for a while and confirming the absence of any noise, Tang Ning carefully stored the iron chains in her spatial ring and gently pulled open the heavy safety door. The fire escape was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the green glow of the indicator light in the corner. Turning to softly close the door behind her, she secured it with the iron chains from the outside, and then, on tiptoe, she proceeded down to the lower level. The short passageway was traversed in less than a minute, leading to another gray-white safety door. Listening carefully, she detected no sound. She reached for the handle and swiftly entered, only to unexpectedly find herself face-to-face with an infected individual standing in the corner, mere inches away. The foul odor assaulted her senses, causing her scalp to prickle. Damn it! Instinctively, Tang Ning reached for her laser gun, but upon grasping it, she remembered the absence of an energy source. In a hurry, she flung out her vines like a whip towards the infected. The infected stood motionless, absorbing the blow, which made Tang Ning realize something was amiss. This infected individual was not even fully upright. Its lower half had long since vanished, leaving only the upper body, grotesquely wedged between the railing. Its hands clutching the bar beside the small slope, entirely rigid. The mutated figure bore a grayish-blue visage, half of its facial skin eroded away by acid rain, revealing the stark whiteness of its exposed bones. The drooping eyeball, tinged with blood, swayed precariously beside its cheek, reflecting an expression of sheer terror. It appeared to be yet another unfortunate soul who had succumbed to the assault of the infected. Goodness, it nearly terrified me to death. Fortunately, this unfortunate being had perished. Otherwise, given the proximity, I might have found myself unwittingly joining the parade of horrors. As I exhaled in relief, my racing heart was once more seized by trepidation. If there was a corpse, it inevitably implied the presence of the living. Sure enough, before I could catch my breath, faint noises emerged from a distance. The heavy, dragging footsteps echoed, accompanied by labored gasps. Around the corner, several wandering infected appeared. Among them was one who, despite having lost a leg and an arm, tenaciously crawled after the group, propelling himself forward with great effort. My word, how is this even possible? I exclaimed as the infected, alerted by the noise, turned toward my direction like sunflowers seeking the sun. Their previously slow and dazed movements transformed into an excited frenzy as they charged toward me. Chase, chase, chase. Chase your own mother. I certainly do not wish to be the progeny of such hideous beings, having neglected oral hygiene for 3 days. These wretched creatures emitted a foul stench. The writhing infected on the ground hissed in agitation, and I could not resist striking out with a vine. You disgraceful spawn. If you must emulate something, why not a more dignified creature than a maggot? Truly, it was repulsive beyond measure, fueled by the earlier fright. My vine spread like the serpentine locks of Medusa, ensnaring and tearing apart the infected behind me. The sound of flesh tearing filled the air, leaving behind a pile of severed limbs. Ah, and you nearly overlooked. Chapter 24, A Family, after all. It's most important to be whole, observing the last tenacious survivor desperate to engage with me. I directed one of my vines to launch him towards the ceiling. Thud! With a few spasmodic twitches, he fell silent. After all, a family must remain intact. The surroundings fell quiet once more. I stood still for a moment, ensuring no further disturbances lingered, before making my way to the previous site of dissection. The vines methodically delivered fatal strikes, penetrating the infected heads at the temples. Aside from a few traces of dark, viscous blood, and a powdery substance resembling tofu. Nothing of interest was discovered. It seemed that not every infected possessed that peculiar crystal within their minds. TSK, look at you all. Why such a lack of effort? I felt a twinge of disappointment, tempered by relief. If all of them were evolved infected, I would certainly find myself in dire straits. The second basement level appeared to be occupied by employees returning to work and customers parking their vehicles, with a relatively modest number present. Now that the situation had been resolved, this floor could be deemed temporarily secure. Donning a headlamp, Tang Ning had no intention of wasting further time searching for the power switch. The shelves remained lined with an abundance of logistical boxes and wooden crates, all awaiting collection. After a half-hour of diligent effort, Tang Ning stretched her neck, her gaze drifting towards the underground parking lot visible through the half-wall of glass. Forklifts, transfer vehicles, trucks, and patrol cars stood neatly parked, resembling sentinels on duty. In the distance, private vehicles belonging to customers were also visible. Having come this far, she resolved to finish the task at hand, collecting everything. As she approached the entrance, the dampness of the rain began to seep in, bringing with it a foul odor. Tang Ning frowned in discomfort and promptly donned a mask. Outside the underground garage, a considerable number of infected individuals had gathered, raising their heads to gaze skyward amidst the downpour, akin to young sprouts yearning for nurturing spring rain. If one were to disregard their appearance, that is, calculating in her mind, she realized the number was beyond what she could manage alone, prompting her to abandon the nearest vehicles and quietly retreat. As she returned, she remembered to secure the final safety passage door, blocking it once more. In the first basement, the iron chains remained intact. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Ning decided to muster her resolve and seize the opportunity to collect the supplies from above. It was already past 7, and little Orange awaited her lonely return at home. She wondered if the little creature might miss her so much that it would climb onto her bed and leave a mess. Currently undergoing a series of physical changes, the irritable little Orange had taken to destroying the cabinet and dragging out cat food. The safety passage offered little ventilation. Continuing upward from the first basement, the air became increasingly tainted with the sense of rust and decay. As she approached the passage door, the stench intensified, almost palpable, with some unknown reddish-brown liquid seeping through the cracks in the ground, still not fully dried. It seemed the situation on the first floor was far from pleasant. Resolutely, Tang Ning abandoned the supplies on the first floor and followed the corridor as it turned, heading straight for the second floor. The passage leading to the second floor was shrouded in darkness. Upon ascending the last step, Tang Ning paused by the door for a moment, ensuring no strange sounds emanated from within before reaching out to push it open. The fire door remained unyielding. Locked? She pushed a couple more times, only to hear a dull sound, as if something was being scraped inside. Indeed, it was locked, likely obstructed by a considerable pile of items. The occupants inside had heard the commotion. Someone approached, their voice deep and menacing, tinged with a threat. "There are people in here. Go somewhere else. Step aside. This is our territory. Dare to intrude, and we'll end you." The voices were both male and female, and after their proclamation, silence fell once more. At this, Tang Ning's expression hardened. "And me? Tell me to leave?" The voice from within sounded somewhat familiar. Upon reflecting on the door that had abruptly closed before her eyes on the first floor, Tang Ning was struck by a realization. It was those few individuals. It appeared that the fortunate ones had secured the emergency exit on the first floor before ascending the staircase to the second. While it was not impossible to forcibly dismantle the door, Tang Ning deemed it unnecessary. The distance to the first floor was not particularly great, and any violent attempt would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion. If it attracted the wandering infected from the first floor, she, like the individuals inside, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. Clearly, attempting to enter through that door was unrealistic. Unfortunately, the entire mall's emergency exits were not interconnected. Aside from a blocked door, she had no means of passage unless she could somehow phase through the wall. Phase through the wall? Perhaps it would be wiser to remain cautious. With that thought, Tang Ning raised her gaze, gradually focusing on the next level above. The third floor held her interest. It was there that a plethora of food awaited her. Regrettably, The door on the third floor was similarly obstructed from within. She pushed against it, creating a slight gap, but it remained immovable. Just as she prepared to lean in and discern any sounds from within, a foul, putrid odor wafted through the crevice. Holding her breath, Tang Ning bent down to peer through the narrow opening. To her astonishment, a grayish-white eyeball suddenly appeared, rolling and fixated on her. It was an infected. This marked her first encounter in such close proximity, allowing her to glimpse the dark veins coursing through the infected's pallid eye. Tang Ning stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance against the railing behind her. Goodness, it nearly frightened her to death. The intimate gaze had evidently drawn the attention of the infected within. The sounds of chaotic footsteps and the dull thud against the emergency door soon followed. The sudden uproar even ignited a surge of exhilaration within her. What a thrill! Startled, Tang Ning hesitated to approach the door again. Merely peering through the gap, she had witnessed dozens of grotesque heads clambering toward the entrance. And this was just the number near the emergency exit. The vast supermarket, spanning over 10,000 square meters on a single floor, could harbor countless others still unaware of her presence. Chapter 25. Fishing for evidence just from the commotion, one could envision the sheer number of infected inside. It seemed this route was temporarily unfeasible. To prevent the excited infected from breaching the emergency exit, she reluctantly decided to forego her plans, utilizing several large boxes stored in the basement to seal the entrance securely. She had no idea what lay within those boxes, but they were surprisingly heavy. Yet, contemplating the treasures inside, which she might never acquire even with 20 years' worth of contribution points, Tang Ning felt a pang of regret for the wealth that was tantalizingly out of reach. The inability to pocket such near riches was indeed a cruel twist of fate. Turning her head, Tang Ning noticed that there were still steps leading upward. She patted her heart to soothe her tender spirit, which had been wounded, and continued onward. Upon reaching the end, at the corner where the steps rose 4 or 5 levels, an iron door appeared before her. This door was located at the end of the fire escape, and as she gazed at the solitary entrance, she speculated that if she were to exit through there, it would likely lead directly to the rooftop. Circumventing the rooftop, there was another exit to the fire escape at the diagonal position. If fortune smiled upon her, she might be able to explore that route to see if it offered a descent. However, Tang Ning surmised that it had probably been secured by the fortunate few. After all, the third floor was teeming with infected individuals, and those fortunate ones likely weren't foolish enough to leave the door ajar. But that was of little consequence. Moreover, her objective was not merely to take a leisurely detour to descend from the other side. Rather, she envisioned the possibility of creating a hole in the rooftop. By drilling down from the rooftop, she could breach the ceiling and execute a surprise attack from above. For every infected that approached, one could be struck down. Should 2 come, both would meet their doom, like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Merely contemplating it sent a thrill through her. As for that iron door, she had no intention of tampering with it. By drilling a hole above the door, she could leverage the height for an additional layer of safety. Furthermore, she could engage in a sort of entrapment, randomly selecting the fortunate ones to emerge from the hole and admire the rooftop view. Those unable to compose an 800-word reflection would be eliminated. Once she managed to reduce the number of adorable little beings on the third floor to a manageable level, she could descend from above and deliver a grand surprise. Giggling at the thought, as for the treasures inside, they would all belong to her, a celestial pirate, leaving no trace behind. Reaching the door, Tang Ning flexed her wrists and assessed the height above. A ceiling height of 2 to 3 meters. Unless the infected were on stilts, they should be unable to climb up. Confirming her position, Tang Ning no longer hesitated. She retrieved her blocking suit and wrapped herself securely, then donned a set of tactical clothing over it, along with a motorcycle helmet of uncertain origin, lowering the visor. Taking a step back, she rummaged through her spatial ring and retrieved several thick blankets from her bedroom, spreading them out on the ground to muffle any sound that might arise. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, she summoned her vine abilities. The delicate, slender vines, adorned with tiny leaves, appeared rather feeble. Tang Ning manipulated several small vines to intertwine, forming a slender cone and then aimed it at the area above. Buzz! The drilling operation commenced. As the vines twisted rapidly, dust cascaded downwards, soon soiling the blankets laid beneath. In former times, she might have felt a pang of regret, given that those blankets had been procured with her hard-earned contribution points. However, times had changed. She was now Tang Ning, the invincible and fabulously wealthy future self, destined for a life of ease. As the last vestige of her power dissipated, an irregular hole of half a square meter appeared above her. Outside, torrential rain poured down, saturating the blankets in mere moments. Accompanied by a hissing sound, the dampened areas began to discolor, swiftly corroding into a constellation of tiny holes. Oh my, is it raining or is it sulfuric acid? The volume of precipitation and its corrosive nature are certainly beyond what her equipment can endure. It appears that the game cannot be played for the time being. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Ning rummaged through her spatial ring for quite a while and eventually unearthed a large bathtub, still in its unopened packaging. Ah, a gift from a subterranean level. She unwrapped the packaging and positioned the bathtub directly beneath the cave's entrance with vines, thus creating a sizable rainwater collector. Although she was uncertain of the utility of collecting this acid rain, she figured it was better to gather it nonetheless. Who knows, it might prove useful in the future. Observing the elevator door she had blocked, a plan hatched in her mind. On the second floor, a man who had been leaning against the wall inside the corridor finally set down the fire extinguisher after confirming that all was quiet outside. Damn, it's a good thing we acted swiftly and barricaded the door. Had we been a moment late, it would have been disastrous. He had heard that woman's voice outside, recalling the ruthless woman who had tossed someone into the horde of infected without hesitation. He shuddered involuntarily. How merciless! If such a person were to enter, would they even survive? All right. Let us keep our chatter to a minimum. Yong, go check if the fire escape on that side is blocked. If those things come crashing down on us from above, we will truly be finished. When the sudden downpour began, he had already reached the supermarket entrance. It was fortunate that he reacted quickly when the woman beside him transformed. He immediately pushed another person forward to intercept her and sprinted inside. Seeing someone else attempting to shut the door, he forcefully wedged his way in, relying on sheer strength. Otherwise, he would have been the one to perish. Upon entering, he did not forget to give a lesson to the one who attempted to close the door, thereby establishing his leadership. The man whose name was called could only muster no courage to resist against Zhang Chang's fierce demeanor. Reluctantly picking up the fire extinguisher again and silently making his way through the shelves towards the safety passage on the other side. Yongo, wait for me. I'll go with you. A modestly dressed girl rose from the display bed and hurried to keep pace with Yu Yong. Xiaojia, why don't you rest over there? Why are you following me? Yu Yong questioned. Xiaojia quickened her steps, closely trailing by his side, her voice trembling slightly. I am scared. Chapter 26. It's a bit smoky. They both hailed from the same place and worked at the same location, even renting in the same building and unit. Yu Yong harbored a vague affection for Xiaojia, yet felt shy to express it. He had initially intended to seize this opportunity of shopping together to confess, but the current situation had derailed his thoughts. Moreover, Zhang Chang's intimidating manner had completely frightened him, causing any notions of confession to vanish from his mind. Don't worry, I'm here. I will protect you, Yu Yong declared, thumping his chest confidently. MHM. Xiaojia nodded gently, her voice barely audible. Zhang Chang is truly terrifying. The individual he assaulted lies in a corner, drenched in blood, utterly motionless, leaving us to ponder whether he still clings to life. What is particularly unsettling is the way this man, while seated beside the exhibition bed, would furtively cast glances her way, his gaze laden with unsettling implications that made her skin crawl. Being in the company of Yu Yong provided her with a sense of security. Fortunately, they managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, after narrowly evading death at the supermarket entrance, they would have headed directly for the third floor via the corridor. After all, only the third floor offered sustenance, while the second was predominantly stocked with various necessities, devoid of anything edible or drinkable. With throngs of infected individuals outside, it was evident that they could not venture out anytime soon. Initially, Everything unfolded smoothly as they joined the earliest group to enter the supermarket and ascended to the third floor, intending to rest briefly before devising a plan for rescue. However, just as they had secured the door with a sense of relief, a sudden eruption of screams pierced through the crowd. An individual among them had inexplicably transformed into an infected being upon reaching the third floor. The chaos spread like wildfire, confusion gripping the populace. Those closest to the corridor door, quick on their feet, hastily grabbed whatever food they could and attempted to flee, only to find the door barricaded by their own actions. In the face of mortal danger, adrenaline surged as Zhang Chong led the nearest individuals in clearing the obstructed entrance. By the time they managed to pry the door open, the fortunate few who escaped were alarmingly few. Originally, Yu Yong had maintained a safe distance from the door, but it was only through Xiao Jia's brave act of hurling a handful of tomatoes at the nearest infected that he found a moment to evade. It was still Zhang Chong at the helm. From their recollections, there were at least 200 to 300 infected on the third floor alone. The situation on the first floor and outside was even more dire, teeming with countless infected. Should the fire escape door be breached, their options for escape would vanish entirely, especially with a ruthless woman endowed with powers lurking outside. The mere thought of her surviving unscathed amidst the infected, even ascending to the second floor, sent chills down Yu Yong's spine. Regardless, at least sheltering on the second floor afforded them a semblance of safety. The fortunate few who had narrowly escaped had brought down a meager supply of food, which Zhang Chong promptly gathered for centralized distribution. Among the dozen or so survivors, 5 or 6 were women who had intended to take advantage of the rain cessation for a shopping spree. However, after enduring this ordeal and witnessing Zhang Chong's intimidating demeanor, any thoughts of resistance had utterly evaporated. The mobile signal was sporadic. Even when they managed to access news from the outside world, it was rife with gruesome imagery, offering no glimmer of hope for rescue. The chaos outside was all-encompassing. As they huddled in their hiding place, they could only occasionally hear the wailing of air raid sirens and the shouts echoing between floors. The fortunate survivors, uncertain of how long they would remain trapped, found themselves engulfed in confusion and fear, utterly at a loss for what to do. First, they would eat, and afterward, they would take turns keeping watch. Zhang Chong flexed his muscles, his expression a mask of ferocity. The provisions brought down comprised merely 2 boxes of bread, 1 box of chips, 1 box of ham sausages, a handful of cherry tomatoes, and 4 boxes of self-heating hot pot. With 13 individuals present, such a meager supply was hardly sufficient to satiate their hunger. "Brother Chong, may I assist you in dividing the rations?" A slender man emerged, sidling up to Zhang Chong with an obsequious expression. A pungent odor assaulted Zhang Chong's senses, causing his eyes to sting. He contemplated delivering a kick to the intruder, but, holding his breath, ultimately nodded in agreement. Although the number of people was not insubstantial, it was manageable, and he indeed required an aid. The man, though malodorous, possessed a certain perceptiveness. His gaze drifted toward the woman, casting a glance at Xiao Jia. After years of confinement in prison, he had yet to seek female companionship, and now, upon his release, he was met with acid rain and, consequently, infected individuals. It felt as though fate conspired against him. Should he remain trapped for an extended period, he was determined to pursue the woman without hesitation. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. However, the presence of the pitiful man beside him was a nuisance that needed addressing first. The diminutive, foul-smelling man followed his gaze and quickly grasped his intentions, proposing, "Brother Chong, for the sake of safety, we could divide into 6 groups for the night watch, with 2 individuals per group, men at night and women during the day. This arrangement would enhance our security. With 13 of us, that leaves 1 extra." He grinned, adding, "Naturally, you would remain in the rear, ensuring the safety of us all." Zhang Chong deciphered his insinuation with a mere glance, and he firmly patted the man's shoulder, acknowledging, "Clever lad. Let us proceed as you suggested." When night fell and the other men dispersed to their posts, he could quietly usher the woman he desired into a corner. As for the men, one by one, they could be dealt with. The provisions were already insufficient. The thought of sharing them was utterly disheartening. Human beings, once liberated from the constraints of order, adapt to the primal laws of the jungle. Yet, one must still maintain a faade of propriety. Zhang Chong retrieved a box of bread and entrusted it to the odorous man for distribution, one for each individual. Chapter 27, of course, there are those who are foolish. How can one possibly be full on this? This is far too little. As soon as the bread was handed out, discontent arose among some. Surely, we should receive 2 or 3 each. This is simply too small. Zhang Chong shot them a fierce glare, brandishing a folding knife from behind his waist. If you wish to eat, then do so. If not, get lost. The acid rain continues to pour, and who knows how long it will last. With so many of us, this paltry amount is hardly enough, and we need not fear being overstuffed. Faced with Zhang Chong's menacing demeanor, the 2 raucous individuals fell silent, their protestations quelled. As night descended, it enveloped the city in darkness. The streets were permeated with an aura of death, as countless aimless infected wandered through the silent night, their low growls echoing in the stillness. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. On the rooftop beside the iron gate, Tang Ning had already collected her 3rd bathtub's worth of acid rain. Through the curtain of rain, one could even detect the pungent odor wafting from outside. On the 2nd floor, the survivors who had partaken of the small loaves of bread felt the chill and had each wrapped themselves in sheets and blankets for warmth. The men were divided into 4 groups, each assigned to guard a designated fire escape, while the women climbed onto the neatly made display beds to rest. Yu Yong stood near the glass window by the fire door, gazing out at the rain, his mind racing with unease. Damn it, everything is in utter chaos. Outside the warehouse-style supermarket, clusters of infected individuals shuffled in stiff motions toward the underground parking lot, seemingly seeking refuge from the rain. Many, however, stood motionless in the downpour, showing no inclination to leave. Illuminated by the jagged flashes of lightning, their ashen faces wore expressions of bewilderment. There were also those foolish enough to persistently bang their heads against the supermarket's exterior walls, as if trying to break through to feast upon the delectable offerings inside. The shattered glass door was just beside them, yet they remained oblivious to it. He couldn't help but wonder about his family's fate. And this incessant rain, when would it cease? If they remained here, starvation would inevitably claim them, or worse, they might become a delectable treat for the infected. Yu Yong, what are you still looking at? The programmer assigned to guard the passage alongside Yu Yong, a bespectacled young man with an air of studiousness, had previously complained about the insufficient bread. Observing Yu Yong's distraction as he gazed outside, he felt a twinge of concern. Don't act recklessly. There are infected everywhere, and the acid rain is still falling. Venturing out would only lead to certain death. He had come to realize that while Zhang Chong, the ruthless leader, was formidable, his presence offered a semblance of safety for the time being. A little hunger was bearable. At least they wouldn't perish right away. Attempting to escape this place would be a reckless gamble with their lives. When they arrived, they had brought a bed to lean against the stack of boxes blocking the fire door, allowing them to avoid sleeping on the cold ground at night. Lying on the bed, covered by a blanket, both men found themselves wide awake, their minds restless. Earlier, their phones had intermittently received signals, relaying urgent notifications from the authorities. The entire city had succumbed. Even the rescue teams previously dispatched had not escaped the calamity. No one was coming to save them. Though Zhang Chong was ruthless, they had no choice but to comply if they wished to survive. Suddenly, Yu Yong's thoughts were interrupted by the image of Tang Ning's cold, indifferent face. That woman possessed extraordinary abilities and wielded a laser gun. As a cleaner, she could easily overpower Zhang Chong. Couldn't she? Yu Yong, did you hear that sound? As Yu Yong's mind wandered, the programmer gently turned his head, fixating on him with intent. He seemed to have heard a faint noise just now. Huh? Yu Yong shook his head, denying having heard anything. Are you just being overly anxious? After all, the world outside is fraught with peril. Everyone's nerves are taut, making it quite normal to occasionally experience fleeting illusions. The programmer harbored some doubts, but chose to remain silent. In the vast expanse of the 2nd floor, the remaining 10 or so individuals were scattered, and the already tranquil atmosphere deepened into an eerie silence at this late hour. The only sounds that filled the air were the breaths of the 2 men. As drowsiness began to envelop them, A sudden muffled groan echoed from nearby, accompanied by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. The ensuing rustling was unmistakable. This was no mere illusion. They sprang upright from their beds, with Yu Yong hastily clutching the fire extinguisher that lay beside him. They exchanged glances. "Brother Yong, did you hear that too?" The programmer nodded, fumbling to grasp the clothes-drying rack he had previously handled, a chill of cold sweat already soaking his back. "It must be from downstairs or outside," Yu Yong speculated. The programmer shook his head. "Do you really think so? With so many infected outside and half the day gone, how could there still be survivors?" "It's not impossible," Yu Yong replied, cold sweat trickling into his eyes, his gaze unwavering. "There was a living woman outside before." The programmer recalled the earlier incident at the door. "So, that woman is dead?" Meanwhile, Zhang Chong, wiping the blood from the folding knife with a bedsheet, stared at the lifeless man on the floor, whose eyes remained wide open in death, and spat in disdain. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly, covering the man's mouth while plunging the knife into him. Otherwise, the commotion could have attracted unwanted attention. To resist me? He must be seeking death. He kicked the body, and before he could utter a word, the man with body odor instinctively wrapped the corpse in a bedsheet and, alongside Zhang Chong, tossed it out of the half-open window. It was the same man who had complained earlier. The Mediterranean man, part of the same group as the one with body odor, had been stealthily struck on the head by the latter and was already bound with a towel stuffed in his mouth. As for the remaining men, it was merely a matter of time. "Hey, Changa, you guys are coming to the restroom too?" One man, desperate to relieve himself in the middle of the night, had just located the bathroom and was adjusting his trousers when he turned to see Zhang Chong approaching. "Indeed, we are." Zhang Chong grinned wickedly, gripping the folding knife concealed behind him, and mercilessly thrust it towards the man's abdomen. Startled, the man instinctively dodged, the blade grazing his side and slicing through skin. Immediately, the man with body odor swung the fire extinguisher, striking him on the back of the head. The man fell slowly, disbelief etched across his face. "Hurry, bind him up." Chapter 28, truly small-minded. With so much food on the third floor, it was essential to have someone willing to run errands to retrieve it. Accompanied by the man with body odor, Zhang Chong, whether through force or stealth, managed to bind all the remaining men with torn bedsheets by the early hours of the morning. The programmer accompanying Yong was mercilessly stabbed by him multiple times, twisting the blade with each thrust. Ultimately, the lifeless body was hurled out of the window. Yu Yong, paralyzed with fear, was bound hand and foot, his jaw quivering, unable to utter a word. "Brother Chong, everyone is here," the man with the foul odor said, nodding and grinning obsequiously. The women who'd been sleeping were also tied up, albeit treated slightly better, each given a bed to lie on. Zhang Chong, after sheathing his folding knife, casually tossed 2 sausages to him, saying, "You've worked hard. Go take a rest." The foul-smelling little man chuckled, accepting the sausages with eager nods. "All right, Brother Chong, you should rest well too," his tone lifting with an understanding only the two of them shared. "By the way, drag those others away, but leave the one in the shirt," Zhang Chong said, wiping the grease from his mouth and motioning for the foul-smelling man to dispose of the bothersome distractions. He wished to indulge in his pleasures without the interference of others. As for Yu Yong, who was singled out, it was purely a reflection of his twisted amusement. Earlier in the afternoon, when he had summoned Yu Yong to inspect the fire door, he had even taken the pretty girl with him. There was certainly something brewing between them. If they were fond of each other, he figured he might as well let Yu Yong have a few more glimpses of her. "All right, Brother Chong," the little man exclaimed, as muffled cries echoed from the men whose mouths were gagged, twisting desperately on the ground. The foul-smelling man struck one with a stick, admonishing, "Behave." Could they not just quietly submit and be dragged away? Damn it, they were wasting his time and interrupting his movie. Amidst the commotion, no one noticed the faint thud of a shelf being bumped not far away. Watching others being dragged off while he remained, Yong's heart raced, fear clawing at his chest. What did Zhang Chong intend to do with him? Once everyone else had been removed, Zhang Chong finally stood up, stroking his chin, and walked directly to the bed where Xiao Jia lay. "Little beauty, in the stillness of the night, Big Brother has come to keep you company," he said, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Yong gasped no. Xiao Jia, equally terrified, was taken aback as Zhang Chong caressed her face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she struggled desperately, retreating on the bed. What do you want? Panic surged within her, rendering her weak and trembling uncontrollably. What do I want? Zhang Chong leered, unbuckling his belt and twisting his neck. It's you, of course. Big Brother will show you his prowess and take you to new heights. He had been pent up for years. As he spoke, his belt was already loosened, his pants slipping down. Suddenly, recalling Yu Yong, who was red-eyed and struggling on the ground, he exclaimed, "You like this girl, right? Hee, I'll give her a test run for you. Watch closely." With that, he lunged onto the bed. Xiao Jia screamed, instinctively shutting her eyes. The anticipated sweet fragrance failed to materialize. Instead, she felt a chilling sensation beneath her. Devoid of the softness one would expect from bedding, Zhang Chong found himself in a state of bewilderment, soon realizing that he was inexplicably suspended directly above the bed, a mere 15 centimeters away from the lovely young woman lying there. His waist and limbs were ensnared by vines that seemed to have emerged from nowhere. How absurd! Even the weight of the world could not crush a person like this. "Who are you?" he managed to utter, suppressing his inner terror. Though his words sounded hollow and feeble, no one knew when or how Tang Ning had entered, seated cross-legged on the shelf, her chin resting on her hand, wearing a curious expression devoid of fear. The foul-smelling man had tossed the other men aside onto the floor near the back shelves and crouched behind the nearest shelf, preparing to witness the unfolding drama. To his surprise, instead of a performance, he was met with this scene. He recognized the woman. He had seen her just recently on the bus. With the same demeanor and attire, he could not mistake her. Seeing Zhang Chong ensnared, the cunning man chose to remain silent and uninvolved. "Who am I?" "I am your father," Tang Ning chirped playfully, sipping the yogurt in her hand as she leaped down from the top of the shelf to the bedside, curiously crouching down. "Oh dear, how small." Rising again, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Zhang Chong thought to himself, "With that appearance, are you and the golden needle mushroom sworn siblings? How dare you boast about your prowess?" She had been pondering how to surprise the fortunate souls inside with her expressions upon entering. Unexpectedly, she was greeted with the sight of bound men and a woman tossed carelessly on the bed. The foul man was preparing to exert force, but it wasn't out of any altruistic impulse. Rather, she simply felt it would be an eyesore. "Let me go, you foul woman," Zhang Chong shouted, regaining his senses and struggling fiercely against the vines that bound him. Tang Ning observed him with an amused expression, akin to watching a monkey in motion, as he cursed incessantly, his words laden with crude and vulgar expressions. After exhausting himself, he remained suspended above the bed. Xiao Jia, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, was left utterly flabbergasted. As for the man thrown to the ground, Yu Yong, he had been rendered speechless since Tang Ning's arrival. Was she not dead? Why was she alive? Noticing that Zhang Chong had ceased his struggles, Tang Ning tilted her head and playfully guided him, like a kite, from the bed to the side, then hurled him directly toward the ceiling. With a resounding thud, the bare-bottomed Zhang Chong twitched a couple of times on the ground before losing consciousness entirely. Tang Ning squinted her eyes, turning to Xiao Jia. "Hey, are you all right?" She held a strong disdain for men who preyed upon women. Even the most notorious space pirates of the cosmos did not stoop to such despicable acts. Chapter 29. Look, how kind she is. Thank you for saving me. Tang Ning waved her hand and glanced around, her gaze settling on a nearby shelf. "Come out." The man hiding behind the shelf, reeking of body odor, shivered at her command, scrambling out on all fours. He dropped to his knees before her, his speed more fluid than chocolate. "Oh, great queen, my lady, you are simply a celestial being descended from the heavens, a divine savior amidst peril. Even a bodhisattva pales in comparison to your might. I have long been intolerant of that, Zhang Chong, and your timely arrival has truly saved our lives." A barrage of flattery poured forth, causing Tang Ning's head to throb. "Be quiet." She was not blind. She had witnessed clearly that it was this little man, exuding the scent of skewered lamb, who had aided the incapacitated man. "Go, find that fat man over there. His bare form is quite the eyesore." The man stammered an acknowledgement and hurriedly rose to his feet. Finding some cloth to securely tie up the unconscious Zhang Chong, exerting himself to demonstrate his loyalty. After all, this woman was far more formidable than Zhang Chong. If he could secure her favor, he would surely thrive. As he bound him, he sneaked a glance. Indeed, quite diminutive. Once he had finished, he thoughtfully draped a pillowcase over the unsightly parts, brimming with anticipation to continue his sycophantic praise, when Tang Ning's voice rang out from behind. Now tie yourself up as well. Huh? All were bound and rendered immobile. Tang Ning rubbed her slightly cold arms, donned her tactical jacket, and boldly took a seat on an empty bed. You lot dare to shut the door and deny me entry? What did it matter? She had entered regardless. A bunch of pathetic fighters. What do you intend to do? After a prolonged silence, the unbound Jia finally realized that they had escaped the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den. The woman before them appeared delicate, yet her every action exuded absolute authority. Observing Zhang Chong, bound like a rice dumpling, they felt trepidation. Will you release us? We did nothing wrong. It was them who prevented us from opening the door. From another bed, a slightly plump lady in her 30s struggled to shift towards the edge, laboriously directing her gaze towards Tang Ning. We are all women. How can we resist them? If we disobey, they will strike us. Yes, yes, dear girl. My hands are tied so tightly it hurts. Could you please loosen them for us? The women, regaining their senses, clamored for Tang Ning to free them. However, Tang Ning merely smirked, her gaze honing in on the plump lady. You're the one who called for the door to be shut, weren't you? That voice is quite memorable. It sounded like a duck being throttled, utterly unpleasant. The lady's expression faltered, her confidence waning. I was just scared. It wasn't intentional. Once again, are you not living quite well? Indeed, you were specifically tasked with eliminating those external nuisances. It is your duty. Another woman chimed in, supporting her. As a cleaner, isn't your primary responsibility to eradicate the infected and save the lives of ordinary people? Tang Ning was amused by her shameless words. Her duty? Huh. She had taken on the role of a cleaner merely to earn contribution points, not to protect those filthy beings who took advantage of her. Despite the exhausting detours that nearly led to her demise, she had yet to settle the score with these individuals, and here they were, already engaging in shirking responsibility and moral coercion. Well, everyone must have been frightened today, right? Tang Ning smiled sweetly at the few individuals on the bed, concealing her true thoughts. Oh my, who could deny it? I nearly scared myself into a heart attack today. I even twisted my ankle while running, and it still aches. Please release us. I'm both hungry and tired. It's all right, sleep now. Tang Ning beamed, and in the next moment, her swift hand struck each of the fortunate ones at the nape of their necks. Losing consciousness was akin to sleeping. Once asleep, they would no longer feel fear or hunger, nor would they witness her grand sweep. The supplies on the third floor were temporarily inaccessible. Thus she would first scour the second floor. According to the layout, the second floor was filled with small appliances, bedding, and daily necessities. Although they would serve little purpose in interstellar travel, they could be useful in facing the challenges ahead. After all, she still had 17 years of exile remaining. Once she confirmed that each fortunate soul was in a deep slumber, Tang Ning stretched her neck and back, retrieving the space rings she had previously stored and adorning her fingers with them one by one. Once all 10 fingers were adorned, she commenced her looting spree. By the end, she had thoroughly emptied every shelf and display on the second floor, leaving no item untouched, even the hand soap and paper towels in the restroom. The surroundings were desolate, with only the floor and ceiling remaining. There was also a bloodied, unconscious man discovered in a corner. Unfamiliar, bound, and 4 beds. Adhering to her inner principles, Tang Ning contemplated and decisively moved all the women onto a single large bed, subsequently removing the other 3. Well, it would be good for the girls to sleep on the floor. They might catch a chill. Look how kind she is. As for their meager provisions, Tang Ning generously left them behind. Though these individuals were somewhat despicable, they did not warrant extermination. She would allow them to rest here. A group of 10 or so, if they united and seized an opportunity, could find a way to descend to the underground parking lot and escape by car. This expedition was fruitful. Tang Ning even felt inspired to hum a disjointed little tune, cheerfully turning as she entered the elevator. First, she descended to the underground level, then secured the elevator doors tightly with an object, ensuring no one could enter. Only then did she begin her ascent through the fire escape, climbing floor by floor. The little orange, the adorable little orange, was still eagerly awaiting nourishment. The infected on the third floor had likely fallen into slumber, the silence enveloping the space. Tang Ning lingered briefly outside before continuing her ascent. Chapter 30. The peril of falling objects above the bathtub, the ceiling, with a hole drilled through it, continued to drip rainwater incessantly. However, compared to the torrential downpour of the afternoon, the rain had considerably lessened, leaving only a shallow layer at the bottom of the tub. Calculating the time, it had been approximately 2 hours since she last came to change the bathtub. She casually tossed the towel inside. It no longer bore the small holes corroded by the acid rain as before. It seemed the corrosiveness of the acid rain had diminished significantly. Before her lay 2 servings of sizzling, fragrant skewers. To be honest, during her interstellar adventures, despite pilfering from various places under her captain's orders and consuming a range of nutritional supplements from high to low grades, as well as an assortment of meats from mutated star beasts, none had compared to the delectable skewers before her. Regardless of how the meat from those beasts was prepared, it always retained a certain gamey taste, resulting in a texture that was tough and far from palatable. Tang Ning had no doubt that any skewer she chose to offer to the outside world could fetch thousands of star coins. After indulging in the skewers and refreshing herself with a serving of ice cream to cleanse her palate, she felt drowsy. With no change in the rain's intensity or the corrosiveness exhibited by the towel at the bottom of the tub, Tang Ning perked up. It was time to perform the true game of whack-a-mole. For safety's sake, she donned her protective gear and layered it with a rain jacket, topping it off with a motorcycle helmet. A large black umbrella shielded her head, adding another layer of protection. Hundreds of infected individuals continued to wander tirelessly in the rain. The cityscape that should have been brightly lit lay shrouded in darkness. The rain cloaked the entire city, and an air of death permeated, with countless infected prowling the silent night, growling in low tones. In just half a day's time, the bloody revelry had taught the populace to remain silent. The number of those fortunate enough to have escaped this devastating acid rain was uncertain, but the outside world had irrevocably become the domain of the infected. Accompanying the intermittent hum of electricity was a looping safety announcement. Please lock windows, refrain from exiting, and maintain rescue protocols. Aside from the heavy breathing and hissing sounds, this was the sole source of noise in the city. In this haunting scene, her mind involuntarily conjured the solemn lament of the austere judge after the exile trial. That is indeed a low-dimensional hell, with scarcely any survivors. What a pity. What he regretted, Tang Ning did not know. All she was aware of was that, from this day forth, this realm had truly entered its hellish mode. The golden mountains beneath her feet awaited her excavation. Now was not the time for lamentation. Even in the depths of hell, she aspired to be the solitary affluent lady of that inferno. The initial step of the fishing enforcement operation is to create an opening suitable for fishing. The hole leading to the rooftop was crafted using vines, which consumed considerable mental energy, but it is no longer needed now. On the second floor, the shelves stored within the spatial ring were stocked with numerous tools, electric hammers, drills, and various water drills and oil saws, seemingly encompassing 5 or 6 shelves. After retrieving the checklist folder and perusing its contents, Tang Ning located the ring number for the storage and extracted the water drill and electric hammer. The water drill can accommodate various sizes of drill bits and is typically employed by renovation workers to create circular holes for air conditioning units or range hoods. After using the electric hammer to remove a portion of the rooftop surface, the water drill could then be utilized. The opening is modest in size, perfectly suited for her to observe the conditions within. Based on her observations, she could subsequently determine suitable locations to create openings for a game of whack-a-mole. It must be said that this supermarket truly lives up to its reputation as the largest warehouse-style supermarket in their area. Not only is the variety of goods astonishing, but the sheer quantity is equally impressive, and even the building itself is exceptionally robust. However, drilling a small hole from the rooftop took her nearly 2 hours. It was as hard and thick as the hide of a particularly obstinate creature. Rubbing her sore arms, just as the sky began to brighten, she finally broke through the first hole. Tossing the tools aside, Tang Ning, panting heavily, plopped down onto a bed she had set up nearby for resting. Indeed, she had even prepared an exhibition bed beside her, allowing her to sit and recuperate when fatigued. The commotion from above naturally drew the attention of the infected individuals on the third floor, who crowded together, gazing upwards in anticipation. After taking a moment to rest and downing nearly half a bottle of mineral water, she wiped the sweat from her brow and peered into the opening. With a ceiling height of 6 or 7 meters, she had a direct view of the hungry infected below, except for one. Among them, a poor creature with half of its head crushed and black blood streaming down its face struggled to tilt its head upwards, yet saw nothing. "Don't blame me. It's just unfortunate luck," Tang Ning remarked with a tisk, offering no sympathy for the unfortunate infected who had met its demise from the falling debris. "When one plays with the dangers of heights, one ought to be more cautious." Her voice echoed like a droplet splashing into hot oil, instantly igniting a frenzy below. The infected, gazing at the starry sky, began to roar in unison, stretching out their stiff arms in a desperate attempt to grasp the delectable morsel above. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. "No need to panic. Soon, you'll have a chance to play." Tang Ning remained unperturbed, confidently lifting her electric drill and water drill once more. With the dual drill setup, the work became effortless. Encouraged by the cheers from the third floor, Tang Ning poured herself into her task with renewed vigor. Connecting to the generator, the electric drill soon roared to life. "Just a little longer, just a little longer. We can play soon." Nearby, in a high-rise apartment, a young man crouched behind the curtains, watching the slender figure on the rooftop, eagerly waving to his girlfriend behind him, exclaiming, "Wow, hurry over here, darling. There's a lunatic over there." Even amidst the apocalypse, he remains alone on the rooftop, playing around as if nothing matters. Truly, his mind must be compromised. The young man even took out his phone, zooming in to capture that figure on video. Once he has internet access, he will undoubtedly share it online. After all, in this world, encountering someone who embodies madness with such clarity and distinction is a rarity. Chapter 31. Be good. Endure a little longer. The distance was too great for Tang Ning to notice that someone was secretly observing her while capturing her on film. She was entirely focused on her task of cultivation. It was already dawn, yet the clouds loomed heavily, dark and brooding above her, brewing an ominous atmosphere. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she casually tossed her tools into her ring, surveying the few holes she had laboriously created overnight with immense satisfaction. These holes were strategically placed around the center of the rooftop, with a radius of approximately 40 meters. The average distance between her bed and the openings was nearly equal. Regardless of which hole she utilized first, she could swiftly ensnare the fish below with her vines, either to crush or to strike them down with force. "Show yourselves, little darlings." Not long after Tang Ning's head appeared above the hole, the infected, drawn by the scent, gathered eagerly, craning their necks to get closer. Unfortunately, the height restriction confined them to gazing up in frustration. "Here they come. Let the games begin." The vines extended from the opening, rapidly branching into 5 or 6 tendrils that ensnared the necks of the nearest fortunate ones, swiftly dragging them upwards towards the ceiling. Bang, bang, bang. After several heavy impacts, the fortunate ones who made contact with the ceiling were released by the vines, only to plummet to the ground one after another, producing dull thuds as they fell. As they hit the ground, dark blood began to pool beneath them. Hiss, hiss. The infected did not seem significantly affected by the demise of their fellow victims. They continued to surge forward in a relentless throng. Tang Ning pressed on, continuing to wield her mental energy to manipulate the vines, lifting the clustered infected high before scattering them. In a nearby apartment, the young man holding his phone felt numb, his body frozen in disbelief. What on earth is that lunatic doing? First, she was digging holes, and now she appears to be planting trees. With each successive branching of the vines, Tang Ning soon felt a sharp pain in her head, a sign that her mental energy was nearly depleted. Yes, it's time to rest. The damage caused by overexertion of mental energy is irreversible. Mild cases might lead to several days of weakness, while severe instances could result in cognitive impairment. She wished to avoid any of these outcomes. Currently, her solitary presence on the rooftop offered only temporary safety. No one knew if the infected below might suddenly undergo a secondary mutation, becoming swift and imbued with a semblance of intelligence and emotion. Amidst the unceasing cycle of rest and action, Tang Ning navigated between several openings, progressively dispersing more than 2/5 of the infected below like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. The remaining infected, perhaps endowed with a modicum of intelligence, gradually ceased their fervent clustering, seemingly aware of the looming danger. As they spread apart, coupled with the limitations imposed by the length of the vines, Tang Ning's efficiency plummeted. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed. There were other diversions yet to explore. After tenderly massaging her sore neck and shoulders, she casually retrieved a portion of soy milk and fried dough sticks to satiate her hunger. Following a brief respite, she extracted a box of pork belly from her ring. She could scarcely recall when she had procured the meat, though she must have purchased several portions with the intention of attempting to make braised pork. Alas, her culinary skills were regrettably lacking, resulting in either charred remnants or unchewable concoctions, leading her to abandon the endeavor entirely. Now, however, this meat held undeniable allure for the mutated infected, and she resolved to maximize its potential. Binding the pork belly securely with vines to ensure it would not be easily dislodged, Tang Ning slowly lowered it into the opening. To her surprise, the infected exhibited no interest in the pork belly. After all, the entire lower layer was replete with various edibles, including countless fresh meat frozen goods. If they were inclined, they could easily indulge in those offerings. It dawned on her that only live bait would suffice. Thus, she ensnared a rooster and lowered it with the vines once more. The rooster, unaccustomed to such treatment, flailed violently within mere seconds, accompanied by sharp, high-pitched cries. The infected, who had previously lost interest in Tang Ning's exposed head, were instantly galvanized by the enticing aroma emanating from the suspended rooster and its exhilarating calls. A chorus of eager sounds erupted, with some even attempting to leap upwards. Infected meat? Meat. Tang Ning, come on then. Selecting one fortunate soul who had been struck on the head by the rooster's flapping wings, she swiftly retracted the vines, hoisting it, and the rooster, up from the depths. As the infected, bound at the waist and hands, emerged, their gaze fixated hungrily on the rooster, their mouths agape and dripping with bloodlust, they lunged towards their prize. Fortunately, the rooster's swift flapping allowed it to escape with only a tuft of feathers nipped from its rear. Tang Ning had no intention of indulging the gluttonous infected. She promptly stuffed a light bulb into its gaping mouth, distending it to an alarming degree, before the next moment saw it pierced through the temple by the vines. Still coveting free food, had they consulted her first? Rooster. Confirming the efficacy of her technique, Tang Ning decisively repositioned the bed closer to the opening and repeated the process, hurling the rooster into the depths time and again. Pull out the glutton, gag it with a light bulb, and then deliver a decisive blow to its head, dislodging its brain to confirm the absence of any crystal core before discarding it carelessly. One after another, until the big rooster is utterly dazed, its wings no longer flapping. Patience, my dear, it will soon be over. The big rooster, after this delightful collaboration, soon finds that only a few fish remain in the third-floor waters. Tang Ning was just about to take a break when suddenly her phone, which had been silent in her pocket, buzzed to life. Chapter 32. It escapes, she pursues, it cannot soar away. Is there really a signal now? Tang Ning tossed aside the nearly overworked rooster, retrieving her phone to discover it was EXILED calling. Hello. Oh my goodness. Ningjia, you finally answered. I've been trying to reach you. What is going on? Tang Ning lowered the phone from her ear, glanced around, and switched to speaker mode. Not much. Just fishing. The rooster serves as bait, while the infected are the fish. No problem there. My sister, videos of you are all over the internet. You're incredible. EXILED's voice was exaggerated. Wait, you don't know. Know what? Tang Ning had been engrossed in her endeavors for a full day and night, unaware of when her phone had regained signal, let alone the videos EXILED mentioned. Hang on. I'll send it to the group. You need to see this. Not long after the signal was restored, numerous distress videos and harrowing short clips flooded the internet. Among them was one that stood out. Check this out, crazy person fishing. Initially, she assumed it to be yet another comedic clip, ready to scroll past, but then caught a glimpse of a vaguely familiar silhouette through the small window. Clad in black, with a black umbrella, a slender vine appeared from nowhere, securing something to lower down, followed by an infected being shot in the head. In a brief 3 minutes, at least 4 or 5 infected were hauled up. The comments below read, "Seriously, 1 blow for each infected. And you call this insanity? Wow, this master is amazing. Did she just storm the zombie headquarters? How terrifying. How can a girl be so ruthless? With so many infected outside. Even if she is formidable, she'll eventually be torn apart. Right? Let us mourn in advance." The term zombie occasionally appeared in the comments. As for ordinary people, these hordes of infected corroded by acid rain bore no difference from the zombies depicted in films. Tang Ning. Reading the comments felt like a heart attack. Her insane. Is there such a diligent lunatic in existence? Exile, unconcerned with her internal monologue, quickly inquired if she should come to provide support now that communication had been restored. The security in her neighborhood was relatively good. Once the alert for acid rain was issued, the property management swiftly organized personnel to deliver supplies to every household. Moreover, during the intensification of the acid rain, not many ventured outside, thus largely preventing widespread infection. As she emerged from the underground garage, Exile remained confident in her ability to rescue her sister Ning. Tang Ning, holding her phone, peered downwards. The infected on the 3rd floor had been mostly dealt with, leaving only about 10, hardly a cause for concern. Yet outside the supermarket, a throng of over 100 infected lingered. Exile resided in District 1, a considerable distance from here, and the journey could present unforeseen dangers. Furthermore, the range of her electric vehicle remained uncertain, casting doubt on whether it could safely transport the two of them home. She had collected numerous vehicles in the underground parking lot. Any one of them would be more robust than Exile's diminutive toy car. By the way, have you reached out to Fatty and the others? Check if they're all safely home. Once I finish here, I can bring you some supplies, she inquired. Exile shook her head. Not yet. As soon as I regained signal, I contacted you first. As for those inept men, I trust they are not entirely useless. Of course, before she thought to contact Sister Ning, she had briefly scrolled through online news and short videos while in the restroom, which led her to the video in question. The filming quality was regrettably poor, and the identity of the creator remained unknown. You should try to contact them. I will reach out to you again shortly. The comments beneath the video were rife with schadenfreude and various jests. Yet it did not preclude some from discerning what she was truly up to. The expansive, warehouse-style supermarket beneath her was the largest in the Yinchuan region, with several smaller supermarkets sourcing their goods directly from here. Given the current circumstances, the contents would undoubtedly pique the interest of some. They would reason that if a woman could frolic on the top floor, it implied the absence of formidable infected within. As chaos ensued, it was inevitable that they would attempt to encroach upon this place. Her objective was to relocate the goods before anyone could react. Everything here was rightfully hers. None could seize her treasures from the Star Thief. Absolutely not. Exile felt uneasy about her solitary escape from the encircling infected and tried to persuade her to wait for her arrival. But Tang Ning resolutely declined once more. It's better for me to venture out alone than wait for you. She was well aware of their abilities. Exile wielded wind powers. The monkey possessed water abilities. Fatty commanded earth, while Su Wu had healing powers. According to the interstellar classification of abilities, they were all ranked at level 2, lower than hers. All right. Just stay home and wait for my arrival. I must get back to work now. I'll talk to you later. With that, she abruptly ended the call, turned, and scooped up the rooster from the ground, along with the little fish on the 3rd floor. Sister is here. Rejuvenated, Tang Ning leaped down, resembling a wolf plunging into a flock of sheep, howling as she charged towards the infected, who had already developed a conditioned fear. Come here, my little darlings. Let me check your brains. Do not flee. Sister will be gentle. Initially, driven by instinct, the infected should have been drawn to Tang Ning, a delectable morsel from the heavens. However, after enduring a series of games, witnessing their companions being dragged away and eliminated, the remaining infected began to exhibit similar symptoms. Faced with the impending presence of the demon above, thoughts of feasting were utterly eclipsed by a singular desire to escape. They could clearly see that this roundhead had crushed one companion after another, methodically smashing their brains and delving within. Was the life of the infected not worth anything? Yet, as it fled, she pursued, rendering it unable to take flight. After an exhilarating chase, Tang Ning finally claimed the last infected's small head. Breathing heavily, she placed her hands on her hips, the vastness of the supermarket eliciting her first complaint. Exhausting indeed. Chapter 33. Not a single ambitious soul remains. With a stiff demeanor, not a single ambitious soul remained. Stretching her sore legs, Tang Ning deftly donned her ring, resuming her scavenging endeavors. The once orderly shelves had been knocked askew in the pursuit, and some display cases lay askew, but she paid them no mind. Collecting everything, she gathered an array of fresh vegetables, yogurt, snacks, beverages, and various frozen meats, leaving nothing behind. The aim was to restore the derelict space. Once she collected the last light fixture from the ceiling, she clapped her hands, surveying the dusty third floor, now reduced to mere load-bearing walls. And a satisfied smile graced her lips. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and captured a photograph of the empty expanse. As for the scattered remnants on the floor, she left them behind. Trampled and filthy, they might dampen one's appetite, better suited for the lucky souls below. Speaking of which, having been bound for so long, she wondered if they had taken the time to reflect on their mistakes. With that thought, Tang Ning resolved to pay them a visit before her departure. When she left the second floor last night, she had taken the emergency exit to ensure the safety of those fortunate souls inside, even barricading the entrance with various items. How benevolent she was! When the fire door was abruptly kicked open from the outside, everyone inside turned their heads in unison. Upon recognizing the intruder, their fear surged to its zenith. This was the woman from last night, who had appeared out of nowhere to incapacitate them all. Upon waking from their cold stupor, they found the entire floor shrouded in darkness, utterly vacant, without a single trace. All the shelves had mysteriously vanished. It was evident that this woman was the culprit. What do you want from us? Let us go. You are a mad woman. Just wait until my bodyguard arrives. I will ensure you pay for this. Where are the items? Did you take them? You are a devil. Tang Ning produced a chair and sat down before the crowd, propping her chin on her hand with a smile, patiently waiting for them to speak, showing no signs of haste. Initially, she had intended to come over and release them, allowing them to figure out their own means of escape. However, it seemed they were utterly oblivious to the fact that their survival hinged entirely on her whims. Had you said enough? A crisp voice rang out, silencing the previously vociferous accusers. For some inexplicable reason, the atmosphere grew palpably colder. What do you really intend to do? Xiao Jia, who had been laid on the bed, inquired with a face full of trepidation, yet mustered the courage to voice her concern. It was this woman who had saved her life at a critical moment the previous day. Unlike the others' accusations and fears, Xiao Jia sensed that this woman was not as malevolent as they had imagined. Moreover, when they awakened, everything in the room had mysteriously vanished. Having witnessed her divine powers yesterday, Xiao Jia believed she must possess some spatial abilities as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible to clear out an entire large-scale supermarket overnight, a place she was familiar with, filled with an immense quantity of goods. Tang Ning smiled at her words, feigning innocence with genuine sincerity. I had intended to come and release you, but it seems you are not particularly welcoming of my presence. Given this, did she still have the obligation to set them free? The others immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. We did not mean that at all. Great one. You are so formidable. Surely you wouldn't hold it against ordinary folks like us, would you? Exactly. We merely spoke in jest. Truly. We harbor no ill will. They pleaded, please, have mercy. Release us as if we are inconsequential. We were wrong. We truly recognize our mistakes. You are magnanimous. Please let us go. The man with the foul odor squirmed like a caterpillar, desperately wriggling out, tears streaming down his face as he beseeched Tang Ning. Your Majesty, I guarded you all night. They were all honest and did not speak ill of you. I swear by the heavens. For the sake of my arduous efforts, please let me go. The crowd murmured. Damn it, sycophant. Tang Ning paused, a hint of confusion in her voice. But weren't you bound by that golden mushroom? What did that have to do with her? If she chose not to assist in their release, it would merely be an act of indifference, nothing more. Zhang Chang, identified as the golden mushroom, turned beet red. His forehead bulging with veins, his eyes glaring fiercely at Tang Ning, yet he remained silent. The crowd gasped in disbelief, confronted with the disheveled, tear-streaked faces before her. Tang Ning finally grew bored with the spectacle. After cutting the bindings from Xiao Jia, who lay on the bed, she tossed her a folding knife. Xiao Jia, having been bound for a full day and night, felt stiff and sore all over. After a moment's recovery, she slowly sat up, expressed her gratitude, and then, with considerable difficulty, limped to free Yu Yong first, before methodically cutting the remaining bindings from the others on the floor. A group of approximately 10 individuals finally broke free from their constraints and immediately rushed toward the nearby stash of sausages and small loaves of bread. Having subsisted on merely a single loaf of bread and not having had a sip of water throughout the entire day prior, they were bound for a full day and night, leaving them ravenously hungry. At that moment, they vied fiercely for the 2 boxes of bread. As their hunger was satiated, the initial fear that had gripped them began to dissipate. Observing that everyone seemed relatively lively, Tang Ning decided it was time to take her leave. However, as she stood up, preparing to depart, the previously ravenous group grew anxious. Don't go. What will we do if you leave? The outside is teeming with infected individuals. Abandoning us here would be tantamount to murder. They exclaimed in unison. Exactly, and we have no food or water. How do you expect us to survive? You must take us with you. If you disregard us and we perish, you will be the murderer. My husband Wan Ti let you off easily. Chapter 34. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Tang Ning found herself at once speechless and somewhat amused. How you choose to survive is your own affair. It has nothing to do with me. You expect me to lead you away from here? Have you begun to dream before nightfall? Furthermore, does your moral coercion hold any weight with me? I have no morals. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that this formidable presence had no intention of assisting them. As they exchanged glances, one bold individual finally spoke up. If you refuse to take us with you, at the very least, leave us some food. You seem to be in good spirits. You surely weren't hungry yesterday and must have provisions remaining. If you leave us some food, you may depart. As they spoke, they encircled her, suggesting that if she did not provide them with sustenance, they would not allow her to leave. It would be wise for her to leave some food behind. Otherwise, given her spatial abilities, she could easily take everything with her, and once they were outside, they would certainly publicize her actions. In this apocalyptic world, with so many resources available, who wouldn't be envious? Zhang Chang declared, prompting the others to nod in agreement. Yes, Brother Chang is right. If you are willing to spare us some food, we promise to remain tight-lipped about your provisions. Indeed, as long as you take us with you or leave us some food, we will not divulge your secret. You've hoarded so much. Even if you could never consume it all, you wouldn't want to be relentlessly pursued in the future, would you? Tang Ning chuckled. Do you even know who I am? Clad in a tightly fitted protective suit, topped with a black tactical jacket, and donning a black mask. It would be quite a feat to recognize her. Realizing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, witnessing the rapid shift in demeanor among these individuals. Tang Ning felt a deep-seated disdain for their ignorance. You don't even know me, yet you wish to spread rumors, she thought, shaking her head. Moreover, have you forgotten that there exists another method to ensure silence? For instance, the act of silencing witnesses. The crowd gasped in shock. Releasing them was already a benevolent act on her part. Yet these individuals not only sought to morally coerce her, but even attempted to threaten her with the matter of resources. Observing Tang Ning's serious demeanor, the crowd felt genuine alarm this time. That fierce glint in her eyes. Could it be that she truly harbored murderous intent? No, even if she were cleaner. What could it matter against their numbers? Old adages remind us, a flurry of punches can fell the master. With their collective strength, surely they could subdue her? As it became evident that the surrounding individuals showed no intention of dispersing and instead drew closer, Tang Ning discerned their ulterior motives. These incompetent fighters believed they could detain her? Such folly! With a flourish, her tendrils surged forth, swiftly ensnaring the nearest men, binding their limbs and hoisting them aloft. What do you intend to do? Let me go. This is a crime. Murder is illegal. They cursed Zhang Chong for his ill-conceived suggestion. Had they approached her with soft words, perhaps they might have found salvation. After all, that woman possessed formidable abilities, and assisting them to safety would have been effortless. Instead, they provoked her wrath. Now it seemed she was truly contemplating violence. The cowardly man, gripped by fear, turned pale, trembling as a stream of yellow liquid trickled down the tendrils. Tang Ning recoiled in disgust. Good heavens, how revolting! As for her, she was fervently shaking her tendrils, which served as her weapon. They could absorb the blood plasma of infected individuals, or even their brains, but she would never allow them to come into contact with such filth. How repulsive! Had she known, she would not have descended to confront them. Tang Ning's display extinguished the fiery bravado of the remaining onlookers, who feared that even the slightest sound might provoke her murderous intent. They wished to retreat. Indeed, it was less entertaining than facing the infected above. As she lifted her foot, those still standing instinctively retreated 3 steps. Placing her hand on the fire door handle, Tang Ning remarked, "There is food on the 3rd floor, but no one is there." Just as she was about to depart, Zhang Chong, who had fallen to the ground, seized a fire extinguisher and hurled it at her. "How dare you mock me? Die, you wretched creature!" His robust figure swayed momentarily, displaying disbelief before crashing down with a thud. The sudden turn of events sent shivers through the crowd, rendering them momentarily mute, stunned by the reality of death. Once it was confirmed that he had perished, Tang Ning strode forth without a backward glance, her silhouette swiftly vanishing from their sight. After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke. "Did she leave? Has she truly abandoned us?" With the reality of her departure sinking in, the more timid among them collapsed onto the ground. They had come perilously close to losing their lives, a mere hair's breadth away from death. Gratitude is owed to that man with the foul odor for his timely act of urination. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of Zhang Chong, whose temple continued to seep blood, a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death enveloped the onlookers. The woman had executed the deed with ruthless efficiency. A sinister satisfaction stirred within. This tyrant had finally met his demise. What did she mean by stating there was food on the 3rd floor, yet no one was present? They were well aware that the 3rd floor was stocked with provisions, having just descended from it. However, wasn't there a horde of hundreds of infected individuals above? Should they dare investigate? Since the woman claimed there was sustenance above and had not slain them, perhaps her words bore truth. After all, they found themselves devoid of any food here. The situation could hardly worsen. Thus, armed with fire axes and extinguishers, they made do with whatever they had, even resorting to dismantling the remaining legs of the solitary bed on the 2nd floor for self-defense. Yet, as they pushed and shoved their way through the fire escape to the 3rd floor, cautiously prying open the now unobstructed fire door, they were met with a towering mass of infected bodies, stacked high. The piercing screams erupted from the 3rd floor, amplified by the 2 speakers that Tang Ning had placed beside the pile of infected corpses, instantly transmitting the cacophony. The infected, aimlessly wandering the open ground and the 1st floor, were stirred into a frenzy. The sound of flesh. The horde surged towards the source of the noise, while those on the 1st floor began to violently slam against the locked door of the fire escape. With a thunderous crash, the door was forced open. By the time the commotion reached her, Tang Ning had descended to the 2nd basement level. Observing the infected vacate the area drawn by the throng, she swiftly retrieved the large truck she had stashed away the previous day, climbed into the driver's seat, and ignited the engine. In truth, she had never intended for them to venture to the 3rd floor. It was entirely of their own making. Tang Ning felt no remorse. Moreover, she had told no lies. Indeed, provisions were left on the 3rd floor, and it was genuinely unoccupied. She had even secured several private vehicles in the parking lot of the 2nd basement level. Even if escape was improbable, should they act swiftly enough, they could barricade the door to the third floor and survive on the remaining supplies within. If they failed to escape under those circumstances, the blame would not rest on her shoulders. She had been more than kind. As for abilities, there were thousands of registered ability users nationwide, and possessing spatial powers was hardly a rarity. Besides, what she did could hardly be labeled as theft. Before her departure, she had affixed IOUs to the walls on each floor, leaving the name of the squad leader behind. Time to conclude operations and retreat. The resounding roar of the cargo truck's engine resonated in the vast expanse, drawing the attention of numerous infected individuals as it burst forth from the underground parking lot. Tang Ning, with a lollipop clutched between her teeth and a glacial glint in her eyes, gazed at the oncoming infected, pressing the accelerator to the floor. In an instant, without veering a single degree, the truck surged forward with full power, sending the assailants hurtling against the windshield before they plummeted to the ground. Amidst the chaos, she lost count of how many infected she had crushed beneath her wheels. The rearview mirror reflected a gruesome tableau of dark, congealed blood and severed limbs strewn across the pavement. It was no wonder the others regarded her driving skills with disdain. Such a misdeed indeed. Once she had navigated the cargo truck out of the sprawling warehouse-style shopping center and onto the main road, she realized that although the infected outside were less concentrated, the road conditions remained dire. Several overturned vehicles at the intersection nearly blocked 2/3 of the lane. Despite enduring an entire night of acid rain, the doors and windows of the cars were still marred by large patches of dried, jet-black blood, evoking vivid memories of the violent struggles and tragic deaths that had transpired. It was evidently unrealistic to plow through with the cargo truck, given the multitude of abandoned vehicles littering the path. However, the forklift, with its compact size and robust design, proved to be an adept tool for clearing the way. Taking advantage of the forklift's agility, Tang Ning smoothly maneuvered forward. Aside from the bodies of the infected skewered on the prongs like skewers of lamb, the driving experience was quite pleasant. After savoring the last bite of her candy and carelessly tossing the stick into her spatial ring, she pulled out her phone to call EXILED, instructing her to wait at home as she would soon arrive with supplies. EXILED, taken aback, exclaimed, "You've made it out? But I thought you were all geared up for a joint mission with the others to rescue." It seemed astonishing that she had managed to escape on her own. With the allure of a creature drawing most of the vitality, her movements were certainly swift. Nevertheless, upon hearing EXILED's words, Tang Ning felt a sense of relief. It spared her the trouble of traversing the city to deliver the goods. Perfect. Once they arrive, I'll hand everything over in one go. As the forklift rolled into an expansive, empty factory area, it sputtered to a halt, out of fuel. Contemplating her options, Tang Ning decided to seize the opportunity while the coast was clear to venture inside the factory and distribute the supplies. The few small rings she had held onto, each measuring over 100 square feet, were finally of use. Amidst a pile of various items she couldn't identify, she opted for convenience, taking 4 rings and dividing the contents into quarters. This way, she could directly hand over the rings without drawing attention to the bulk of the supplies, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Having sorted the materials, Tang Ning brushed off the dust from her attire and retrieved another forklift. Meanwhile, she pondered how to procure some fuel, for without it, the vehicle would be rendered useless. The heavy door was firmly shut from within. Peering through the gap, Tang Ning could still see a couple of dozen infected individuals loitering in the courtyard of the community. The number was not particularly large. After some contemplation, she refrained from taking any rash action. After unloading the skewers at the entrance, she maneuvered the forklift around to the back door of the complex. The building where EXILED resided was the second one on the right upon entering through the rear entrance, flanked by a sturdy wall at the back and an artificial arch bridge in front. With the unit's access control and elevator disabled, it was nearly impossible for outsiders to enter. But who was she? A star thief indeed. Could such trivial barriers impede her? Surprisingly, they could, as the access control for their building had lost power. With no other options, she had to rely on that Spider-Man who could shoot out vines from his fingertips. Approaching the base of the wall, Tang Ning swiftly dispatched an infected lady who had come to investigate, then adeptly scaled the wall. From her elevated position, she noticed two little infected children rushing over to see what was happening. With a flick of her vine, she ensnared them and tossed them outside the wall. Such young ones should not be emulating my reckless pursuits. Climbing walls is ill-suited for minors. Glancing upward, Tang Ning stretched her stiff neck, and her vines quickly wrapped around a securely fixed downspout, propelling her upward. 8th floor, room 803. Just as she was conversing, a sudden loud bang echoed from the kitchen. Chapter 36. Am I to be Lulu's dowry? The group tensed up, and the monkey immediately conjured a water sphere the size of a basketball to shield himself as he followed the hefty fellow toward the kitchen. At the 8th floor, it was improbable that the infected had evolved to such an extent that they could climb walls, right? Xiao Lulu, step back. Be careful not to get splattered with blood. Rest assured, I will protect you. Keep talking like that, and I swear I'll tear your mouth off. Xian Lu shot him a fierce glare. It still gripped her laser gun tightly. The monkey chuckled, pushing the kitchen door open. What met their eyes was Ning Jie hanging outside the kitchen window. How could she still be hanging there? Upon entering the room, Tang Ning, slumped on the sofa, felt somewhat embarrassed. She had always remembered Xian Lu lived on the 9th floor, yet she had mistakenly climbed to the wrong one, startling the occupants above. That elderly lady had handed her a clothes-drying pole, which she had failed to secure properly, resulting in her precarious position. The group questioned, wait, how did you all get up here? She certainly did not believe they were as capable as she was. The hefty fellow furrowed his brows in confusion, asking, why didn't you just call Xian Lu to come down and open the door instead of climbing the wall? Tang Ning replied, is that even an option? She had forgotten. How splendid. It wasn't the first time she had opted to scale walls instead of using the perfectly good stairs. She was simply accustomed to it. Cleared her throat, she awkwardly shifted the topic. By the way, did you encounter any dangers on your way here? The robust vehicle belonging to the portly individual had previously been modified into an all-terrain vehicle, boasting commendable performance. In comparison to Xian Lu's car, its safety features were significantly enhanced. However, the duo of Monkey and Suwu nearly overturned their vehicle on the way over, narrowly escaping disaster thanks to their quick reflexes. Their faces remained somewhat pale from the ordeal. By the way, Sister Ning, how did you arrive? Earlier, when they came over, Xian Lu had shown them a widely circulated video online. The storage-style market was situated near the city center, an area bustling with people, which unfortunately also meant a dramatically higher number of infected individuals compared to the suburbs. The video alone depicted throngs of infected congregating outside, resembling a chaotic gathering. It would undoubtedly be challenging to break through the crowd from within. Oh, it was manageable. I drove here. She genuinely did not perceive her journey as particularly daunting. With some fortunate souls diverting attention, she had driven her truck recklessly through the chaos and, in the end, managed to snag a load of lamb skewers with a forklift, effortlessly escaping the area. Along the way, she encountered a few waves of infected, but dealing with them posed no significant difficulty. I almost forgot. I brought back some supplies for you all. Given the current circumstances, it remains uncertain whether we can return to normalcy, so it is prudent to be prepared. Tang Ning said, spreading her hands to reveal 4 identical rings resting quietly in her palm, their dull gray bands entwined with vines, and each adorned with a small stone reminiscent of a seagull's nest. The design was rather unremarkable, akin to a heap found in a $2 shop. The group exchanged puzzled glances, but each reached out to take a ring. Xian Lu was the first to don one on her index finger, subsequently enveloping Tang Ning in a hearty embrace. Though you said nothing, the ring signifies everything. Sister Ning, I would gladly marry you. Tang Ning replied, am I to be Lu's dowry? Monkey, holding the ring, felt somewhat anxious. Where are the supplies? How did it turn into a collective marriage? Curse it. Kindly take better care of your physique and keep a respectful distance. Each ring contained a compartment for storing supplies, intended to serve as a portable warehouse for them. Could you please focus on the task at hand? Tang Ning scoffed in exasperation. Blood recognition will suffice. For interstellar beings, a mere 100 square meters of space within a ring might seem trivial, yet in their current situation, it was perfectly adequate. Traveling light was essential for survival. Departing with numerous bags would only draw attention, akin to standing at the door, waving a handkerchief, inviting guests to come play. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. Such a remarkable item existed. How had they never encountered it before? Following Tang Ning's instructions, they eagerly fetched a small knife to perform the blood recognition. Lu, after dripping her blood onto the ring's surface, raised her finger excitedly towards Tang Ning. Mom, shall we perform blood recognition as well? Golden thigh indeed. Such a miraculous item belonged to Sister Ning, truly her divine gift. In a typical scenario, one would merely need to probe a spatial ring with their mental energy and create a mental imprint to utilize it. However, due to their inadequate mental prowess, the group found themselves unable to employ such an imprint and thus resorted to a more primitive method of shedding blood. Tang Ning, this ring, she remarked, was acquired during my time at the Research Institute. It must be one of their novel creations. With unwavering composure, Tang Ning deftly shifted the blame to the Institute, her expression unyielding. After all, with the research facility now abandoned, no one could ascertain the veracity of her claim. Furthermore, aside from studying infected individuals, the Institute frequently delved into peculiar experiments. It was not implausible that they had developed a ring capable of containing objects through the abilities of supernatural beings. Upon hearing her explanation, the others nodded in understanding, harboring no doubts. This device proved quite advantageous, streamlining their endeavors significantly. Previously, on every mission, aside from their personal weapons, the remaining gear was entrusted to Tang Ning for storage in her spatial realm, necessitating her presence whenever they required access. Now, however, they could place any item within without concern for inconvenience. Are you not joining us, Ning Jie? The monkey inquired. Indeed, Ning Jie, the outside world is perilous. It would be wiser for us to gather together. Lu shared this sentiment, adding, moreover, I have ample spare rooms available. We could comfortably accommodate all 5 of us. Her residence, a 4-bedroom apartment, was a gift from her mother upon her acceptance into university. Chapter 37. Oh, it's fragile. Setting aside other concerns, Lu mused that the security at Ning Jie's neighborhood was so slow that it was outpaced by a snail, and the main entrance appeared as if it could be shattered with a mere kick. In every conceivable way, her location seemed far more secure. I believe Lu makes a valid point. Moreover, with the impending acid rain, we cannot predict whether it will persist. If we encounter rain en route, the unspoken apprehension lingered in the air, yet they all comprehended the implication. It was precisely that brief interlude of rain, followed by the sudden onset of acid rain, that precipitated the concentrated outbreak of infected individuals. They had no desire to convene annually at the same spot to commemorate fallen friends. Though her home contained little of substance, it did harbor small orange fruits. Tang Ning once again declined, asserting, no, I'm perfectly fine on my own. The primary reason being that during the zero-cost shopping event, she preferred solitude to maintain her persona. Those who cannot be retained, even if one clings to them in desperation, will inevitably slip away. Watching Tang Ning's silhouette fade beyond the window, Lu felt a pang of melancholy. She would rather leap from a building than accompany me. Indeed, love can dissipate. The love does not vanish. It merely shifts, the monkey interjected. For instance, can anyone tell me what 3 boxes of children's popping bags that Ning Jie prepared for me signify? Su Wu, who had remained rather inconspicuous thus far, pondered over the 3 boxes he had extracted from the ring. Perhaps it is meant to alleviate your boredom? After retrieving their own supplies from their respective rings, the group began to examine the contents. Inside Lu's ring were 2 boxes of 4-piece sets, 5 boxes of frozen beef, 5 boxes of sanitary napkins, and a variety of swimsuits. The monkey's ring contained a chainsaw, a hammer, a rice cooker, garbage bags, and bottled water. The overweight man cast a glance at his own possessions and silently turned his gaze towards the overcast sky outside. Silence enveloped the spacious 4-room, 2-hall apartment. I believe it is imperative for us to venture out and procure additional supplies. The haphazard assortment of materials left by Ning Jie, after a year and a half, would undoubtedly lead to their demise, turning them into mere relics of the past. No individual supplies were identical, yet none were genuinely useful. Tang Ning, who had just departed on a forklift, scratched her head, feeling as though she had forgotten something significant. Never mind, it was inconsequential. It wasn't as if she couldn't reconnect. The reason she chose to leave alone was to seek out any potential sources of free fuel. The space ring contained a dozen vehicles, including trucks and forklifts that ran on diesel. She needed to find a way to store some fuel. The outside world was chaotic, compounded by the recent outbreak of infected individuals. For most ordinary people, it resembled hell. The majority remained in a state of panic, with few daring to venture outdoors. This, in turn, increased her chances of finding supplies. In a few days, when these individuals could no longer bear the situation and mustered the courage to step outside, the chaos of looting and pillaging would undoubtedly ensue. By that time, sourcing supplies would become a challenging endeavor. Currently, although communication networks remained functional, no official announcements or rescue notifications had been issued, indicating that the authorities likely could not control the situation. The apocalyptic scenario described by the judge seemed to commence from this very point. The houses in the old city were decades old, low-rise with minimal spacing, densely packed together. Initially, she had planned to accumulate enough contributions to exchange for supplies and then rent a better place. But now it appeared that the old houses had their own advantages. Vines served as substitutes for safety ropes, allowing Tang Song to traverse between rooftops, significantly shortening distances while keeping her away from the lurking infected below. The only somewhat troublesome aspect was her mother, who was outside and had encountered a superhuman. However, it mattered little. Clad in a hat and mask, fully equipped, even if spotted, no one would recognize her. During her journey, she passed by a 7-story residential building and unexpectedly encountered an infected individual on the rooftop. The person appeared to be in their 60s or 70s, hunched over, with half their head eroded by acid rain, revealing a stark white skull beneath. Their clothing was tattered, and one shoe was missing, leaving the other foot, now a gruesome sight, corroded and bloody. The nails on the dried-up hands were a deep gray, resembling the claws of a chicken. Upon seeing Tang Ning leap over, the grayish-white pupils of the infected individual suddenly constricted, and they staggered towards her. Tang Ning silently picked up a stick and thrust it into the creature's heart. With a soft sound, it penetrated a third of the way. Oh, it was a delicate one. Without further ado, Tang Ning nimbly leaped to the other side of the rooftop. After smashing open the rooftop door, she hurriedly descended. However, upon reaching the lower floor, Tang Ning was left dumbfounded. Her door was ajar, and the already poor-quality wooden door bore countless deep scratches, wide open, revealing her barren home to the outside world. Little Orange was nowhere to be seen. Little Orange? That fat cat. A pang of anxiety gripped Tang Ning. Could it be that Little Orange had sneakily slipped out and been devoured by the infected outside? The mere thought of such a possibility left her in shock. No. Could Little Orange truly have met an untimely end so easily? Just as she wallowed in her despair, a loud thud resonated from the balcony, accompanied by a robust meow, as something struck the glass door. Tang Ning looked up to see an infected individual, its head covered in black blood, crash through the fluttering white curtains. Wait, have the infected begun to climb walls now? Instinctively, she summoned vines to ensnare it and prepare to throw it out, only to be thwarted by a massive cat, paw pressing down on her. Chapter 38. This thing is delicious, incredibly fishy. Little Orange, meow. Staring at the large cat head that soon emerged, Tang Ning was utterly bewildered. Little Orange? She had only been gone for a day. How could it have ballooned to such an enormous size, as if it had ingested hormones? Its head alone was 3 times its original size, and its tail stretched over a meter long. Goodness, had it consumed something it shouldn't have? Observing the twitching infected on the ground, Tang Ning was struck by inspiration and rushed over to twist Little Orange's ear. You rascal, couldn't you find something clean to eat? Her home was on the 6th floor. The 6th floor? This little rascal had actually climbed up with such a hefty piece of infected meat in its mouth. Was it possible that over the past few days, it had been consuming these creatures and experienced genetic mutation? The mere thought of this possibility made Tang Ning feel unwell. Little Orange, with its ear firmly pinched, let out a disgruntled meow, swatting her hand away with its large paw and then patting her shoulder. Strangely, Tang Ning perceived a hint of disdain in Little Orange's round, gleaming eyes. Huh, disdain. Little Orange paid her no mind and swiped its paw at the still twitching infected's head. With a resounding crack, the infected's fragile skull shattered like a watermelon, revealing its soft, pinkish brain. Little Orange rummaged through it and extracted a grain-sized morsel, quickly swallowing it, then devoured several mouthfuls of the infected's brain. With a flick of its tail, it gathered the remaining parts and signaled Tang Ning to release the vines. Then, to Tang Ning's astonishment, it unceremoniously tossed the remnants off the balcony. Strangely, Tang Ning's mind was suddenly flooded with a short video she had once watched. A bashful young girl stood by the window, covering her face and exclaiming, "Oh dear, how embarrassing." Subsequently, she tossed out a lifeless body. The girl was adorably charming, a soft and sweet little orange cat, who not only indulged in brain sashimi, but also brought shame. Goodness, her worldview had been profoundly shaken. The little orange cat elegantly licked the remnants from between her paws, mewed softly, and extended her paw towards Tang Ning, indicating that she needed assistance in cleaning herself. There was a bit too much to manage, and she couldn't quite lick it all away. Tang Ning, only just realizing, noticed that her sofa and the floor were strewn with dried black bloodstains. Could it be that for the past 2 days, this was what she had been consuming? She could almost envision the innocent little orange cat waving goodbye to her. Meow, meow, meow. Shortly after the one who cleaned her litter departed, the cat felt an overwhelming ache throughout her body, followed by an insatiable hunger. After finishing the canned food, she rummaged through the cupboard for cat kibble, yet still felt ravenous, leading her to open the door and venture out in search of sustenance. Unbeknownst to her, the little orange cat remained oblivious to her own transformation. Tang Ning suddenly recalled the incident of the little orange cat being caught in the rain. If acid rain could infect ordinary humans, why not animals? Perhaps the little orange cat was fortunate, not succumbing to infection, but rather evolving. The mere thought of such a possibility thrilled Tang Ning. With the strength that the little orange cat had displayed in shattering the head of an infected individual, she could easily be likened to a feline weapon. The notion of using vines seemed trivial. One swipe would suffice. However, her peculiar taste for brain delicacies was rather macabre. The little orange cat paid no heed to Tang Ning's musings. Once her paws were clean, she mewed and sprawled comfortably on the sofa, closing her eyes. Hunting was exhausting, and she desired a moment of rest. The one who cleaned her litter had to toil daily for meager sustenance, yet the little orange cat found herself thriving. From now on, perhaps it would be she who would support her caretaker. Tang Ning closed the door, resigned to the task of cleaning the bloodstains scattered across the floor. The pervasive stench made sleep impossible. After tidying up the house and taking a shower, she collapsed in a bed, utterly fatigued from 2 days of exertion. However, in the dead of night, she was stirred awake by a rustling sound, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor in the air. Rubbing her eyes, she soon found herself gazing into a pair of grayish-white eyes. "Goodness, even in my dreams," she muttered, rolling over only to meet another pair of gray eyes. Instantly alert, Tang Ning swiftly brandished 2 vines, piercing those grayish eyes. Meow? Does the caretaker fancy eyeballs? The little orange cat tilted her head in contemplation before decisively smashing the head of the infected individual on the floor. Nudging one of the remaining eyeballs towards Tang Ning's bedside, her gaze suggesting, "Go on, eat up. If you need more, I can catch some." Startled and drenched in cold sweat, Tang Ning turned on the light, only to discover 4 corpses of infected individuals meticulously arranged in her room, 2 on the bed and 2 on the floor, under the deliberate arrangement of Little Orange. Their lifeless eyes stared unblinkingly at her. Faced with Little Orange's eager gaze, Tang Ning swallowed hard and waved her hand dismissively, asserting, "No, I refuse to consume that repulsive thing. The sight of it is utterly revolting. Even if it weren't disgusting, I still wouldn't eat it." Meow? You don't fancy eating eyeballs? No matter. Then let us savor some brain matter. It's quite delectable. Little Orange began to gather the shattered remnants of brain matter on the floor with its paws and nudged them towards her bedside. Meow woof. This is delicious, incredibly pungent. Tang Ning grimaced and declined Little Orange's generous offer. She wished to survive a tad longer. As she contemplated a more suitable excuse to reject Little Orange's feeding, something reflective caught her attention. Suppressing her nausea, Tang Ning leaned over the edge of the bed and used a vine to sift through the fragmented brain matter. A translucent yellow crystal, no larger than a grain of rice, revealed itself. It seemed that earlier in the afternoon, Little Orange had first consumed this object before indulging in the brain matter. Picking up the tiny crystal and rinsing it clean with water, Tang Ning held it in her palm for a moment before retrieving another crystal she had excavated from the construction site. Chapter 39, Mine, all mine, you shall not touch. Aside from slight variations in color and size, the two crystals were nearly identical in origin and crystalline structure. Pausing briefly, Tang Ning used the vine to probe the remaining infected heads. Before long, she had accumulated several more crystals the size of grains of rice. Unconsciously, she recalled an incomplete report from the research institute. The rice-sized crystals originated from ordinary infected individuals, while the larger ones came from evolved ones. This implied that these crystals might play a significant role in the evolution of the infected. Little Orange's transformation could very well be due to consuming this substance. However, she had no desire to take such risks at the moment, so she tucked the crystals away for future examination. Perhaps, in time, their true purpose would be unveiled. She recalled the hundreds of infected she had eliminated in the shopping mall, suspecting they too might have contained these crystals, albeit too small for her to notice. A grievous oversight. Meow. Why not indulge in such delightful brain matter? Tang Ning hesitated, resolutely declining. You can have it. I'm not hungry. She then stood up, circumvented the scattered brain matter, and proceeded to the bathroom to fetch cleaning tools. Little Orange stared blankly at its caretaker's series of actions, pondering for a moment before grasping something. It seemed the caretaker had a fondness for that shiny treasure. If that were the case, then in light of her prior struggles to hunt for sustenance, all future shiny treasures would belong to her. As for itself, no witties. It was only fond of brain matter. Understanding its caretaker's preferences, Little Orange felt reassured, its gaze instantly shifting back to the brain matter on the floor. All the delicious morsels were rightfully its. Having finished the delicacy of brain matter, the Little Orange cat, obedient and conscientious, promptly dragged the remaining remnants to the balcony and discarded them. One must maintain hygiene, otherwise, the one responsible for cleaning would surely be displeased. Startled by the Little Orange cat's admonition, Tang Ning found her sleep elusive. After meticulously cleaning the bloodstains that resembled a gruesome crime scene, she decided to don the sleek black uniform of the Research Institute. The fabric of the Institute's uniform far surpassed that of typical garments available outside, being both abrasion-resistant and durable. Furthermore, its all-black design provided a degree of concealment during nocturnal excursions, rendering it an excellent choice for clandestine endeavors. After removing the Institute's emblem affixed to the uniform, it appeared indistinguishable from ordinary outfits sold outside. Observing from the balcony for a moment, she noted that the infected outside seemed to be as fatigued as she was, standing still like tree stumps. She resolved to seize the opportunity before dawn to investigate the Research Institute for any overlooked clues. Currently, she possessed only a partially burned report fragment, which merely indicated that crystalline nuclei would grow within the infected's brains. However, she remained uncertain about their specific application. Surely, one cannot simply consume them whole like the Little Orange cat, a thought that was quite revolting. Of course, there was also the matter of essential oil reserves. Her spatial ring contained sufficient food and supplies, yet she was lacking in oil. The satiated Little Orange cat, initially curled up on the sofa with eyes half closed, perked up upon hearing the sound of the door opening, its ears erect and eyes wide. Meow. Is the one who cleans preparing to venture out for a hunt again? No, I must go too. The little feline, determined to be self-sufficient, was eager to prepare its own provisions. Tang Ning paused, contemplating the narrow-bust Little Orange cat, resembling a diminutive cheetah, and ultimately decided to take it along. Should they encounter an assault from the infected, the Little Orange cat would certainly contribute to their defense. Having grown so large and consumed so much, It would be remiss to allow it to partake without exerting any effort. No sooner had they stepped outside than they encountered an infected individual who had been drawn by the noise. Its bluish-gray skin, ravaged by the corrosive acid rain, was riddled with sores, some of which continued to bleed profusely. A yellow hard hat hung askew around its neck, swaying with its movements. Upon spotting Tang Ning, it lunged toward her, hissing. Before she could react, the little orange cat leapt forward with a fierce yowl, pouncing and pinning the oncoming infected to the ground. One paw pressed firmly against the infected's chest while the other swiped at its face with a resounding smack. Oh, yet another shattered watermelon. The little orange cat deftly rolled the crystalline nucleus with its tongue and presented it to Tang Ning, as if claiming credit for its conquest. It was smeared with blood and flecked with the pale remnants of brain matter. After delivering the nucleus, the little orange cat turned its attention to the remaining brain matter, devouring it with gusto and licking its tongue in satisfaction. This brain matter was surprisingly palatable. Tang Ning let out a soft exclamation, quietly stowing away the gift from the little orange cat into her spatial ring. In her hand, it felt rather unpleasant. The recent commotion drew the attention of the infected, still slumbering in their repose. Before long, a few awakened infected began to rush toward them. Tang Ning flicked her wrist, seizing the opportunity to hone her skills. The hefty companion often remarked on her excessive reliance on her abilities. Once those abilities were depleted, facing an onslaught could easily lead her to peril. In the past, she dismissed such advice, but now found it, indeed, quite sagacious. With the changing environment, the number of infected would only escalate. However, her powers were finite, and with the research facility now deserted, there was no way to replenish her mental and physical strength with restorative potions. To survive, she had no choice but to rely on sheer physicality. Yet, Little Orange offered her no chance for practice. With a twist of its neck and a fierce yowl, it lunged towards the approaching infected. Its agile form darted around the infected, delivering swift, fatal blows, each movement fluid and unceasing. The sounds of cracking skulls mingled with the infected's guttural roars, creating a cacophony. A myriad of gray-white eyes glimmered with desire, drool cascading down their chins. Flesh, a delectable flesh. The infected were primarily victims of the previous day's acid rain, their bodies marred by its corrosive effects. They wore tattered clothing, riddled with holes, swaying in the wind like grotesque specters. Some limped in red dresses, others donned reflective vests, while a few stumbled, their bellies torn open, intestines trailing on the ground. Lacking any semblance of reason, their eyes were fixated solely on Tang Ning, the embodiment of temptation. Increasingly, more infected noticed her standing idly by, desperately yearning for a midnight feast. Mine, al-mine, you shall not touch. In the midst of this chaos, she silently signaled to her companion to take cover. Step aside, don't hinder my performance. There was no hint of a plea for help. Tang Ning pivoted and swung her baseball bat, shattering the skull of yet another approaching infected. Just as she aimed for another, Little Orange leapt forth, smashing its head with a satisfying thud. Soon, two, then three more followed, each accompanied by Little Orange's indignant growls, leaving her no opportunity to intervene. As the one being protected, Tang Ning sighed, glancing at the increasingly irritable Little Orange. She quietly utilized the strength of the vines to ascend to the third-floor balcony of a nearby residential building, becoming the bait in a colossal trap. Little Orange was exceptionally adept, casting her as the seemingly inept master. While the little feline wreaked havoc below, Tang Ning perched on the balcony's low wall, utilizing the vines to assist in the culinary endeavors for her companion. She had observed that after consuming the brain matter, Little Orange's fur shone much brighter. Nutritional sustenance, though somewhat repulsive, was acceptable as long as it pleased Little Orange. Thus, she resolved to gather it for her beloved companion. As the little orange creature wreaked havoc, the corpses of the infected accumulated upon the ground, their heads nearly all severed under Tang Ning's relentless follow-up strikes. The bodies piled high, accompanied by the heavy breaths of the Little Orange, and some astute infected began to sense the impending danger, attempting to flee from this hellish scene. The collected brains should suffice for the Little Orange's sustenance for 7 or 8 days. Tang Ning called for it to depart. If it continued this carnage, they would accomplish naught of significance, and dawn was approaching. The little orange, though reluctantly, obeyed and ceased its clawing. The remaining fortunate ones howled as they distanced themselves from this nightmare. Goodness, how terrifying! There were monsters devouring their brains. Descending from the balcony, Tang Ning, illuminated by the moonlight, observed the little orange. Aside from a few stains of dark blood, it appeared largely unscathed. Its combat prowess was indeed formidable. Time was of the essence. The little orange, soaring in mid-air, exclaimed, "Meow!" Goodness, the one who cleans up after it has lifted it into the air. Its expression was one of sheer shock. In the adjacent apartment building, a startled youth, clutching his mouth tightly, could hardly believe his eyes. Had he not fully awakened? Or was it truly the dead of night? Witnessing a lunatic flying a kite from the rooftop? And below, a chaotic heap of headless infected. What on earth was happening? Rubbing his eyes, he found the kite had vanished from the sky. Surely, he must still be dreaming. It could not be real. Yet, upon glancing at the ground, the stillness of the pile of infected corpses confirmed his worst fears. This was no dream. The youth was left dumbfounded. Tang Ning had already bypassed the building, having released the little orange as she firmly set her feet on the ground, making her way to the main road. The research facility lay to the north. If she did not tarry, she could reach it in approximately 40 minutes by car. The noise from the forklift was considerable. Contemplating this, she procured her compact electric vehicle. The square pastel pink truck, aptly named Chop Pepper Fishhead, was just the right size for her and the little orange. Along the way, she encountered numerous overturned vehicles at the roadside. Adhering to the philosophy that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, she did not overlook these opportunities. Methodically, she pried open the fuel caps of the overturned cars, siphoning the gasoline into empty barrels stored in her spatial ring. Though there were a few careless infected that dashed onto the road, the little orange deftly dealt with them before they posed any threat. Their journey proceeded smoothly and safely, culminating at the research facility. As dawn approached in the early hours, the facility stood eerie and deserted amidst the night, punctuated by sporadic roars of the infected that added an air of the uncanny. After securing her vehicle, Tang Ning beckoned to the inquisitive little orange and departed. The little orange mewed softly and followed in step. The empty ground floor of the research facility, with its doors ajar, welcomed several wandering infected. The little orange swiftly dispatched one, smashing its head and dragging it before Tang Ning, signaling her to collect the brain. Silently, Tang Ning severed the infected's neck, her expression impassive as she stored the heads in her spatial ring like so many watermelons. Upon contemplating the peculiar amalgamation of numerous intellects and the provisions she sought, an unsettling sensation enveloped her. Little Orange soon detected a disturbance within the depths and hurriedly pursued it. Aware of its formidable prowess, Tang Ning allowed it to venture forth while she continued along the corridor to its terminus, once more arriving at the entrance of the subterranean passage. The walls bore remnants of desiccated dark brown blood, faintly exuding a repugnant odor. The viscous stains upon the floor had long since dried, devoid of the previous sticky sensation underfoot. It seemed the circuitry had malfunctioned. The once flickering green safety lights had extinguished, casting the surroundings into utter darkness. After fumbling for a moment, Tang Ning retrieved a flashlight from a ring. The amber glow illuminated a small portion of her vicinity, and with this light, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. The research center retained its eerie tranquility, an unsettling stillness reminiscent of her last visit. Her footsteps came to a halt before the glass partition that once confined the infected Subject Zero. The flashlight's beam penetrated the enclosure, revealing a pristine white bed devoid of any signs of struggle. Even the restraints meant to inhibit movement lay neatly arranged at the headboard. It appeared that they had extracted Subject Zero while still in a state of unconsciousness. Most within the Institute were aware of Subject Zero's existence, yet few had beheld its true form. Even the Subterranean Research Center required specific clearance for entry. Under previous circumstances, she would not have been permitted access to this area. Ironically, despite her arrival, Subject Zero remained elusive. Moreover, a perplexing point lingered in her mind. The Institute's abrupt evacuation had not been communicated to the cleansing department psychics. Chapter 41. Succulent Delights. Should danger arise, one would logically assume that the cleansers were the Institute's most formidable assets. With the large research apparatuses absent, the entire center felt desolate, littered only with disheveled sheets of white paper, devoid of any superfluous items. To her astonishment, it seemed someone had preempted her. The metal cabinets within the room lay strewn across the floor, their contents of various energy agents and pills vanished without a trace. Even the door to Old Joe's office next door had been forcibly opened. Could there be other cleansers harboring intentions akin to hers, arriving before her? Frustration welled within her. She had believed her speed was sufficient. It appeared that her expedition to the Research Institute today would end in vain. As she brooded, a creaking sound emanated from nearby, akin to a door closing. Startled, Tang Ning swiftly concealed herself behind the wall, raising her laser gun in readiness. At this hour, an unsuspecting, ordinary person would not venture here for a frivolous exploration. If it were another cleanser, it would be understandable, for they were all colleagues. However, if it were someone else standing still and waiting for a while with no other commotion outside, just as Tang Ning was preparing to step out with her laser gun to investigate, a shadow suddenly darted from around the corner, 2 rooms away, charging directly towards her. Tang Ning instinctively aimed her laser gun at the shadow and fired, but missed. The shadow, clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of a firearm, quickly retreated into the corner. Feeling somewhat vexed for missing her shot, Tang Ning thought to herself, "Damn it, I couldn't even tell whether it was a person or a ghost." Meow. Just as she was about to surreptitiously extend her vines to confront the shadow, the little orange cat, who had vanished moments earlier, reappeared at the corner. Simultaneously, it let out a fierce howl and lunged at the shadow in the distance. How dare it attempt a sneak attack on its caretaker while it was away? It truly has a death wish. The little orange cat's tail stood upright, and as it emitted a low growl, its gaze was fixed intently on the shadow. In the next moment, the shadow that had just been there vanished into thin air. The little orange cat was taken aback. Tang Ning was equally astonished. She hadn't even gotten a clear look, and the shadow simply disappeared. Could it be a ghost? The two of them, a human and a cat, exchanged bewildered glances, both covered in goosebumps. After holding her arm aloft for what felt like an eternity, and with the shadow still not reappearing, Tang Ning cursed inwardly. I really encountered a ghost. It's time to leave. This place is no longer safe. Who knows when that shadow might leap out from another corner. With no various potions left and nothing of value to take from the Research Institute, lingering any longer would only waste time. The little orange cat, undeterred, sniffed around here and there, but the shadow left no trace behind. It could only grumpily follow in Tang Ning's footsteps. On their way home, it occasionally jumped out of the car window to swat down a few approaching infected individuals. Damn it, it's infuriating to let it escape. It thought, just wait, I've memorized that scent. The next time I see it, I'll squash its head into pulp. After gathering fuel from about 10 vehicles, dawn broke with a dim light. Passing by a construction site, Tang Ning casually collected a substantial amount of bricks, cement, and sand. She even took a few nearly new mixers and the row of prefab houses nearby. Although they seemed useless at the moment, it didn't mean they wouldn't be valuable later. After hastily consuming some buns and congee stored in her space ring, she finally rose to her feet. Outside, daylight had fully arrived. The previously silent, infected individuals seemed to have been summoned, all turning their heads in unison as they resumed their aimless wandering. They swayed east and west, resembling street loafers in sagging pants. Tang Ning tossed 2 strips of dried chicken to the little orange cat, which was focused on gnawing on a brain out on the balcony. With a strip held in her mouth, she stood at the edge of the balcony, observing the throngs of infected meandering below. Even though her body had been corroded by acid rain and undergone significant changes, she still recognized several familiar faces amidst the chaos. There was the aunt who used to run a breakfast stall at the entrance of the community, her once lovely features marred. With one side of her face a sickly gray and the other hanging loosely after the corrosive rain had stripped away layers of skin, revealing the underlying tissue. And beneath that, her stark white bones were all too visible. Her usually sparkling eyes were now reduced, to pinprick pupils. The once vibrant contrast of black and white faded to a dull gray. She moved stiffly, following the throng of infected individuals. Then there was the delivery man responsible for their area, his head grotesquely askew, dangling from his neck, his uniform stained with blood, still clutching a package that would never reach its destination. Also among them was Uncle Lou from the opposite building, the old security guard who often indulged in card games and fishing, now hunched and muttering to himself, his familiar face lost among the infected, as if heading towards a grand and aimless revelry. Describing him as fully armed would not be entirely accurate, for he wore no proper combat attire. His limbs were tightly bound with various books, a helmet from an electric bike perched on his head, and pot lids strapped to his front and back as makeshift armor. He resembled a character from a cartoon, a colorful ninja turtle. Judging by her petite frame, she appeared to be a girl. Casting a glance at the infected wandering outside, and then at the individual cautiously brandishing a kitchen knife as they stepped out, Tang Ning swallowed the dried chicken she had been chewing. Such audacity! The girl advanced step by step, knife raised, toward the side of the entrance, presumably intending to drive away. However, the open parking lot was swarming with at least 10 infected individuals. For an ordinary person to navigate through unscathed would prove quite challenging. As expected, the moment the scent of flesh wafted through the air, the previously aimless infected were suddenly animated, howling and charging towards the girl like a pack of wolves. Fresh meat. Chapter 42. Do not return. Instinctively, the girl swung her solitary weapon at the approaching infected, her frantic strikes with the kitchen knife surprisingly claiming the lives of two. Watching the twitching forms on the ground, Tang Ning clicked her tongue in disbelief. In the meantime, she seized the opportunity to jump into her vehicle, not even bothering to close the door as she sped away with a shout. What incredible luck she had! After this encounter, the only sounds remaining outside were the howls of the infected, with the voices of ordinary people nearly silenced. The community chat remained lively, yet the initial boastfulness of those showcasing their stockpiled supplies had noticeably diminished. The sudden outbreak following the acid rain, compounded by the absence of any official rescue efforts, instilled a palpable sense of fear and anxiety that spread silently among them. Most messages in the group were complaints about the dire state of affairs, lamenting the dwindling food supplies at home, criticizing the government's inaction, and various requests for resource exchanges. In the current circumstances, bags and watches hold no significance for survival. Others may have witnessed that ninja turtle venture out, yet none possess the courage to emulate it. The outside is rife with infected individuals. A moment's inattention could render one like them. Isn't that Ji Lin from the third floor? 132. How could you allow a young girl to go out searching for food? Indeed, it's utterly heartless. Ji Lin is merely 16 and a girl. Sending her out is akin to signing her death warrant. What business is it of yours? If she doesn't go out to scavenge, will you assist me instead? I have cared for her for 16 years, feeding and sheltering her all this time. It's about time she showed some filial piety. And as for you, lacking the courage to venture out, refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Tang Ning, clutching her phone, pondered and began to recall the Ji Lin they mentioned. Delicate and seemingly submissive. She had heard from Xu Hong that she was cast out by her brother for adding too much oil while cooking. In the chill of autumn, she had curled up in the hallway outside for an entire night. TSK, that family truly deserves condemnation. Tang Ning couldn't help but reflect on her own situation. Since her earliest memories, she had been with the Star Pirate Group. The leader claimed to have found her on a desolate planet, drawn to her quiet demeanor, and had taken her in. She knew nothing of her origins or her family. Her only kin was the bearded leader who had rescued her. As she thought of that rugged man, her mind wandered further back. At that time, their entire band of 7 pirates had been exiled without exception. After arriving in this realm, she had contemplated seeking information about her past, yet the vastness of this world left her at a loss. She could only hope that the leader and the others were still alive. After all, she had amassed considerable resources with the intention of helping them thrive. Following the rebuttal from the residents of 132, a silence fell over the group chat for a brief moment, only to be followed by a wave of accusations. Tang Ning, feeling increasingly annoyed, tossed her phone aside, and opened a can of chilled cola, gulping down nearly half in one go. Little Orange sensed her discontent and turned its head, mewing softly before leaping into her embrace. Thud! Startled, Tang Ning found herself toppled over, both her and the couch crashing onto the floor, nearly gasping for breath. Struggling to push Little Orange off, she lifted her shirt to reveal a sizable bruise on her side where the creature had landed. What a clumsy beast! It had no awareness of its weight. Little Orange tilted its head, bewildered. It had merely intended to comfort its owner, yet was met with rejection. How rude! Rubbing her sore side, Tang Ning winced in pain, feeling a tinge of sympathy for those infected individuals who had met their demise at the paws of Little Orange, wondering if they still felt pain. Mew, mew, mew. I swear, if I comfort you again, I shall be a worthless scoundrel. How perplexing. Yet Tang Ning comprehended its meaning and hastily waved her hand. Do not return again. You have utterly disrupted my thoughts. The vehicle surged into the community, trailed by a few scattered infected individuals who, despite having their legs crushed by the car, remained relentless in their pursuit. Armed to the teeth, Jilin stumbled out of the vehicle, a bedsheet fashioned into a makeshift bundle on her back, bulging with supplies. While the kitchen knife in her hand was smeared with thick, viscous dark brown blood, some of which was still dripping. Get away! Get away! She cried, brandishing the knife as she retreated towards the entrance of the building. Once inside, she would be safe. Just as one of the nearest infected was about to seize her arm, someone from an upper floor swiftly hurled a bag of garbage at the assailant, effectively halting its advance. Jilin narrowly escaped and dashed through the entrance, slamming the door shut behind her, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. With Jilin's triumphant return, many in the group were eager to follow suit. Having endured the previous acid rain, many households were already short on provisions, and with the recent outbreak, most had gone a day or two without food. Soon, several entrances of the apartment complex were bustling with individuals resembling Ninja Turtles, much like Jilin. Some, lacking proper attire, had bundled themselves in layers of thick clothing, appearing as rotund as tiremen. They wielded kitchen knives, clothes-drying rods, and fire extinguishers, improvising weapons as necessity dictated. As for helmets, a water ladle wrapped in transparent tape would suffice to offer some protection. Some had successfully navigated to the open garage, while others were still en route. A few scattered infected in the courtyard were efficiently dealt with through collaborative efforts. Some even found themselves secretly regretting. Chapter 43. Can her door be kicked open? Had they known it would be so simple, they would have ventured out earlier to seek food, rather than languish at home, nearly starving for several days. Yet, they were fortunate to have acted in time. As the vehicle exited the gate, the infected, wandering the streets outside, were alerted by the commotion. Hark! Hark! The cacophony of roars reverberated from every corner, converging towards a common direction. Before long, a dreadful scream echoed not far from the outer gate. Damn it, what do you mean by infected? They're clearly zombies. It's over, it's over. Our venture is doomed. If I must perish, I pray for a bite from a zombie that doesn't hurt. I refuse to die of starvation or in a hideous manner. Indeed, venturing out like this is tantamount to courting death. In that case, I'll trade my gold necklace for 4 packs of instant noodles. What good is a gold necklace? You can't eat that. I'd pay 5,000 for a single pack. If you want food, go find it yourself. Get lost. The anguished cries from outside echoed vividly within the community. The previously hushed sounds vanished without a trace, replaced by a renewed uproar among the group. In the current circumstances, resources are akin to life itself. Money and jewelry hold no value when one cannot satiate their hunger. Furthermore, why should they share the provisions they have painstakingly acquired? As time progresses, the atmosphere within the group grows increasingly volatile, obliterating any semblance of the harmony that once existed. After muting the group chat, Tang Ning prepared to indulge in a brief nap. Having scarcely rested the previous night, this moment was opportune for a quick slumber. Unfortunately, there were those intent on disrupting her repose. A series of knocks resounded from outside. Tang Ning, sprawled on the sofa, turned over, unwilling to answer the door. Most likely, it was someone from the same building seeking to borrow food. The knocking persisted for a while, followed by a rustling sound, culminating in an irate kick against her door. The loud thud startled Tang Ning awake. Who on earth is kicking my door? She thought indignantly, having already been deprived of rest. She was irked not only by the disturbance, but also by the sheer audacity of kicking her door, unaware of its fragility. In a fit of annoyance, she slipped on her slippers and strode to the door. Standing before her were a man and a woman, their faces still flushed with anger, grumbling as they prepared to ascend the stairs. Upon seeing the door ajar, they paused momentarily, taken aback by the sight of a seemingly youthful girl. What the hell? You've been home for ages, and didn't T bother to open the door? Are you out of your mind? The man exclaimed. How about the munchies? With her hand still resting on the doorknob, Tang Ning glared at the man, her expression fierce. Which foot was it that kicked my door? It was my right foot, what of it? Are you deaf? He retorted, his tone dismissive. Before he could finish, Tang Ning swiftly retaliated with a kick that sent him stumbling backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Why would you resort to violence? This is outrageous. We haven't done anything wrong, the woman exclaimed in alarm, rushing to help the fallen man, her complaints spilling out incessantly. Tang Ning disregarded her, examining her damaged door. The thin wooden surface now bore the imprint of a large foot, clearly dented. You'll pay for this, she declared. Is my door a target for kicks? The man, already embarrassed by his fall, was further incensed by her demand for compensation. He retaliated by drawing a folding knife from behind him. You filthy wench. You refused to cooperate, and now you want me to pay? I'll teach you a lesson. Hand over your food, or I swear I'll make you regret it. He threatened, brandishing the knife as he lunged toward her. Unwilling to tolerate his aggression, Tang Ning dodged to the side, gripping his wrist and applying pressure in the opposite direction until she heard a satisfying crack. The knife clattered to the ground, and, as she deftly caught it, she swiftly kicked him in the abdomen. With a cry of pain, she mercilessly sent him staggering backward with another forceful kick. The man, unable to protect his head, tumbled down the corridor and came to rest at the corner of the small platform between the 5th and 6th floors. Perhaps he had struck his head, for after a brief convulsion, he lay motionless. The tiger, unprovoked, does not mean she is merely a sickly cat. Still, she harbored intentions of robbery? How audacious! Murder, indeed. Do you not fear my reporting you to the authorities? You inflict harm upon others. Retribution shall surely follow. If you refuse to lend, then so be it. But resorting to violence is utterly unacceptable. Tang Ning cast a dismissive glance at her, utterly unfazed by her threats. Go ahead, call the police. Even if they arrive, her actions would be deemed self-defense. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the officials are hardly capable of safeguarding themselves, let alone dispatching aid. Observing the woman trembling in fear, Tang Ning coolly glanced at her before departing, taking the trash with her. She also noted the bloodstains left by the man after being kicked. And clean up the mess, or I shall ensure your demise. With that, she turned and slammed the door shut. Outside, the woman, belatedly realizing her predicament, collapsed onto the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. That woman inside was truly terrifying. Eventually, she managed to support the unconscious man down the stairs. Awakened from her slumber and disturbed by the door being kicked, Tang Ning could not return to sleep. In a fit of anger, she cursed under her breath, violently overturning the trash can at her feet. The more she pondered the incident upon returning home, the more vexed she became, quickly posting about it in the homeowners group, each word lamenting Tang Ning's deliberate harm, even sharing several photos depicting the man's pitiful state. Yet, there was no mention of their own actions. Chapter 44. Damn it, I will rob her sooner or later. Some voiced accusations, while others speculated she might be a concealed murderer. Naturally, some began to plot secretly. However, Tang Ning had muted the group notifications and was entirely oblivious to the messages. Even if she had seen them, she would not have cared. A murderer, indeed. Let us see who would dare to knock on the door of a murderer. Some were even covered in blood, unable to discern whose it was. The lights attracted some of the infected into the community, but soon they fearfully retreated. Darkness enveloped the surroundings once more. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. The joyful were relieved to finally avoid hunger, whereas the fearful lamented their lack of sustenance at home. In just 2 or 3 days, The survivors began to discern the infected's behavioral patterns. They were highly sensitive to sound and light, responding to the slightest disturbance. By day, they were exceedingly active, roaming about without signs of fatigue. Yet, they appeared to dread direct sunlight. After prolonged exposure, they would seek refuge in shaded areas. At night, their movements slowed considerably compared to the daytime. With these observations, more individuals in the community began venturing out in search of supplies. By adhering to these established patterns, one could often find food during the night. Xu Hong mentioned that his family still had 7 or 8 steamed buns, along with a few packets of instant noodles, and some small bok choy and lettuce that his mother had grown. If she ran out of food, she would find a bag, tie it with a string, and let it down for him to bring her some. Given Xu Heng's disability, he was certainly unable to venture out in search of food, and his mother, not being young anymore, would likely lack the strength and agility to do so, even if she wished to. Moreover, should she encounter an infected individual outside, it would surely spell doom for her. With such a meager supply of food, being trapped at home would not sustain them for long. Even in such dire circumstances, there was still concern for whether she had enough to eat. Tangled in her thoughts, Tang Ning rummaged through her spatial ring for some compressed biscuits and a few bottles of mineral water. She found an opaque bag, tied it securely, and lowered it through the small window of the 5th-floor bathroom. The spatial ring contained plenty of delectable and nutritious food, stir-fried dishes, hot pot ingredients, snacks, and treats, but she refrained from taking any of it out. The strong aromas of those items were unsuitable for their current situation, and she could not explain where they came from. Before long, Xu Heng called her. Tang Ning instructed him to keep the items safe and hidden, advising him not to open the door for anyone requesting to borrow things. After some hesitation, Xu Heng ultimately accepted her offer and then inquired about the group's discussion regarding forming a team to search for supplies. Forming a team for supplies? You don't know? Xu Heng sounded puzzled. Haven't you seen the messages in the group? In truth, she had not. She had muted the group due to the incessant noise. It was proposed by the second building, suggesting that each unit select a representative to form teams and collectively search for food, while also reporting names and head counts from door to door. Tang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Are you participating, Ning Jia? I will not. It would be best for you all not to expose yourselves easily. Don't worry, Ning Jia. My mother has stockpiled plenty of food at home. Even if we don't step outside for half a year, we will manage just fine. Those who had endured hardship in their youth tended to develop such habits, hoarding various items, often allowing many to expire without ever using them, yet they remained undeterred. Besides stockpiling, Xu Heng's mother had also cultivated a variety of vegetables on their 2 balconies and would occasionally send some to Tang Ning. Thanks to Aunt Xu, Tang Ning frequently received these thoughtful gifts. Hearing Xu Heng's reassurances, Tang Ning felt considerably relieved, but still cautioned him to reinforce the security of their home. The older apartment complex had subpar construction quality, and the doors were particularly flimsy. Should they encounter any trouble, it could be quite perilous for the two of them. I understand, Ning Jia. Are you truly not participating? I'm not. She had no time for idle pursuits. She had firmly declined, yet at some point, Xu Heng had still managed to stuff a generous handful of lettuce into the bag. The vibrant green leaves still held moist earth at the roots, clearly freshly harvested. Not wanting to squander such kindness, Tang Ning secured the doors and windows before retrieving a portion of roasted pork belly and spicy kimchi. Dusted with chili powder and enveloped in spicy pickled cabbage, wrapped in crisp lettuce, each bite is a delightful indulgence without being overwhelming. Meanwhile, I once again entered the owner's group, where, as expected, the atmosphere was tumultuous. The elected representative of their building was a man named Huang Yumin, residing on the 2nd floor. He was once a supervisor at a nearby company, but had been dismissed for misconduct and had since languished at home. Coincidentally, he was the very man who had previously attempted to rob them. Now, he feigned a casual inquiry about the number of residents in each household. Some reported their numbers honestly, while others questioned the authenticity of his registration. What do we need to register for? This isn't a census. Exactly. Besides, if we're forming a team to scavenge for supplies, those who wish to join can simply volunteer. Indeed, everyone. Given the current circumstances, the authorities are clearly neglecting us. We must rely on ourselves. By registering the number of people in each household, my intention is to foster unity among us. Once we find supplies, we can distribute them fairly based on headcount. What do you think? Tang Ning could only say that a former supervisor truly knew how to soothe the crowd's concerns with his words. Gradually, more individuals began to report their numbers. Reflecting on the cold gaze of the man when he was kicked to the ground, Tang Ning did not perceive him as a selfless benefactor. Chapter 45 vanished in an instant with Tang Ning's prior warning. Xu Hong and her son refrained from speaking in the group. Observing the compiled list, Huang Yumin meticulously pointed at each entry, noting that 2 were still missing. His finger halted at numbers 152 and 162. The disabled man and the elderly woman on the 5th floor were inconsequential, but the 6th floor housed that wretched woman who had injured him. Damn it, he would eventually seize her supplies. Huang Yumin spat, suppressing his pain, and tagged Tang Ning in the group. However, she completely ignored him. No matter. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Huang Yumin's eyes as he swiftly devised a plan. After posting, he tagged everyone. He could not believe that the resources of those 2 households could sustain them for 10 days or more without venturing out. Once they found themselves desperate, they would surely follow him in search of supplies. That woman had been rather brazen, daring to harm him. When the time came to scavenge, he would ensure she paid the price. After all, the hunt for resources was fraught with peril. Losing a few lives would hardly raise eyebrows. As for the 2 on the 5th floor, they were hardly a threat. If they remained unwilling to venture out, it would only signify their abundance of supplies. When a moment was ripe, he would lead a raid on them. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a smile finally crept onto Huang Yumin's face as he reached out and pulled a nearby woman closer, commanding her to crouch down. The following night, as darkness descended, 8 or 9 individuals gathered in the corridor of the apartment building. Aside from Tang Ning and Xu Heng's household, several other wary residents chose not to venture out. Huang Yumin silently noted their names, deciding to deal with them later. 6 men and 3 women donned the thickest of garments, wrapping themselves in layers of fabric. Even though it was still summer, with nighttime temperatures hovering around 20 to 30 degrees Celsius, everyone preferred to endure the heat rather than shed a single item of clothing. In the face of the deadly infected outside, the thicker the attire, the greater the chance of survival. After Huang Yumin took stock of the group, he opened the unit door. Once a few had ventured out, he swiftly closed it behind them. He had made it clear in their group chat that since only these few households had sent out members, any supplies found would inevitably be distributed among them alone. The idea of purchasing anything was out of the question. Among those who ventured outside was Jilin, the first to seek supplies. Clad in a teenage mutant ninja turtle's costume, she brandished a dulled kitchen knife in one hand, with a makeshift wooden club, crafted from a broomstick, tied at her waist as a backup weapon. As the group exited the unit, they tread lightly, inching toward the outdoor parking area. Suddenly, a corner revealed a dazed, infected person, prompting a woman clad in a protective suit from Yunchuan province to let out an involuntary scream. The commotion immediately roused 2 infected nearby. What the hell? Cursed a tall, lean man, his reflexes sharp as he struck the advancing infected with his club. The others quickly joined in, combining their efforts to finally subdue the charging infected. The woman, trembling and in tears, found no comfort from anyone. After all, her earlier scream had nearly jeopardized their lives. The group split into 3 vehicles, and upon exiting the community gates, one person disembarked to ensure the gate was closed before they drove towards the right side of the neighborhood. Observing the departing group from her balcony, Tang Ning pondered for a moment before summoning Little Orange, ready to venture out for a stroll, while remaining wary of potential traps. Her unwillingness to join the others stemmed from a desire to avoid their company. Not only would her abilities be difficult to wield, but she also had no intention of engaging in any zero-cost transactions. Most importantly, if her powers were exposed in front of them, they would surely swarm her like pests. She had no obligation to sacrifice her own interests and time to assist them. After all, they were capable individuals. Let us go, let us go. It's a night drill. With that time, she could just as easily hunt with Little Orange. Initially upset about being pushed aside earlier, Little Orange's anger dissipated after enjoying a couple of tender morsels. Hunting was in its nature, and nothing could prevent it from accompanying its caretaker on an expedition. After changing into appropriate clothing and footwear and ensuring the exterior was quiet, Tang Ning climbed out through the back window with Little Orange in tow. The summer night was eerily silent, with infected individuals standing in clusters, their eyes wide and motionless. Rather than retrieving her vehicle, Tang Ning chose to hone her skills instead. Grasping a watermelon knife, she secured it to her hand with cloth strips to ensure it would not slip free, and stealthily approached the nearest resting infected. With a swift motion, she struck. The round head swiftly slipped from the neck, and, just as it was about to hit the ground, Tang Ning caught it with a motion reminiscent of a monkey retrieving the moon, making it vanish into thin air. Little Orange, meow. Where's the brain? How did it just disappear in an instant? Oh, Little Orange nodded in understanding. That made sense. Venturing out in the dead of night was solely for a bite to eat, Tang Ning whispered as she deftly secured another head into her spatial ring. Upon her exit, she had already donned a new ring specifically for storing the brains of her conquests. Meow. Little Orange tiptoed, silently severing the neck of an infected individual. The head rolled to the ground, startling a nearby infected. Huh. As it howled, the other infected, still soundly asleep, began to stir. Chapter 46. You are Shan Gongbao. Your whole family is Shan Gongbao. Sensing the imminent danger, Tang Ning swiftly ascended a nearby tree, donned her mask, and then leaped down into a relatively sparse gap. Unable to use her abilities, she relied solely on her physical prowess, which momentarily left her feeling somewhat disoriented. An infected individual, missing half an ear, was the closest, clutching its severed arm, and lumbered toward her. Tang Ning mentally recited the techniques taught by a former mentor, delivering a kick to the infected's abdomen as it bent down. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly raised her left leg and delivered a knee strike to its face. Simultaneously, she thrust both hands, palms upward, forcefully striking the sides of the infected's neck. As she watched the bluish-gray head slide away, Tang Ning was momentarily bewildered. Oh, I forgot the knife was still strapped to my hand. My apologies, my apologies. While speaking, she sidestepped a surprise attack from behind, secured the head into her spatial ring, and executed a sweeping kick, twisting her body to the right, delivering another kick to the abdomen. A clean and swift slice followed. To her surprise, the watermelon knife purchased from the market proved to be quite effective, severing one head at a time. $25, what a bargain. Though the recently severed head appeared somewhat misshapen from poor sleep in childhood, it shouldn't affect the taste of the brain, right? After securing two heads, Little Orange, who had been playfully engaging with the infected, could no longer contain itself. Wasn't it supposed to be guarding the one scooping the poop? Yet, the scooper was acting faster than it. With a swift meow, Little Orange joined the fray. As a cat, its attacking style was refreshingly simple. Tear, scratch, pounce, and slap. One paw per head. When encountering particularly resilient foes, it employed both paws. The brain splattered, yielding a delightful texture. Tang Ning caught a glimpse of Little Orange's actions, observing for a couple of seconds. Noticing that it was executing dangerous maneuvers without sustaining any injuries, she felt reassured and re-engaged in her own battle. Strike the abdomen. Hook the foot and stomp the belly. I curse your mother. The infected. The ferocity of the meat from the takeout was quite overwhelming. Tang Ning, undeterred by the opinions of these adorable creatures, diligently practiced the techniques imparted by the corpulent mentor, landing one punch after another, followed by a swift slice. Before long, she found herself breathless and fatigued. Correspondingly, the nearby ground had accumulated several dozen headless corpses of the infected. It was time to conclude today's training. Further harvesting would surely attract the attention of the nearby horde of infected. Little Orange, still yearning for more, found itself entwined by vines, suspended in midair, clawing and screeching at a small infected that had narrowly escaped its grasp. Put me down at once, it demanded. That creature looks particularly tender. Unfazed, Tang Ning twisted its ear and used the vines to hoist it up to the platform on the third floor. As soon as they arrived, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. Following the sound, Tang Ning glanced over to see two men emerging from a nearby alley. only to be confronted head-on by a group of infected blocking their path. It was unclear which noise had drawn the attention of the infected, but within moments, the two men found themselves surrounded, though clad in thick clothing and wielding clubs in desperate defense. These two insignificant, ordinary men stood little chance against the 7 or 8 infected, their feeble resistance appearing pitiful from Tang Ning's perspective. Had they only been more cautious and refrained from making too much noise, or, upon realization of their peril, fled with haste, they might have avoided this dire predicament. However, it was evident that they lacked any experience in such confrontations, especially as one man's terror became palpable, his frantic cries echoing in the air. One of the men had evidently sustained an injury, the scent of blood wafting through the air, igniting the excitement of the infected, who became noticeably more agile in their movements. Suddenly, an infected creature stealthily emerged from the depths of the alley, lunging from behind to seize the injured man. Its mouth agape as it aimed for his neck. "I'll fight you to the end. Help! Divine Mother! God of Wealth! Silence! You're unbearable!" The anticipated pain never arrived. The trapped body slackened and collapsed. The creature that had intended to feast on him now severed at the neck, its body staggering forward before toppling at his feet. After a moment, a round, dark object rolled to rest beside him, its gray-white eyes fixed upon him as if silently questioning, "What's wrong with taking a bite?" The man stammered, "Ah." Suddenly, a vine, appearing from nowhere, struck him sharply, as if to say, "This is your late-night snack." The man promptly ceased his outcry. Only then did he notice that several headless bodies of the infected now littered the ground around him. A mere 3 meters away, a shadowy figure wielded a glimmering silver blade, having just claimed the last head. The head vanished into thin air, and the body collapsed on the ground. Subsequently, a figure, akin to a leopard, descended from the heavens, emitting a low growl of dissatisfaction from its throat. The shadow, cloaked in darkness, clicked its tongue and soared alongside the leopard up to the adjacent wall, disappearing from sight. The man was utterly petrified. After a prolonged moment of stupor, he vigorously rubbed his eyes, muttering to himself, "My goodness, is this the manifestation of the Queen Mother? A divine being?" Another man, clutching his chest, appeared shaken yet somewhat captivated, clad in black, accompanied by a creature resembling a dog-like leopard. This was none other than the legendary Shun Gongbao. Tang Ning stumbled slightly, indignantly exclaiming, "You are Shun Gongbao, and your entire family is Shun Gongbao. Moreover, how can my little orange be so adorable and yet be reduced to a mere dog?" Had she not feared that these two fools would attract an overwhelming number of infected individuals with their cries, she would not have so benevolently intervened. Little Orange was still somewhat displeased that it had been prevented from unleashing havoc after just having disposed of waste, but that discontent dissipated swiftly. Chapter 47. If you wish to die, feel free to continue speaking. Tang Ning found an unoccupied rooftop, pouring out the heads she had collected that night from her spatial ring. Orange, classify and discard them, understood? Observing the mountain of heads, Little Orange soon forgot its earlier irritation and plunged into the joy of work. Those that remained intact were crushed, while the brain matter was extracted for Tang Ning. The glistening remnants reserved for the one who had cleaned up. The foul, dark heads? Discard them, toss them away. With a mouthful of hair, Little Orange circled the rooftop before decisively hurling them down below. Disgusting. Such a pile ruins my appetite. Meanwhile, Tang Ning, donned in gloves, retrieved a basin of water from her spatial ring, tossing all the crystal cores that Little Orange had procured into the water. In the midst of their tasks, Little Orange indulged voraciously, its belly round and satisfied, stretching languidly with paws extended. After gathering the remnants, Tang Ning poured another basin of water to wash Little Orange's paws. "You filthy creature, look at the mess you've made. It's revolting, at least for this month." She had no desire for the pickled, roasted brain matter stored in her spatial ring. Meow, do you understand sustainable development? Prolonged exercise can lead to muscle strains, you know? This is enough. We shall venture out again tomorrow. As the vehicle entered the main gate, several infected individuals trailed behind. Two men leaped from the car, urging the vehicle to hasten while charging toward the pursuing infected. With knives brandished, one could clearly sense the men struggle against overwhelming odds. Little Orange, accustomed to climbing walls, had no intention of using the front entrance, having stealthily circled around to scale the back wall of the complex and enter through the balcony. Tang Ning had initially intended to take that route as well, but, upon hearing the commotion at the front, decided to retrace her steps. Seeing the men retreating step by step, their eyes filled with despair, Tang Ning could no longer hold back. She retrieved a badminton racket and sent a swift strike toward the infected individual that was making a racket. The pristine white shuttlecock pierced through the temple, revealing only a short, blood-stained segment of dark feather on the outside. The infected individual convulsed twice before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining few soon met the same fate. After dispatching the last standing infected, Tang Ning adjusted her grip on the racket. Surprisingly, this implement proved quite suitable for ranged attacks. Should she not close the door and wait for a late-night snack instead? Heavily dragging her feet, she shakily shut the large door, finally feeling a sense of safety. "Thank you," the man stammered, his voice quivering, his limbs growing weak. Tang Ning waved her hand in silence, her gaze lingering on the fallen, infected with a tinge of regret. In the presence of so many witnesses, it was unseemly for her to draw a knife and sever heads. Perhaps it was better to consider it their good fortune. The already lifeless infected seemed to question her sudden appearance, but most were filled with dread, especially the man who had narrowly escaped death. He recognized Tang Ning, aware that she lived in a side unit, yet he had no inkling of her remarkable strength. Despite her petite frame, she had effortlessly neutralized the infected with a single shuttlecock. In contrast, they appeared pitifully weak. Jilin was the last to disembark, her body tightly wrapped in books and a pot lid, stained with dark brown blood. One hand clutched a kitchen knife firmly, while the other cradled a backpack against her chest, remaining taciturn. Supplies were gradually unloaded from the vehicle, and Huang Yumin soon descended the stairs. Upon seeing Tang Ning standing nearby with a racket in hand, he was momentarily perplexed and directly inquired, "Did you go out today as well?" "No, she wasn't tea with us. She went out alone," came the reply. Tang Ning did not deny it. She had never been part of their group. Huang Yumin felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, his heart sank again almost immediately. Wait, she went out alone? With just a racket? He hesitated, casting a quick glance at Tang Ning. Noticing that she bore scarcely a trace of blood, his mood soured instantly. He appeared to have miscalculated her combat capabilities. Tang Ning was not one to entertain scrutiny. "I did not sign up." She made her intentions clear. She would not partake in the search for supplies. Huang Yumin choked back a response, feeling a familiar ache at his waist where an old injury throbbed. "On what grounds do you refuse to sign up? Everyone else risks their lives to gather supplies. Do you expect to benefit without contributing?" The voice belonged to a woman, her eyes brimming with malice. "You think you can still?" Tang Ning's glance silenced her, a palpable aura of lethal intent halting the woman's unfinished words. "If you wish to die, feel free to continue." The racket spun idly in her hand, while the other held a shuttlecock. Her tone was unremarkable, devoid of menace, yet the woman was rendered speechless, too frightened to utter another word. On the ground lay an infected individual brutally struck down by this woman. Had she been bewitched by some sinister force to dare speak of this demon in such a manner? Huang Yumin, witnessing this, refrained from uttering another word. It was only when he saw Tang Ning stride confidently into the apartment building, her gaze unwavering, that he finally felt a sense of relief. This situation called for a change in strategy. This woman was not to be trifled with, at least not by him. As he recalled the two families he had already dealt with, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Huang Yumin's eyes. It would be prudent for this woman to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern her. If he could orchestrate a confrontation between the bald-headed gang from Unit 2 and this troublesome woman, he would stand to reap the benefits in the end. This was a matter he needed to contemplate thoroughly. Chapter 48. The Roundhead cracked open 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of milk, a box of mineral water, a box of biscuits, and a box filled with various snacks. The remainder consisted of some rolls of toilet paper and toiletries like shampoo. After inventorying the supplies, Huang Yumin's expression darkened with discontent. How could there be so little? This meager amount was utterly insufficient. They had scoured several convenience stores. Yet this was all they managed to acquire. Others had been quicker on the uptake. Perhaps they had already scavenged the area days prior. They had driven to multiple stores just to gather these items, which was commendable under the circumstances. Yet, why not distribute the provisions? Moreover, they had found quite a bit today. Who could predict whether the next group would unearth anything tomorrow? If they failed, would that not result in a significant loss? Indeed, they should distribute today as findings today to avoid prolonging uncertainties. I concur. We have all endured hunger for 2 days, with food available. Who would wish to wait until tomorrow? And what of that fierce woman? If she were to return and rob them of their supplies, what then? The group, agitated, voiced their grievances, growing increasingly discontented. One man, unable to contain himself, had already begun to pry open a box of instant noodles. In the past, who would have deigned to eat instant noodles? Yet now, he could consume 2 or 3 packages raw. With one taking the initiative, the others, fearing to be left behind, rushed forward to join in. Huang Yumin, incensed, struck the leading man sharply. What are you doing? I expect obedience. The 2 men accompanying Huang immediately brandished their clubs and swung at the defiant man. He let out a cry and fell to the ground. And as the 2 men relentlessly attacked, he could do nothing but curl up and plead for mercy. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, slowly realizing they ought to intervene. But Huang Yumin swiftly drew a machete, stopping them in their tracks. When the 2 men finally ceased their assault, the beaten man lay on the ground, bloodied. I have made myself abundantly clear. We are now a collective. All resources must be distributed centrally. What do you intend to do? Rebel? Anyone who disobeys will face dire consequences. Huang Yumin's gaze fell upon the man on the ground, his initial ferocity swiftly dissipating, replaced by a tone of earnest persuasion. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. Although I haven't accompanied you outside, I did provide the vehicle, did I not? And the fuel as well? We are all part of the same unit. There's no escaping that. Can I truly hoard the supplies and deny you all? The reason we're not distributing today is simply that most of you have already retired for the night. I am considering everyone's welfare, he stated, gesturing to the 2 men who had recently acted as enforcers to begin moving the supplies. Noticing the lingering reluctance among the crowd, he skillfully pivoted, continuing, we must maintain a broader perspective, avoiding the pitfalls of being penny-wise and pound-foolish. Have you forgotten that woman from earlier? The last few infected were dealt with by her. If we distribute now, will we offer her a share? If we deny her, who among you could possibly stand against her? If we do offer her a share, your own portions will diminish. Is that what you desire? Huang Yumin spoke with heartfelt intensity, and under his subtle coaxing, those who had previously been restless finally calmed their intentions. Indeed, that fierce woman posed a significant threat. Should she return demanding her share of supplies, they would find themselves at her mercy. Tomorrow will suffice. The supplies won't sprout legs and escape. If we wait until tomorrow, she will be left out, thereby allowing you to receive a slightly larger share. At last, he managed to placate the crowd, and the supplies were successfully moved upstairs. A glint of shrewdness flickered in Huang Yumin's eyes. His mood considerably lightened. The distribution of supplies would undoubtedly occur tomorrow. As for the quantity, that would be determined by them. Upon returning home, Huang Yumin's first action was to photograph the gathered supplies and send the image to Zhao Guang, the bald man from the neighboring unit, who was the instigator of the team formation. In a few days, once the teams had sufficiently gathered the surrounding supplies and dealt with those who remained behind, they would no longer need to maintain their charade. Tang Ning, aware of the commotion outside, paid little mind to it, as she had no intention of getting involved. By the evening, her hunting endeavors were nearly concluded, yet remnants from her earlier forays remained in her storage ring. After a refreshing nap, she noticed little Orange wandering aimlessly in the small living room, seemingly restless and eager for mischief. To occupy its time, Tang Ning decided to extract the remaining heads from her storage, piling them on the floor. Feel free to rummage through these, but remember to sort them properly, she instructed, hoping to keep its thoughts from drifting towards the outside world. While little Orange busied itself with the heads, Tang Ning took the opportunity to fetch a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. However, upon turning on the shower, only a trickle of water emerged. Recalling the previous acid rain, she promptly shut off the shower, opting instead to draw water from her spatial ring and plugging in the heater to warm it. Given the potential contamination of a local water supply, she deemed it safer to use her own water. This very water had been drawn from a reservoir nearly 2 years prior, during a moment of idle curiosity to test the capacity of her spatial ring. The heating device quickly brought the water to a boil. Tang Ning added some cold water, checked the temperature, and then removed her clothes to soak in. In the living room, Little Orange diligently engaged in sorting tasks. With its round head bobbing, it exclaimed, "Out with the pink blossoms, shine brightly over there, and the unappetizing stinky ones, roll away." As it recited this mantra in its mind, Little Orange curled the emptied heads with its tail and piled them by the door. Glancing at the small handful of sparkling cores, it couldn't help but lick its tongue, for that particular treat smelled delightful. Yet, it seemed to have promised to save it for the one who cleans up after it. Chapter 49. Why is it so spicy for you, my feline lord? Casting a glance at the chaotic sounds emanating from the tightly closed bathroom, Little Orange hesitated. Just one little nibble. Surely I won't be discovered? With that thought, it swiftly flicked its tongue, snatched a morsel, and swallowed it whole. Alas, it was too rapid. The flavor eluded its senses. Perhaps another one? There are still so many, it thought, devouring 2 more. However, there was a hint of fishiness, and it lacked sweetness. It must have been that first piece of inferior quality. No, that one doesn't count. I shall eat another, just this final one. It continued to consume, only to find the glimmering cores had vanished. Little Orange, shocked. Oh no, could it be that it consumed them all? What if the one who cleans up gets angry? Yet, it pondered further. Wait a moment, a significant portion of these were gathered by me. What is wrong with me, having a tiny bit? This realization gave Little Orange a newfound confidence. Just then, a knocking sound interrupted its thoughts. Tap, tap, tap. Meow. Glancing at the closed bathroom door and thinking that the one who cleans up was still bathing, Little Orange snorted in annoyance and rose from the floor. Who is so blind as to knock at this hour, making me go to the door? Umph. Little Orange squatted in front of the door, extended its front paw, grasped the doorknob, and turned it to the right, pressing down with force as usual. Crack! The handle broke. The door slowly creaked open. Huang Yumin, who was just about to knock again, heard the door creak open and instinctively looked up, locking eyes with the squatting Little Orange. Ah, what the? Startled, he turned away, only to be met by the sight of the scattered infected heads, truly terrified now. His eyes rolled back, and he tumbled backwards, rolling down the stairs in a wooden barrel-like fashion until he landed on the small landing between the 6th and 5th floors. Zombie! The 2 men, who had been standing behind him, were also frightened by the sight revealed after Huang Yumin's fall and scrambled down in panic. One of them, in his haste, accidentally stepped on Huang Yumin's injured waist. Huang Yumin twitched and slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself rolling and yelling as he ran down the stairs, tripping multiple times along the way. Little Orange looked on in bewilderment. Meow? Wait, are these fellows truly the ones who bring forth the divine offspring? In the early morning, rather than resting, one rushes to knock at the door, only to flee the moment it is opened. What could possibly be the meaning of such behavior? It is so endearing. Surely, it cannot be that it was frightened? Truly, have you never encountered a clever cat that can open doors? Little Orange, expressing disdain, extended its tail to hook the door. Oh dear, the door wouldn't hook? Meow. This is a disaster. What on earth are you doing? Tang Ning emerged from her bath, a towel perched atop her head, droplets of water cascading from her damp hair. Upon exiting, she spotted Little Orange sitting at the door, lost in thought. As she approached, she noticed the broken door handle on the ground. Did you break this? Her tone held a hint of scrutiny. Oh no. It merely nudged it ever so gently. Why open the door? I think I just heard someone knocking. Tang Ning walked over, wrinkling her nose at the scattered items on the floor. Couldn't you have piled them on the balcony? It reeks here. As she spoke, she peered outside. While bathing, she seemed to have heard some eerie noises, but there was no commotion outside. Attempting to close the door, she found it would not shut. Tang Ning, Little Orange silently lowered its head. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. With a sigh, Tang Ning glanced at the curled-up little orange. Xian was right. The door of her home was indeed too insecure. One only needed a person with a bit of strength to kick it open. Look, even this little rascal managed to break it. Now, her front door remained perpetually ajar, inviting the world in. Although the current infected individuals appeared somewhat dim-witted, one could not guarantee that they wouldn't evolve into agile beings akin to those in the construction market. And what are the neighbors in the same unit? Who could say they wouldn't come up with robbery plans in the future? Thankfully, during her time at the construction site, she had salvaged some concrete and other materials. Now that the door was unusable, it would have to be blocked. It was a pity. She had just bathed and would now break into a sweat again. Little Orange seemed to understand it had caused trouble, quietly retreating to the balcony while using its tail to pull the door closed. Naturally, it also carried 2 brain pieces it had procured. Tang Ning. Gathering the remaining brain pieces from the floor, she felt as though something was still missing. What about the crystal cores? Did you eat them all? 20 or 30 heads, and not a single crystal core left for her. Tang Ning was furious. It wasn't merely because Little Orange hadn't left any for her. It was pure concern that consuming too much of that substance could have irreversible effects on its health. To this day, she remained unaware of how those crystal cores should be utilized, as the incomplete report from the Research Institute only indicated their usefulness, but failed to mention if they could be consumed raw. Meow. Regardless of the name or title, how could you, dear cat, consume so recklessly? Are you a pig? Eating everything? How have you not perished yet? Are you out of your mind? Little Orange curled its tail, covering its ears. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. The litter box cleaner is reciting prayers. As Xiao Juzi displayed her audacity, unperturbed by the boiling water, Tang Ning could only shake her head in disbelief. Damn it, sooner or later, I shall hang this rebellious child up for a proper reprimand. With a stern expression, she proceeded to bring bricks and cement mixed with river sand into the living room. Mixing the cement and sand, she excavated a hole to pour in water for a thorough blend. Donning woven gloves, she picked up the bricks and meticulously laid them along the outer edge of the door frame, stacking them to a height of half a meter. Considerably inspired, she decided to remove the pile of heads nearby. One by one, she arranged them neatly, securing them with cement to the exterior of the brick wall. By the time the wall had effectively sealed off the original door frame, Tang Ning was utterly exhausted, her back barely able to straighten. Construction work was indeed not a task for the faint-hearted. It was excruciatingly laborious. Concurrently, a layer of guardian heads adorned the outside of her newly constructed wall. Tang Ning felt immense satisfaction with this artistic creation of her own imagination. Henceforth, anyone intending to rob her home would first be startled by these guardian figures. Well, even if they weren't scared to death, they might very well be repulsed. After all, when she and Xiao Juzi stealthily left the house at the witching hour, they did so by leaping from the back balcony rather than through the front door. The existence of a door was of little consequence. Chapter 50. Behold the grandeur of my front entrance. With the bricks laid, they felt considerably safer within the confines of their home. Time to pack up. She collected the remaining bricks and cement, as they might prove useful in the future. As for the resident across from 161, who was rendered speechless by the sight through the peephole, Tang Ning paid them no mind. After tidying everything up, it was already noon. With the gate of hell as her safeguard, Tang Ning decided to treat herself to a hearty meal that afternoon. Spicy crayfish, tofu pudding bubble tea, and a side of stir-fried greens. Her meal would be a balanced blend of meat and vegetables. Having finished her spoils on the balcony, Xiao Juzi, drawn by the tantalizing aromas wafting from inside, could no longer contain herself. Just as her paw reached for the glass door, Tang Ning shot her a fierce glance. Reflect on your actions outside. Xiao Juzi, meow mom. Do not call me mom. I'm not your mother. Xiao Juzi. Humph, I don't want anyway. I'm not even tempted. Slurping. Meanwhile, the owner's group chat had erupted with fervor. Huang Yumin had fainted from shock and was trampled upon, along with his 2 subordinates, who were still reeling from the traumatic experience. The scene they had witnessed on the 6th floor was utterly shocking to their worldviews. The sight of a ludicrously oversized cat in that household was one thing, but the multitude of infected heads was simply terrifying. 16216 Huang Yumin frantically tagged Tang Ning in the chat, alternating between asking if she was still present and speculating whether she had been devoured by the infected the previous night. With so many infected appearing on the 6th floor, the fact that they were still alive was nothing short of miraculous. Group chat. What the hell? Are there infected individuals in our building? Some, attempting to suppress their fear, scrutinized the photographs with utmost seriousness. It seems it's not just an infected person, but rather the heads of the infected. What on earth is this? How could they leave so many out front? It's absolutely terrifying. I know, there's a little girl living there, gloomy and always coming and going at odd hours. She probably isn't a decent person. No, it's the badminton A's from last night. A photo showcasing a door adorned with the heads of infected individuals set the group ablaze with fervent discussion. Fear mingled with admiration, and amidst the fervor, Huang Yumin allowed a woman to apply a hot towel to the swollen lump on his forehead, formulating a plan. We didn't find much supplies during our outing yesterday, and we lost several people. If Miss Tang, being so formidable, were willing to join us in the search for resources, safety would surely not be an issue. He then tagged Tang Ning once more. The crowd, who had just been filled with fear, suddenly realized that with such a powerhouse among them, what was there to fear? Consequently, they began to tag Tang Ning in the group, imploring her for protection. Great One, please take us under your wing. Great One, I am your long-lost brother. I can be adorable and warm your bed, and when it's hot, I can fan you. Tang Ning. She had never thought to exploit their fears, nor would she allow them to take advantage of her. When that old woman on the 2nd floor spread rumors about her, no one in the group came to her defense. Want to play it safe? They should first consider if she would even agree. Having been attacked and frightened with those ghastly things, Huang Yumin was already seething with anger. However, recalling the peculiar cat resembling a tiger that he had seen before fainting, he felt a twinge of fear. He also shared the photo of her neighbor that she had sent to the group, boasting, "Look at my grand entrance, impressive. Isn't it? The little cat peeking out. The fat guy. Xin monkey. Xin monkey, don't you dare imitate me. Suwu, what is this? Is an infected head blocking your doorway?" Tang Ning first recounted the misdeeds of the little orange cat in the group with heartfelt lament, then proudly praised her architectural talent. However, the group's attention was primarily focused on the changes in the little orange cat. Monkey, Sister Ning, are you saying the little orange cat's appetite surged after the acid rain and it mutated into such a size? Suwu, did it even consume the crystal core from the infected's brain and not perish? Xin, fat guy, didn't you also get drenched in acid rain? How come you didn't turn in a Hulk? Truly disappointing. The fat guy. Although he believed the cat's mutation was more likely due to consuming the infected's crystal core, he dared not voice it. What if these heartless friends urged him to eat that revolting thing too? Absolutely disgusting. He could not stomach it. Tang Ning held her phone aloft, glancing towards the balcony, where the little orange cat lazily rolled onto its back, basking in the sun, its gaze towards her quite filthy. It was evident even through the glass door. Perhaps it was a combination of two factors. However, at present, aside from the changes in flavor and size, the little orange has undergone no other transformations. Do you think it is possible that, aside from this little creature, there are other animals that have also experienced mutations? A profound silence enveloped the group. Indeed, it is quite plausible. If that were the case, an image involuntarily surfaced in Tang Ning's mind. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water. Each one a formidable weapon of mass destruction. It seems that when she ventures out to forage with the little orange, she could also seek out other mutated creatures. If she could assemble a formidable trio, she could easily recline in comfort during this apocalyptic era. As the discussion within the group grew increasingly fervent, the air conditioning emitted a sharp sound before abruptly ceasing to function. Shortly thereafter, the ambitious plans that had just been sent out displayed a large red exclamation mark. Tang Ning tapped a few more times, yet her messages remained undelivered. Rising once more, she attempted to switch on the lights, but to no avail. The power is out and the internet is down. Deprived of the refreshing coolness, the once closed room quickly became stifling. Outside, the mournful wails of the infected echoed as they sensed the commotion within. Chapter 51, a hard-won masterpiece. Don't let it be destroyed. As the ebb and flow of noise settled, the community once again fell into silence. Tang Ning, feeling a tinge of irritation, fanned herself with her hand and opened the balcony door. The little orange, having basked in the sun sufficiently, promptly scampered back inside. The air conditioning on the balcony had ceased as well, and the neighboring residents voiced their grievances. It appeared that her failure to pay the electricity bill was not the issue at hand. In 30-degree weather, the abrupt loss of cool air caused Tang Ning to break into a sweat, and her appetite for the remaining crayfish dwindled. Meow. The little orange, having unearthed a fan promoting infertility from some hidden corner, nudged it towards Tang Ning's feet. Here you go, caretaker. Now that you have a fan, you can stop your incessant chanting. Tang Ning picked up the fan, fanning herself a few times. The warm breeze brushed against her cheeks, alleviating some of her inner turmoil. She then retrieved 2 ice creams from her spatial ring. As she unwrapped one, the little orange swiftly bit into it and sprawled on the kitchen tiles to lick it. Tang Ning muttered a playful curse at the glutton, popping the other ice cream into her mouth. The icy coolness sent her spirits soaring, but soon, the ruckus outside dampened her uplifted mood. At that moment, 4 or 5 men stood in the corridor outside the 6th-floor door, deliberating on who would take the initiative to sacrifice themselves and knock. Faced with so many infected heads, foul and repulsive, none were eager to extend their hands. One of Huang Yuman's lackeys, positioned at the back, spoke up. We are all part of a collective now, and naturally, everyone must contribute. That woman should have gone out with us tonight, especially since she's so capable. Before they ascended, the leader had instructed him on what to say, and as the words left his mouth, they indeed bore fruit. The man at the forefront took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and poked at the gap in the center of the infected heads with a wooden stick. Seeing no response from within, he prodded the wall with greater force. Could it be that this wall is excessively thick? He harbored doubts that if he continued to poke at it, even those inside, no matter how long it took, would remain oblivious. Should we resort to breaking it down? The man proposing this, wielding a fire axe, was eager to proceed. I believe that would be feasible. Are you not afraid of offending her? Some who had witnessed Tang Ning's temperament and capabilities from behind the window yesterday were now more rational. With merely a badminton racket, she could incapacitate an infected person. Their reckless approach of forcibly entering could provoke her ire, and he could vividly imagine the sensation of a racket striking his face. Moreover, they were seeking collaboration for a nighttime expedition to gather supplies, not attempting a robbery. Is such brutishness truly appropriate? What is there to fear? She is merely a woman. How could she possibly overpower us? The man with the fire axe dismissed the concern. The few accompanying him were not here with intentions of cooperation. He had overheard Lao Huang's phone call with Brother Zhao yesterday. The household contained only a single woman, delicate and fair, with a rather sharp temper, yet undeniably beautiful. It was quite normal for someone strikingly attractive to possess a fiery disposition. Perhaps when Brother Zhao grew weary of her, they might even share in her bounty. Most importantly, Lao Huang had mentioned that this woman was indeed formidable. If left unchecked, she could jeopardize their plans. Their arrival was not as compliant wolves knocking at the door, but rather to forcibly take her away. Stop dilly-dallying if you lack the courage. Step aside and do not hinder us. The man, losing patience, pushed another man who had been standing behind him to the forefront and tossed the fire axe to him. Go ahead and smash it. The man nodded vigorously, lifting the fire axe and striking at the heads of the door gods. The axe cleaved through flesh and bone, and dark, viscous blood splattered onto the face of the foremost attacker, who immediately recoiled in disgust. Keep chopping. What are you dawdling for? By the time Tang Ning finished her ice cream and rose from the sofa to approach the door, outside was already filled with impatient exclamations. Damn, are the people inside deaf? Can't they hear the commotion we're making? Open the door. Don't hide inside and remain silent. I know you're home. Their voices were so loud that even the infected outside the community could hear the ruckus. Yet those inside remained as silent as the grave. Damn it. If you refuse to cooperate, you'll regret it. Hurry and open the door. I might break my hand. She had employed quick-drying reinforced cement, and within a short span, The entire artistic wall of door gods had solidified, each head firmly affixed. Even if they continued to smash at it, they could hardly cause any further damage. Nevertheless, she did not wish to overly trouble them. Tang Ning finally spoke. "Is there something you need?" A suddenly clear and bright voice echoed from the previously silent room, momentarily stunning the men before they reacted with dissatisfaction. "Aren't you home? Hurry up and open the door. Brother Zhao has business with you. I am utterly exhausted. What kind of wretched door is this?" "Zhao, who is this character that has suddenly appeared? I have never heard of such a person." I refuse to comply. Tang Ning took a slow, leisurely lick of her somewhat melting ice cream and yelled towards the door's guardian outside, "And if you dare to smash my wall again, I swear I will make you regret it. This exquisite art piece took me considerable effort to create, so do not ruin it." The men were momentarily taken aback, but their anger quickly surged. "How dare you? We, Zhao's men, have come to see you out of respect, yet you choose to disregard our courtesy? Open the door." Realizing their approach was perhaps too aggressive, one man altered his tone and requested she step aside, warning that their strength might inadvertently cause her harm. "Open the door? Not a chance. This lady has not even left a door for you to open. You are truly a ruthless bunch." Tang Ning was infuriated. When polite conversation failed to elicit a response, it seemed they were intent on vandalizing her door. "Fine, then do not blame me for being ungracious." With a final bite of her ice cream, Tang Ning discarded the stick and swiftly crossed the living room, heading to the bedroom to climb out onto the rooftop terrace. If they wished to damage her wall, they should be prepared for the consequences. Upon witnessing this, the little orange cat let out a meow and reached out with its paw to pull at Tang Ning's pant leg, effectively dragging her back onto the bed. "You stay here, I will handle this." The cat, having indulged a bit too much in that shiny treat, felt restless and was eager to unleash its pin-up energy by thumping a few heads. With a flick of its tail, the cat expertly unlocked the door. In a mere moment, it had scurried out along the drainage pipe by the wall. Tang Ning barely had time to react. As long as it gets away, just don't let it die right at the doorstep. It's hot outside, and with the power out, it will become filthy and foul-smelling. She wondered if the little orange cat had heard her. Within seconds, a series of horrified screams erupted from outside the guardian wall. Tang Ning sighed, rubbing her temples. "Forget it. Let the little rascal play. If it can withstand the infected, those thugs outside stand no chance. I merely hope its appearance does not leave them with too deep a psychological scar." With the little orange cat on the prowl, Tang Ning felt a sense of calm as she popped a lollipop into her mouth. Outside, the cat leapt down from the sky, landing right among the men. With a swift swipe of its paw, it left a series of deep gashes across the face of a man wielding a fire axe, blood gushing from the wounds. The man let out a horrific scream, completely caught off guard, before being flung away by the cat's tail, only to be violently collided with another man. "What the hell is this? A tiger? Where did it come from?" One exclaimed in disbelief. "No, wait, it's just a cat." Seizing the chaos to its advantage, the little orange cat dashed through the mayhem, attacking with paws and tail while continuously meowing loudly. Glancing back at the guardian wall, the cat was visibly enraged. The meticulously selected heads have now been rendered unrecognizable. Alas, it seems that only the one who cleans up after them and this creature are permitted to engage with such heads. Meow! By the heavens, what a predicament! In a fit of rage, the little orange cat unleashed its claws with fierce vigor, filling the already narrow corridor with the heart-wrenching cries of despair. Tang Ning, within the confines of her room, frowned deeply at the cacophony. It was truly tragic. One could sense the anguish of those outside merely through sound. Consequently, she chose to silently don a pair of earplugs. The deities of childbirth had been driven away, yet the cat's claws were left marred with remnants of flesh. A mess it could not clean itself. Tang Ning, resigned, quietly removed her earplugs and retrieved a basin of water from her spatial ring, dutifully cleaning the little orange cat's paws. The once pristine water soon turned murky, and merely observing the floating remnants, she could envision the cruelty inflicted upon those outside. Meow! The cat had exerted itself so diligently. Surely, the act of sneaking a bite of glimmering food could be forgiven, and it was time to temper her indignation. "You are indeed impressive. Tang Ning gently patted its large head and, with a wet wipe, cleaned the blood splattered across its furry face, restoring its former appearance. The little orange cat, satisfied, let out a contented yowl and stretched lazily before gracefully making its way to the sofa in the living room to rest. Meanwhile, the men who had been thoroughly battered crawled away from the gates of hell on the 6th floor and gathered in Huang Yumin's modest abode on the 2nd floor. The already cramped space now housed 5 or 6 men, the air thickening with tension. Damn it, old Huang. You never mentioned there was a tiger that escaped from the zoo upstairs. I almost lost my life, one man exclaimed, clutching his face in agony, gritting his teeth as he gasped for breath. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly. After enduring a swipe, he immediately fled to the side. Otherwise, his face would likely have been irreparably damaged. The others were not as fortunate, their arms, faces, and legs torn and bruised, blood oozing from the gaping wounds. A gruesome sight indeed. The most alarming fact was that they had no idea when such a creature had appeared in the building. From the moment it descended, it had unleashed a massacre upon them. Had they not fled swiftly, their lives would have been forfeit. Reflecting on this, the men cast glances at Huang Yumin, their eyes glinting with menace. It was all his fault for failing to disclose such vital information, leading them to their current plight. Huang Yumin, under the weight of their gaze, swallowed hard, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. We are in a residential area. How could there possibly be a tiger? Lao Lu, are you seeing things? He had intended for these men to scout the situation. There was no way he could admit he had long known about the feline on the 6th floor that bore a striking resemblance to a tiger. I believe it must have been a cat. Surely, Lao Lu, you have misjudged. Another added, yes, I also observed. It must be a cat. The man known as Old Six spat disdainfully and aimed a kick at Huang Yumin, only to aggravate his own wound, causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Damn it. How could I possibly be mistaken about such a large creature? No, that's not what I meant. Huang Yumin was struck in the area of his still healing injury, intensifying the pain and draining the color from his face. After a flurry of punches and kicks, even if he had wanted to concoct a lie, he found himself too intimidated to do so. Once he bore the pain and clarified the situation, Old Six and his companions were left in a daze. A cat? Are you saying that thing is truly a cat? This can't be a joke. What breed could grow so large? Just think about how much it must consume. Who could afford to keep such a creature? Do you think a person capable of using an infected person's head as a building material is normal? The moment those words were spoken, silence enveloped the group. Indeed, a normal person could never commit such an atrocity. What should we do now? Brother Zhao had tasked them with binding the woman on the 6th floor and delivering her. Yet they had not only failed to capture her, but had not even laid eyes on her. What will we do? How should I know what to do? Under the collective scrutiny, Huang Yumin felt a chill run down his spine, shaking his head vigorously. If he had a solution for dealing with the woman on the 6th floor, would he still be seeking assistance here? The group fell silent. After a long pause, Old Six slammed his thigh and sprang to his feet. Damn it. I refuse to believe that one woman could turn everything upside down. Danzi, think of something. Go find me a rope. We'll manage this ourselves. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, Tang Ning had already eaten her fill and was idly passing the time. With the power and internet cut off, she was utterly oblivious to the outside world, and the chaos in the neighborhood only compounded her ignorance about the circumstances of the others. Unable to watch television or access the internet, she decided to bring the flower pots from her balcony inside and set them on the small coffee table. One pot contained catnip for her cat, while the other held the scallions gifted by Shu Heng's mother. Under the sweltering heat, both the catnip and scallions had wilted, with the tips of the catnip leaves having turned a sickly yellow. She retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her supplies to hydrate the plants, rolling up her sleeves as she prepared to tend to the catnip. In the context of the interstellar realm, wood-based abilities were rather lackluster, although they could spur plant growth. It was a transient effect. Most importantly, due to the intense radiation, the flora and fauna of the interstellar environment had undergone mutations. Even if she could promote plant growth, the results had little practical use. They were inedible. Natural plants were scarce in the interstellar domain, often unpalatable, and most could not be consumed directly, leading the inhabitants to rely predominantly on nutrient solutions for sustenance. After being exiled to this place, she had attempted to promote growth once, but the results were not edible. Thus, she had purchased an abundance of seeds to keep on hand, regularly experimenting with plant cultivation at home, meticulously categorizing the resultant fruits in her spatial ring. Now that there is nothing else to occupy her time, she decides to cultivate a little more to store away. A gentle, white light emanates from her fingertips, gradually seeping into the yellowing tips of the catnip leaves. Before long, the previously drooping leaves begin to perk up, their color transforming from a sickly yellow to a vibrant green. A rich aroma fills the air, awakening the little orange cat, who stirs from its slumber on the sofa, its nose twitching as it opens its eyes wide. Upon seeing the catnip, now towering at nearly half a meter, the little orange cat leaps from the sofa in sheer excitement. Catnip, its most cherished delight. In no time, several delicate, tender green shoots emerge from the soil, swaying gently as they unfurl their tiny leaves, reaching skyward. Soon, a third, fourth, and fifth leaf appears, branching out and producing small, pale yellow flowers. Gradually, the flowers wither, giving rise to tiny green buds that emerge from beneath the leaves, growing larger and turning red. Bursting with juice, they're sweet and tangy, a delightful treat. She picks a few to savor later, while the remaining sprigs are tucked away into her spatial ring. It is only when a faint throbbing pain begins to manifest in her head that she pauses her work. Regrettably, the 2 pots contain little soil, and this slow cultivation feels rather time-consuming. If only there were a patch of land available. Tang Ning shakes her head, dismissing the thought. Where'd she find land now? Oh, wait. She resolves to dig for soil once darkness falls. She can also check in on EXILED to see how things are faring on her end. If the conditions are right, they might even form a team to harvest some crystal cores. They remain uncertain about how to utilize those items, but gathering more would ensure they are prepared for the future. Night soon envelopes the sky, and after finishing a bowl of savory tofu pudding and sipping on a bottle of yogurt, Tang Ning feels satisfied. The plump little orange cat, feeling disgruntled by being called fat, takes its time before finally leaping onto the windowsill. Following Tang Ning as she gracefully exits the community through a few agile jumps over the air conditioning unit, Tang Ning retrieves a miniature vehicle, beckoning the little orange cat to hop on before she silently drives towards the main street. Shortly after they depart, Lao Lu and his companions return, cautiously bearing sticks, knives, and a bundle of rope as they stealthily ascend to the rooftop of Tang Ning's building. The dilapidated wooden door has already been smashed by the little orange cat, allowing them to enter an area that feels eerily unguarded. Ma Zi, you're nimble. You go down, and don't forget to bring the tranquilizer. Although they cannot break through the chaotic wall, descending from the rooftop will suffice. As long as they can quietly deal with that psychotic cat, handling a mere woman will pose no challenge for them. In Lao Lu's eyes, Tang Ning's arrogance stems entirely from the support of the little orange cat. Once the cat is dealt with, a single woman should be no match for their numbers. Regarding Huang Yuman's remarks about the formidable abilities of that woman, the sixth brother paid them no heed. How formidable could she truly be? Could she possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Once the cat was dealt with, they would ultimately release the rope, and, at that point, wouldn't that woman be at their mercy? The thought alone was enough to ignite excitement. However, ideals often diverge from reality. As Ma Zi descended from the rooftop with a heart lighter than air and climbed through the window, he found himself at a loss, having searched in vain for that peculiar cat. As for the woman, she was nowhere to be seen. The empty room, devoid of life, contained only a bed, a sofa, a solitary television hanging on the wall, and a small coffee table. It resembled the shell of a house, more barren than a mere shell. Moreover, a faint, unpleasant odor of decay permeated the entire living room, rendering it utterly unbearable. After a thorough search, Ma Zi found no one, and leaning out the window, he tugged on the rope. Sixth brother, there's no one home. At that moment, Tang Ning leisurely drove onto the main road with Little Orange, stopping by the roadside. She stood atop the car, wielding a badminton racket. Let us show ourselves, my little darlings, she exclaimed, sending the shuttlecock spiraling toward the nearest head. Little Orange, unable to contain his excitement, had already dashed into the throng of infected. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Tang Ning couldn't shake the sensation that something was burning nearby. Shaking her head to dismiss the irrelevant thought, she sent another shuttlecock flying. One could not afford to lose focus while sweeping through the crowd. To be fair, her practice partners displayed commendable dedication. Each one that fell was quickly replaced by another, tirelessly charging forward, as if unaware of fatigue. The infected howled and converged upon the adorable little car, their dark arms stretching forth in a desperate attempt to pull down Tang Ning, who stood atop the vehicle. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. Anyone who ventured too close was promptly met with a shuttlecock, convulsing before collapsing, trampled beneath the feet of those that followed, unable to rise. Little Orange continued his tried-and-true tactics on the periphery, swatting each head with precision. One hit to the head, another to the chest, and another to the neck. It was all about ensuring that none of them got too close for comfort. With an abundance of shuttlecocks stored within the spatial ring, Tang Ning harbored no fears of waste. Seeing her faithful companion thoroughly enjoying himself, Little Orange targeted the nearest infected, batting it away before darting into the fray to finish off the remaining foes. With so many round heads, each containing his favorite treats, he was determined to seize the moment. Additionally, those glimmering objects needed to be extracted. Otherwise, if Tang Ning decided to leave abruptly, it would be a significant loss. Tang Ning glanced at Little Orange, who was focused on tidying up, raising an eyebrow without uttering a word. She then turned and sent another shuttlecock flying at a wandering infected. One odd mix of styles, she mused. A sock paired with straw sandals. How perplexing. The infected along the road were drawn to the commotion stirred up by the two of them. Perhaps it was due to the emergence of survivors venturing out to scavenge for supplies, but Tang Ning felt that their numbers seemed to have increased significantly. As the crowd swelled, she was overwhelmed by a sense of boundlessness. It was imperative to retreat. If they lingered any longer, they would be engulfed. The badminton racket, subjected to her vigorous use, quickly broke, the strings snapping in protest. Shaking her arms, she called out for Xiao Juzi. At the same time, her ability manifested as tendrils that spread from her fingertips, precisely ensnaring the heads of the infected lying on the ground and depositing them into her spatial ring. She still needed to locate EXILED and the others. The night was drawing near, and time was of the essence. Xiao Juzi, engrossed in munching on a head, was taken aback when it suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving him with nothing but empty air. He immediately expressed his discontent with a series of plaintive cries. Tang Ning shot him a glare and moved on. All he could think about was eating. If he kept it up, he might end up with a crooked head. After collecting the heads, Tang Ning unleashed another tendril, whipping away several nearby infected. She then leaped down and swiftly dove into the vehicle, not forgetting to instruct Xiao Juzi to handle the remaining few that were still pursuing them. The car roared to life, and with a series of sharp turns, they soon left the infected far behind. Xiao Juzi, having found an alternate shortcut, darted in through the car window with agility, mewing and greeting. "Hold on tight." The vehicle soon vanished from the sight of the infected, eliciting a chorus of frustrated cries. The delivery has escaped. Sniff, sniff. Another delivery has arrived. As the car rounded a corner onto the main road, the rotund man and EXILED were confronted by a horde of infected charging towards them, sending shivers down their spines. Were there not too many infected here? Although they had encountered infected along the way, their abilities had allowed them to navigate through without significant danger. They had hoped that venturing into the suburbs would yield fewer threats, but alas, the sheer number was overwhelming. Could they not limit the number of these infected on the roads? With such a multitude, it seemed nearly impossible for just the two of them to break through. The fat man furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. Most concerning was their dwindling fuel. Taking a detour would undoubtedly pose challenges. Suwu had sustained injuries during his outing the previous night and was currently recuperating at EXILED's home, accompanied by the monkey, leaving only the two of them to face this peril. In the absence of electricity and internet, seeking assistance was out of the question. They had initially planned to check on Tang Ning and bring her along, but now it seemed a daunting task. What to do? EXILED, observing the encroaching horde, made a swift decision to turn and take the adjacent path. She was genuinely uneasy about leaving Tang Ning alone. She needed to see her to be at ease. If a frontal assault was futile, then they would circumvent the threat. They parked the car at the intersection, blocking the way, and resolved to traverse the rooftops of the nearby residential buildings. In this old district, the houses are closely packed and rather low, making it safer to traverse on foot than by car. The stout man grunted, urging her to brace herself as the vehicle rapidly reversed. Meanwhile, Tang Ning, having shaken off most of the infected horde, encountered a particularly troublesome foe. A shadow, emerging from an unknown source, descended from above, crashing onto her car's roof before rolling off onto the ground. Without a hint of pain, it swiftly regained its footing and charged toward her vehicle with such force that it nearly overturned it. The car spun around before finally coming to a halt, leaving Tang Ning feeling dazed. The first to sense the impending danger was Xiao Jiuji, who had already leapt from the window during the car's tumultuous roll. With fur bristled and tail raised high, it emitted a low growl as it seized the opportunity. As the shadow turned to confront the emerging Tang Ning, Xiao Jiuji pounced fiercely, striking its head with a mighty paw. In her haze, Tang Ning felt the pressure that had ensnared her suddenly lift. Ignoring her dizziness and the urge to regain her composure, she extended her hands, allowing vines to swiftly spread across the ground towards the shadow. As Xiao Jiuji engaged it in combat, the vines quickly ensnared the shadow's feet, then abruptly tightened their grip. Beneath the layers of vines, Tang Ning finally discerned the formidable figure that had crashed down. Chapter 55. Wounds that do not kill, but degrade one's pride. Before her stood a rotund, pudgy, infected child, with hair parted down the middle and blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Appearing to be of a juvenile age, his skin bore signs of decay from the acid rain, and his hoodie, once adorned with a monitoring emblem, was now stained beyond recognition. The soles of his sneakers flickered with lights, pulsating with each of his futile struggles. As the vines constricted, the child thrashed violently, his gasping breaths punctuated by a continuous stream of curses that Tang Ning could read in his eyes, despite their dilated state. Goodness, she thought, even in such a state, he can still convey such foul sentiments. Come here, she exclaimed, clicking her tongue as she added another vine to the fray. Meow. Xiao Jiuji followed suit, delivering a series of swipes to the child's head. Soon, several lacerations marked his scalp, and a portion of his skull caved in under Xiao Jiuji's immense strength, revealing the white matter within. Yet, he continued to struggle with a reckless abandon. Tang Ning could even perceive the depth of his curses reflected in his pale eyes. What a resilient one, she mused. While ordinary infected might succumb to just a couple of strikes, this little one seemed unfazed, continuing to writhe despite the damage inflicted. Interesting indeed. Meow. Hoof hoof. Frustrated that her efforts had yet to bring him down, Xiao Jiuji escalated its attack, combining claws and kicks with increasing ferocity. The little bear cub, unwilling to concede defeat, resolutely refused to allow itself to be vanquished by a mere cat before it had its fill. From the moment Tang Ning appeared on the main road with Little Orange, the cub had taken notice. Initially, witnessing this duo wreak havoc, with the cat striking its kindred with ease as if it were merely tapping watermelons, filled it with trepidation. However, the irresistible aroma emanating from the takeout was simply too alluring to resist. Surely, this seemingly formidable meal would surpass the mere screams of its kind in flavor and delight. As Little Orange grew increasingly irritable, yet failed to subdue the little bear cub, Tang Ning resolved to bring the encounter to a swift conclusion, wishing to avoid attracting further infected beings. In the next heartbeat, the little bear cub, previously ensnared by vines, suddenly unleashed a surge of strength, shattering its bindings and darting towards Little Orange like an arrow released from a bow. This colossal creature seemed intent on making a nuisance of itself, aiming to eliminate the cat in order to feast in peace. However, as a feline, Little Orange's agility was a natural advantage, and it did not become sluggish despite its increase in size. Meow, it exclaimed, asserting that any attempt to ambush the esteemed cat must contend with its prowess. With deft movements, Little Orange evaded the oncoming assault, even managing to deliver a swat in passing. In the blink of an eye, the little bear cub found itself watching Little Orange leap over its head, vanishing from sight in an instant. Frustration consumed it, a fury unparalleled. Tang Ning, having been sidelined, observed as Little Orange toyed with the bear cub. Initially concerned for the cub due to its injuries, Tang Ning quickly relaxed, for Little Orange felt no pain in its singular focus: to vanquish this pesky bear. Indeed, all bear cubs, regardless of their breed, were universally intolerable. In mere moments, several tufts of fur had been pulled from its coat. While the wounds were not fatal, they undoubtedly wounded its pride. Sensing Little Orange's waning stamina, and as the dizziness subsided, Tang Ning could no longer restrain herself. A watermelon knife materialized in her grasp as she rotated her ankle, joining the fray. Caught in a pincer movement, the little bear cub soon found itself overwhelmed. Notably, as Tang Ning struck with ferocity, she muttered incessantly, causing the cub's head to buzz with irritation. Its already limited intellect felt as though it were besieged by a swarm of mosquitoes, driving it to distraction. Damn it, you little bear. You think you can leap like an African elder and scare me? You dare to wreck my vehicle? Do you think I bought it without cost? Can you even afford to repair it? Every day, you plot and scheme. It seems you desire a dish of duck stewed with kelp. I'll send you flying into the wall, and you won't be able to extract yourself from the mess. Little Orange couldn't help but twitch its ears. For reasons unknown, even though not a single vulgar word was uttered, it still felt the air was tainted. The commotion from a scuffle soon attracted nearby infected individuals, who came rushing over in small groups. However, upon witnessing the gruesome scene inside, they hesitated and instinctively changed direction. Run, run, we must flee. That takeout is terrifying. One unfortunate soul, lagging behind, was inadvertently struck by a small orange creature, causing its head to cave in instantly. Seizing the opportunity, the little bear child scurried away, using both hands and feet to climb towards a nearby residential building, attempting to escape via the drainage pipe. Come down. Tang Ning was determined not to grant it that chance. Vines rapidly extended, sweeping over the small bear child's head and firmly grasping the top of the drainage pipe. With a swift contraction, accompanied by the dull thud of screws being pulled from the wall, the long drainage pipe was forcefully yanked downward in segments. The small bear child found itself falling empty-handed, screaming as it plummeted to the ground with a thud, its legs twisted at odd angles. Taking advantage of the moment, the small orange creature dashed over, opening its mouth wide to bite down on the little head. In the next instant, its movement halted and it released its grip, gazing around in confusion. Meanwhile, the little bear child tilted its head to regard Tang Ning. Hiss! Ha! A toad playing with a frog, you poor thing. How hideous you are. You even possess the ability to launch a mental attack. Impressive indeed. Fearing further complications, Tang Ning no longer hesitated, raising her hand to summon her laser gun. One shot to each side of the chest, two to the head, and one straight to the throat. In silence, the small bear child, ensnared by the vines, met its demise, riddled with holes. Chapter 56. A poor review, a must for critique. The small orange creature remained in a daze, its unfocused eyes scanning the surroundings, mewling incessantly. Upon spotting Tang Ning, its eyes brightened, and it elegantly approached her, lying down and presenting its belly, wriggling its head in a manner that suggested it wouldn't rise without some affection. Tang Ning thought, this creature is still under mental control and has yet to recover. Nearby, a vehicle lay overturned, its rear emitting smoke, likely beyond repair. She had no knowledge of car repairs, and with no mechanics available, this little mini could only be deemed scrap. At the street corner, a few infected individuals timidly attempted to approach, but Tang Ning was unyielding, dispatching them with precise shots from her laser gun. The current size of the small orange creature made it impossible for her to carry. Thus, she bound it with vines and slung it over her back like a sack. If she encountered an obstruction, escaping would become even more challenging. Fortunately, her strength was considerable, and with the aid of the vines, climbing the not-so-tall residential building proved manageable. Of course, she did not forget to stow away the body of the small bear child, riddled with holes, into her spatial ring. Utilizing the gaps in the anti-theft bars and stepping on the air conditioning unit, with the vines serving as a safety rope, Tang Ning swiftly ascended to the third floor. The air conditioning unit, recently trampled upon, succumbed to the dilapidation of its support frame. As she ascended, the rusted structure gave way, sending the unit crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, leaving only a solitary connecting pipe swaying precariously in midair. Below, as a person and a cat scaled the wall, audacious infected individuals emerged from either side of the narrow path, converging at the base of the residential building. Unable to climb, they frantically hurled themselves against the wall, emitting guttural roars that echoed through the air. Their heads tilted back, pairs of ashen eyes fixated on the agile delivery worker scaling the wall, saliva dripping from their mouths as if it were an endless stream. Taking advantage of a moment to switch her grip, Tang Ning glanced downward, her scalp prickling with anxiety. She bore upon her back a deranged cat, oblivious to reason, who was intent on licking her ear with its large tongue. Beneath her feet, she stood atop the precariously swaying air conditioning unit, with the nearest security railing 1.5 meters away. A misstep would undoubtedly result in a painful bite. "Stop licking, you wretched creature, or I shall deal with you later." She snapped at the orange cat, only to meet its broad, unrepentant face. Mew! The cat's tongue rasped against her cheek, the wet sensation sending shivers through her. "Damn it, once we're up, I will surely give this rascal a proper thrashing." The narrow path below, already cramped, was now overflowing with infected individuals drawn from all directions. Some, missing limbs, were jostled amidst the throng, while others, with entrails trailing behind, were trampled and left in a withered state. A few had heads that were merely a thin layer of skin, carefully supported to prevent them from falling. Even more grotesque were those whose abdomens had been hollowed out. Through the light, one could see the protruding beer bellies of the infected behind them. Clearly, they had been ravaged by others before their own transformation was completed. Unlike humans, these ordinary infected beings lacked reasoning and discernment. Following their infection, they underwent a transformation that stripped them of rationality. Their primal instinct to feed became their sole driver. Remarkably, after the transformation, they also lost their sense of pain, allowing them to move despite severe injuries. Only by destroying their heads could one hope to incapacitate them. Even in a state of dismemberment, they could still writhe and attack. Tang Ning even speculated that perhaps the crystalline core formed in their brains post-transformation was the key to their control, though she possessed no evidence to support this hypothesis. Yet one question had long plagued her thoughts, remaining unresolved until now. After the infected had succumbed to their hunger, subsisting on warm-blooded creatures like humans, they seemed to know hunger but not satiety, as if they could consume an infinite amount. However, she had never witnessed them defecate. Where, then, did all that they consumed go? This question had remained an enigma to her. Shaking her head, she promptly dismissed such chaotic thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. As she stood at the edge of the rooftop, having successfully tossed aside the still twitching little orange, Tang Ning finally exhaled in relief. Thank heavens that the creatures below were not yet capable of climbing. Otherwise, she would truly have met her end today. And that cat, which she had once thought formidable, how laughable. Below, the delivery had swiftly vanished into the night, inciting even more fervent howls from the infected. "The delivery's gone. We must leave a bad review," Tang Ning gasped, squatting at the rooftop's edge, observing the multitude of grotesque faces below, their expressions rife with disdain. However, her disdain was short-lived. Those mindless infected had begun to huddle together in a triangular formation at the corner of the residential building, each one relentlessly adding to the precarious structure. As one fell, another surged forward. Before long, they had stacked themselves up to the second-floor windowsill. Amidst the inky darkness, terrified screams ascended from the survivors on the first and second floors, who beheld the chaotic gathering of the infected. Tang Ning cursed under her breath and swiftly retrieved 2 energy bars from her spatial ring, tearing open the packaging and shoving one into her mouth. At the same time, the vines surged forth once more, splitting into 2, then 4. They aimed toward the infected below. The slender tendrils, like arrows, accurately pierced the heads of the infected, producing muffled thuds that echoed persistently. Fatty, did you hear that commotion over there? Exile and Fatty, both traversing the rooftop, halted in unison, their ears pricked. I think I heard Sister Ning cursing. Fatty replied uncertainly, furrowing his brow. It sounds like someone is being attacked. We should investigate. Chapter 57. Would you like to go first? It's not my fault. Even the little orange is more capable than I am, Fatty lamented, feeling a pang of disappointment. In his frustration, he unleashed his pent-up discontent upon the hordes of infected attempting to climb upwards, hurling clods of earth down like unrelenting hail, each strike hitting its mark with precision. With EXILED's wind-based abilities augmenting their efforts, the speed was astonishing. Soon, they had reduced the height of the mound significantly, leveling it to the second floor. The little orange, amidst the throng of infected below, became indiscriminate in its target, swatting at anyone within reach, striking with unerring accuracy. These heads belong to me. No one is allowed to take them. While the battle raged outside, the residents within the building were far from calm. Through tightly drawn curtains, the cacophony of roars outside felt alarmingly close, as if the walls might soon be breached, instilling a deep sense of dread. The shadow of death loomed overhead, silencing them into fearful stillness as they covered their mouths, terrified of being overheard. Fortunately, the synergy developed from their long-standing teamwork, coupled with the little orange's contribution, resulted in a significant reduction in the number of infected gathered below within half an hour. The remaining fortunate souls soon realized they had encountered formidable challenges and began to scatter in small groups. Before long, the open space outside the residential building was littered with the corpses of the infected, blood flowing like a river and a foul stench pervading the air. Little Orange was darting about, occasionally approaching the twitching bodies to deliver a fatal bite, severing heads in the process. Hurry, hurry! It's time for you to reap the rewards. Tang Ning, utilizing the vines, stood at the edge of the rooftop, gathering the heads that had rolled aside and lifting them upwards. At that moment, the portly fellow and Exile witnessed a surreal sight. Countless grayish heads, their skulls partially caved in, being lifted into the air by the vines. Some had shattered eyeballs, leaving only gaping blood-filled sockets, while others were missing half their facial skin, exposing ashen bone and dark, fibrous muscle beneath. Their expressions were numbed, even bearing a semblance of tranquility. The scene was undeniably eerie, yet Tang Ning felt no sense of strangeness. With Little Orange's assistance, she had long since acclimated to the collection of heads. The two had arrived just in time to lend a hand, preventing Little Orange from devouring everything in sight. Once the heads were nearly gathered, only a multitude of headless corpses remained. With a whistle, Little Orange, disinterested and lingering, swiftly ascended to the rooftop via the air conditioning unit and drainage pipe. It meowed and nudged against Exile clothing. Exile stumbled slightly from the impact, but reached out to pat its large head. Ah, as always, its fur feels delightful, though it seems a bit stiffer and larger now. Little Orange is still the same affectionate creature. How wonderful. Ningie, we've discussed it among ourselves, and think it would be best if you moved in with us. Living alone in such a remote area is quite unsafe, and we worry about you. The two had ventured out late at night specifically to persuade Tang Ning to join them, and encountering her was an unexpected delight. There's still your bed and sofa at home, and we should move the television too. Plus, I'm concerned about Shu Hong and her son living downstairs. I need to leave them some food. Since we drove here, we can assist you with any items you need to take. Upon hearing Exile's suggestion, Tang Ning chuckled. Lulu, have you forgotten that I possess a spatial ring? No matter how many items I have, I can store them effortlessly, leaving not a single strand behind. There's truly no need for assistance with the move. Besides, what about your car? Our car is still parked at the end of that alley. After contemplating, Tang Ning decided it would be better to take them along rather than leave them behind, as finding them later might prove difficult. All right then, let's go. Meow. What a ruckus. Tang Ning playfully tugged at Little Orange's tail, provoking a series of dissatisfied meows in response. At this moment in the Tang Ning household, the sixth brother, accompanied by several others, sat perplexed on the edge of the bed, utterly baffled by the inexplicable disappearance of the frail Tang Ning from the bare-walled secret chamber. Could it be that she had taken flight, soaring out through the window? Damn it! In a fit of irritation, the sixth brother slapped the back of the head of the one who had spoken, scolding, "Haven't I told you to stop watching those frivolous dramas? Do you think she's a fairy who can metamorphose into a butterfly and flutter away? Surely, she wouldn't leap from the building, would she? This is the 6th floor." The one nicknamed Motsi rubbed the back of his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Even if she dared to jump, it would surely leave her severely injured, if not dead. Having raised such a monstrous cat, Motsi found it hard to believe that Tang Ning was the type to recklessly gamble with her life. Gritting his teeth, the 6th brother muttered under his breath, "Humph, I should just set this place ablaze." Meanwhile, under the guidance of Little Orange, the trio swiftly reached the vicinity of the residential area, where Tang Ning adeptly prepared to leap to the adjacent building. Exile abruptly grabbed her arm, asking, "Aren't we going down?" "Oh, the main entrance is sealed. We can only descend from the rooftop. Didn't I send you the photos?" Tang Ning replied, with an expression of confusion. Exile smacked her forehead, suddenly recalling, "How could I forget that? Don't worry, I'll secure you with vines. Once you're safely inside, I'll follow. It will be absolutely safe." "UNT fall," she assured, her skills undoubtedly impressive. Exile hesitated, taking a step back to glance at the hefty companion beside her. "How about you go first?" Chapter 58. "No words to say better a dead friend than a poor monk," muttered the hefty fellow, feeling at a loss. After all, he was the only male present. Had Little Five been around, he would not have had to take the plunge first. Regardless of the method, Little Five would ultimately survive, perfectly suited to lead the charge. Yet, with no other option, the hefty man steeled himself and nodded. I'll go. Worst case, I'll be a hero in 18 years. You can go without worry," his companions reassured him. They all knew the codes, and if he were to perish and drop coins, they would accept it with resignation. With the vines enveloping his somewhat robust form, he gradually inched toward the edge of the rooftop, sensing his legs dangling in the void. The hefty man felt a rush of panic, instinctively wanting to shut his eyes, but fearful of missing the window and failing to find anything to grasp. He forced himself to keep them open, anxiously scanning for anything he could use for leverage. Calmly, Tang Ning controlled the vines to extend downward, while Exile watched in wide-eyed amazement as the hefty figure vanished from her sight, her mouth agape in surprise. "Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon," she said, though for some reason, Exile detected a hint of schadenfreude in her words. Little Orange, uninterested in the slow descent, yawned lazily, clawing at the low wall at the rooftop's edge, and with a powerful push of her hind legs, she leapt into the air. As Exile's words hung in the air, the little orange cat, having mastered the art of acrobatics, swiftly grasped a nearby drainage pipe, its tail curling around the junction. In a heartbeat, it leaped sideways, landing deftly upon the air conditioning unit suspended from the outer wall. Another agile bound followed, and with its tail firmly planted, it pushed open the window and nimbly slipped inside. Exile gasped in astonishment. My goodness, is it really that impressive? The first thought that crossed Tang Ning's mind was the unwelcome visitors now infiltrating her home. A moment later, she silently mourned for those unfortunate souls who had crossed paths with the little orange cat. Though the 6th floor was not excessively high, it was still a considerable distance. And with her door completely sealed, it was evident that these intruders must have descended from the rooftop using a rope. Upon closer inspection, she indeed spotted a thin hemp rope tied to a nearby pillar. Lulu, gather the rope. Let us descend and confront these unfortunate souls." The rotund figure had already been successfully ushered inside, leaving only herself and Exile. Before Exile could fully comprehend the situation, she felt a sudden tightness around her waist, and in the next instant, she was airborne. Tang Ning, lacking the patience for hesitation, mimicked the little orange cat's movements. Leaping downwards, a portion of the vines wrapped around the drainage pipe, while another extended downward, entwining the balcony railing. With a final jump and a slight sway, she found herself standing on the small balcony outside the bedroom. When Exile was finally set down, The fear etched on her face had yet to dissipate. Inside the dwelling, 4 or 5 men were being chased about by the little orange cat, their cries echoing as they scrambled in panic. The rotund figure assisted from the sidelines, occasionally launching surprise attacks to trip those who ventured too close, swiftly knocking them unconscious before binding them with rope. By the time Tang Ning and EXILED exited the bedroom into the living room, the 1 cat and 1 man had concluded their skirmish. On the floor lay 5 securely bound men, 3 of whom had succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and fainted, while the remaining 2, upon witnessing the scene in the living room, were filled with regret. One of them trembled in fear, soon producing a puddle of yellow liquid between his legs. Tang Ning crouched down, observing the quaking man with a bemused expression. "Look at you, daring to invade my home in my absence. You possess quite the audacity." Due to the complete sealing of her door and the fact that her apartment was located on the top floor, Tang Ning had never feared the prospect of thieves entering her abode. Consequently, she had always left the windows ajar, merely drawing the screens as a precaution. Never did she anticipate that a bold intruder would indeed breach her sanctuary. "Now, do enlighten me. What were your intentions in my home?" Rising to her feet, she settled onto the sofa, gesturing for EXILED and the rotund figure to make themselves comfortable. They exchanged glances in the empty living room before each choosing a corner of the sofa. Thus, the scene was set. Tang Ning reclined in the center, legs crossed and brow furrowed, while EXILED and the rotund figure flanked her like professional bodyguards. "Meow? Where do these bipedal creatures hail from?" Upon his sudden entrance, he was taken aback, insisting that this loss must be compensated. Tang Ning, composed and leisurely, clasped her hands and directed her gaze toward the man closest to her. "You were the one who smashed the wall outside, weren't you? Pray, enlighten me. Who sent you here? Was it Huang Yumin?" Presently, the one she found most displeasing in the entire community was indeed Huang Yumin, given that she had inflicted harm upon him. These men were likely his hired hands. To her surprise, the man shook his head, a facade of determination etched upon his face. "I will not speak." Not speaking? One reticent individual is inconsequential. After all, there are still 4 others. Tang Ning, unfazed, caressed the ring upon her finger and raised her gaze to Little Orange. Understanding her cue, Little Orange opened its mouth and bit down on the ropes binding the man, dragging him towards the balcony with a determined effort. In the midst of his struggles, the man found himself dangling beyond the railing, his only lifeline being the teeth of that peculiar cat. Should it release its grip, he would plummet. "Help! Let me down, I'll talk. I'll say anything." "It was Lao Lu. Lao Lu brought us here. Huang Yumin told Zhao Gu that you were beautiful, and Zhao Gu took an interest, so he sent us to capture you." The man was filled with regret. Had it not been for Zhao Guang and Huang Yumin's deceitful words, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. This woman was indeed striking, but she was also exceedingly ruthless. To harbor such a ferocious and bizarre cat, and to traverse freely in and out of 6th-floor window, was she a person that ordinary men could provoke? Chapter 59. Even with a badminton, she could perform surgery. Had he known earlier, he would have done anything to avoid this predicament. "We had no choice. We must obey them. If you seek someone, go confront Huang Yumin and Zhao Guang. We are merely pawns in their game, unlike these men, who solely perceived her as vicious." "Fat man, EXILED, I have spoken the truth. Please let me go." He was genuinely concerned that the cat might lose strength and loosen its grip, sending him to his demise. Tang Song nodded, taking a few steps forward to meet the gaze of the man, suspended in midair, flashing a slight smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. She then patted Little Orange on the head. Little Orange emitted a sound, narrowing its eyes, and with a determined bite, it began to gnaw at the already frayed ropes. The man? Accompanied by the man's agonizing scream, the bindings around him abruptly loosened, and he plummeted downward. At the critical moment, he managed to grasp the severed rope with one hand, sliding down over a meter before finally halting, his hand a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Yet, he dared not relinquish his hold. From the 5th floor, should he let go, there would be no salvation. Below, infected individuals, alerted by the commotion, began to gather, their guttural growls echoing in the stillness of the night. "Help! I do not wish to die. Did she truly not see the gasoline strewn across the ground? The stout man silently rose and approached the balcony, drawing a dagger and decisively severing the rope. The man, bereft of support, plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud, blooming into a vivid crimson flower of blood. In his convulsions, he was swiftly enveloped by those who caught the enticing scent. Once feasting concluded, only a sticky pool of bright red blood remained on the ground. To refrain from honesty ultimately leads to such a fate. While dangling from the window earlier, he had overheard discussions within regarding the sequence of events, including threats to force Tang Ning into submission and subsequently exchange her for supplies or simply eliminate her. Despite their inability to grasp Tang Ning, his fury was palpable. Such scum were not worth mourning. The fate of the fallen man left the remaining few in the living room trembling, and as the stout man approached, they instinctively recoiled in terror. Alas, the ground was slick with viscous gasoline, quickly adhering to them with every movement. If you don't come any closer, if you do, I'll scream. Little Orange, exasperated, rolled his eyes internally, thinking, scream all you want. Even if you shout, no one will come to your aid. How audacious to attempt to burn them alive in their own home. Before Tang Ning could utter a word, Little Orange lunged forward, targeting the nearest man with ferocity, striking his swaying head with a powerful paw. With a sickening crunch, half of his skull caved in, leaving a look of terror frozen on his face as life extinguished from him. The remaining man, paralyzed by fear at Little Orange's brutality, was cornered with no escape. Please, don't come near. If you do, I'll call the police. Murder is illegal. Tang Ning found herself at a loss for words. These individuals had not considered the legality of their actions when preparing to commit arson. Moreover, in such dire circumstances, who would dare to apprehend her even if she were to kill? I'm being coerced, I swear. The man, now frantic, realized there was no time to waste. He needed to speak before it was too late. Given the presence of these individuals, not to mention the monstrous cat, silence was not a viable option. But we were forced into this. Our families are in their hands. If we defy them, they will kill our loved ones. The man resided in Building 2. And 3 days prior, Zhao Guang had taken advantage of their absence while scavenging for supplies, sweeping through their entire unit with several men. If they did not assist him, their families would be thrown from the windows to feed the infected. That Huang Yumin had sold Tang Ning solely for his own gain, seeking further benefits from Zhao Guang. Tang Ning narrowed her eyes. Are you saying your families are imprisoned? If such a situation were true, how had she not heard a single sound? Oh, right, she had been out every night. Not hearing anything was quite understandable. If necessary, she could certainly resort to more drastic measures, like performing a craniotomy with a badminton racket. In this current world, the act of eliminating a few scoundrels hardly raises an eyebrow. The man met Tang Ning's gaze, his eyes flickering momentarily before he divulged all he knew in a torrent of words. It turned out that Zhao Guang was a recent resident of the community, a mere drifter who frequently hosted a raucous gathering of friends at his home. When the acid rain descended, Zhao Guang and his companions found themselves trapped together. Once the rain subsided and the infected began to emerge, their supplies had dwindled to nothing. In a moment of desperation, they resolved to execute a grand plan. They sweet-talked a few robust men from the same floor to join them in a quest for resources, and while those men were away, the remaining few embarked on a systematic raid from the first to the sixth floor under the guise of official supply distribution. The elderly, women, and children were bound and herded to the sixth floor for centralized management, and nearly every household was thoroughly searched. Everything consumable or usable was gathered and brought to Zhao Guang's abode, including kitchen knives and clotheslines that could serve as makeshift weapons. Soon enough, even their own safety became precarious. Faced with the anguished cries of their kin and the threat to their lives, they begrudgingly complied with Zhao Guang's directives. Just days prior, Huang Yumin had approached, proposing a collaboration to scavenge for resources, bringing along a woman as a token of goodwill to Zhao Guang. He then mentioned Tang Ning, attempting to persuade Zhao Guang to take her in. However, the previous group had not only failed to capture her, but had also suffered severe injuries. Under the instigation of Lao Lu, Zhao Guang resolved to eliminate any potential threats ensuring that Tang Ning would not disrupt their plans to dominate the community. Tang Ning, upon hearing all of this, couldn't help but laugh. Huang Yumin and Zhao Guang. How amusing. She exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Juzi, who promptly struck the man at the back of his head, causing him to collapse. Let us incapacitate those two as well. We must see what this Zhao Guang looks like, the one who dares to seek her demise. The rotund man rubbed his hands together, eager to discover the identity of the foolhardy individual who had set their sights on Tang Ning, even contemplating her demise, an act bordering on madness. Fortunately, these individuals lacked both foresight and impulsivity. Had they sought to ignite gasoline while others slept, how would Tang Ning have escaped such a fate? Tang Ning nodded, turning to Xin-Lu. You stay here and ensure they don't escape. Xin-Lu hesitated for a moment before clenching her fist, affirming, rest assured, I won't let them get away. Though she doubted these men could best her or scale the rooftop unarmed, the thought of experiencing that dizzying rush again dissuaded her. She preferred to keep her feet firmly on the ground. Tang Ning nodded, retrieving an abundance of snacks from her spatial ring, while simultaneously extracting the heads of the infected she had previously collected, stacking them into a small hill within the living room. If those individuals were to awaken, they could entertain themselves by picking at their own brains. Moreover, she meticulously cleaned the crystalline cores and set them aside. Meow. And they are forbidden from stealing any. Upon hearing this, the little orange cat eagerly pawed at Tang Song's pant leg, signaling her to prevent them from pilfering its beloved fragrant brain matter. Tang Ning twitched her lips and added, they must not steal. Only the little orange cat is permitted to partake. Xin-Lu, bewildered, thought to herself, is the little orange cat truly intent on consuming such a repugnant delicacy? However, she nodded in agreement, assuring, rest assured, they will certainly not steal any, not even if it costs them their lives. Satisfied, the little orange cat nodded and strutted into the bedroom towards the balcony. The rotund figure, bound by Tang Ning's vines, soon found himself on the rooftop, trailing the little orange cat's path down into the corridor. The second and third units faced each other across a distance of approximately 10 meters. They had no choice but to descend the stairs. Passing by their own door, Tang Ning cast a glance at the disheveled artistic wall that had been smashed and quietly donned a 95 mask from her spatial ring. The stench was overwhelming. As the weather warmed, the heads began to emit an alluring aroma. The rotund figure, turning beet red from the oppressive odor, could no longer contain himself. Do you have any extra masks? He gasped, nearly brought to tears by the foulness. He could hardly fathom how the family residing opposite Tang Ning could endure such a stench. Little did he know that family was not merely enduring it. They were continuously grumbling under their breath, yet too fearful to confront Tang Ning and demand she repair the wall. The impression she had left on them was far too fearsome. They preferred to endure the stench rather than seek trouble. The duo, along with the little cat, swiftly made their way downstairs, stealthily navigating to the corridor of the second unit as per the man's instructions. Following the corridor, they reached the 6th floor without incident. Both the left and right apartments on the 6th floor had been commandeered by Zhao Guang and his associates as a stronghold, one for guarding the kidnapped families, the other for their own residence. At that moment, Zhao Guang lounged on a genuine leather sofa, an enticing woman with curly hair nestled in his arms, while he incessantly whispered sweet nothings into her ear, eliciting her deliberately flirtatious laughter. Sitting beside him was Huang Yumin, who, despite his inner turmoil, wore a fade of sycophancy. Rest assured, you 1TB shortchanged. We are all brothers here, Zhao Guang said dismissively without lifting his gaze. Huang Yumin, seething internally, felt utterly powerless. What could he do? He had no one under his command. Those dispatched to manage the households were all under Zhao Guang's authority. He had no choice but to lower himself, even offering up his own girlfriend. Little did he anticipate that Zhao Guang would dare to make advances on her right in front of him. Zhao Guang's heart was similarly filled with indignation. Damn it. It was all because of Huang Yumin, whose incessant lies had led to several injuries among his subordinates. If it were not for the fact that he still had some utility, Zhao Guang would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him earlier that afternoon. What was the problem with him being affectionate in front of Zhao Guang? Huang Yumin himself had initiated it. When Tang Ning and the chubby man arrived, the door on Zhao Guang's side was closed, while the door on the other side was slightly ajar, revealing faint voices from within. A child was crying. The chubby man lowered his voice. Soon, the sound of slapping echoed, accompanied by a man's curse and a woman's choked apologies. "Please, brother, stop hitting." The child isn't crying on purpose. "We haven't eaten for 2 days, and the child is simply too hungry." "Who isn't hungry? All day long. All you do is eat. Damn it. If you keep crying, I'll make sure to end you." The voices were loud enough for Tang Ning to hear. And with this, her fists clenched. How could she ever raise her hand against a child? These scoundrels not only resorted to kidnapping and threats, but also denied food and resorted to violence. The chubby man's face was equally grim, though he still retained his composure as he tugged at Tang Ning's clothing. "There's still quite a few people inside. If we charge in recklessly, we could easily draw unwanted attention. Aside from the ordinary residents who are bound and guarded, there are at least 7 or 8 individuals responsible for keeping watch." Zhao Guang was in the adjacent house. If he heard the commotion, he would undoubtedly attempt to flee, making it increasingly difficult to find him later. Such a man would seize any opportunity to wreak havoc. In his view, they should first find a way to deal with Zhao Guang. As for the remaining individuals here, they were of little concern. After contemplating, Tang Ning nodded and gestured upwards toward the corridor, indicating that they should ascend to the rooftop first and then descend to Zhao Guang's side from there. Given that Zhao Guang's side was quiet and the door was closed, approaching from the rooftop would be considerably safer. The unspoken understanding forged through their previous collaborative efforts allowed the chubby man to quickly grasp Tang Ning's intention, and he nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Tang Ning raised an eyebrow, and with a flick of her finger, a slender vine sprouted forth, winding its way up the stairway and swiftly ensnaring the ajar door. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut. "Let us go," Tang Ning hissed, her movements swift as she bounded up the steps toward the rooftop, with the chubby man closely following. The sudden sound of the door closing startled those inside, prompting an immediate response as someone cursed and approached the door with a knife in hand. Upon pushing the door, they were taken aback. "Huh, it won't budge? Ere long, check the door. Is it broken? The wind just blew it shut. How could it be broken? Or perhaps you're simply too exhausted from last night to open it." As Ere Long jested, he adjusted his trousers and walked over to the door. Placing his hand on the doorknob, he twisted it effortlessly, and the door swung open with ease. Gazing outside for a moment, the corridor appeared desolate, devoid of even a ghostly silhouette. "Wasn't it broken?" I suggested. "If you're feeling faint, perhaps you should consume more kidney tonic." Unable to open a single door, how long had we toiled through the night? Ere Long, perplexed and unyielding, repeatedly attempted to open the door, which slid open effortlessly. How strange. It had been utterly unyielding just moments ago. Leaning against the edge, one could almost hear the tantalizing sounds emanating from within, enough to make one blush and quicken their heartbeat. The rotund fellow averted his gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, directing it towards Tang Ning. Yet, she remained composed, perfectly timed. Those engrossed in their pursuits are often less attuned to the sounds of the outside world. This was their chance to slip away unnoticed. In the bedroom, Zhao Guang had stripped himself bare, exerting himself with vigorous effort. The dim light cast heavy breaths mingled with the soft laughter of a woman, rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence. Outside, Huang Yumin's face was a tapestry of red and blue, his fists tightly clenched. Just wait. Once he devised a plan, he would surely avenge his beloved. As Tang Ning entered the room, she was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent odor within. It was both foul and fishy, a stinging assault on the senses. The sound of slapping echoed in the dimness. Zhao Guang, poised to reach his peak, jolted and tumbled from the bed, seizing a cleaver from beneath it, gripping it tightly. "Who?" As Zhao Guang rose, the woman let out a startled cry, followed swiftly by Little Orange pouncing upon her, knocking her out with a single swipe. Tang Ning let out a cold snort, halting her applause. "Oh, is this where it ends?" In the murky light, Zhao Guang squinted to discern the figure standing not far from the head of the bed. The voice belonged to a young woman, and her silhouette confirmed her youth. But when had she entered the room? Why he heard no noise? Who are you? Zhao Guang inquired, retreating warily. How did you get into my room? With a flick of his hand, he activated a small charging lamp hanging on the wall, the dim orange light finally revealing the unexpected intruder. His eyes lit up with a surge of primal desire. What a beauty! The woman before him was far more enchanting than the one on the bed. With a flawless figure and exquisite skin, just the thought of her made his bones feel weak. If he were to pin her beneath him, the sensation was too intoxicating to contemplate. Tang Ning, observing the man before her wielding a watermelon knife, felt an urge to roll her eyes. Haven't you been sending people to find me? Well, here I am. Zhao Guang paused, quickly realizing, you're Tang Ning? Correct, but there's no reward for that. Tang Ning shifted her shoulders, gesturing subtly to Little Orange, who understood and aimed another strike at Zhao Guang's nape. With a swift gust of wind, Zhao Guang instinctively bent and rolled away, narrowly evading the attack as he tumbled to the other side of the bed, leaving only a deep scratch behind his ear. Meow? Little Orange widened its eyes in disbelief. How could this slippery creature evade its claws? It had dispatched countless infected, yet this shameless biped managed to escape? Zhao Guang felt a dampness at his back, and upon touching it, discovered it was blood. His expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, he had underestimated this woman named Tang Ning. My supplies are in the 2 adjacent bedrooms. Let us negotiate. I can give you half. What do you say? No deal, Tang Ning replied without even lifting her eyelids. Her spatial ring was filled with an abundance of resources that could last a lifetime. Why would she be interested in his? She had come for revenge, not to rob. Orange, eliminate him. Zhao Guang's heart raced. Resolutely, he lunged towards Tang Ning. If he could kill this woman, she was merely a cat, insignificant and easily dealt with. Yet, he severely underestimated Tang Ning's abilities. To suddenly appear in a room meant she was not one to be easily intimidated by lethal strikes. She raised her hands, and faint white light emanated from her fingertips as vines surged forth. The vines, adorned with tiny leaves, obeyed Tang Ning's command and swiftly ensnared Zhao Guang's wrist, forcefully slamming it against the wall. His wrist went limp, and the machete clattered to the floor. Before Zhao Guang could react, Little Orange pounced upon him like a ravenous tiger, sinking its teeth into his neck. Chapter 62. The Accursed Room. Brother Zhao, what's happening? Outside the door, Huang Yumin heard the commotion from within the bedroom and began to knock frantically. Inside, Zhao Guang, with his neck bitten through by Little Orange, stared wide-eyed as blood pooled around him. He was beyond saving. Ahem, could you perhaps open a window? The portly man hanging outside had pale lips, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. Little Orange was incredibly swift. He had only hesitated for 2 seconds before it had deftly closed him outside. Still dangling upside down, his head felt as if it might burst. Tang Ning smacked her forehead. Now she understood why the space felt so expansive. She opened the window, allowing the portly man to enter. Take care of the one outside. I'll handle the one opposite. Is that all right? Zhao Guang was merely an ordinary person. No matter how vicious, he was still just a man. Even armed, he was easily dealt with, which bored her somewhat. In comparison to dealing with the infected, this was far too effortless, aside from being a bit of an eyesore. She wanted to play a prank next door. The portly man, aware of Tang Ning's mischievous tendencies, took a deep breath, nearly overwhelmed by the odor in the room. Suppressing his thoughts, he nodded. All right, leave it to me. In the next moment, the agile Tang Ning had already slipped out the window, climbing towards the neighboring apartment. Little Orange followed closely behind. Wait, there's only one person outside. We could have just exited through the front door. The portly man mused. Has Sister Ning become addicted to climbing windows? As he watched her figure vanish, his own mischievous inclinations began to stir. Clearing his throat, he called out in a high-pitched voice towards the door. Hey, Ghost, Brother Zhao is already asleep. Why don't we have some fun? With that, he unlocked the bolted bedroom door, creating a small opening. Huang Yumin's eyes sparkled with delight as he rubbed his hands together, saying, Isn't this a bit inappropriate? While pushing the bedroom door open. Welcome, little brother. On the other side, Tang Ning had silently crouched beneath the window, while the small orange cat nestled in the space beside the air conditioning unit, its tail covering its feet, curling up into a tight ball. It was careless of them to have installed a security bar here, though it was not impossible to enter. Doing so through the window would require damaging the security bar, inevitably causing a commotion. Having come this far, it would be prudent to eavesdrop first. Later, they could descend from the rooftop to knock on the door. Inside the room, the man shook his body, rising from the bed while fastening his belt, and angrily spat at the person on the bed. "Damn it, you're like a dead fish. I will eventually take that woman next door." The woman on the bed, her gaze vacant, flinched at his words, tears the size of beans rolling down her cheeks into the pillow. When she finally spoke, her voice was hoarse. "Brother, I need something to eat." If it were not for the child needing food to avoid starvation, she would not have resigned herself after being coerced. The child had been hungry for quite some time, and aside from selling herself, she had no other means. She genuinely wished for death, yet she feared it. If she were to die, the little one would surely perish as well. "Damn it, I'm not satisfied yet." This woman is even less appealing than the 200 yuan girls outside the community massage parlor. However, among those under their control, this woman was the only one with a semblance of beauty. For now, it would have to suffice. The woman's complexion was pale as she trembled while dressing, gripping the small piece of bread thrown on the bed tightly. Lowering her head, her voice timid, "Brother, can you give me another? This one is too small." "Damn it, eat it or not." The man slapped the woman, instantly leaving a vivid red handprint on her already pale face, causing her to fall silent. After a moment, she walked past the man towards the exit. It was all right if she didn't eat, as long as the little one had something to eat. Outside the window, Tang Ning clenched her fists and spat angrily. "Damn it, scum, I can't hold back. I must deal with him." Vines silently slithered through the gaps in the security bar and into the room. The man, with his back turned, continued to curse, but in the next moment, he felt something tighten around his feet, instinctively looking down. There lay a round head of an infected person, stained with deep brown dry blood, staring up at him with a pair of grayish-white eyes. The man froze. Then a scream of terror pierced the air. With a thud, he fell straight back, fainted from fright. "Brother Chun? What's wrong?" Hearing the commotion outside, someone approached the bedroom. Upon pushing the door open, the room was empty except for Brother Chun, lying stiffly on the ground, his upper body completely exposed. The man kicked him twice, causing him to stagger and awaken with a loud scream. Upon realizing who stood before him, he wore a look of utter confusion. "Ere long, what about the infected? Are you all out of your minds? We live on the 6th floor. How could there be any infected here? Moreover, the entrance to our unit has always been locked. Even if there were infected in the courtyard, they couldn't possibly enter." This Chun Gu must have been sleeping like a fool. Chun Gu scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of terror. "No, I truly saw the infected. It was right beneath my feet," the man exclaimed, glancing down at the floor. Yet, the floor was empty. "No, it must be hiding. It has to be lurking somewhere in the room. I really saw it. I swear, I not only saw it, but also caught a whiff of that distinct, rancid odor of the infected." However, despite the man's thorough search of the bedroom, he could not find the infected he had previously spotted. Ere long, growing impatient, slapped the back of his head. "You must be dazed from sleep. I've told you, there are no infected here." Like a deep well of ice, and still rummaging about. "I'm starting to suspect you've come from the 3rd hospital." The man was equally perplexed. He had clearly seen it. How could it simply vanish? With his mind clouded in confusion, he could only scratch his head and repeatedly suggest to himself that perhaps he was just seeing things. As he mumbled his way out of the room, the man named Chun Gu still felt uneasy and turned to Erlong. "Why don't you switch rooms? That room feels ominous." Erlong grasped the arm of the woman from earlier. "Don't worry, Chun Gu. I have strong yang energy. I'm not afraid of ghosts." Chun Gu was taken aback. "Wait, is this kid implying he has weak yang energy? Just because I teased him about his kidney deficiency earlier? Fine, let him go and seek out ghosts." Chapter 63. I know you. Tang Ning leaned by the window, observing the expression of numbness on the face of the woman who had been dragged back into the room. Suddenly, she felt that her earlier prank had been rather mild. As she pondered how to frighten this man further, the woman thrown onto the bed turned her head, their eyes meeting. Tang Ning was startled, and just as she raised her hand to signal the woman to remain silent, the woman had already turned away. pretending not to see her. The man closed the door, discarded the baseball bat in his hand, and eagerly reached for his belt, all while muttering curses. That big fool Chun is a lunatic. Infected my foot. Why doesn't he say there's zombies in this house? And he has the audacity to call me weak. He asked the one who's weak. As he spoke, he began to fumble with the woman's pants. Why can't you undress yourself? Do I have to do everything? The woman was still lost in thought about the glimpse of the woman by the window she had just seen. She recognized that woman. It seemed she lived in the third unit. A few men had been sent by Zhao Guang to capture her, but it appeared they had failed on their first attempt. She wondered why that woman had appeared outside the window. The man had already leaned over her, forcing her head to face him, and sank his teeth into her neck. Damn it, scream for me. Louder. Should anyone dare to utter the words kidney deficiency in reference to him, he would certainly cause quite a stir, silencing all who dare to make such an accusation. The woman, in pain, let out a soft groan. In the next moment, she felt the man before her stiffen, and he was abruptly pulled down to the floor beside the bed with a thud. There, arranged neatly, lay 5 heads of various infected individuals, their eyes wide open in fury. The nearest brain, having rolled off the bed, locked gazes with the fallen individual. In an instant, Tang Ning manipulated the vines, lifting the head of the infected and bringing it close for an intimate encounter with the dazed individual. With a resounding smack, she planted a kiss on it. The man rolled his eyes back and elegantly fainted. How dull, so easily frightened. As she spoke, a bottle of pure milk and a small bag of teething sticks appeared in her hand, as if by magic. The woman's heart raced like a drum, her gaze fixated on the items in Tang Ning's possession. Slowly, she rose from the bed and walked to the window. I know you. Indeed. She had seen Tang Ning before. One night, during a midnight excursion, she had witnessed Tang Ning scaling the walls like a specter, vanishing in an instant. You are the cleaner. Tang Ning did not deny it. Instead, she extended her hand, offering the items. The child must be hungry. Upon hearing this, the woman, who had previously resigned herself to despair, suddenly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Tang Ning. Can you save my child? If we stay here, he will eventually starve. I do not mind dying, but the child is still so young. He is yet to experience the beauty of the world. Tang Ning, being a cleaner with extraordinary abilities, surely those outside would not stand a chance against her. If she were willing to assist, the child would undoubtedly survive. Could you first share the situation inside? Tang Ning neither agreed nor declined, but instead began discussing other matters. The woman paused for a moment, then nodded. Currently, there are 16 individuals tied up outside, under the watch of 4. One named Chungu, another called Erlong, along with Xiaoxing and a man known as Scarface. Aside from the 3 injured individuals recuperating on the 5th floor, the rest have been dispatched by Zhao Guang to eliminate this woman named Tang Ning. However, Tang Ning's presence here indicates that their mission has failed, perhaps even costing them their lives. Zhao Guang and a resident from your unit named Huang Yumin should be in the adjacent house, not having ventured out. Tang Ning nodded. Chungu has likely been paralyzed with fear and failed to react, while Erlong is now unconscious on the ground. This means only 2 individuals remain outside. However, should we rashly rush in, we cannot guarantee that they will not use the bound residents as leverage against her. With a swift thought, Tang Ning devised a plan. Lowering her voice, you should do this first, then. Xiao Juzi had already leaped onto the rooftop, eagerly awaiting the return of her caretaker, who had yet to arrive, poking her head over the edge. What on earth is going on? Why is the caretaker taking so long today? Downstairs. Having listened to Tang Ning's plan, the woman's expression shifted from pale to determined, and she quickly resolved, all right, I will follow your lead. Regardless, the situation cannot deteriorate further. It is better to take a gamble. The woman steadied her nerves and tidied her somewhat disheveled hair. After a moment of contemplation, she loosened the collar of her clothing, revealing her delicate, fair skin beneath. With resolve, she approached the door and pulled it open. Xinge, come quickly. It seems that Long Ge is in dire straits. As she spoke, she beckoned him to hurry over. In the process, the exposed skin became more pronounced, prompting the man referred to as Xing Gu to mutter a curse under his breath while teasingly approaching. I knew it. That impotent fool cannot satisfy you. And you could not help but succumb, could you? Just yesterday, this woman was fiercely resisting, yet now, she appeared like a lifeless fish. It seemed she had finally experienced the pleasures of a man. With this thought, the smile on Xing Ji's face widened, and he reached out to caress her cheek, anticipating that he would take her to paradise tonight. The woman, suppressing her revulsion, gently pushed against his chest and laughed. What about Saga? Let us include him. The more the merrier. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Xing Ji's mind, and he grinned wickedly. So, one is not enough to satisfy you, is it? No problem. It's about time I tried a game with multiple players. However, he maintained a final sense of caution. You aren't dreaming of killing us, are you? The woman's expression changed momentarily before she quickly regained her composure and retorted. What are you talking about, Xing? I merely realized the situation and thought it might be quite enjoyable to follow you. As a woman, should you fear me? The man pondered this, considering her slender frame. Even if two more joined, they posed no threat to him. With this thought, the corners of his mouth curved upward even more. Chapter 64. Drawing back the curtains for greater excitement. Scar, come here. Let us indulge in something thrilling tonight. Xing exclaimed. Goodness, after being cooped up for so long. I had no idea that respectable women could be so adventurous. As Xing welcomed Scar inside, he immediately noticed Air Long sprawled on the floor. How did this bastard end up sleeping on the ground? The woman nestled in his embrace, sighed softly. Long is exhausted. It hasn't even been 2 minutes. And he has already worn out. As she spoke, her heart raced, fearing that the man would sense something amiss and investigate. Yet, with her soft form in his arms, the man paid little mind to his brother and inhaled her sweet scent deeply. Once Scar entered, he swiftly shut the door behind him. Tonight, I will explore the back. Scar, you can take the front. How does that sound? He had never experienced what lay behind before. As the most junior of the gang, such matters rarely fell to him. Whether it was the front or the back, being called upon was a stroke of good fortune for Scar, who hadn't been with a woman in quite some time. As the two eagerly began to undress, the woman, suppressing her inner turmoil, gradually made her way to the window. The room was somewhat dim. I think it would be clearer if we drew back the curtains. Don't you agree, Xing? Originally, she had conspired with Tang Ning to devise a plan to lure the men into the room, intending to ambush them as she had done previously. However, the woman was overwhelmed with fear, particularly of that perverse Xing, who possessed formidable skills. If her intimidation failed, she knew she would be the first to perish. Being closest to the two men, Tang Ning stood outside the window, a far safer position than lying on the bed. The woman's act of drawing the curtains was a silent plea for Tang Ning's protection. The two men exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with lewd amusement at her newfound compliance. Just yesterday, she had been as lifeless as a fish, yet today she seemed to have awakened, playing a daring game. As the curtains were drawn back, the thrill heightened. Why even bother with the bed? The window seemed perfectly adequate. What say you, Scarface? It was an opportunity for the outside world to witness their prowess. Scarface offered no dissent and followed Xing to the window, reaching out to caress the woman's hand while simultaneously yanking the tightly closed curtains open. To their horror, several infected heads were lined up neatly against the anti-theft bars. The men screamed in unison, hastily retreating, as Xing had just shed his trousers. He too caught sight of the infected heads outside and bent down to retrieve a stick from the ground. Damn it, call for help. The infected can fly, he exclaimed, his mind racing with disbelief at the sight of the infected at such a height. The 6th floor. Just as he finished speaking, a masked head emerged behind the infected, its eyes curving into a gentle smile. Bring it on, it said. In an instant, slender vines shot forth, ensnaring the man's limbs tightly, with the final vine swiftly wrapping around his neck and constricting forcefully. As the pressure mounted, the man's face flushed crimson as he struggled in vain. With one final surge of force, his eyes widened in terror, the stick slipped from his grasp, and he ceased to breathe entirely. Now it is your turn. Tang Ning directed her gaze towards the stunned Scarface, and with the same swift motions, the vines silenced him as well. The woman stood trembling, her body quaking as she took a long moment to regain focus. Was this it? The man who had tormented her for days lay dead before her, so easily dispatched. Ignoring her, Tang Ning dealt with the unconscious ere long on the ground in the same manner, before removing the infected heads from the anti-theft bars. Now, you stay in a room, lock the door securely. I will handle the one outside. Having eliminated 3 of the 4 men, she was well aware of the remaining threat lurking in the living room, a man rendered dazed by fear. Leaving even one behind posed a risk. For this woman, staying locked in a bedroom was undoubtedly the safest choice. Before she could utter a word, Tang Ning had already ascended to the rooftop via the vines, her figure vanishing from sight outside the window. The unspoken words ultimately remained unvoiced by the woman. Tang Ning, such a formidable individual, would certainly not encounter any peril. Her admonitions regarding safety bore no significance. At last, upon seeing someone approach, Little Orange merely emitted a few dissatisfied hums. Let's go. I shall take you to become a great hero. With that, she proceeded toward the entrance of the rooftop. Knock, knock, knock. As she spoke, she leaned her head closer to the peephole to peer outside. Little Orange concealed herself in the corridor beside the door, while Tang Ning stood outside, her face etched with fear. Hello, I am here to see Scar Brother. Looking for Scar? Through the peephole, Brother Chun observed Tang Ning outside, appearing delicate and fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. How could such a beautiful girl be seeking the ugly Scar? Brother Chun felt a twinge of discomfort, but still placed his hand on the doorknob, opening the door. In that instant, Little Orange swiftly darted through the gap, sinking her teeth into the man's thigh, tearing away a chunk of flesh with a fierce bite. The mixture of skin and meat, along with the fabric of his trousers, resulted in blood spraying across the floor. The man let out a dreadful scream, unable to comprehend the nature of his assailant before his vision blurred. His last awareness was of his body gradually toppling backward, devoid of a head, before succumbing to darkness. The sudden turn of events startled those still bound inside, and as Little Orange swaggered in, the visual shock left them trembling in fear, their cries for help mingling with sobs as they huddled together in a desperate attempt to escape. When Tang Ning opened the door, she witnessed Little Orange herding the terrified individuals like sheep. This little creature is not a shepherd dog. What a nuisance, she thought. Help! Help! Daddy! Is it a tiger from the zoo? Who are you? Tang Ning disregarded their frantic inquiries and stepped toward the closed bedroom door, knocking gently. The situation outside has been resolved. You may come out now. After a few seconds, a woman slowly opened the door. Upon seeing the headless corpse lying at the entrance, tears immediately cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 65. She had already offered a chance. Just as she was about to say something, the door across from her opened as well. A hefty man emerged, wielding a stick, grinning at Tang Ning. Sister Ning, I have dealt with this mutt here as well. That man was even begging for mercy. So frightened he wet his pants, it was quite foul. At these words, the woman abruptly lifted her head. Zhao Guang is dead too? The hefty man scratched his head. I don't know what to call him, but in any case, it's all taken care of. Tang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Oh, and the supplies are in Zhao Guang's bedroom. You may distribute them as you see fit. Her original intention had been to eliminate Zhao Guang and Huang Yumin. Rescuing them was merely incidental. As for the distribution of supplies, she would leave that to them. Orange, let us depart. Tang Ning came and went swiftly, taking with her one person and one cat, soon disappearing around the corner of the corridor. The woman momentarily stood in shock before recalling the need to untie the individuals on the ground. They had been saved, and they had procured supplies. Meow. Amidst the chaos, one could hear the exasperated voice of a figure known as Hitachi, questioning the apparent negligence of another, oblivious to the fact that the area remained untidy. The feline, a small orange creature, appeared to take on the role of an overseer, much to the amusement of Exile, who could hardly contain her laughter. In contrast to the array of cat food available, the orange cat had developed a peculiar fondness for the brains of the infected, relishing the taste despite its pungent odor. On occasion, when 2 heads went uncollected, the creature would grumble discontentedly throughout the day. After an arduous task of extracting the last brain, the trio of laborers found themselves nauseated, yet, under the watchful gaze of the orange cat, they remained silent, suppressing their discomfort. Having confirmed the brains were intact, and with the glimmering ones deemed satisfactory, the cat signaled to Tang Ning to hastily gather the remains, lest they be snatched away. Tang Ning, with a hint of desperation in her voice, pleaded, "Have we completed our task? May we be allowed to leave?" The men, compelled to partake in this grim endeavor, cast pleading glances at her, their eyes reflecting a sense of desperation. One man, disregarding the bloodied ground, bowed his head repeatedly in supplication, resulting in a swollen forehead smeared with dirt, presenting a pitiful sight. "We swear we shall never return. Please, have mercy and release us." Tang Ning, growing increasingly impatient with their incessant pleas, reminded them that she had never intended to keep them captive. The men were not directly affiliated with Zhao Guang, and, while their actions were misguided, they did not warrant death. Nevertheless, their attempt to ignite chaos in their own home could not be overlooked. In the courtyard of the community, a few infected roamed, and if these men acted swiftly, they might evade a gruesome fate. However, should they succumb to bites or infection, it would simply be a matter of ill fortune. She had already granted them an opportunity. "Are you leaving now?" She gestured, "But wait for me a moment longer." She intended to leave some provisions for Xu Hong and his mother, the first to extend kindness to her in this realm. As she spoke, Tang Ning vanished from sight, only to return shortly. "Let's proceed through the rooftop," she suggested. In the modest kitchen of the Xu household, she had stacked several boxes of self-heating rice, bottled water, an assortment of snacks, and a number of vegetable seeds. Given the current climate, perishables would not last long. It was wiser to leave seeds for Xu's mother to occupy her time and deter her from venturing outside. A note was also penned, advising them against leaving the safety of their dwelling. Once everything was arranged, Tang Ning departed alongside the portly EXILED. After traversing between the residential buildings for approximately half an hour, the trio, accompanied by the cat, finally located the narrow path they had previously taken. Surrounding the off-road vehicle that had once been parked, there were several infected, drawn together by the rising sun, beginning their search for sustenance. Little Orange leaped down, swiftly concluding the battle with remarkable efficiency, gesturing for them to descend. Naturally, he did not forget to signal Tang Ning to collect the severed heads from the ground once they had come down. Exile's understanding of Little Orange's protectiveness over his food had reached a new height. The chubby man's off-road vehicle was reinforced as it traversed the road. It showed no fear against the infected that approached, simply crashing through them. The sun soon emerged, causing the interior of the vehicle to become stiflingly hot, with beads of sweat forming on everyone. Yet the chubby man did not turn on the air conditioning. It would take over an hour to drive from Exile's home to this location, and running the air conditioning would consume too much fuel. Tang Ning nodded in understanding while reaching for the window to let some fresh air in. Little Orange meowed and jumped down from the moving vehicle, startling both the chubby man and Exile. "Our driving speed is certainly not slow. Little Orange can keep up. No need for concern." Tang Ning was unfazed by it all. Earlier that night, Little Orange had accompanied her and the chubby man outside, but aside from a couple of vocalizations at the end, he had not participated at all, feeling quite dissatisfied. Now that he was out, letting him stretch his legs was certainly a good thing. She had observed that during their battles with the infected, Little Orange had sustained injuries, some of which appeared rather severe. However, he seemed completely unfazed, not even a hint of infection. If the little rascal loves to play, let him enjoy it. When the time came for them to venture out together, Little Orange would likely have fewer opportunities to act as he had before. As Tang Ning had predicted, upon leaping out of the vehicle, Little Orange charged at the oblivious infected, swiftly dispatching them in a matter of moments. He even dashed toward a group of infected hiding in the shade, seemingly eager for more combat. Only when his frustration had been sufficiently vented did he casually catch up with the off-road vehicle, leaping gracefully onto its roof. Once they disembarked, both the chubby man and Exile were momentarily taken aback. Little Orange was indeed a formidable feline weapon. If they brought him along for future supply runs, the experience would undoubtedly be both easy and delightful. As long as they allowed him to think for himself, everything would be manageable. Tang Ning appeared entirely accustomed to it. The sound of the doorknob turning caused everyone in the room to sit up straight. Monkey darted towards the door like lightning. Who could it be? In recent days, several individuals had knocked, claiming to request supplies, but they had all been sent away. Similarly, there were those foolish enough to attempt breaking in to rob them. Upon hearing the noise, he had developed a conditioned reflex. It was us. Exile opened the door, revealing half of her head, and Monkey felt a wave of relief. However, he was soon startled by the sudden entrance of Little Orange, exclaiming, "What on earth?" Even Su Wu, who was resting in the bedroom to recover from injuries, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Little Orange. It was no wonder he hesitated in his speech. The size of Little Orange before him was astonishing, far beyond the realm of normal perception. From a distance, the figure adorned in orange stripes resembled a tiger. The Little Orange cat let out a dissatisfied meow, seemingly mocking the two for their lack of worldly experience. After securing the door, the group gathered in the living room, some sitting, others reclining. Tang Ning had already retrieved a considerable amount of food from her spatial ring, filling the modest coffee table to the brim. "Let's eat first. We can discuss matters afterward." I am starving. After a sleepless night, she felt both ravenous and fatigued. The sight of braised pork ribs, spicy shrimp, grilled fish, turtle soup, and several plates of stir-fried dishes made everyone swallow in unison. They then launched into a frenzied scramble for food. "Why are you snatching my piece when there's so much left? It doesn't have your name on it." "These are all for Sister Ning. I want this lean piece." Delicious. So fragrant. Although they had not gone hungry in the past few days, their meals had been limited to self-heating hot pot, instant rice, or dry noodles, leaving their palates yearning for variety. Suddenly confronted with a large table laden with steaming dishes, even the usually reserved Lu could not resist serving herself. "So delicious. Truly remarkable. Sister Ning, you certainly have an abundance of food." While they had also stored a fair amount of vegetables and meat in their own spatial rings. The ongoing water and power outages rendered cooking impossible. "Meow. What a shame. Have you forgotten your beloved feline with all this food?" Tang Ning wiped her mouth, set down her chopsticks, and rose to head for the kitchen. With a swift motion, several large infected heads soon appeared on the ground. "Here, enjoy at your leisure. But stay away from the living room to avoid making a mess. The kitchen is small. It'll be easier to clean up later. The living room is likely to be where we spend the most time, so let's keep it from becoming unpleasant." The Little Orange cat, lifting its chopsticks in shock, exclaimed, "Sister Ning, are you really feeding that to the Little Orange cat? It looks utterly disgusting. It seems to enjoy it immensely. Would you like to try it? I can have a share piece with you." The monkey shook his head vigorously. No. I would eat that. He wasn't some pervert with a taste for raw brain matter. He just found it surprising that the Little Orange cat was relishing it so much. Tang Ning resumed her seat, picking up her chopsticks. Ever since the mutation, the Little Orange cat has developed a particular fondness for brain matter and has largely shunned other foods. Moreover, its fur has become remarkably smooth and lustrous, and its energy has surged, so I've ceased imposing restrictions. There are plenty of infected outside. It can eat as it pleases. The Little Orange cat is quite remarkable indeed. The monkey pondered, casting a glance at the hefty fellow enthusiastically gnawing on ribs. "Do you ever feel an urge to try raw brain matter?" Sister Ning mentioned that the Little Orange cat mutated after being exposed to acid rain, which ignited its appetite for brain matter. This hefty guy has also been doused in acid rain. Why is he still fighting us for ribs? Get lost. If you want to eat, then you eat it yourself. I have no intention of consuming that." The hefty fellow retorted, his face a mixture of disgust and disbelief. Beside her, Suwu lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. The daylight was ill-suited for excursions, making it a perfect time for rest. Little Orange obediently finished the delicacy that Tang Ning had provided, and after having her paws and face cleaned, she nestled into a cozy corner, closing her eyes in slumber. The heat was oppressive. Tang Ning tossed and turned in the bedroom, unable to find repose. Outside, the sun blazed with an intensity that even the drawn curtains could not mitigate the unusual warmth seeping through. It was unbearably hot. She wiped her neck, finding it slick with perspiration. With the power and water supply both cut, even indulging in a bath felt like an insurmountable task. Stepping out of the bedroom, she discovered that everyone else was equally tormented by the heat, languishing on the living room floor and sighing in discontent. It was stifling. Lying on the bed felt akin to being a squid on a sizzling grill, flipping restlessly as if ready to be served with a sprinkle of cumin. Exile wiped the sweat from her brow, glancing at the thermometer affixed to the wall by the entrance. It read 45 degrees, my goodness. In previous years, the highest temperature in Yunchuan during July and August barely exceeded 30 degrees. Now, it had soared past 40. How was one to endure this? Tang Ning gasped, silently retrieving several ice pops from her spatial ring, distributing them to everyone before rummaging to produce a few large bathtubs, filling them with water. Naturally, she also prepared one for Little Orange, who must have been feeling the heat even more acutely in her fur coat. There was a generator in her spatial ring, but its noise was quite loud, and she possessed scant diesel, insufficient for a prolonged operation. "Let us soak in the water," she suggested, promptly biting into an ice pop and plunging into the bathtub. The cool water enveloped her shoulders, instantly alleviating some of the heat. Chapter 67. Two pockmarks in abundance. Seeing Tang Ning reclined comfortably, the others soon followed suit, each slipping into their own tubs filled with refreshing water. In no time, the living room floor was drenched, the water quickly evaporating without a trace. As the horizon turned orange and the sun began to set, they reluctantly emerged from their baths. Goodness, this dreadful weather will surely turn us into dried husks if it continues. Even we, with our abilities, are struggling. I can only imagine how unbearable it is for ordinary folks, likely leading to all sorts of ailments, one lamented. Remaining submerged in the tubs was not a sustainable solution. Their skin would soon prune. The typically quiet Su Wu finally spoke up. The generator-S noise is significant, and once the air conditioning is on, anyone passing by will know we have power. That will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, though their abilities rendered them largely unafraid of such intrusions. The persistent disturbances would become quite bothersome. "Let them come, we're not afraid," Monkey replied nonchalantly, still savoring the ice pop he had acquired from Tang Ning. "We're not ordinary people. They might as well come in droves. We'll just bundle them up and toss them out." Tang Ning, having changed into a dry outfit, soon found herself drenched in sweat once more, the moisture clinging to her skin uncomfortably. The purpose of stockpiling supplies is to enhance one's quality of life. If we're to live in fear here and worry there, what is the point of hoarding? At this juncture, being overly cautious seems futile, regardless of the circumstances. Those envious individuals should have the audacity to come and seize what they desire. If they lack the capability, they can merely watch. Moreover, should fortune favor us and we encounter an infected individual, it presents an opportunity to hone our skills. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature gradually fell from the sweltering 40s to a more bearable 34 or 35 degrees. Although still uncomfortably warm, it was a significant improvement compared to the heat of the day. The little orange cat, reluctant to leave the bathtub, was left behind to guard the premises while the group donned their Research Institute uniforms and stepped outside. The residential area where Exile resided was situated near the city center, where every inch of land was precious, and the number of infected individuals was exponentially greater than in Tang Ning's previous neighborhood. White-collar workers in the nearby business district, construction workers of pre-sale buildings, and shoppers in the mall had all succumbed to infection as the acid rain descended. Tang Ning rotated her wrist and retrieved a badminton racket from her spatial ring. "How about a game of badminton?" The monkey looked bewildered, his expression questioning. "Sister Ning, there are infected people outside. What are you talking about? Come on. It's all about being resourceful. Just watch and learn. I'll show you how it's done." As she spoke, she leaped out a car window and onto the roof, spreading her feet shoulder-width apart. With one hand grasping the racket and the other holding a glowing shuttlecock, she tossed it into the air. With a swift motion, she struck the glowing shuttlecock, sending it hurtling toward a nearby, infected individual who was howling in the night. With a sharp thud, the spinning shuttlecock struck the gaping mouth of the infected, piercing through and emerging from the back of its head, accompanied by a spray of viscous black blood. The infected appeared momentarily stunned, standing in confusion before collapsing weakly to the ground. "Did you see that? Now, that's how you play badminton." Tang Ning raised an eyebrow and swiftly sent another shuttlecock flying. The monkey was taken aback. Wow. Exile and Xiao Wu exclaimed in unison. Sister Ning, you are incredible. Exile felt she had exhausted the word incredible by now, but each time Tang Ning surprised them with her ingenious tactics, it left them in awe. Her imagination for weapons typically extended only to knives, guns, and clubs, perhaps a clothes-drying pole at best. Never had she conceived of using a badminton racket in such a manner. Talk about a stroke of genius. I want to join. Do you have any extra rackets? Sister Ning? Exile, seeing Tang Ning effortlessly dispatch one infected after another, could no longer contain her eagerness. Yes, just wait a moment. During their previous foray into the warehouse-style mall to scavenge supplies, she had taken everything without leaving a single item behind. The badminton rackets and shuttlecocks were plentiful, enough for them to play until they were old and gray. Sister Ning, give me one too. I want to try. The monkey chimed in, equally enthusiastic. The vehicle was modest in size, its roof offering only a limited area. With Tang Ning standing atop, it was barely feasible for Exile to join her, while the monkey could not even manage to climb up. The plump fellow desired to partake in the fun, yet he had to drive. After contemplating, he proposed, why don't we simply park? There aren't many infected in this vicinity, and everyone could enjoy themselves. This suggestion met with enthusiastic agreement from Monkey. Previously, their outings had been earnest endeavors in battling the wilderness. They had never experienced such a delightful approach. Indeed, it seemed that a group with Ning Jie was more in tune with his disposition. Once consensus was reached, the plump fellow promptly located a relatively open area to halt the vehicle. Adjacent was an unfinished shopping mall, ascending to the third floor, which was just capped. They found a vast platform where they could engage in their game from above, with distances perfectly suited for play. Most importantly, the infected could not ascend to ambush them. However, the monkey exclaimed, "Hey, are you even capable? You can't even outdo Ning Jie in strength. After wasting so many shuttlecocks to eliminate just one, I am truly astonished. How can you dare to criticize me? When I instructed you to aim at the head, you ended up hitting the thigh." The plump fellow could not help but cast a sidelong glance at the arguing monkey and Su Wu. You two brothers. No, you're more like two peas in a pod. Both equally mediocre. Your skills are subpar. Tang Ning served the shuttlecock with elegance and added, plump fellow, you are not much better. Each of them struggled to even break the skull of the infected. It was as if they were merely consuming meals without effort. Hey, that's an uncalled-for personal attack. As they continued to squander their efforts, it became apparent that if they persisted in this manner, there would be no game left for her to enjoy in the future. Fine, he'd been disparaged, they collectively acknowledged. The plump fellow quietly summoned his earth-based abilities, hurling basketball-sized clods of earth down like hail, while the monkey transformed into a high-pressure water gun, unleashing a torrential downpour upon the infected below. Within their encircled area, the rain mixed with the earth in clumps and the fluorescent shuttlecocks, swiftly transforming the gathered infected into muddy figures, rendering their forms indistinguishable. Xiao Wu's abilities were somewhat lackluster. He simply resorted to dropping short steel bars, as thick as a thumb, from the platform. Often, the infected had no time to react before being struck senseless, left utterly bewildered. From a nearby apartment building, onlookers witnessed this bizarre spectacle, instinctively covering their mouths, their eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, can be played this way? These people have some audacity. Unfazed by the presence of spectators, the group effectively collaborated to swiftly dispatch the nearest wave of infected, leaving behind a mound of corpses, a grotesque mixture of mud and water. Naturally, Tang Ning did not forget to collect the heads with vines, directing the monkey, high-pressure water gun, "Go. Clean off all this muck before gathering them. Otherwise, when Xiao Juzi arrives, he'll undoubtedly end up filthy." That rascal had never been fond of bathing, and now, with his size increased, it was even more challenging to manage. The monkey silently bore the burden of operating the high-pressure water gun. Once the rinsing was complete and the remnants of the task were tucked away, Tang Ning snapped her fingers and departed for the ice-making facility. The nearby shopping mall was still under construction, and it was evident that there were no supplies available within, so she deemed it unwise to waste any time. Back in the car, the rotund man recalled the infected individuals, which inevitably led his thoughts back to the incomplete report they had discovered at the research institute. Ningjia, do you think the crystalline cores within the brains of those infected can be consumed by humans? He wondered aloud. Little Orange has been infected and has ingested quite a few of those cores, yet has become remarkably formidable. To be honest, I find myself somewhat tempted. Tang Ning shook her head sincerely. I truly do not know. However, I believe there may be some benefit, though I am uncertain about the method of absorption. Humans and animals are fundamentally different. Just because Little Orange, being a cat, can consume them without issue does not imply that we would be safe doing the same. Moreover, these are elements from the minds of the infected. Who knows if they harbor some form of virus or other perilous substances? Why not try one yourself? After all, there are plenty within the spatial ring. Upon hearing this, the rotund man hastily waved his hands. No, that's unnecessary. I merely mentioned it in passing. Who in their right mind would swallow such things? I was merely pondering that since the Research Institute was already aware of the existence of these cores within the infected, they must have conducted studies on them. I just wonder what the findings were. Additionally, he pondered aloud. Have you all noticed that we only encountered an upgraded version of the infected at the construction market? The subsequent encounters have only been with ordinary infected. Do you think these upgraded infected are inherently powerful from the onset of their infection, or are they the result of evolution from ordinary infected? Exile, furrowing her brow in distress, voiced her concerns. The scan information obtained from the Research Institute was insufficient, leaving them at a loss. In the face of the infected, their only course of action seemed to be combat. Just last night, while I was out with Little Orange, we encountered a smaller upgraded version, she recalled. If Exile had not mentioned it, Tang Ning might have forgotten about that encounter, which she now found quite remarkable. The little rascal appeared to be no older than 7 or 8 years, exhibiting astonishing speed and possessing psychic abilities. At the moment when they encountered you two, Little Orange had been incapacitated, having been attacked mentally by that creature. To add to the horror, in its delirious state, it had licked her with its tongue, which was utterly revolting. What? Psychic abilities? The rotund man and Exile exclaimed in unison, while the monkey and Xiao Wu looked on in astonishment. The infected possess abilities? Tang Ning affirmed with confidence. Indeed, it was psychic. After Little Orange was attacked, he momentarily halted his movements, nearly allowing that creature to escape. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. That raises further questions, the rotund man mused, his expression darkening. Let us consider a hypothesis. If the infected were categorized into levels from the moment of initial infection, then according to Ning Jia's assertion, it implies that a segment of the infected possesses abilities. Albeit their levels may vary, yet they should not evolve further. There exists another hypothesis. If the infected individuals could elevate their abilities under certain conditions. The atmosphere within the vehicle turned tense as the heavier-set man's words lingered in the air, unspoken. A shiver coursed through the others. If these beings could indeed evolve, might they all possess extraordinary powers in the future? Their current advantage lay in the fact that they wielded unique abilities themselves, allowing them to face ordinary infected individuals without significant peril. Yet, if the infected could autonomously upgrade and acquire powers, impervious to injury or death, what recourse would they have against such foes? Their very lives? The mere thought of encountering infected adversaries with abilities surpassing their own rendered the monkey disheartened. It was still merely a hypothesis, so why the panic? Tang Ning remained largely unfazed, adopting a pragmatic stance. When faced with adversities, one must confront them head-on. After all, they had yet to encounter more formidable versions of the infected. However, their apprehension quickly materialized when they soon confronted an upgraded infected individual. By the time they arrived at the ice factory in the western suburbs, the clock had already passed 2 in the morning, the air oppressively hot. A few aimless infected figures still roamed within the factory premises. The heavy-set man acted swiftly, neutralizing them with ease. Yet, after the skirmish, an unsettling silence enveloped the area. This locale was an industrial zone. Logically, a considerable number of workers would have been stranded here, which would imply a significant quantity of infected individuals. Yet, since their arrival, they had encountered barely a dozen. The stark contrast to the outside world was almost absurd. Was it truly a blessing to encounter so few? Was he becoming addicted to the hunt? Not quite. The heavy-set man scratched his head, perplexed by the oddity. Chapter 69. Indeed, what is spoken often comes to pass. Let us venture inside and investigate, Tang Ning suggested, steadying her resolve and beckoning to her companions. They had come this far. It would be illogical to retreat simply due to unease. With that, she boldly stepped through the factory's entrance. The heat was stifling, and it wasn't too long before beads of sweat formed on their brows. The monkey wiped the perspiration, threatening to sting his eyes, cursing the oppressive weather under his breath. Yet, as they delved deeper, a refreshing chill enveloped them, dispelling the heat entirely. The frail little five even shivered from the sudden drop in temperature. This ice factory is remarkably cool, Exile exclaimed, rubbing her arms in delight. It seems there must be a substantial amount of ice within. We need not worry about the heat any longer. At this moment, Tang Ning also sensed something amiss, yet before she could discern what was wrong, the previously pitch-black factory erupted into brilliant light. The cacophony of machines whirring, the sound of water pouring into molds, and the labored breaths of workers transporting materials filled the air, prompting the group to instinctively shield their eyes. Once they adjusted to the brightness and lowered their hands, the scene before them left them utterly astonished. In the factory, a bustling scene of industrious labor unfolds, with machines whirring at high speeds and workers toiling diligently. In one corner, large blocks of ice are stacked, exuding wisps of cool vapor. Am I hallucinating, or are there indeed workers present? Not only are they present, but they are also fervently engaged in their tasks. This cannot be right. Before the plump man could finish his thought, Tang Ning interjected, asserting it was merely an illusion. Let us not even consider the time. The entire city is experiencing a power outage, and all surrounding factories are shrouded in darkness. Where would they procure the electricity necessary for ice production? Moreover, there's also a water outage. The most concerning aspect is the presence of these individuals. A chill ran down my spine, and Exile instinctively sought refuge behind Tang Ning. If I am not mistaken, we have encountered an upgraded version of an infected individual with abilities. Indeed, it seems that our fears have manifested. Observing this bizarre spectacle, the group retreated to a corner to strategize. So, what exactly is happening? I suspect it resembles some form of illusion. Everything we perceive may be a fade. It feels more akin to a mental domain. Upon sensing something amiss, Tang Ning found it hard to believe. Whether in this apocalyptic realm or the interstellar domain she once inhabited, psychic abilities are exceedingly rare. The emergence of one would surely indicate a prodigious talent. Even within their research facility, there were only 2 low-ranking psychics among the cleaners. Who would have thought they would encounter one mischievous spirit before, and now another? Yet, the 2 are fundamentally different. The previous child utilized psychic energy to attack the brain and issue commands for control, whereas this one seems to have unfolded a mental realm, manifesting our innermost desires and silently drawing us in. From the limited area we occupy, the upgraded infected individual's mental domain appears to have a restricted range, unable to encompass the entire industrial park. However, this modest power should not be underestimated. At the very least, they have yet to comprehend how they were ensnared within this mental domain. What shall we do now? The monkey inquired, after finally spotting heaps of ice, only to learn it was all an illusion. How can one endure such a revelation? Let's first observe the periphery and see if we can uncover any weaknesses. This is my first encounter with an infected individual possessing a mental domain, and I find myself at a loss for how to unravel it. Thus, we must resort to simpler methods. We have been here for quite some time. If the psychic infected intends to act against us, they should do so soon. Sustaining such a domain must be a considerable drain on their abilities. The group exchanged glances, realizing they had no other option. Monkey, you're with me. Plum Man, Exile, and Xiao Wu form a group. We'll proceed left and right. The Plum Man gestured and led Exile and Xiao Wu toward the right. Shall we move as well, Sister Ning? The monkey asked. Tang Ning nodded. The 2 individuals crouched low, skillfully navigating around the ice blocks piled in the corners of the factory, then stealthily approached the assembly line area. Though they made some noise along the way, the workers, deeply engrossed in their tasks, seemed utterly oblivious to their presence, entirely focused on their own endeavors, akin to a normal scene before the apocalypse. Tang Ning attempted to toss a glowing shuttlecock into the water pool, but no one noticed. The workers continued their routines with unwavering attention, indifferent to the fluorescent shuttlecock that lay within the water. They could not see us, Tang Ning concluded, and thus decided to boldly step out into the open. It felt less like a genuine sensation and more like an illusion. Tang Ning nodded, realizing that this mental-afflicted individual was not as formidable as they had presumed. If it were indeed a high-level psychic ability, one could easily launch a mental attack after drawing individuals into its domain or create vivid illusions to manipulate the human psyche. However, the entity they encountered lacked such prowess. The current illusion was flimsy, reminiscent of a mere slideshow. What then was its intent? Tang Ning was uncertain about the monkey's motives. All she knew was that this hallucination posed no threat to them. The plump fellow, accompanied by EXILED and Xiao Wu, moved with greater urgency, quickly completing a circuit to meet up with the two. "Did you discover anything?" he inquired. EXILED shook her head, having found nothing, while the others shrugged in response. The monkey, arms outstretched, indicated that any findings were negligible. However, Tang Ning's gaze faltered for a moment as it landed on the mold pool beside the workers. She had found something. Chapter 70. What else? Bring it back and sleep with you? The collective gaze of the group shifted, drawn to the water pool not far from the workers. The monkey, emboldened, took a couple of steps forward before retreating slightly. There was a person within. More accurately, it was an infected individual, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. They wore a yellow hard hat and a green vest adorned with reflective strips. Their eyes were closed, their cheeks a pallid gray, and their face contorted in anguish. However, the infected person was entirely submerged at the bottom of the pool, rendering their state ambiguous. "There's one here too." The plump fellow advanced a few steps to another pool, peering inside, only to feel a wave of nausea wash over him. He observed several infected individuals lying at the bottom, their bodies severely injured and decayed, their original features unrecognizable. This must be him. As for the bodies in the adjacent pool, they were likely the remaining workers. How could this happen? The plump fellow adapted quickly, pulling out a mask for himself, while explaining this should be an evolved version of the entity that creates illusions. Its continuous repetition serves as a testament to its obsession. The group felt a tangle of emotions. They had anticipated encountering a particularly formidable infected individual, perhaps requiring a fierce battle. Instead, they were confronted with this disheartening reality. As Xiao was about to inquire whether someone had succumbed to drowning, the water tank suddenly shook, plunging the brightly lit factory into darkness. The group barely had time to react before the sound of splashing water echoed, accompanied by a distortion of the surrounding environment as a pained gasp erupted near their ears. "Goodness, he is still alive." EXILED swiftly harnessed her wind-based abilities, pulling the monkey and Xiao Wu, who stood beside her, backward with great speed. Tang Song and the chubby boy also reacted promptly, having already repositioned themselves the moment the lights extinguished. The chilling sensation of ice and the brilliant illumination vanished without a trace, replaced by a stifling heat and profound darkness. The abrupt onset of darkness left their eyes struggling to adjust, yet the infected individual was unfazed, locking onto its target the moment it emerged from the pool and charging toward the monkey with alarming speed. "Wow!" the monkey exclaimed, cursing even as his hands moved swiftly, sending a column of water soaring skyward directly at the infected creature. The force of the water momentarily hindered the infected's movement, but it was only for an instant. The next moment, the infected veered sharply and barreled straight toward the dazed Xiao Wu. As the figures were about to collide, EXILED reacted swiftly, unleashing two wind blades while simultaneously yanking Xiao Wu backward to safety. Xiao Wu was the weakest in their group, possessing little more than self-healing abilities. Hiding was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Tang Ning, not one to remain idle, seized the opportunity while EXILED engaged with the infected. She rummaged through her spatial ring and produced several rechargeable plastic light bulbs intended for market stalls, tossing one onto the ground after switching it on. The remaining bulbs were hung from the factory's overhead beams using vines. At last, the once pitch-black ice factory was illuminated, revealing the figure of the infected. The monkey, still screeching in panic, coordinated with EXILED's wind blades, using water columns to restrict the infected's movements. Why is that creature so fast? The chubby boy occasionally hurled dirt balls for surprise attacks while grappling with his astonishment. Good grief, not even an Olympic champion could match its speed. The disparity between this evolved infected and the ordinary ones was simply staggering. Tang Ning had previously encountered a smaller version, so she was not overly surprised by the speed of this upgraded infected. What astonished her, however, was that he had not drowned. There was certainly no shortage of water in that tank. He had been completely submerged before, and yet here he was able to move. Is he not in need of air? How utterly extraordinary. Why are you still in a daze? Ningjia. Help me, help me, help me. The monkey was leaping about, pursued closely by the infected, his voice strained as the distance closed alarmingly. No matter how fast one was, as long as the limbs were restrained, there was no escape. This was her experience. Vines quickly spread across the ground, reaching toward the infected that was chasing the monkey. Chubby, create an earthen wall to block it. Underestimating that creature's speed had proven a grave error. It was running far too swiftly for the vines to catch up. Here it comes. The stout individual, his face flushed, seized the moment as the infected was on the verge of catching the monkey. Suddenly, a thick earthen wall, approximately 10 centimeters in width, erupted from the ground, interposing itself between the two. As the infected creature appeared poised to change its target, EXILED made a decisive move, unleashing several wind blades that effectively halted its advance. The infected emitted a sound tinged with anger at this obstruction, but Tang Ning remained unfazed. The moment the vines caught up, they swiftly climbed and entwined around its limbs, quickly binding the infected's hands and feet. With a forceful tug, the creature was yanked backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. The safety helmet rolled away, revealing beneath it a Mediterranean hairstyle and the complete visage of the infected. Even as it lay restrained, the creature continued to thrash about, emitting furious growls, determined to break free from the vine's grip and inflict harm upon those present. Its grayish-white eyes, illuminated by faint light, displayed unmistakable rage. It was evident that, despite being bound, it harbored a desire to kill us. I noted that it still had an oily sheen to its hair. The infected was dragged off the ground by the vines and securely bound to a nearby support beam, resembling a tightly wrapped zongzi, utterly immobilized. The group stood around it, arms crossed, engaged in discussion. Infected, hiss, hiss. Group, I'm quite fierce. Shall we kill it? Chapter 71. I find this reasonable. Wait, I'm not that twisted. Tang Ning finally interjected, unable to contain herself as the conversation ventured further into absurdity. A vine pierced through the temple from left to right, and the previously enraged infected twitched a couple of times before falling completely silent. The crystalline core within its brain was indeed distinct from that of ordinary infected beings. The vine shook the extracted core before presenting it to Tang Ning. As she caught it, another similar-sized core appeared in her other hand, one they had previously collected from an infected encountered in the construction market. Placing the two cores side by side, there was little discernible difference in appearance or size. The monkey took the core, examining it closely, and voiced a long-held curiosity. Do you think the bad temper of the infected might be due to this thing growing in their brains? Which decent person could endure such a large object in their head without suffering a headache? They must be in excruciating pain, hence their incessant wailing. Please refrain from jumping to conclusions, EXILED remarked, delivering a light kick to the monkey and accompanying it with an eye roll. Such a serious question could only arise from the monkey. I find this reasonable. And you too, Ningjia. The group scrutinized the infected's lifeless body for some time, yet could not discern any significant revelations. Externally, it bore no distinction from ordinary infected beings, making it impossible to identify unless it initiated an attack. With the infected now deceased, the surrounding illusion dissipated completely. The ice factory has returned to its desolate and pitch-black state, with the ice machines rusted and lifeless. As for the stock of large ice blocks after the power outage, there was none to be found. Their expedition yielded nothing but an evolved infection core. However, one might argue there was indeed a gain. They also acquired the corpse of an evolved infectee. The plump man remarked that should they encounter more evolved infectees in the future, they could conduct comparative analyses of the samples. Tang Ning silently collected the body. The prospect of ice was bleak. It seemed they would have to scout a gas station to procure some diesel. Without the ice, the only option to lower the temperature would be to resort to the noisy generator. On their way back, a somber silence enveloped the group. Their long-standing synergy enabled them to barely overcome that evolved infectee. Had it been ordinary individuals, their demise would have been certain. They pondered whether other evolved infectees still lurked in their vicinity. Perhaps starting tomorrow, they could embark on nightly missions? Although order had crumbled as members of their homeland, some duties were ingrained in their very bones, such as eradicating threats to the populace. Tang Ning had no objections. After all, with nothing else to occupy her time, venturing out to slay monsters and collect cores seemed preferable to idly lounging at home. She had a premonition that the cores within the infectees' minds would eventually be put to use. With the ice factory yielding no results, they scoured the park, retrieving a few seemingly useful items before departing. On the return journey, they found no gas stations and were left with no choice but to scavenge from abandoned vehicles, managing to siphon a meager 200 liters of gasoline. "I'm hungry," Tang Ning muttered, promptly preparing several heads to place in the kitchen. Eat up, eat up. There are plenty more heads. Enough for you to grow fat." Waves of heat surged relentlessly. With gasoline in hand, they no longer hesitated and promptly activated the generator. The air conditioning, dormant for days, roared back to life, quickly filling the living room with a refreshing breeze. Exile sighed in exquisite relief. Ah, bliss! This wretched weather is hardly conducive to any movement, nor suitable for ordinary life. I wonder how those regular folks manage to survive in such conditions. As dawn broke, temperatures steadily climbed, swiftly rising from the low 30s towards the 40s, soon surpassing 48 degrees. Just gazing out the window revealed the distortion in the air, a consequence of the extreme heat. The once lush branches and leaves of the roadside trees had withered, now a desolate shade of yellow. If temperatures rose any further, spontaneous combustion might ensue. In temperatures exceeding 35 degrees, prolonged exposure under direct sunlight could easily lead to heat stroke, and extended exposure could result in heat sickness. Those with supplies at home fared reasonably well, but for those without, facing power and water outages meant waiting at home for inevitable doom. The monkey lamented, "I wonder how the official situation stands. It has been quite some time without any news. Do you think they might all have been infected?" The monkey's words caused a sudden shift in the chubby man's demeanor, his voice wavering with uncertainty. Logically, one would assume that the authorities would not be so frail. The outbreak of the infected was not a recent phenomenon. It had commenced 2 years prior, causing considerable chaos initially, but the situation had been swiftly brought under control. A vast national apparatus could not be so easily incapacitated. He leaned towards the belief that the authorities must be prepared for such eventualities. Perhaps the breakdown in communication, coupled with power outages, hindered their ability to send signals. Reflecting on the biological detection chip, Tang Ning instinctively touched the nape of her neck. The authorities had mandated that all ordinary citizens receive the injection, and even those with abilities like her were not exempt, except for her. Shortly after the injection, she had removed the chip, feeling an oddity within her body, as if an alien entity had taken residence. Moreover, who could ascertain whether her physiological differences from ordinary individuals would be detected under surveillance? Certainly not her. Most importantly, that chip was developed by the American pharmaceutical research sector, which now lay desolate. Its personnel vanished without a trace, as did the research facility, now shrouded in silence. They felt utterly abandoned. Chapter 72. They have power. As the temperature soared, it exceeded 48 degrees by afternoon, even as they huddled within the confines of their tightly shut doors and windows. The occasional curse from neighboring residents permeated the air. Soon, a dull thud echoed, a heavy object crashing to the ground. First, the outbreak of the infected, followed by the collapse of the authorities, the onset of acid rain, and now the oppressive heat. For unprepared, ordinary people, such an environment was akin to being driven towards a dead end. For those who could no longer endure, death seemed to be the only liberation. The group sat in silence in the living room, some seated, others lying down. The future appeared increasingly bleak. Sighing, they acknowledged that despite their powers and abilities, individual strength was minuscule. Even if they wished to effect change, their efforts might prove futile. "Let's rest for a while and discuss things when night falls," Tang Ning suggested. Stretching lazily, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her, Xin hesitated, contemplating saying something, but upon seeing Tang Ning turn away, she ultimately chose silence. Little Orange, having satisfied its hunger in the kitchen, now joined them in the living room to enjoy the air conditioning. The generator, though modest, could sufficiently power the living room's air conditioning, but running it alongside the bedroom would be problematic. Therefore, they decided to lay out bedding in the living room, sharing the space to conserve energy. As they drifted into slumber, Little Orange suddenly perked up, leaping towards the door, fixated and emitting a low, ominous growl, as if preparing to confront an unseen foe. This sudden movement startled the others awake. The monkey rubbed his eyes, yawned, and approached Little Orange, asking, "Why aren't you sleeping in this heat?" "Meow." The little orange cat ignored him, lifting its tail and continuously growling towards the door. Someone must be at the entrance. Tang Ning, having spent enough time observing the cat's various gestures, spoke while rising from the floor mat. As she approached the door, she indeed heard rustling sounds outside. "Who is it?" The monkey, looking displeased at being disturbed from his slumber, bent down to peer through the peephole. The man had previously come to their door to beg for supplies, claiming that the elderly in his household were desperate with hunger and pleaded for anything they could spare. The stout one, and he had initially intended to avoid interference, but Xin, feeling a pang of compassion, had given him a bottle of mineral water and a small piece of bread. Little did they know that after that, the man acted as if he was aware of their ample supplies, returning every few days to mooch off them. It was exceedingly bothersome. Xin regretted her kindness, often muttering curses under her breath for having stirred up trouble. Hearing the monkey's remarks, Tang Ning understood. A person so shameless should be ignored. Let him knock. In this sweltering heat, he would eventually leave. There was no need to open the door, only to endure the heat and waste breath. Now awake and unable to return to sleep, Tang Ning disregarded the sounds from outside and sat down beside the coffee table. From her spatial ring, she retrieved 2 servings of spicy chicken skewers, one spicy, the other in clear broth, along with a serving of dry pot duck feet and some side dishes. Finally, she grabbed a dozen cans of frozen cola. The remaining few, still reluctant to get up from the floor, were drawn in by the aroma. Slurping sounds filled the air. After tasting a piece of duck intestine from the skewers and taking a sip of the fizzy, chilled cola, the stout one squinted his eyes in delight. If that man knew they were enjoying such a feast at home, he would surely be cursing in outrage. "It's all my fault. Had I known that man was so vile, I wouldn't have given him anything," Xin lamented while eating. If only she had been a bit harsher at the time, they wouldn't be facing this harassment now. The issue was that, even after warning him, the man persisted in his visits like a stubborn leech, showing up frequently, regardless of whether he obtained anything. One could only wonder what he sought. Outside, Chao Guang knocked and shouted until his voice turned hoarse. The sweltering heat made him sweat profusely, nearly obscuring his face, yet the door remained shut. Damn it. If he is so ungrateful, he can't blame me for abandoning civility. With this thought, Chao Guang angrily wiped the sweat from his face and stomped down the stairs. Before long, he returned with 3 or 5 men standing once again at Xin doorstep. Their house had electricity. One of the men approached the security gate, his eyes filled with greed. Just getting close, he could feel the coolness of the iron door. Outside, the temperature was scorching, yet this household had a door so cool, indicating they must have a generator running and the air conditioning on. Mad, they're suffering at home, yet this family is enjoying themselves. Such thoughts ignited unrestrained resentment among the group. We all reside in the same community. Why should they revel in comfort while we endure hardship? Damn it. Let's pry open the door. Who knows how long it has been since they last had a decent meal since the outbreak of the infected. Initially, the property management was quite supportive, distributing supplies to every household, but after the acid rain, the concentrated outbreak of the infected, and now the sweltering heat, food and water have long since run out. If everyone were suffering together, it might be bearable. However, their suffering contrasts starkly with the enjoyment of others, which is deeply unsettling. Upon hearing this, the men's eyes instantly sparkled with a newfound light. They could almost feel the refreshing breeze that would greet them upon prying open the door, along with the abundance of supplies stacked within. Once the door was forced open, everything inside would belong to them. Chao Guang had visited this place several times and was aware that several people lived there, yet he paid it little mind. 3 men and 1 woman. One was so portly he struggled to move, another was as thin as a reed, and the last was short and underdeveloped. As for the woman, though she was beautiful, Chao Guang perceived her as no threat. They were all men. Once the door was pried open, how could they not handle those few odd-looking men? In a surge of collective anger, they prepared to take action. However, just as Chao Guang was about to direct his companions to force the door, it creaked open unexpectedly. Instinctively, Chao Guang stepped back, hiding behind the man attempting to pry the door. Suddenly, a flash of orange lightning darted past him, and before he could react, he felt a sudden chill in his thigh. Chapter 73. An apology. Immediately, he sensed a dampness at his neck. Raising his hand to touch it, he found it covered in crimson. What the hell? Chao Guang screamed, clutching at his bleeding neck in sheer terror. Meow. You rascal. I am your grandpa cat. Taking advantage of the moment the heavy-set man opened the door, the agile little orange cat darted outside, identifying its target, and lunged once more at Chao Guang. As the crowd realized it was a gigantic cat, their simmering anger flared even more, and they grabbed their weapons, aiming at the darting little orange creature in the narrow corridor. Damn it, we've gone several days without food. While they are thriving, even their cat is plump and glossy. As their frustrations boiled over, their greed intensified. Even if they failed to seize supplies, the meat on that cat alone would suffice for a hearty meal. We must get inside. We must breach that threshold. Once inside, everything would be theirs. Those wielding frying pans, axes, or clothes poles had their eyes gleaming with determination, covertly assessing the slightly ajar security door. Yet the little orange cat was not easily caught. It nimbly weaved through the crowd, delivering swipes and bites, relishing the chaos. Ironically, the once fierce group found their morale crumbling, and some began to regret listening to Chao Guang and coming here to suffer. As the little orange cat grew increasingly excited, Tang Ning opened the door and called out to it. Meow. The little orange cat, somewhat reluctant, met Tang Ning's gaze and obediently scurried inside. Very well. It was far too hot outside. Staying at home was much more comfortable. With no food available, it would have to find a way to seek sustenance on its own. After all, we're not running a grocery store, and their frequent visits, coupled with attempts to force entry, were rather excessive, weren't they? The portly man observed the pained expressions of those in the corridor, his expression darkening. Did they truly appear so easily bullied? The corridor, already narrow, was occupied by at least 7 or 8 men brought by Chao Guang. Some looked gaunt and haggard, while others were drenched in sweat, yet appeared well-fed. It was clear they had food. We only wish to borrow some food. It's excessive to unleash dogs and cats on us just for knocking on your door. They protested. Yes, yes. You are intentionally harming us. We can even go to the hospital now. Injuries can be fatal. You must compensate us. Indeed, compensation. We do not require much. Merely half of your supplies. In truth, they had originally desired everything, but now, even a single cat had rendered them this way, and many began to reconsider their boldness. Tang Ning, unlike the portly man, was not inclined to be accommodating. With a frosty demeanor, she declared, "We have no food. Either leave or face dire consequences." Moreover, even if they possessed resources, those supplies had been painstakingly gathered by her own efforts at the mall. Why should she share with these individuals? Chao Guang, clutching his injury, paused for a moment before seizing the opportunity to speak. We all reside in the same community, in the same building. Given the dire circumstances outside, we should unite as neighbors. It is only natural that we assist one another. Those with means should contribute, and those with strength should lend a hand. Our families consist of the elderly and the young. In these times of crisis, mutual support is essential for survival. Wouldn't you agree? This was his first encounter with Tang Ning, and seeing her delicate appearance, he mistakenly presumed her to be soft-hearted, believing her previous harsh words to be mere bravado. We are not demanding compensation. We simply suggest pooling our resources for equitable distribution, ensuring we all survive. What do you say, young lady? Chao Guang's words flowed smoothly, as he attempted to persuade Tang Ning to relent. Clearly, he had misjudged her character. Hadn't Huang Yumin and Zhao Guang previously spoken of gathering supplies for fair distribution? What was the outcome? They had simply lined their own pockets while carelessly injuring others. Now, another came forth with lofty rhetoric, and Tang Ning began to wonder if she truly appeared so easily manipulated. Should you wish to distribute supplies, do so with your own. We shall not participate. Farewell. Tang Ning was disinclined to engage further and began to shut the door. Hey, how can you be so unreasonable? Someone interjected, wedging a stick in the door. Tang Ning's expression swiftly turned icy. You have yet to compensate us. Indeed, you appear so lovely, yet your heart is so cruel. Help! They are going to kill us. Compensate us for our supplies, half of it, not a single cent less. As Tang Ning prepared to close the door, the crowd immediately grew anxious, clamoring for recompense. I'll compensate your grandmother with a cantaloupe. Compensation? For what? She was disturbed from her sweet dreams. Hasn't tea even touched her 8-pack abs? And you think she should pay? Orange, swat them away. It's too noisy. With the door unable to close, Tang Ning simply released the doorknob, allowing Little Orange to escape. Meow. The cat was savoring its meal. Little Orange, quite irked, held in its mouth a half-eaten head of an infected and dashed out. The head rolled several times on the ground before finally stopping at the foot of a nearby man. Their eyes met. The man widened his eyes and rolled them in disbelief. Infected. They have infected in their house. Damn it. Run. Mommy, help. I don't want to die. The sudden appearance of the infected head instigated a wave of terror, causing those who had just boasted about compensation to flee in every direction, fearful of encountering the infected. Little Orange watched as people collided and scrambled, vanishing into the safety corridor, its eyes filled with confusion. Meow? What just happened? The hefty man standing at the door and Tang Ning shared a look of bewilderment. Had they known it would be this easy to scare off these individuals, they should have hung ahead at the entrance. Exile, nibbling on spicy ribs, poked her head from behind, asking what is going on. Nothing much, just that Little Orange scared them away. Naturally, Tang Ning reached out to snatch the piece of rib from her chopsticks and popped it in her mouth, adding, they probably want tea come back for a while. Oh right, remember to hang a guardian at the door later. A double layer of security. Little Orange leisurely picked up the head from the floor and retreated into the kitchen, passing by Tang Ning, casting her a glare that clearly indicated not to disturb it during its meals again. It hadn't eaten to its heart's content and was displeased. Chapter 74. There's more inside. Welcome, Tang Ning mused. Damn it, why can I still see disdain on Little Orange's face? It must have really evolved. Xin chewed thoroughly before swallowing the tripe. Where did you buy this bobo chicken? This tripe is not great. It's too tough. Tastes like eating a rag. You still complain when there's food? Tang Ning shot her a glare. This was all exchanged with my contribution points. Xin felt a chill down her spine and immediately made a zipper motion across her mouth. I'm sorry. That is more like it. Without the rustling sounds from outside, the few of them indulged in their meal in the air-conditioned room. Little Orange, free from disturbances, enjoyed its meal just as much in the kitchen. Do you think those people would be furious if they knew we were eating bobo chicken in the air conditioning? Monkey asked, his mouth full of grease. The hefty man deftly grabbed the largest piece of rib from the pot and placed it into Tang Ning's bowl, taking one for himself and shaking his head. So what if they knew? Are you planning to share with them? The weather outside is unbearably hot. However, in stark contrast, the range of activity for the infected has significantly diminished. They prefer the shade and loathe the heat, retreating to cooler areas in such high temperatures. Should they find themselves in dire straits, they could still manage to venture out in search of resources. Regardless of the circumstances, hunger will not claim them. The notion of targeting them, however, stems merely from convenience. If they lack the resolve, being robbed is an inevitable outcome. Yet, even without resorting to violence, they have small oranges to contend with. Those who cannot even withstand the small oranges surely lack the courage to venture outside. Ultimately, they are but a group that thrives on the weak and fears the strong. The monkey vehemently denied having said such a thing, claiming he barely has enough for himself, let alone sharing with others. It was merely a casual remark. Tang Ning took a bite of the rib and glanced at the silently contemplative Xiao Wu, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. After their meal, the sky had not yet fully darkened. The sun hung low, casting a warm glow, while the air shimmered with heat. Even the windowsill was too hot to touch. "Are we going out tonight?" Xiao Wu inquired. Exile and the chubby one turned to Tang Ning, seeking her opinion. "Let us decide later," she replied non-committally, suggesting that they assess the temperature before making a decision. The air was already distorted. It would be difficult to even breathe, let alone venture out for a hunt. She was not one to seek self-inflicted hardship. Why would she forsake the comfort of air conditioning for the outdoors? "I believe we should go out," Xiao Wu asserted with determination, looking at Tang Ning. "The temperature rises daily. If we remain indoors enjoying the air conditioning, our physical condition will weaken, and we won't adapt well to the outside environment. If conditions worsen in the future, we will surely be eliminated." He meticulously outlined the reasons for venturing out, leaving Tang Ning in thoughtful contemplation. "What do you all think?" The monkey scratched his head, his water-based abilities having filled the bathtub to the brim. "I can manage. What about you, Chubby?" "I think Xiao Wu has a point," the chubby one replied. "With the weather growing increasingly hot, if we do not adapt to the environment, our fate will be nothing but elimination. Moreover, since I possess the ability, I should take the initiative to eliminate a few infected individuals, thereby reducing the threat to ordinary people." After a moment of reflection, Tang Ning agreed. "All right, let us continue our nightly excursions as usual. We'll forego daytime outings. I have no desire to become jerky." The small orange nonchalantly groomed its fur. Comfortably nestled on the blanket Tang Ning had prepared for it beside the air conditioner. Upon hearing the consensus to go out, Xiao Wu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, night descended. The thermometer hanging at the entrance gradually lowered from 50 degrees to 36. Although the heat remained unsettling, it was at least within tolerable limits. The group donned dark attire, and Tang Ning wrapped herself in a lightweight sun-protective garment before stepping outside. Before departing, Tang Ning suddenly remembered something and pulled out a round, plump head from her spatial ring, tossing it to the hefty man. "Find a rope and hang our household deity. With them out, those people might be tempted to act. Hanging a deity will lend some deterrence." The hefty man and XN exchanged glances, feeling inexplicably convinced by her reasoning. The five of them descended through the safe passage. Hearing the commotion, someone inside caught a glimpse of their figures vanishing into the corridor, igniting their curiosity once more. With the group now absent, it meant their home was unguarded. If they were to break in at this moment, success was almost assured. Once the figures disappeared beyond the community gates, Chao Guang rallied his companions. "Let us go. Now that they've left, we can seize their supplies." The thought of their expressions when they realized what had transpired filled Chao Guang with a secret thrill. Even if they came looking for retribution later, there was strength in numbers. Besides, if they denied their actions, the others would have no recourse. However, the harsh reality struck. Infected individuals," Chao Guang exclaimed, understanding their departure now. Their home harbored an infected person. The severed head of the infected, hanging at the entrance, sent a fresh wave of terror through the armed intruders. Its hollow, gray eyes silently pleading for justice. A bold notice, scrawled with a marker, was affixed to the black door, proclaiming, "Welcome." Chao Guang and his companions were taken aback. "What the hell? You mentioned there's still someone inside, yet they're trying to break in? Are they seeking death?" "Chao Gu, what should we do now? Should we still go in?" With a fierce glare, Chao Guang insisted, "Of course we go in." Just then, the heavy security door creaked open from within. They're coming out. Chapter 75, Are We Leaving Already? As the door swung open, the little orange creature, eager to assert its dominance, found the outside world devoid of any presence, leaving it disheartened as it closed the door once more. These two-legged beings were far too timid. It had hoped to frolic while the caretaker was away, but alas, the toys had vanished. "Are you sure they won't try to break in while we're gone?" Exile expressed her concerns during their journey. As they departed, Tang Ning had instructed the hefty man to hang the deity and affix a note. Yet Exile still felt uneasy. The house, a gift from her mother, had been lavishly decorated, including an expensive security door. She would be heartbroken if it were damaged. "Don't worry, it won't happen," Tang Ning reassured her. Her confidence lay not in the talisman at the door, but in the little orange creature. It would surely devise a way to create mischief at home. Perhaps before anyone could even attempt to break in, the creature would have already opened the door willingly. A gift of toys to alleviate the creature's boredom seemed rather delightful. "By the way, where are we headed today?" Exile inquired. They had agreed to venture out each evening, but surely they couldn't visit the same place every day. Even the act of exploiting opportunities shouldn't be so monotonous. The corpulent driver navigated the vehicle, while the monkey in the passenger seat scrutinized a paper map, marking a particular point with a circle. "Shall we head towards the third hospital today? The foot traffic there is considerable. A higher volume of pedestrians inevitably implies a greater number of potential infected individuals." They needed to gather crystal cores, which naturally drew them to areas with higher infection rates. During their journey, they had deliberated on the necessity of hunting down these infected beings. Tang Ning expressed no dissent, merely nodding as she retrieved 5 old popsicles. Despite the late hour, nearly midnight, the heat remained oppressive. In an effort to acclimatize to the temperature shift, they opted not to use the air conditioning, but the heat soon became unbearable. Xiao Wu gratefully accepted a popsicle, prompting a curious glance from the monkey, who found the sudden politeness unusual. In their shared camaraderie, expressions of gratitude were typically unnecessary, so Xiao Wu's unexpected thank you fell out of place. With a smile, he placed the popsicle in his mouth. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road, but the remnants of cars abandoned due to acid rain significantly impeded their speed. Tang Ning, seizing the opportunity to hone her abilities, encouraged everyone except the driver to assist in clearing the obstructing vehicles with their powers. Occasionally, they spotted other survivors venturing out in search of supplies, clad in heavy clothing despite the sweltering heat. After a brief glance, they returned their focus to the road ahead. After an hour of intermittent movement, they finally arrived at the street adjacent to the third hospital. As a medical facility, the area was bustling with traffic, which had, during moments of concentrated chaos, completely obstructed escape routes. Even from a distance, they could discern the impressive number of vehicles congested in the vicinity of the hospital. Just as the monkey prepared to utilize a water column to clear the path, Tang Ning halted him. "Let us abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot. We should leave the cars as they are." The hospital had become a congregation point for the infected, and the blockages created by the vehicles effectively contained their movements. If they were to clear the cars, the infected might scatter chaotically, complicating matters further. Exile had already donned fingerless gloves and a mask, and as she exited the vehicle with agility, she handed Tang Ning another mask, anticipating the unpleasant odors ahead. Tang Ning shook her head, quietly producing an N95 mask. "Sister Ning, I want one too. Give me one." Exile, feeling a touch of frustration, promptly switched her own mask for Tang Ning's N95. As expected, upon traversing the chaotic jumble of vehicles, the infected within perked up, their eyes glinting with a ravenous hunger as they caught a whiff of what they perceived as a delectable feast. "Let us get to work," one of them declared, and they all agreed, leaping onto the rooftops of the vehicles. Each member unleashed their abilities against the eagerly approaching infected. The monkey led the charge, transforming his hands into claws from which a water column, thick as an arm, erupted, aimed directly at the nearest infected individual. As the water column swept away the putrid flesh from the infected, it revealed the pale, gray bones beneath. With a swift turn, it forcibly obstructed the infected's advance while calling out to Exile. Lu promptly followed up with 2 slicing winds, deftly severing the infected's head. In mere seconds, the duo had vanquished their first foe. Not far off, the portly companion remained more cautious, launching clods of earth that fell upon the hissing infected like hail, occasionally erecting earthen walls to hinder the advancing hordes. "I'll head over there. You all stay safe," Tang Ning said, playfully manipulating the vines. Noting the absence of any immediate need for her intervention, she informed them before using the vines to propel herself forward, leaping several meters deeper into the fray. Hey, are you just leaving?" Lu exclaimed, watching Tang Ning's figure recede into the distance, growing anxious. "Should I come with you? We agreed to work as a team. No one should be off on their own." Tang Ning flew too swiftly to hear her protests, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Frustrated, Lu unleashed several more wind blades, decapitating the nearby infected, leaving the monkey beside her astounded. "Just stay here. I'll protect you," he offered. "Protect my grandmother. I don't need your protection." Lu rolled her eyes, realizing she could not catch up with Tang Ning, and begrudgingly remained in place. The arrival of the group resembled droplets of water falling into a hot oil pan, attracting surrounding infected who moved towards them as if starved for days, their outstretched hands eagerly seeking to drag them down and devour them. The putrid stench assaulted their senses, causing them to grimace. Fortunately, Sister Ning has a 95 mask. Otherwise, we'd either die from exhaustion or suffocate from the stench, the portly one remarked as yet another clod of earth descended from above, crushing an infected and stirring up a cloud of dust that nearly blinded them. "Hey, save some for later. Xin Lu Jai, who told you not to wear protective goggles?" he retorted, showing no sign of remorse as he turned and hurled more clods at the infected below. Chapter 76. The Shadow Lured by the Noise. The infected fell one by one to the group's coordinated efforts. Meanwhile, Tang Ning, far removed from the spectators, no longer restrained her powers. The vines twisted and snapped the heads of the infected with alarming speed. Her appetite had grown insatiable. She needed to stockpile more provisions. As she hunted with an air of invincibility, the infected expressed their discontent, surging towards her like a relentless tide. Yet their movement was severely hindered by the multitude of vehicles. "Bring it on," Tang Ning said coldly, her expression pale beneath her mask. The noxious fumes combined with the oppressive heat caused beads of sweat to form with the slightest movement, intensifying her irritation. Feeling a sense of physical exhaustion, Tang Ning took a deep breath, seizing the opportunity to utilize the entwining vines to pull herself up as she swayed onto the small platform on the 3rd floor of the outpatient building. A brief respite was in order. Below, those infected who had failed to catch the delectable takeout gathered, howling with fervor. Tang Ning scratched her ear, feigning ignorance, while a can of chilled cola materialized in her hand. As she popped the tab, the tiny bubbles fizzed audibly. After sipping a few mouthfuls, she finally felt the heat in her body subside somewhat. The infected congregated below showed no signs of dispersing, and peering out, Tang Ning found their cacophony painfully grating. After resting for a while on the small terrace and feeling her strength returning, she discarded the empty can and decided to enter the outpatient building through a window. Due to the concentrated outbreak and the hospital's location in the bustling city center, both the exterior and interior suffered the highest casualty rates, with a corresponding surge in the number of infected. After days of turmoil, most infected individuals within the hospital had already exhausted their supply of palatable food, now wandering aimlessly and beginning to spread outward. The 3rd floor housed the laboratory, typically bustling with activity, but upon Tang Ning's entrance, she was met with disarray. The corridor was littered with dismembered limbs mingled with dried blood, exuding a nauseating stench. Silently, she replaced her mask with a gas mask. Coughing. The number of infected still lingering within the hospital was considerable. Armed with a watermelon knife and a small karambit, Tang Ning proceeded without a hint of hesitation. In the dimly lit, power-out hospital, the eerie atmosphere inexplicably sparked a whimsical thought in her mind. This place would make a fitting venue for a murder mystery game. Good dogs don't block the path. With a swift chop, she dispatched an infected individual lunging at her, shaking her arm afterward. From the narrow corridor, the sound of infected individuals emerging from the examination rooms echoed. Grasping another watermelon knife, she seamlessly advanced deeper into the building, covering 20 to 30 meters. With each decisive swing of the knife, the number of infected on the floor diminished visibly. By the time she dealt with the last one, the ground was already strewn with bodies. She collected their heads meticulously into her spatial ring. Discarding the now dull watermelon knife, Tang Ning exchanged her gas mask for a regular mask. It was simply too hot. The scent of blood assailed her senses, inducing a visceral discomfort. Due to the power outage, the automatic glass doors in the corridor remained sealed, and the emergency exit was locked tight. Aside from broken windows, she found no other way down. Gazing upward, she saw nothing. Surveying her surroundings, an unsettling silence enveloped her. The doors to the examination rooms remained still. In the stifling night, not a whisper of cool breeze permeated the air. Strangely, she had indeed sensed something fleeting before her eyes, yet no shadow had materialized. Tang Ning pondered within herself. Could it be a ghost? Just as she was about to take a step, a dark figure abruptly emerged from the side, hurtling towards her with astonishing speed. In the darkness, she even glimpsed a fleeting glimmer of cold silver light. Her body's reflexes outpaced her thoughts, almost instinctively. The moment the shadow appeared, Tang Ning's vines swiftly enveloped her entire form. Countless slender tendrils wrapped around her, cocooning her like a colossal plant chrysalis. A muffled sound, accompanied by a note of surprise, emanated from outside the cocoon. Peering through the gaps, Tang Ning squinted and saw the shadow lingering outside, softly uttering a sound of puzzlement. Seemingly bewildered that its attack had not achieved the expected effect. The night was too dark for her to discern the figure's appearance, yet she felt no overwhelming panic. As the vines cocooned her, several tendrils stealthily extended towards the ground, seeking the crevice to swiftly coil around the shadow's ankle. The shadow, seemingly incensed, muttered an oath before retreating rapidly. However, the vines had already entwined its ankle, and with barely a meter between them, the shadow stumbled, compelled to raise its hand in an attempt to sever the tendrils. Yet, as Tang Ning watched in disbelief, the watermelon knife poised to strike the shadow's shoulder. The figure that had just escaped the vines astonishingly vanished before her very eyes. The surroundings grew quiet once more, as if nothing had transpired. Curse grass. While inwardly cursing, Tang Ning brandished her knife, scanning the area. Strangely, a memory of a similar shadow encountered at the research institute suddenly flooded her mind. Could it possibly be the same entity? Both appeared unexpectedly and then vanished just as suddenly. Was it an individual with spatial abilities, or one capable of teleportation? If it possessed spatial powers, it was plausible for it to vanish into thin air and conceal itself in another dimension. If it were teleportation, disappearing in the blink of an eye was equally conceivable. The reason she did not suspect it was a fellow sweeper with a similar identity was that she knew none within the sweeping department of ability users at the Institute possessed either of these powers. Chapter 77. Damn, it's that ghostly thing again. The shadow had first manifested in the Research Institute and now reappeared at the hospital. Tang Ning was certainly not inclined to believe that it had followed her here. Clearly, the sudden appearance of this shadow in both locations must serve a purpose. Though she remained uncertain about the secrets concealed within this thoroughly fallen hospital that warranted the Shadow-S investigation, even to the extent of attempting to kill her. Uncertain whether the shadow would reappear, Tang Ning chose not to let her guard down. Enduring the oppressive heat, she donned the combat uniform from the Research Institute and secured her weapon vest. With a mask, goggles, and a watermelon knife in hand, she was thoroughly encased. Dressed in her attire, not having moved an inch, Tang Ning felt herself drenched in perspiration, her back soaked through. Yet, there was no alternative. Survival was paramount. She had scoured each examination room, but the elusive shadow remained hidden until she closed the final door behind her, enveloped in an unsettling silence. No one was concealed within. An unease stirred within her, an instinctual sense that she had overlooked something crucial. Perhaps, had she brought Little Orange with her? It could have discerned the Shadow-S escape route by scent. However, lamenting now was futile. She could only harbor a fleeting regret before approaching the securely shut door of the emergency exit. Listening intently, she discerned the muffled sounds below, occasional heavy footsteps accompanied by faint hissing. It seemed the number of infected on the lower floor was not substantial. After a moment's contemplation, she took a step back and forcefully breached the emergency exit. The resounding bang immediately attracted the attention of the infected on the second floor, who hastened towards the source of the noise with alarming speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Ning swiftly switched her weapon while the vines sprang into action, snapping the necks of the foremost infected with lethal precision. The power outage rendered the entire floor a suffocating space, filled with the stench of decaying human bodies, mingling with the acrid scent of disinfectant and the metallic odor of dried blood, a heady concoction that overwhelmed the senses. Upon reaching the small terrace, the oppressive atmosphere finally began to dissipate, granting her a moment to breathe. Time seemed to stretch, and she felt as though she had been trapped within for an eternity. Nevertheless, now that she was here, coupled with her earlier encounter with the Shadow, Tang Ning resolved to thoroughly scour the hospital for her own peace of mind. Moreover, since the Shadow had previously been spotted at the research facility, she harbored a persistent belief that discovering its whereabouts might unveil clues regarding the fates of the other researchers. After swiftly downing the water from her bottle and discarding the empty vessel, she wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, akin to washing her face. Her hair, damp from perspiration, was of little concern. She casually swept it back to reveal her striking features. Taking a deep breath, she donned her goggles and mask once more, fully encasing herself in protection before slipping through the window. The second floor housed the pharmacy, and the number of infected was notably fewer than on the third. Within the hour, Tang Ning efficiently dispatched all the infected. Utilizing the beam of her flashlight, she navigated around the fallen bodies, making her way deeper into the corridor. Her spatial ring contained sufficient supplies for her immediate needs, yet she realized she lacked adequate medical provisions. In the realms of the stars, whether injured or ill, recovery could be achieved with merely a treatment device, rendering pharmaceuticals largely unnecessary. Even in dire circumstances, a mere 10 to 15 days in a life pod could restore one to full vitality. Thus, she had never contemplated the need to stockpile medications. Now that the opportunity presented itself, it was only natural for her to seize it. While she had no use for them herself, her companions, such as EXILED, could certainly benefit. What if, even if they found no use for the supplies, she could trade the medicines for other necessities? Such items were bound to be in demand. With this in mind, Tang Ning quickened her pace. The second floor housed both Western and traditional Chinese pharmacies. Through the glass, she beheld shelves brimming with a plethora of medicinal products, perhaps due to the overwhelming number of infected individuals both within and around the hospital. The pharmacy had not been raided and retained a comprehensive inventory. Upon locating the pharmacy door, Tang Ning swiftly entered, donning an empty spatial ring on her index finger. She did not discriminate by type, collecting everything in sight. Not a single item remained on the shelf she passed. In no time, she had gathered all the pharmaceuticals from the entire pharmacy. The traditional Chinese pharmacy primarily contained processed products alongside various patent medicines and powder concoctions. Although Tang Ning was unfamiliar with most of them, this did not hinder her collection efforts. She packed everything, knowing that there would always be someone who recognized their value. Within just half an hour, she had cleared both pharmacies, leaving only the solitary load-bearing wall behind. As she prepared to remove her goggles and mask for a moment's respite, a fleeting shadow dashed around the corner, accompanied by a faint sound before vanishing once more. Tang Ning. Damn, it's that wretched creature again. Just as she pondered whether to investigate, the shadow re-emerged, lunging directly at her with clawed fingers aimed at her face. With a startled exclamation, she instinctively shoved a nearby cabinet toward it. The impact produced a dull thud, evidently striking the shadow, yet her vision revealed only emptiness. Tang Ning heightened her alertness, her vines enveloping her, forming a peculiar kind of armor. Cautiously approaching the toppled table, the vines writhed about, searching for any trace of the shadow. In the midst of this, a sudden sharp pain pierced her mind, causing her to wince. Chapter 78. The guess was indeed correct. The vines had been corroded by some entity, and consequently, her mental control over them was compromised. A prickling sensation throbbed in her head, making it impossible for her to discern whether the sweat on her brow was from the heat or the pain. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow darted out of her reach, launching another surprise attack on her vines. Fleeing was her only option. She had to escape. Preserving her life was the most crucial task entrusted to her by the leader. It was not until she reached the third floor and closed the safety passage door that the throbbing in her head began to subside, albeit slightly, leaving a lingering discomfort. Damn, what a dishonorable tactic. Leaning against the wall, Tang Ning muttered a silent curse. It is best not to let her catch hold of that shadow's little braid. Otherwise, she would surely annihilate that wretched creature. The entire third floor lay strewn with bodies, and aside from Tang Ning's heavy, labored breaths, there was no other sound. Only an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. In the darkness, it felt as if a monstrous beast lurked at the end of the corridor, poised to pounce, sending chills down her spine. It was only when the sharp pain in her head subsided completely that Tang Ning leaned against the wall to rise, contemplating that she should first go outside to regroup with Fatty and the others to discuss the matter of the shadow. She felt powerless in her own encounter, and if they were to face it unawares, they could easily fall victim. Caution was paramount. However, just as she prepared to head towards the terrace, faint, muffled sounds emanated from above the corridor. Looking up, she could see nothing in the pitch black. When she turned on her flashlight and looked again, a white mist had enveloped the entire corridor. The window leading to the terrace was completely blocked, and even the path she had taken was thoroughly obstructed by piled-up furniture. Dizziness overwhelmed her, and Tang Ning collapsed weakly to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, the first sensation was the dryness of her lips, and the glaring white light instinctively made her squint as she attempted to raise her hand, only to realize that her hands and feet were bound, secured to a specially designed chair, rendering her immobile. Betrayed. This was her immediate reaction. Her second response was to struggle against her restraints, but they were tied too tightly for her to move at all. As her eyes adjusted to the blinding light, she surveyed her surroundings. Everything was a pristine white. She found herself in a specially designed transparent glass room, filled with various instruments flashing indicators, with several lines connected to her body, leading to the nearest two devices. Though she could not comprehend these instruments, they felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes widened in disbelief. This setup was unmistakably identical to the basement of the research center. Even the chair that bound her, when laid flat, resembled the one that had once restrained Subject Zero. Were these the people from the Research Institute? Before Tang Ning could fully grasp the situation, a figure approached. Xiao Wu. Tang Ning was somewhat taken aback, yet instinctively signaled him to flee. She was uncertain why they had conspired against her and trapped her here, but her intuition warned her of the imminent danger. Xiao Wu possessed self-healing abilities. If captured by those individuals, they would undoubtedly seek to exploit him for dissection and research. To her surprise, Xiao Wu merely smiled and shook his head. Sister Ning, I will not leave. Following Xiao Wu's gaze, Tang Ning noticed in the darkened intervals several other, similarly arranged, enclosed glass rooms not far from her own. Inside, Fatty, Exile, and Monkey were all bound in the same manner as she was. She was the only one conscious. Turning her attention back to Xiao Wu, her expression shifted. What are you planning to do? If she still did not comprehend the gravity of the situation at this point, she would truly be a fool. Now, the few of them were confined, with only Xiao Wu standing outside, evidently part of the same faction. It remained unclear what their collusion with Su Wu aimed to achieve by binding them here. Upon introspection, Tang Ning found no discernible difference between them and the others. Xiao Wu simply smiled, retreating to the side upon hearing a commotion. Before long, the tightly shut metal door creaked open, and someone entered. Upon seeing the newcomer, Tang Ning experienced a moment of clarity. The middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle was the same genial representative of Maybang Pharmaceutical who once graced television screens with golden scissors in hand. Beside him stood Director Zhou of the Research Institute, a familiar figure. The old man was absent. It was indeed a challenge to summon you here, Director Zhou remarked, still clad in a lab coat emblazoned with the Institute's emblem, a smirk lingering on his face as he glanced at Tang Ning. Fortunately, you walked right into our trap. Had it not been for Su Wu's efforts to lure you into the hospital, we might have expended even more effort. Guo, the pharmaceutical company representative, wore a mask that obscured his expression, yet he remained silent, merely turning to Xiao Wu. What's the outcome? Xiao Wu lowered his head and obediently gestured behind him, prompting someone to bring forth a test report. It has been completed. Upon reviewing the results, Guo eyes sparkled with realization, confirming his suspicions. Director Zhou beamed with delight as well, clearly anticipating that their research would soon yield results. Bound and listening to their conversation, Tang Ning's expression darkened further. Testing? Testing what? Testing who? In no time, the answer revealed itself. Su Wu, accompanied by others, opened the glass room's door, pushing a medical cart. Tang Ning struggled in vain, unable to wield her abilities, watching helplessly as the individual following Su Wu injected a needle into her arm, swiftly withdrawing 3 vials of blood. What do you intend to do? Su Wu, why? Of course, it's for research. Don't worry, Ningjia, we won't harm you. You're quite valuable to us. Su Wu's voice, once innocent, now carried a hint of softness. After labeling the extracted blood, they promptly departed. As the remaining individuals prepared to leave, Tang Ning panicked, desperately attempting to summon her powers, but all efforts proved futile. There's no need to exert yourself. It's pointless, Director Zhou chuckled. The moment we sedated you, we injected a suppressant. After all, the abilities of those with powers should not be underestimated. Chapter 79, Mechanical Immortality. Indeed, there's no death, perhaps due to finally acquiring the specimen he had long desired. Director Zhou's mood was exceptionally buoyant. In light of Tang Ning's struggles, he openly divulged their intentions. Thus, there is no apocalyptic end, no natural calamity. Everything is a man-made disaster. The outbreak of the infected was a deliberate orchestration. Even the acid rain was part of their design. The goal? A ridiculous, ethereal notion of so-called immortality? Even Su Wu was initially placed among them to meticulously record the changes in their extraordinary abilities. The realization that such a significant deception had persisted for so long made Tang Ning acutely aware of her own naivety. A distinguished space pirate, unwittingly lured into becoming a mere experimental subject. As she absorbed this newfound information, a faint sound broke the silence, followed by a series of exclamations. The monkey had awakened. There was no need for futile struggles. Their powers were suppressed. Even the spatial rings they wore had vanished, evidently confiscated. After a prolonged struggle, the monkey, utterly exhausted, finally capitulated. The chubby one and Exin Lu gradually regained consciousness, and after a brief, futile struggle, they were compelled to accept the grim reality of their captivity. But where was Xiao Wu? Why had he disappeared? Su Wu, the weakest and youngest among them, had always been perceived as a child. Now, witnessing their entrapment while he was nowhere to be found, the chubby one immediately inquired about his whereabouts. He left with them. Tang Ning's words were vague, leaving them in confusion. With the monkey's explanation, Exile Lu and the chubby one finally comprehended the situation. Xiao Wu was indeed that kind of person. The chubby one could not contain his fury, yet his body felt utterly limp. Even his attempts to strike the armrest of the chair lacked strength. How could they have treated him so well only for him to betray them? Exile Lu was equally enraged, but her anger was tempered by a sense of calm. Their immediate priority was to devise a means of escape. We must find a way out and expose their intentions. I refuse to believe they can succeed. Everything occurring outside was orchestrated by those individuals. Why should ordinary people suffer for their misdeeds? Yes, once we escape, we will seek out the remaining extraordinary beings. If we unite, I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish them. However, Tang Ning shook her head, stating that no one remained outside. Director Zhou had informed her that all extraordinary beings within the research facility had been injected with suppressants under the guise of enhanced testing from the very first day of the plan's initiation. They had narrowly escaped due to their mission outside, but it was hardly an escape, considering Su Wu had ultimately lured them into this predicament. Reflecting on a moment when Su Wu had unveiled his mechanical heart beneath his artificial skin, Tang Ning finally understood the reason behind his immortality. Indeed, mechanical immortality. One could hardly die. With the collaboration of Maybang Pharmaceuticals and the research facility, all registered extraordinary beings have been apprehended and transformed into their experimental subjects. If the initial infected individuals were deemed failed experimental subjects, the subsequent widespread outbreak marked the commencement of their full-scale experimentation. Utilizing a peculiar substance to alter the composition of rainwater, they orchestrate a widespread infection while simultaneously producing numerous samples required for experimentation, thereby diminishing the human populace. They employ individuals with extraordinary abilities for human experimentation, editing genetic sequences to realize the Tree of Life project. Their aim is to eliminate superfluous populations, create new life, establish a new order, and ascend to dominion over the world. A restart. This encapsulates the entirety of their plan. The once incomprehensible now seems to brush against the veil of truth. Is this why we have not encountered our colleagues? Have they all been subjugated? The rotund man shook his head, fearing the worst had befallen them. What constitutes human experimentation? Naturally, it involves the use of human subjects. Modification requires materials as well. Thus, have we now become livestock awaiting slaughter? The mere thought sent a shiver down Monkey's spine. It was utterly deranged. Tang Ning nodded in agreement, acknowledging the madness of the situation. However, the pressing issue was that they had all been injected with suppressants and were bound within a sealed, transparent chamber, making escape seem insurmountable. Surely, they could not remain in this passive state indefinitely. Xi sharing a similar thought with Monkey, paled at the prospect. She had never even lain beside a man in slumber. How unjust to meet such a fate. If only her abilities could be restored, she might devise a means of escape. Yet, she had gravely underestimated the vigilance of the research facility and the pharmaceutical company. Time slipped away, and a small nozzle materialized atop the transparent glass ceiling, releasing a gentle hiss as billowing white mist began to envelop the room, swiftly filling the entire chamber. Tang Ning instinctively held her breath, striving to maintain lucidity, but the white mist continued to proliferate. Amidst the hazy white, she barely heard the rotund man utter a phrase of traditional culture before succumbing to the dizziness and discomfort caused by oxygen deprivation. Her head tilting to the side as she descended into darkness, completely losing consciousness. When she awoke again, she found herself relocated to a solitary chamber, lying supine with her limbs restrained, even her neck bound by a sturdy strap. Above her, an excruciatingly bright surgical light illuminated the space, accompanied by several diagnostic instruments positioned nearby. Monitoring lines were affixed to her wrist. Her body felt utterly languid. As she attempted to move, a horrifying realization struck her. She could not move at all. The loss of control over her body sent a wave of panic coursing through Tang Ning. This was it. They could not be contemplating slicing her apart, could they? Yet, after an interminable wait, no one appeared. The surroundings were shrouded in silence, with only the sound of her own breath piercing the stillness. No footsteps, no conversations. Even the hum of machinery was almost imperceptible. Chapter 80. Step outside. Embrace your future time passed once more, and the same white mist with its numbing effect caused Tang Ning to lose consciousness again. Her mind was rife with expletives, a veritable lexicon of frustration. Sister Ning, wake up. It seemed as though someone was calling her name beside her ear. Tang Ning's eyes fluttered, struggling to slowly open. After blinking a few times, she finally adjusted to the surrounding light. The air was tinged with a faint scent of disinfectant, accompanied by urgent calls nearby. Upon seeing Tang Ning finally awaken, the others present collectively sighed in relief. "You've finally come to. How are you, Sister Ning? Is there anything uncomfortable?" The monkey eagerly waved his finger in front of Tang Ning's eyes, his face filled with urgency. Instinctively, Tang Ning raised her arm to brush away the hand before realizing she was not bound. She recalled being taken to a place resembling an operating table. How did she end up here? Furthermore, Monkey, Fatty, and Exile were beside her. Weren't they supposed to be tied up in another location? Still dazed from her recent unconsciousness, Tang Ning took a moment to gather herself, eventually being helped up to sit by Exile. And you too, Sister Ning. You were already lying on the ground when we woke up, Monkey added, glancing around. Clearly, the situation was dire. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Tang Ning finally had time to observe her surroundings. They had evidently been relocated. The space they occupied was small, yet confined by a specially designed structure. Above them, a searchlight shone brightly, illuminating the area, while the periphery was cloaked in darkness, rendering the surroundings obscured. It seems we are imprisoned like cornered beasts, Fatty remarked, regaining his strength and rising to push against a nearby iron door, which did not budge. We explored this special space before you woke up, Sister Ning. There is no way out, Exile informed her. Realizing their abilities had returned, they had exhausted all possible means without finding a single flaw in their confinement. Whenever their commotion grew too loud, a dose of white smoke would be released from above, temporarily incapacitating them. No way out? Tang Ning extended her hand to touch the wall nearest to her, feeling its cold smoothness. She attempted to send out vines to push upwards, but before they could reach the searchlight, they were obstructed by an invisible barrier. Damn it! Tang Ning couldn't help but curse. She had never felt so stifled and helpless before. Are you all awake? Su Wu's voice suddenly echoed, prompting the group to instinctively look up in search of its source. Then, they witnessed the heavy metal door at the front of the previously sealed space slowly descending, revealing a long corridor ahead. Dim guiding lights flanked both sides, and a glow could be seen at the end, accompanied by faint sounds of voices. Go on. Step out and embrace your future. Su Wu's voice, soft yet laced with temptation, urged them to hasten toward the narrow passage, venturing into the unknown. We will not go out. As long as someone takes the lead, Tang Ning feels a sense of assurance. Her initial desire to venture out becomes less pressing. Naturally, she settles onto the ground in a cross-legged position, discreetly summoning her innate abilities. Once Su Wu makes an appearance, seizing the opportunity to control him could grant them a chance to escape this place. Submitting to others is not in her nature. The group of hefty individuals exchanged glances, silently mirroring Tang Ning's actions. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Su Wu momentarily faltered, his expression darkening, yet he patiently continued to persuade, Sister Ning, I would never harm you. Step outside, and if you prevail, you shall survive. Prevail? Tang Ning scoffed. Prevail at what? Unless you clarify, we shall not move. Indeed, we can fight to the bitter end. Eliminate those failures outside. If you can defeat them, I assure you, Director Zhou and the others will no longer pose a threat. Failures? Before anyone could inquire further, Su Wu hastily urged, surely, you do not wish for those failures to escape and harm innocent people. If you go out and eliminate them, I guarantee that Director Zhou will cease the human experiments, and there will be no new test subjects. Thus outside, there are before the monkey could finish, the hefty individual interjected, former colleagues. Those who had vanished alongside the Research Institute and Maybang Pharmaceuticals, their cleanup division, former comrades. Only those who have undergone the experiments and failed can be labeled as failures. Of course, if you choose not to go, I am powerless to assist. I fear we will have to let them out. After all, the Research Institute has no extra space to accommodate them. Su Wu's words bore a blatant threat. Should they refuse to emerge, those failures would be unleashed upon the outside world, decimating ordinary survivors. It would be a massacre. As a former member of the Research Institute, they were acutely aware of the powers possessed by those abilities. They were not something ordinary people could contend with. Su Wu's words were a clear and brazen ploy. Regardless of their reluctance, they had no choice but to step out. After his speech, Su Wu's voice faded into silence, leaving the group in anticipation for what seemed an eternity. They lingered for a moment, their gazes fixed on the contemplative Tang Ning. Let us proceed and take a look. Remaining here might provoke those individuals who could still unleash anesthetics and suppressants to control them. It would be wiser to take the initiative. At least they could preserve their stamina and abilities. Following the dim corridor, They edged along the wall, gradually approaching the source of light. As they drew nearer, the sounds of conversation and cheers became increasingly distinct. Upon pushing open a heavy door that swung outward, the cacophony of cheers and encouragement enveloped them in a wave of warmth, allowing them to finally glimpse their surroundings. They found themselves at what resembled an exit of an ancient gladiatorial arena. Towering walls surrounded them, with tier upon tier of seating above, now filled to capacity with spectators. A glance around revealed many familiar faces, ones they had previously seen on television or in short videos. Chapter 81. Do not be soft-hearted at this moment. The faces of those individuals turned crimson as they fervently cheered and screamed from below, exhibiting an almost frenzied demeanor. It was as if they were the beasts poised for a life-and-death struggle. This observation, at least in light of the current circumstances, holds truth. The only distinction lay in the thick, transparent barrier that enveloped the entirety of the arena, its estimated thickness exceeding half a meter, making it nearly impossible to breach through sheer force or supernatural abilities. The surface of this transparent cover bore numerous dried, brownish bloodstains, hinting at the horrific events that had transpired within these confines. Clearly, this barrier was erected to prevent escape from the arena while also ensuring the safety of the spectators above. Goodness, do they truly regard us as mere monkeys? The monkey, filled with both rage and indignation, felt his face flush with anger, his hands clenched into tight fists at his sides. Suddenly, without further time for venting frustration, the remaining passageways in the arena walls were violently thrust open, and the infected surged in like a tide. Perhaps infected was not the most accurate term, for those who appeared bore a fundamental distinction from the typical infected individuals. Although their attire was disheveled, they were comparatively cleaner than the others outside, their skin merely tinged with a faint gray rather than the characteristic ashen hue of the infected. Their pupils retained a semblance of human structure, showing no signs of shrinkage. However, they were filled with brutality and indifference, devoid of any other emotion. "Look, fatty, isn't that a winter melon?" the monkey exclaimed, pointing at one elongated figure, his eyes widening in recognition as he identified several former colleagues among them. Landmine, Second Biao, Butcher, Little Fish. Those who once greeted him with smiles while entering and exiting the research facility now appeared one after another in the ranks of the infected. Failures. These individuals had undergone human trials and were deemed failures by the Research Institute, discarded as abandoned subjects. They still retained their innate abilities, yet had lost the fundamental emotions that define humanity. While Exile hesitated, Tang Ning had already leapt high, her vines aimed at the first of the approaching figures. The anticipated splatter of blood and cries of anguish never materialized. The person struck showed no sign of pain, merely hesitating momentarily before charging towards Tang Ning once more. Their fire-based abilities coalesced into a ball, accurately hurled at Tang Ning. The monkey, quick on his feet, shot a jet of water in response, simultaneously attempting to rouse Second Biao. "Wake up, hey!" Yet, all efforts proved futile. They had irrevocably lost their senses and emotions, becoming fundamentally different from us. Tang Ning used another vine to push away the approaching assailant, while simultaneously pulling Exile back. "Be careful. Do not be soft-hearted." Fatty erected an earthen wall, his expression transcending mere difficulty, for they could no longer be considered human. They were, in fact, far more troublesome than the ordinary infected outside. Ordinary infected individuals are governed by an innate craving for sustenance, yet they lack the corresponding formidable abilities. However, the people here are different. They were originally endowed with extraordinary powers and, while being driven by instinct, still retain the capacity to wield their abilities. One misstep could lead to their demise. Upon hearing this, those who previously harbored a glimmer of hope ceased to show mercy, their manipulation of powers becoming as swift as lightning. The failed specimens seemed incensed by their resistance, and their offensive speed escalated correspondingly. In an instant, the vast arena was a whirlwind of diverse abilities, overwhelming to behold. The spectators in the stands erupted with excitement, rising to their feet. Now, this is what we call a battle. Last week was utterly incomprehensible. Indeed, A contest is only engaging when there is true opposition. One-sided slaughter is dreadfully dull. Go on, kill her, kill her. I want her legs. Make sure to register that for me, and when it's over, I'll have them swapped in. I want them too. What a mess. Can't you see the ambush over there? No wonder they're mere failures. I truly hope we can select the best experimental subject today. Even though the thick, transparent barrier muffled the shouts of the crowd outside, Tang Ning could still glean hints from their expressions. The researchers' motives likely extended beyond merely wanting them to eliminate these failed specimens. There must be other objectives at play. Lulu, hold on a little longer. The monkey hastily wiped the sweat from his face, conjuring a water sphere that enveloped an approaching metal-powered individual and hurled it towards the ceiling. With a resounding crash, the water sphere burst, sending droplets flying, while the figure within plummeted heavily, splattering onto the ground in a sticky bloom of blood, twitching for a moment before finally falling still. Thank you. Lu's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat as she beheld the seemingly endless tide of humanity. Forcing herself to maintain composure. Each blade of wind, she unleashed left wounds on her opponents, a sight that pained her to witness. Once comrades, they were now foes she was compelled to slay, weighing heavily on her heart. Yet she had no choice but to proceed. Damn it, the researchers deserve to perish. Stay focused. We will survive. We will all survive. The monkey was preoccupied with consolidating a water column to repel the approaching metal-powered adversary when he blinked in surprise. Taking a moment to respond, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. Really? This is incredible. Lu shot him an exasperated glare, her hands deftly wielding wind blades to claim 2 more lives. Tang Ning stood at the center of the arena, surrounded by a myriad of powers, her vine attacks encompassing a wide range. Although she felt a sense of panic, she maintained a fundamental sense of stability. No matter how many failed specimens approached, she remained unafraid. Fortunately, her ability level was significantly higher than that of most ability wielders, allowing her to manage the onslaught effectively. Chapter 82. The allure of sweetness. At that moment, she could not help but think how wonderful it would be if Xiao Juzi were present. With Xiao Juzi around, her formidable feline prowess would alleviate much of her burden. Among the group, Lu possessed the weakest ability, and after approximately half an hour of incessantly unleashing wind blades, a sharp pain began to throb in her head, a clear sign that her powers were nearly depleted. Forcing her abilities further would inflict irreparable damage to her mental faculties, potentially impairing her intellect. As Lu's complexion grew increasingly pale, the monkey decisively broke through the encirclement and stood beside her, unleashing a relentless barrage of water columns towards the oncoming abominations. Stop using your powers. If you continue, you will perish. Lu, feeling her limbs go numb, grew more anxious at the monkey's reckless tactics. Don't worry about me. I can manage. Even if her powers were exhausted, she still had her hands and feet. And should she lose all strength, she could resort to self-detonation. She would never allow them to pay the ultimate price for her survival. The monkey flashed a reassuring grin. Rest assured, I will not let you go first. Meanwhile, the situation for the fatty was equally dire. If they were dealing with ordinary infected individuals, it would be manageable. As long as they ensured they were not scratched or bitten, their combat prowess would suffice to wreak havoc. However, these failures were different. They each possessed varied abilities and, due to genetic modifications, their physical prowess surpassed that of the group. In a moment of inattention, Fatty was struck by a golden-armored assailant during his attack on another, causing blood to pour from his arm. The sight of blood ignited a frenzy among the assembled failures, their hunger for flesh overwhelming all else. With hoarse cries, many began to converge upon Fatty. The allure of sweetness was irresistible. In pain, the earthen barrier Fatty had just formed crumbled, sending dust into the air and partially obscuring his vision. Over there, Tang Ning's vine deftly wrapped around Fatty's waist, lifting him and flinging him towards the positions of the monkey and Lu. Back to back, watch for ambushes. As she spoke, her vines ensnared the nearest golden and water-type failures by the neck, and with unwavering composure, Tang Ning hurled them high into the air, slamming them against the transparent ceiling. After a dull thud, the two fell heavily to the ground. As they attempted to rise, EXILED gritted her teeth and unleashed two precise wind blades, severing their heads with deadly accuracy. The headless corpses convulsed briefly before falling still. Depleted of her powers, EXILED's face was as pale as a freshly unearthed corpse, and she swayed unsteadily before collapsing backward. The monkey, quick-witted and agile, seized the individual and deftly maneuvered them to a vacant space nearby, urging them to remain still. "Do not move," he instructed, carefully retrieving the last remaining energy bar from his pocket, a precious resource that had not been confiscated. "Fear not, for we are here." As he spoke, the individual had already turned to face the approaching failures, launching basketball-sized water spheres with a gaunt but resolute silhouette directed toward EXILED. "Hurry, eat up. I am here too." The hefty figure that had been flung to the ground rolled twice before promptly regaining their footing, standing in unison beside the monkey. "I have arrived." The monkey glanced sideways, a slow smile spreading across his face. "With us together, not even the mightiest can take our lives." He was a creature of his word, having promised sweets in celebration. In the far corner of the arena, EXILED sat against the wall, while the monkey and the hefty companion flanked her protectively. Tang Ning was positioned a short distance ahead, utilizing the advantageous length of her vines to strike at the encroaching failures, occasionally diverting her attention to ensnare a few pesky cats attempting to ambush them. Even if her abilities waned, she still possessed her limbs and teeth. She resolutely refused to succumb here. She roughly estimated that there were approximately 100 former contenders within the arena, and after a fierce struggle, around 40 to 50 failures remained. Comparing their numbers and considering the depletion of their abilities, Tang Ning maintained a calm facade, though anxiety brewed within her. If this stalemate continued, their situation would become perilous. They could no longer afford to remain passive. With this thought in mind, Tang Ning evaded the onslaught of abilities while stealthily regaining her strength, her gaze shifting toward the expansive, transparent canopy above. Outside, a jubilant crowd reveled in excitement, observing their struggles as though they were mere monkeys in a cage. If only she could identify a breach to dismantle that covering. The refuse outside would serve as a delectable feast for the failures. Meanwhile, the audience, who had previously been engrossed in the spectacle, grew restless as Tang Ning, the most formidable fighter, unexpectedly ceased her attacks, aimlessly wandering about the arena. Discontent rippled through the stands. "What on earth is going on? Fight! I paid to witness a brawl, not a leisurely stroll." The shouts escalated. "Come on, is this even a game anymore? Get moving. And what of that woman? Why was she still idle, feasting? Refund! Refund! I demand to see a killing game." The discontented roars reached a crescendo. Yet the participants within the arena remained oblivious. It wasn't that they couldn't hear. As Tang Ning wandered to one corner, her ears perked up, catching a faint sound from beyond. "This is it." Her gaze fixed upon an unassuming protrusion in the corner, while dispatching an approaching failure with her vines. She dashed toward the source of the sound. The gray circular disc appeared to be intricately twisted into place. Chapter 83, just a little bit more. It was roughly the size of a palm, and from the crevice, faint voices from the outside could be discerned. Tang Ning squinted, tilting her head upward. Above the gray protrusion was a pipe, as thick as an arm, extending upward and ultimately merging into transparency with the celestial canopy above. Clearly, this was a junction connecting to the dome. She also surmised that there must be multiple such junctions, to avoid drawing the attention of those observing from the outside. Tang Ning took a step back, feigning a state of rest, and pretended to unleash a few attacks at the nearest failures. Then, using the momentum from her attacks, she swiftly darted along the edge of the arena, fleeing in another direction. As she resumed movement, the discontent from the spectators outside began to dissipate, and cheers once again filled the air. Director Zhou and the representative from Maybang Pharmaceuticals, who had been observing from the shadows, shared a look of satisfaction at the scene unfolding before them. Indeed, this was the specimen I had chosen. Quite remarkable. Typically, ordinary ability users in the arena facing such numerous failures would succumb within half an hour, torn apart and devoured. However, Tang Ning and her companions had persevered for over an hour. Just a little longer, let them showcase their potential. She was among the best specimens he had selected, akin to the Zero specimen, both favored creations of the Maker. If they succeeded, standing behind them, Suwu maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding events, sensing something was amiss. Tang Ning was an astute individual, one who relished confronting challenges. Her current predicament of being chased around the arena felt inconsistent with her usual approach. Just as he was about to speak, Director Zhou preemptively waved him off, instructing him to prepare the surgical instruments and various apparatuses needed. Don't forget the anesthetics and suppressants. Ensure ample dosage. He did not wish for any complications mid-surgery due to tolerance issues that could allow those inside to escape. Suwu paused, nodded, and silently retreated into the darkness. Meanwhile, as Tang Ning circled the arena, dispatching the pursuing failures, she simultaneously identified the locations of all the gray protrusions. Seizing an opportunity, after laboriously using her vines to strangle yet another grayish-white neck, she positioned herself beside the gray protrusion, attempting to twist it. Realizing it would not budge, she wrapped her vines around it in layers, pulling forcefully to the right. As she felt it give way, a spark of hope ignited in her eyes. Success! With the first gray circular cap removed, the sound from outside flowed through the extending pipe with clarity. The walls were adorned with gray, circular protrusions. Find the protrusions and twist them off. As she approached her companions, Tang Ning quickly whispered, I suspect that removing all the junctions will allow us to open the cap, even without sufficient strength to break free. There are undoubtedly alternative points of escape to be discovered. She could not believe they would remain trapped. The individuals outside, who thrive on chaos and disregard human lives. She was eager to witness how they would react if they became the subjects of their own amusement. A group of individuals who believe their status grants them immunity are truly unworthy of sympathy. Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, her companions immediately began to scatter throughout the area, trusting her implicitly, a bond forged through their shared experiences. If Sister Ning suggested such a course of action, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Moreover, they should avoid the failed products as much as possible. If evasion fails, they would resort to elimination. Preserving their lives was paramount. These failed products were to serve as gifts for those outside, and their losses must be minimized. Prior to making this decision, Tang Ning had already weighed the pros and cons. The area they occupied was not particularly vast, and it was certainly not situated in the heart of the city. For safety's sake, they had deliberately chosen a sparsely populated location to ensure the safety of the individuals involved. During this buffer period, they had ample time to recuperate and systematically eliminate the escaped failed products. Under Tang Ning's guidance, they swiftly located the remaining gray protrusions and, following her instructions, dismantled them to reveal the underlying connecting pipes. Their various actions within the confines of the space left the onlookers outside perplexed. As they continued to shout for them to halt and act swiftly, ignoring them, Tang Ning attempted to extend the vines from within the pipes outward. Before long, she glimpsed a hint of tender green beyond the dome. The remaining failed products, previously disregarded, were now fully incensed and charged towards them with furious cries. Tang Ning decisively commanded, Fatty, create a wall. Monkey, water balls, EXILED, assist him. She had spotted a half-height iron door at the edge of the dome, with guards stationed nearby. If all went as anticipated, that door would serve as the central control switch for the entire facility. By seizing control of the switch and manipulating it to open, they would secure their escape. With a determined grunt, Fatty gritted his teeth and extended his arms forward, fingers claw-like, as blue veins bulged in his arms. A 30-centimeter thick earthen wall rose from the ground, slowly blocking the advancing failed products from reaching them. Monkey, though at the brink of exhaustion with barely a remnant of his powers left, still heeded Tang Ning's commands. Despite his waning strength, his face pale, he strained to gather the last vestiges of his abilities, forming water balls with EXILED's wind blades to launch them at the failed products behind the earthen wall. Little by little, they were nearing their goal. Tang Ning's powers were likewise dwindling, and a prickling sensation began to emerge in her mind. Yet, she gritted her teeth, and, Undeterred, rapidly extended the vines from her palms toward the guard with unwavering determination. Vines coiled around the ankle, swiftly ascending, and soon enveloped the neck of the guard. With a forceful tug, head and body parted, blood splattering. The spectators in the stands continued to cheer excitedly, completely oblivious to the fact that after dispatching the guard, Tang Ning's vines had already extended to the closed iron box, entwining the handle and prying the door open, simultaneously reaching for the red button within. With a soft pop, drowned out by the clamor of the crowd, the dome began to shift. Chapter 84. The entire world belongs to them. The previously jubilant spectators stared in disbelief as the transparent dome gradually lifted, their excitement replaced by stunned silence. In the next instant, screams and cries filled the arena, followed by a frantic rush for escape. However, amidst the chaotic flurry of Tang Ning's vines, the exit was already sealed. Those people could not flee. As the dome ascended, the once captive failures in the arena gazed upward in succession. Some, leveraging their extraordinary jumping abilities, leapt upward and, upon discovering a gap, dashed toward the panicked crowd. One followed another, and soon the remaining failures utilized their powers, racing toward the openings. The terrified spectators found themselves transformed into delectable prey for the failed specimens. The disparity between ordinary individuals and those with abilities rendered escape impossible. After a cacophony of screams, the scent of blood filled the arena. They were free. The path was clear, and it was time for them to exit. Tang Ning was the first to leap onto the stands beyond the dome. After dealing with the approaching failures, she used her vines to pull the others, one by one, to safety. The rising dome fused the interior and exterior of the arena, now plunged into chaos. Exhausted, Tang Ning's complexion was notably pallid, her body soaked in sweat. Not a dry spot remaining. Yet there was no time for rest. The stand were populated by notable figures, yet the researchers were absent, as were the high-ranking officials from Maybang Pharmaceuticals. They were uncertain of where these individuals concealed themselves or if there were further hidden schemes at play. It was best to escape swiftly. Lu consumed an energy bar and, under the protection of the monkey and the portly man, found a moment to breathe. She was now, ironically, the most physically adept among them. The failures drove the spectators in the stands into a frenzy, their cries and the sounds of gnashing teeth blending into a nightmarish symphony. The group did not linger, swiftly navigating through the tumultuous crowd. Occasionally, they encountered failures that targeted them, but they worked in unison to eliminate the threats. The upheaval within the arena was observed by Director Zhou, in stark contrast to the chaos outside, wore an increasingly delighted smile. Let them kill. The more, the merrier. All would perish, yet a portion of resources would remain. After all, they were destined to die, and he felt no remorse whatsoever. It appeared that he had indeed underestimated Tang Ning. To gain the upper hand in an utterly unjust confrontation, while calmly identifying the venue's weaknesses and unleashing failures, this alone rendered him somewhat impatient. He yearned for the procedure to swiftly transfer her extraordinary abilities to himself. And her corporeal form could be fitted onto a bionic construct, eternally bound to his will, granting him a different kind of immortality. Surely, Tang Ning would be most agreeable to this notion. Number 5, activate the peripheral scouts to track their movements, and, at the opportune moment, escort them to the operating room. Director Zhou instructed with a smile, his words crisp and decisive. Su Wu's eyes flickered momentarily before he bowed his head in acknowledgement and proceeded to arrange everything, even though he had long suspected they would not remain compliant. Witnessing their escape still astonished Su Wu. It is worth noting that the dome atop the venue was intricately designed as a single unit, and to prevent the subjects from fleeing, the controllers were intentionally placed outside. Yet, it was Tang Ning who discovered this. Not only did she uncover it, but she also managed to escape. However, their journey would reach its limit there. The entire venue was a labyrinth, rife with numerous exits and points for the dispersal of suppressants and anesthetics. The passages had been irrevocably sealed. There was no escape for them. Awaiting them was the fate of suppressed abilities, destined for the operating table. Su Wu placed a hand over his chest, the faint mechanical heartbeat providing him with immense reassurance. Soon, His companions would transform to be like him, attaining immortality, embracing a new world order, and collaboratively forging new realms and regulations. The entire world would be theirs. I can't take it anymore. My legs feel as if they'll break. One of them exclaimed, "Just hold on a bit longer. We shall soon be free." The group endlessly navigated the sprawling venue. Yet after what felt like an eternity, they still failed to locate an exit. The monkey and the portly fellow, drained of their abilities and strength, could hardly continue after running for half an hour. Lu, pale and anxious, suddenly changed expression as she glanced at the nearby wall. "Sister Ning, it seems we are lost." She recalled the bloodstain at the corner. It was a mark she had previously left. Thus, despite their prolonged efforts, they had returned to their starting point. They were ensnared in a labyrinth. Tang Ning's expression also shifted. This place was evidently more intricate than she had anticipated. "Let us head that way," she urged, refusing to concede. She noticed the protruding points on either side of the wall, akin to those within the glass chambers, designed for releasing anesthetics and suppressants. Just as she was contemplating this, the protrusions began to emit a white mist. "Put on your masks." Tang Ning swiftly retrieved several masks from her spatial ring, distributing them among the group, recognizing the anesthetic nature of the mist. Should they succumb to it, their fate was all too apparent. Regardless of the circumstances, they must escape this place today. As they donned the masks, the white anesthetic fog gradually enveloped them. Was it truly impossible to escape? Tang Ning, filled with determination, swiftly retrieved a hammer and various tools from her spatial ring. The depletion of her abilities was inconsequential. She still possessed strength. The closure of the passageway's entrance mattered little. She had her hammer. With 81 strikes, she refused to believe the wall could withstand her efforts. On the other side of the surveillance monitor, Su Wu observed the individuals wielding their hammers, relentlessly battering the wall, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. "Why not remain here?" A voice echoed above the passage, prompting Tang Ning to momentarily cease her actions, only to redouble her efforts in breaking the wall. "We are human, endowed with emotions, instincts, and an innate desire to survive. Who among us wishes to become mere prey on an operating table, relinquishing their autonomy? To refrain from smashing the wall and desiring escape is the true madness." Chapter 85. "This matter, you would remember. We are clearly allies," Su Wu murmured, his voice soon fading into the air. Yet, it appeared they no longer regarded him as such. No matter, after the operation, even if they were reluctant, they would still be his companions. As the black button was pressed, a colorless, odorless gas erupted from both sides of the corridor. A sharp pain pierced Tang Ning's mind, causing her to instinctively grunt. Her hammer's descent momentarily halted. The others nearby also sensed something amiss, their limbs tingling and their minds overwhelmed by waves of pain. Clearly, it was the effect of the gas released thereafter. The metallic taste of rust filled their mouths, and the pain sharpened their awareness. Seizing this brief clarity, the stout man spat out the blood pooling in his mouth, gritting his teeth as he picked up the hammer once more, striking fiercely against the wall. As the hammer connected, dust cascaded downward, deepening the breach. Observing this, the monkey and Lu mimicked his actions, employing the pain to maintain their alertness. Summoning their last reserves of strength to continue the assault on the wall alongside him. "How could I be left out?" Tang Ning offered a wry smile, joining the fray. Blood oozed from her arms, yet their collective focus remained solely on the wall before them. Just a little longer, they urged each other. Soon, freedom would be theirs. On the other side of the monitor, Su Wu was rendered speechless. This was absurd. He had administered a double dose. And ordinary ability users should have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Yet, they had not only resisted the sedative, but were laboring even more fervently to break through the wall. Damn it! Was their desire to evade him truly so strong? And what are the other failures? Bring them here to be injected. He refused to believe they could indeed escape. With the final hammer strike, a faint glow began to seep through the wall, casting a glimmer of hope amidst the dim corridor. Almost there, keep going. As the breach widened, the group discarded their hammers, revealing an opening tall enough to pass through. Outside lay an impenetrable darkness, obscuring their view of the surroundings. Yet, Anywhere is preferable to their current plight. Tang Ning turned her head, slowly raising her bloodied arm towards the monitor, defiantly displaying her middle finger. Without a trace of hesitation, she and her companions slipped into a wall opening, vanishing completely from the surveillance screen. Su Wu, infuriated, slammed his fist onto the table. Pursue them. Send someone after them. If they were to escape, his fate would be no better. The chilling sensation of the scalpel gliding across his skin sent a shiver down his spine. No, he was already perfect. He did not require another operation. What about the test subjects? Release them at once. Yet, no matter how furious he became, it was futile. Most of the test subjects had already been unleashed into the arena, and after being mercilessly slaughtered by Tang Ning and her group, the remaining ones had been freed. Within the entire research facility, apart from a few still restrained and unable to move, the rest had either pursued the onlookers to feast or had vanished without a trace. Even if he wished to send someone after them, it was a task beyond his capabilities. After emerging from the wall opening, they found a direction and ran several hundred meters without pause until their legs could no longer lift them, collapsing one after another onto the ground. Their throats tasted of rust, a result of dehydration from excessive exertion, and their limbs felt utterly disconnected from their bodies. Did we truly escape? Xianlu's voice had turned hoarse, her entire being appearing precarious even as she sat on the ground. Not yet. The stout man gasped for breath, cold sweat beating on his forehead, and spat vehemently. Damn it, Su Wu is too ruthless. The gas released, despite their masks, had infiltrated their systems. They had strained their strength to escape, yet the effects of the gas continued to deepen within them. They could not afford to rest for long. If they lingered, the gas would fully take effect, and if pursued, they would find themselves with no escape. Damn it, I don't even know where we are. Not a single vehicle in sight. The monkey's weakened hand struck the ground, feeling soft and devoid of strength. If only they had a vehicle, they would not be in such a dire predicament. They were uncertain if they had even managed to escape the beast domain. Let us go, over there. Even at a slow pace, it was better than remaining stagnant. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in Tang Ning's throat, which she forced down. Just a little longer, just a little more endurance. Even during interstellar heists, while being pursued, she had never encountered such a wretched situation. She would remember this. Without a vehicle, the group leaned on one another, making their way towards the dense forest not far ahead. Compared to the desolate surroundings, the thicket at least offered a chance to delay their pursuers. Once they regained their strength, everything would be all right. Together, they wove through the shadows of the forest, unable to see anything in the darkness, and refraining from using flashlights for fear of revealing their position to those outside. They could only proceed cautiously, step by step. Fortunately, after a prolonged journey, there was no sign of anyone pursuing them. As they continued forward, the group gradually regained their mental fortitude and supernatural abilities, acquiring a modicum of self-defense. Having traversed the dense forest, the outline of a village emerged in the distance, and Xinlu's eyes sparkled with hope. There must be people there. In urban areas, the population is concentrated, leading to a high number of infected individuals. However, the villages on the outskirts differ significantly, as population decline has drastically reduced the number of inhabitants, predominantly comprising left-behind children and the elderly. This suggests that the number of infected in the village would be minimal. They were on the brink of salvation. Yet, Tang Ning did not share Xinlu's optimism. Let us not forget that the distance to that place is not considerable. It is entirely plausible that a small village could be utilized as a forward base by the researchers. They could not linger here for too long. It would be prudent to ensure their presence remained undetected. There are vehicles over there. We should devise a plan to acquire one, Tang Ning proposed, emphasizing that the sooner they departed, the safer they would be. The stout fellow nodded in agreement. I'll go. The monkey raised his hand. I can pick locks. I'll go with you. Very well. I shall wait here with Xinlu for your return. Do exercise caution. Chapter 86. Fresh delicacies. The monkey possessed fairly commendable skills, and soon enough, the two managed to unlock the vehicle. Sitting inside, the stout fellow felt as though he were still dreaming, even while driving. Previously, amidst the overwhelming assaults in that enclosed arena, he had genuinely believed they would perish there. To his astonishment, they had escaped. I have yet to inquire. How did you all end up there? She herself had been ambushed at the hospital, awakening to find herself bound in that wretched place. However, the stout fellow and his companions were 3 in number. Given Su Wu's prowess, Tang Ning doubted he could single-handedly restrain all 3. Yet, due to the effects of the inhibitors and anesthetics, she had been in a dazed state and had refrained from asking until now. As this topic arose, the monkey could no longer contain himself. Damn it, speaking of this fills me with rage. As he spoke, his eyes widened suddenly, and he hastily reached to feel the nape of his neck. Lulu, please check for me. Is there something there? Xin Lu, puzzled, nonetheless reached out to examine the back of the monkey's neck, and indeed, she felt an unusual spot. Yes, it seems there is something beneath. Quickly, help me remove it. That damn Su Wu, I hope I never cross paths with him again. Lacking professional tools in the vehicle, Xin Lu could only condense a small blade of wind in her hand, carefully slicing away a small piece of flesh from the monkey's nape while extracting the foreign object beneath. It turned out to be a chip, seemingly no larger than the tip of a needle. Had she not meticulously felt around, she would have never realized anything was amiss. What is this? Ningjia. Do you remember that large seafood creature? The monkey grimaced in pain, tossing the chip and a small piece of meat out the window. It then removed its clothing, crumpling it into a makeshift bandage to staunch the wound on its neck. It continued, recalling that at the time, Su Wu had gone to plant a bomb and was subsequently attacked. I carried him out then, it stated, and during that moment, he injected that substance into my neck. The monkey lamented the dreadful weather, questioning how mosquitoes could still be a nuisance. Similarly, this time, it was due to that diminutive chip. While attempting to rescue Su Wu, he pressed the remote, unleashing a surge of high-voltage electricity that rendered him unconscious. Had Su Wu not confessed, the monkey would remain oblivious to the presence of such a thing within him. It was utterly insidious. As for them, the monkey and the hefty companion had entered the hospital, intending to check on the situation, only to be confined in the corridor and sedated. Tang Ning UNDERDOG. One of them, like her, had fallen victim to Su Wu's scheme. To be prudent, the trio meticulously examined themselves within the confines of the vehicle, ultimately discovering an implanted chip nestled against the hefty one's waist, which they excised along with a portion of flesh. However, neither Tang Ning nor EXILED had been compromised, likely due to their gender and minimal physical contact with him. At that moment, Tang Ning felt utterly exhausted, her mind a muddled haze, incapable of coherent thought. Yet Su Wu was aware of their whereabouts, and with their flight, it was plausible that someone had been dispatched to surveil EXILED's residence. However, contemplating the lethargy of the little orange cat, Tang Ning deemed it improbable. In such sweltering heat, the cat would surely prefer the comfort of an air-conditioned home. Yet, she was mistaken. After 2 days indoors, the little orange cat had distanced itself from the neighborhood, sniffing the air and making its way toward the hospital, all the while grumbling. By the 3rd day, it was certain that its caretaker had deemed it overfed and decided to abandon it. No way. That caretaker shall not abandon me. Thus, it ventured forth without pause. On its descent, the cat encountered several oblivious deities, seizing the opportunity to bite a few. Upon reaching the hospital's entrance, the sight of numerous bustling heads made the little orange cat forget its grievances, wholly engrossed in the prospect of food. Fresh brains were simply delectable. Ordinary hospital corridors are not equipped with drug dispensers unless retrofitted. If such effort was made for modifications, yet numerous infected individuals lingered outside, it was reasonable to assume that the hospital harbored secrets concerning the research facility. Particularly concerning was the shadowy figure, the nature of which remained a mystery to Tang Ning. She yearned to uncover the truth. Perhaps this visit would yield another encounter. As for home, the little orange cat, when hungry, would undoubtedly find a way to seek sustenance. It was resilient enough to survive. After all, during her confinement in the mall, the little orange cat had ventured out on its own to procure food, even adapting in the process. Tang Ning retained unwavering confidence in the cat's survival instincts. Indeed, one cannot starve to death. As the discussion unfolded, a languid voice belonging to the portly figure ahead drifted back, one hand steadfastly gripping the steering wheel while the other gestured toward a distant spot. "Look over there. Isn't that little orange?" A singular, resplendent, orange form. Surely, it could only be little orange. Tang Ning's eyes widened, an exclamation of cultural heritage escaping her lips. That agile figure, leaving a trace of afterimages, could only belong to Little Orange. "You rascal." Just as Little Orange dispatched a hapless foe, a familiar call echoed nearby, causing it to twitch its ears and lift its head in curiosity towards the sound. Then, meow. Tang Ning frowned, feeling that Little Orange's exclamation was rather vulgar. Chapter 87. An absurd abundance. Having contemplated numerous scenarios, she had never anticipated encountering Little Orange in this location, which filled Tang Ning with joy. Alongside her delight, she was determined to gather a considerable amount of food for it. The hospital surely harbored unspeakable horrors, and one needed to be well fed to transform into a feline combat machine. Little Orange, irate, gnawed on its meal while begrudgingly accepting the caretaker's explanations. With their collective efforts, the number of infected individuals surrounding the hospital diminished at a remarkable rate. Coupled with Little Orange's extraordinary combat prowess, they swiftly cleared a substantial area around the hospital. This also validated Tang Ning's earlier assumptions. The infected near the hospital were not solely those drawn by the influx of patients due to acid rain, but also many who had been deliberately confined by the research institute within this vicinity. After vanquishing the majority of the infected, the group took a brief respite before gearing up and heightening their vigilance as they stealthily entered the hospital through the rear wall. Cameras were undoubtedly present inside the hospital, so they seized the cover of night, entering through the back door to minimize their exposure. The corridors on the third floor were equipped with sprinklers. It was on the third floor that Tang Ning had fallen victim. "The first floor, too," Exile Lu whispered. "The portly fellow and I were ambushed there." With sprinklers installed on both the first and third floors, it was reasonable to deduce that the second floor would be no different. I believe they could modify the sprinklers in a short time. But given the previous high volume of foot traffic in the hospital, their hiding spots should not be too conspicuous, at least not in the examination rooms above. The multitude of patients and medical personnel passing through could easily lead to exposure at any moment, considering the cautious nature of those from the research institute. Tang Ning surmised that if they had established a base here, it would likely be underground or near the office building. In any case, it would not be in the inpatient or outpatient buildings. The hospital's vast expanse included an outpatient building, 2 inpatient buildings, and a medical building, with the office building situated at the farthest end. Beyond that lay the office building, accessible through the underground parking lot. Having accompanied Su Wu to the hospital for cold medicine several times, the monkey had grown relatively familiar with the hospital's layout. After some contemplation, he quickly constructed a rough floor plan in his mind. On the first floor of the internal medicine building, there was a secure passage leading down to the patient cafeteria, and further below was the first level of the underground parking garage. The basement of the internal medicine building connected to the office building, and the underground parking garage consisted of 5 levels, with a fork in the middle that led to the morgue, unmarked and unnoticed. At the time, as Su Wu and I exited the underground parking lot, we accidentally strayed onto the path that nearly took us to the mortuary. As the monkey spoke, his eyes widened with concern. "Do you think it could be in the morgue?" He pondered. That place was underground, concealed and devoid of any signage, and moreover, it was seldom frequented by ordinary individuals. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. "What if it is? We won't know until we check it out." Tang Ning adjusted her mask and waved to the others, urging them to follow. Speculation was futile. The truth would reveal itself through exploration. After a brief discussion, they all took a step forward. Little Orange, finishing the last bite of a sweet brain treat, mewed and promptly followed suit. It seemed as though they were planning a significant undertaking, and such an endeavor could hardly exclude him. Initially, the group assumed that being in an underground parking garage would mean fewer people, and consequently, a reduced number of infected individuals. However, upon reaching the underground parking lot, they quickly realized their assumptions were misguided. The entire 5 levels of the parking garage were increasingly teeming with infected individuals. They must be hiding down here to escape the heat. The monkey cursed while tossing water balloons. from the moment they entered the underground parking lot. It felt as though they had intruded upon the lair of the infected, with waves of them surging forth without respite. The sheer number was staggering. The chubby one, with a serious expression, struck down 3 infected individuals with a mud wall while wiping the sweat from his brow, noting the stark difference from the infected outside. Tang Ning also sensed this disparity, intensifying her curiosity about the morgue. Most of the infected outside were afflicted due to acid rain, their skin displaying a bluish-gray hue and bearing various scars from erosion, festering wounds emitting a foul odor, with some so severe that one could glimpse the gray-white bones beneath. A wretched sight indeed. Yet, the infected within the underground parking garage presented a different picture. Although they, too, bore the same bluish-gray skin, they appeared neat and tidy, devoid of festering wounds or ragged clothing. In fact, they seemed remarkably clean, especially as many of them donned blue and white striped hospital gowns. I began to suspect that the infected here were artificially created within the hospital. The moment this thought crossed my mind, the expressions of my companions shifted dramatically. "Damn, are they still human?" the chubby one exclaimed in anger after a prolonged silence. However, upon further reflection, if they are capable of employing weather manipulation as a weapon, transforming the once tranquil world of ordinary individuals into a hellish landscape, and are even willing to conduct human experiments in pursuit of their so-called new humanity and the attainment of immortality for the establishment of a so-called new world order, then it is hardly surprising that they would target patients in hospitals. After all, to them, human life is the most worthless of commodities. Precision and ruthlessness are their hallmarks. With so many infected individuals released into the outside world, it is certain that the morgue holds something of great significance. Meanwhile, Suwu, who helplessly watched Tang Ning and her companions escape, was directly imprisoned by Director Zhou, who unhesitatingly extracted the still-beating heart from the cadaver and violently discarded it aside. A useless object, it was a disgrace to be ranked 5th, unable to keep track of a few individuals. Keeping it would merely waste air. This precious, experimental specimen, which had only been reluctantly valued, must not be let go. Director Zhou firmly believed that if he could transfer Tang Ning's extraordinary abilities to himself, he would gain absolute authority. Several shadowy figures bowed their heads in acknowledgement before silently vanishing into the night. Chapter 88. Subject 0 First Level. Second Level. Third Level. After the initial collaboration, the group found themselves overcome with fatigue, prompting them to engage in a rotation of combat. 2 individuals would confront the enemy, while another pair took the opportunity to rest, with Little Orange assisting by delivering the final blows. Most of the infected were ordinary, though occasionally more advanced versions emerged. However, with Little Orange present, the problems were manageable. Thus, they continued in this manner, and after 3 hours, they finally reached the fork in the path leading to the morgue, as indicated by the monkey. Having dealt with the approaching small cat, Little Orange proudly carried the roundest of the trio towards them. Noticing their inaction, it cocked its head in confusion before fearlessly advancing, effortlessly pawing open the tightly sealed emergency exit. The group was taken aback. Was Little Orange's agility truly this remarkable? They were not yet prepared. Little Orange, with a disdainful glance, dismissed the need for preparation and charged ahead, its tail held high as it slipped through the opening. Tang Ning took a deep breath. Well, since the door was opened, they might as well proceed. Initially, she had intended to sneak in quietly, but with Little Orange causing such a commotion, stealth was no longer an option. One by one, they entered the passage, contrary to their expectations of encountering numerous traps and a heavily armed force. The interior revealed a narrow corridor. However, unlike the darkness outside, emergency lights illuminated the passage at intervals of 20 to 30 meters, casting a dim glow sufficient to guide their steps. As they ventured deeper, the corridor widened considerably, transforming from a space barely accommodating 2 individuals side by side to one that could comfortably fit 4, and finally expanding enough for a vehicle to pass through. With several turns, they found themselves in a spacious area. Meow. There was no sign of fur within, yet a lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground. The scent emanating from the surroundings was tantalizing yet unattainable. Tang Ning followed closely in the footsteps of Xiao Juji, venturing deeper until a familiar glass chamber came into view. The recognizable hospital bed, the well-known apparatus, and the figure designated as Zero. As the others trailed behind, the stout man was the first to exclaim upon seeing the occupant within the glass enclosure. It's Zero. The entity that had mysteriously vanished from the subterranean level of the research facility had inexplicably reappeared here. Moreover, the equipment bore bright yellow labels distinctly identifying it as belonging to the research institute. Tang Ning's eyes widened with astonishment. She could hardly believe her own perception. Sister Ning, could it be that Zero looks just like you? She murmured, her fingers unconsciously gliding over the glass, as if she could reach through and touch the still figure within. This was the first time they had laid eyes on the visage of the so-called Zero. Previously, they had only been aware of its existence as an infected subject, familiar with its distinctive medical attire, yet they had never known it bore such a striking resemblance to Tang Ning. Aside from a slightly paler complexion, there are no discernible differences between them. I am certain it is not my mother. Are you truly devoid of any blood relation? Exile Lu's eyes were wide with disbelief, as if she were desperate to uncover a connection between the two. Tang Ning was resolute in her certainty. There was absolutely none. She had been exiled from an interstellar realm, and it would indeed be peculiar if she shared blood ties with someone from this dimension. It was absurd to think that her sisters from the stars had also been cast away here. After all, she was an orphan in the cosmos, regardless of her appearance. That is of little consequence. The stout man paused, shifting the focus to the more pressing matter. Why was she confined here, and it seemed, in a state of demise? Should we not open the glass chamber? He gestured dramatically across his throat, suggesting, shall we eliminate her? Zero, the original source of infection. To terminate her would be the most straightforward solution. Furthermore, the research institute had gone to great lengths to relocate her to this hospital while simultaneously unleashing numerous infected individuals outside, indicating that this Zero was undoubtedly both perilous and significant to the institute's personnel. Due to the inherent danger, she could not be placed in the arena. Yet her importance warranted the deployment of enough infected to ensure she remained undiscovered. Why don't you open the door and kill her? Tang Ning contemplated the face that mirrored her own, feeling an unsettling sense of self-harm in the act. It would be better for someone else to undertake this grim task. The monkey swiftly stepped back, urging, you do it, fatty. I fear the psychological toll. The notion of personally ending the life of someone identical to Sister Ning sent shivers down his spine. Very well, the stout man replied. As he reached to press the button beside the glass door, a voice of astonishment echoed from behind them. Who are you? A clear male voice, filled with confusion and trepidation, accompanied by the raised laser gun aimed at Exile Lu, who stood closest. How did you get in here? With so many infected outside, and the chaos reigning, it is impossible for ordinary people to enter the hospital. Upon witnessing the uniform combat attire worn by several individuals, the man's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Is it the director who sent you? The combat uniforms of the Research Institute are specially crafted, resistant to corrosion while also being remarkably durable, adorned with the Institute's distinctive insignia. He recognized that the attire worn by these individuals belonged to the cleaning department. Upon hearing the man's inquiry, Tang Ning's mind began to race, and she immediately adopted a stern demeanor. Is this how you treat us, pointing a gun at us? When Director Zhou mentioned that this place is under surveillance and not safe, the man's bluster faltered, and he hastily retracted his laser gun, muttering apologies. Before he could complete his sentence, a water sphere deftly thrown by the monkey struck his wrist, sending the laser gun flying. In an instant, the monkey lunged forward, delivering an elbow strike followed by a kick, pinning the man to the ground and rendering him immobile. Chapter 89. A rather strategic choice of location, it was at this moment that the man began to grasp the situation, struggling violently on the ground. Yet, being an ordinary person, he was no match for the monkey. Not only could he not break free, but he was also pressed down even harder. Are you the only one here? Tang Ning crouched down to meet the man's gaze. The man clenched his teeth, remaining silent, his face a mask of resentment. It was his own oversight. After all, Director Zhou had warned that this place would not be frequented by others. Moreover, the majority of the ability users from the cleaning department had already been apprehended. How could there possibly be anyone assigned to an external mission? In this expansive underground space, rows of stainless steel racks lined the periphery, densely packed with sealed cabinets that emanated a chilling aura. Upon casually pulling open a large drawer, she discovered bodies encased in body bags. Indeed, the standard fare of a morgue. However, the glass enclosure housing Subject Zero was a stark anomaly, likely a hastily constructed addition that appeared incongruous with its surroundings. They certainly know how to choose their locations, she mused. The man, bound like a dumpling, writhed on the ground, hurling threats at Tang Ning and her companions. At this, their eyes brightened. There were indeed others under study. How fortuitous! Let's eradicate them all. After all, their purpose in coming here was to dismantle the nest. First, they would eliminate the one inside, and then proceed to deal with the others. Initially, they had believed this group was diligently engaged in research to save the world, only to realize that not only were the infected their creations, but the apocalyptic state of affairs was also a result of their actions. They had taken lives, yet it was merely a matter of delivering the public from harm. The man found his mouth stuffed with socks hastily removed by the stout fellow, watching helplessly as the glass enclosure was opened. The monkey swiftly constructed a wall of earth, entombing the figure along with the bed beneath a solid layer of soil, before augmenting it with a water column to transform the earthen wall into a muddy grave. Exile, feeling somewhat uneasy, urged the monkey to disperse the mud with the water column, and then delivered 2 swift strikes with a blade of wind, severing the head, which was subsequently taken away by Little Orange, before she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Is that it? Is that truly all? The Zero subject has been severed from existence, dead beyond redemption, while Tang Ning, still somewhat disoriented, observes the scene. She watches as the small, orange creature joyfully gnaws on a head that bears an uncanny resemblance to her own, an unsettling sense of unreality washing over her. Initially, she had anticipated that Zero would prove to be a formidable adversary, yet was dispatched with such startling ease. A peculiar sensation of being trapped enveloped her. The man bound on the ground appeared as though his eyes might burst from their sockets. Zero was the very foundation of their research, a critical source of genetic modification. Already in a state of frailty, now utterly devoid of life. It was over. Everything was lost. The man, having exhausted his strength to struggle, lay on the ground like a lifeless fish, his eyes void of any spark. Exile swiftly dispatched him with a blade of wind, mercifully ending his life. Keeping him alive served no purpose. He was merely a menace. In that moment, Exile felt no guilt for taking a life, convinced that her actions were entirely justified. You are right, the monkey nodded. Shall we move on? Aren't there other researchers inside? Surely there will be 1 or 2 who cannot endure the pain and will divulge their secrets. Tang Ning remained vigilant, storing the body of Zero along with the head she had wrested from the small, orange creature into her spatial ring before leading her companions deeper into the morgue. This place contrasted starkly with the dry, sweltering environment outside. The bodies required refrigeration, and being underground, the temperature was significantly lower. The chill here sent shivers down their spines. Is there something peculiar about you, Ning? Why carry that thing with you? Her companions questioned, baffled by her decision to take the corpse. It was hardly a treasure. Tang Ning herself could not articulate why she felt compelled to keep it. It occupied little space, perhaps an act of kindness. Moreover, it was a being that looked exactly like her. The transformation into an infected entity was never its intention, and its demise could be seen as a release. As they traversed yet another long, narrow corridor, the darkness gave way to brightness once more, revealing that they had indeed arrived at their destination. Countless instruments flickered with red and green lights, while some individuals were engrossed in recording dense data from folders. Others held syringes, methodically injecting an unknown liquid into individuals bound to hospital beds. The patients, clad in hospital gowns, lay motionless with eyes tightly shut at the mercy of their captors. It's Kuyu and Xiao Yao, they whispered, hidden in the shadows, peering through thick glass at the familiar figures on the beds. What were they doing? human experimentation. The upheaval occurred in an instant. The injection of an enigmatic liquid startled the previously tranquil Xiaoyao, who lay on the hospital bed, causing him to suddenly open his eyes. His pupils gleamed a vivid crimson, and as azure-gray veins rapidly spread across his face, a primal scream erupted from his throat, imbued with immeasurable agony. Xiaoyao, the youngest member of another team of cleaners, had witnessed such transformations before. He had only just turned 16 upon joining the research institute, and his youth endeared him to everyone. Due to his diminutive stature, he was affectionately nicknamed Little Yao. However, the frail boy was now undergoing an excruciating metamorphosis. Within his slight frame surged an invisible force that expanded his limbs, causing flesh to stretch and rupture the skin, painting the bed in a crimson hue. Black veins spread with astonishing speed, enveloping him in a grotesque mass of flesh, barely recognizable as human. Then, with a quiet pop, he exploded. "Step back," commanded the doctor closest to the bed, his voice calm, as he retreated several paces. After Xiaoyao's final, anguished scream, his body erupted, sending chunks of flesh and viscous blood splattering across the glass chamber, leaving no trace of humanity behind. Xiaoyao was dead. The researchers appeared unfazed by the spectacle, methodically cleaning the blood from their garments before swiftly shifting their focus to the adjacent bed. Subject 257 exhibited superior physical resilience compared to 256, likely possessing better resistance to the substances. Thus, Xiao Lu prepared the same dosage. The mask of the doctor known as Xiao Lu was already stained with blood, yet he paid it no mind, turning to ready the injection once more. Outside, a few onlookers were rendered speechless by the gruesome scene, lingering in shock until the stoutest among them broke the silence. "Sister Ning, are we just going to stand by and watch? Where's the person?" Meanwhile, Tang Ning had stealthily approached the research facility, discreetly neutralizing several lab coats and stripping them of their attire. "Here, change into this," she said, already donning a white coat herself, a metallic access card tucked in the pocket, its material indiscernible. The interior was evidently secured, and a forced entry would require considerable effort, potentially triggering alarms. It was wiser to find a way to blend in first. "Clever," Exile Lu remarked, giving a thumbs up as she swiftly adorned a white coat, not neglecting to don a mask as well. With their disguises complete, the group stepped out from the shadows, striding confidently towards the access point. Thanks to the access card in Tang Ning's possession, they easily gained entry. Perhaps due to an overabundance of confidence in their location's security, the access point was unguarded, allowing the group to slip inside unnoticed. Beside the hospital bed, identical syringes were prepared, while several figures in white coats stood scattered about, urging Xiao Lu not to waste time and to proceed with the injection to observe the data. "All right, team leader, I will inject it now." Xiao Lu furrowed his brow, his expression grave and tense. This was the 5th test subject he had injected today. The previous 4 had suffered severe rejection reactions and had self-destructed. He hoped this one would prove more resilient. The number of test subjects was dwindling, yet the success rate of their project remained dismally low. At this rate, it might have to be me. The sudden voice behind him startled Xiao Lu, causing his hand to tremble with the syringe. In the next moment, hands gripped him tightly, and with a swift motion, the needle of the syringe was mercilessly plunged into his abdomen. The abrupt turn of events caught the white coats off guard, and they were swiftly subdued by the combined efforts of the hefty individuals. Tang Ning tossed several bundles of rope from her spatial ring, while the monkey and the fatty took the lead, securely binding the unconscious figures in white coats together. "Your binding technique raises serious suspicions about your frequent viewing of bondage-themed films," Exile Lu remarked disdainfully at the monkey's method. "These white coats are all men, not women. Why tie them up like that? It looks rather awkward. You just don't understand. Binding them this way ensures that the more they struggle, the tighter it becomes. Moreover, I learned this technique from the fatty," he replied. Ignoring their banter, Tang Ning meticulously inspected the entire space after confirming there were no remaining threats. It appeared to be a near-perfect replica of the underground level of the Research Institute. Aside from the already self-destructed Xiao Yao and the still unconscious Kuyu, There were about a dozen individuals bound and unconscious on the scattered hospital beds. Some were enclosed in separate glass partitions, while others were grouped together on 2 or 3 beds, all securely tied and in a state of unconsciousness. Exile attempted to awaken them, but to no avail. They were likely injected with suppressants and anesthetics. More than half of those on the beds were former companions from the cleaning department, and Exile and the others were somewhat familiar with their abilities. The fact that they could be restrained here without the possibility of escape indicated their powers had been effectively suppressed. Clearly, they had established a relatively complete industrial chain. This was a testing ground. Successful test subjects were transferred, while failures were sent to the arena for public amusement. Little Orange playfully nibbled and tapped at various things before shaking its head at Tang Ning, signaling that it too could not awaken them. For now, they decided to leave them undisturbed until they regained consciousness. The priority was to wait for the white coats to wake up and find a way to inquire about the whereabouts of the successfully tested subjects. The fatty scratched his head. Well, I might have been a bit heavy-handed, so it may take a while. The monkey nodded from behind the fatty. Same here. I initially intended to go all out, but reason triumphed over impulse. Exile added, she didn't go overboard. She merely stepped on a few sensitive areas. Tang Ning felt somewhat speechless. What can one do about the people in their own group? All that remains is to wait. However, in stark contrast to the white coats tightly bound like Zhongzi, it is the cleaners confined to their hospital beds who awaken first. Kuyu is the first to open his eyes, a blend of disbelief and confusion washing over him as he struggles to turn his head towards Tang Ning and the others, doubting whether he is caught in a dream. What are you doing here? You're dressed like those people. We're here to rescue you, the plump man, who has often interacted with other cleaners and is quite familiar with Kuyu, steps forward. You've really accomplished something. Not a single one of the entire battalion managed to escape. Is it that he didn't want to run? They had all been injected with suppressants, endlessly subjected to further injections. Any human would have lost their strength long ago. With each additional needle, they felt as though they were being turned into a sieve. How could anyone have the capacity to flee? But you all, how did you find this place? There are too many of them. It's far too dangerous. You should leave quickly. What else could we do? Are there others? The monkey responds with an air of expectation. Relying on you, we never escape. It's all up to our Ningjia. Chapter 91. It's you who are finished, Little Orange. Nearby, meows in agreement. Let us not dwell on that. Are you all feeling all right now? Tang Ning, already aware from Director Zhou about how they were deprived of their freedom, shifts the conversation to another matter. We've almost dealt with the infected in the underground parking lot outside. Only if you are in good health can we release you. He still vividly remembers awakening to find everyone around him restrained and bound in different locations, with the white coats extracting 1 or 2 groups daily for experiments. As their numbers dwindled, they occasionally overheard the white coats discussing their research findings. It seemed their experiments had hit a bottleneck, with successful cases exceedingly rare. Consequently, in recent days, more groups had been sent for experimentation. Had Tang Ning and the others arrived any later, Kuyu feared his fate might have mirrored that of Xiaoyao. The plump man and the monkey inspected the remaining bound survivors, nodding at Tang Ning. Just as Kuyu indicated, their abilities had been suppressed due to the injections, and, combined with the effects of the anesthetics, most were in a state of unconsciousness, showing no other signs of injury or experimentation. Upon hearing this, Tang Ning gestured for the plump man and the monkey to release the remaining individuals from their bindings. As they watched the group of ability users being untied, the white coats on the ground seemed to be on the verge of exploding with shock. No, don't set them free. If the test subjects are gone, we can no longer conduct our experiments. You lunatic, you are destroying our future. Tang Ning merely scratched his ear, sitting in a chair he had casually pulled over, gazing impassively at the frenzied white coats on the floor. Why should we let them go? Would you have us allow you to slaughter them? They are human beings, not mere animals. The man in the white coat at the forefront, appearing to be over 40, trembled with rage upon hearing these words, his gaze towards Tang Ning sharp as a dagger. You do not comprehend. You truly understand nothing. They are making sacrifices for the future of humanity, dedicating themselves to science. If you release them all, our entire world shall be doomed. Yet this woman before me knows nothing and wishes to set the test subjects free. It's utterly absurd. The ones who will meet their end are you. Kong Yu, who was the first to be released, softened his body at these words, but could not resist kicking him. His face twisted with hatred. It's because of you that the outside world has become what it is now, treating them as though they were mere fish in a market. These individuals clad in white coats are the true demons. The monkey steadied the wobbling Kong Yu, pressing him back into his chair to conserve energy. There was still much to be done. One by one, the other cleaners began to awaken, and upon seeing the white coats lying on the ground, they quickly realized the situation, casting their gazes towards Tang Ning. She nodded, encouraging them to act as they wished, voicing no objections. These white coats were a menace, and who knew when they might venture out again to seek out those with abilities for their so-called experiments. With her approval, as their strength began to return, the previously tormented cleaners surged forward. After a cacophony of screams, the white coats on the ground ceased to breathe. Kong Yu stared at the bloodstains beneath him, then at the blood on his own hands, unable to believe it. Was it truly over? Not by a long shot. The monkey patted his shoulder, reminding him that there could very well be laboratories elsewhere, just like this one, possibly holding our comrades captive. Moreover, there was also the place from which they had escaped, the arena, where many so-called failures, former companions, might still be imprisoned. They needed a plan to dismantle all the experimental centers and uncover the masterminds behind them. Otherwise, the world would inevitably face annihilation. And amidst all this, she had yet to locate her beloved bearded captain. Exile Lu and the others' spatial rings had been confiscated by Su Wu, but fortunately, Tang Ning had little on her aside from an abundance of rings. She procured ample food and drink to nourish Kong Yu and the others, hastening their recovery, while also tossing a few large heads to Xiao Juzai. It was certain that Director Zhou and the Mediterranean man were lying in wait. But with sufficient manpower at their disposal, they could very well employ a strategy of ambush. Tang Ning's plan was clear. Knowing their home was guarded, they might as well turn the tables and raid their arena while they were unprepared. Chapter 92. Encounter again with their forces dispatched. They were perfectly poised to strike them unawares. Ku Yu and his companions had been confined within these walls, utterly oblivious to the outside world. However, their spirits were soon lifted by the enlightening discussions led by the monkey and the fatty. Tang Ning, we have nearly regained our strength. Let's join forces and vanquish them. Naturally, Tang Ning had no reason to disagree, as her plan had already accounted for their inclusion. Hearing Ku Yu and the others take the initiative, she nodded in agreement. Very well, let us set forth. The only dilemma was their number. They had arrived in a single vehicle. Yet, this was not insurmountable. The underground parking lot was still home to several private cars, and even an ambulance awaited outside. They extracted gasoline, pooling it together, and refueled the selected vehicles. With the roar of engines igniting, 7 or 8 cars streamed out of the underground parking garage, swiftly exiting the hospital and following closely behind the fatty's vehicle, heading back in the direction from whence they came. Along the way, Tang Ning rummaged through her spatial ring, retrieving several energy bars she had previously saved, distributing one to each person, along with protective suits and gas masks. The arena was laden with nozzles, dispensing suppressants and tranquilizers. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences, so caution was imperative. After approximately 2 hours of travel through the darkness, the outline of their destination came into view. Once the fatty parked, the other vehicles followed suit. This is where we stop. We will proceed on foot, he instructed. The convoy was too conspicuous a target. It was likely that they would be detected before even nearing the location. The safest approach was to traverse through the dense forest and scale the outer walls. As Ku Yu and his companions were unfamiliar with this area, they naturally deferred to the fatty's guidance. Tang Ning stored all the vehicles within her spatial ring, then joined Exile Lu, signaling for everyone to don their protective suits and gas masks, as they followed closely behind the monkey into the forest. The monkey, agile and with an excellent memory, recalled the route they had taken when they exited, making him the ideal leader. The group of over 20 moved stealthily, quickly weaving through the foliage. Time was of the essence. He could no longer afford to wait. As the environment shifted, He could acutely sense the changes within his own body. If he delayed any longer, he might not endure. Although the Zero was imperfect, it was nonetheless useful. He needed to transfer its abilities to himself to maintain his most basic bodily functions. Otherwise, he would perish before he could seize Tang Ning. However, news from the hospital brought him a shocking revelation. What did you say? Zero is missing. The hospital has deployed an overwhelming number of infected individuals, and the location of the research center is exceedingly secretive. Ordinary people would neither dare nor be able to approach it. How could this happen? What was most infuriating was that all the research instruments had vanished, leaving only the corpses of researchers and pools of blood in their wake. Could it be that Zero had awakened? The mere thought sent a tremor of excitement through Director Zhou's hand as he clutched the communicator. Search! We must search for it. Zero cannot be allowed to escape. Zero is of greater significance than Tang Ning. After hanging up the phone, Director Zhou remained engulfed in shock when suddenly an alarm blared outside. Director, there has been an intrusion. Intrusion? A glimmer of darkness crossed Director Zhou's eyes as he grasped the communicator once more. Release Subject 2 and Subject 3 and capture Tang Ning. Subjects 2 and 3 were his proud creations, possessing considerable abilities that he himself would not easily deploy. Tang Ning, just wait. Meanwhile, with the advantage of familiarity with the terrain, Caillou and his companions, having regained their powers, swiftly divided into several small groups. They began dismantling the sprinkler systems while stealthily making their way to the location where the failed experiments were held. After eliminating the guards, they forcefully breached the security doors and released all of them. Tang Ning and her group, navigating through the labyrinthine corridors, violently broke open the doors of the tightly shut rooms. Accompanied by screams, the errant failed experiments surged forth like lost souls discovering a hidden delicacy, ravenously devouring the so-called survivors. Be careful. A strange current swept by, and Tang Ning, instinctively sensing danger, yanked the nearby EXILED behind her. Reflexively, she summoned her vines, enveloping both of them in a protective cocoon. A series of muffled thuds echoed as several outer vines were severed, accompanied by a faint, stabbing pain in Tang Ning's head. A familiar shadow flitted past, disappearing in an instant, causing Tang Ning's eyes to widen in recognition. It's him, the scoundrel who attempted to ambush me in the hospital. Damn it, to encounter him again here. Little Orange also let out a cry, its tail erect as its massive form lunged towards the void ahead. With a muffled grunt, a hint of black gradually materialized in the empty space. Before Tang Ning's vines could extend, the shadow abruptly pushed Little Orange aside and vanished once more. What the hell was that? The stout figure, having dealt with one failed experiment, turned to witness the scene. An experiment. Little Orange had caught a scent and dashed towards the vanishing shadow. It was evidently the same shadow encountered at the research facility. Presumably, it was a successful experiment from the Institute, swift and capable of invisibility. It appeared to be quite troublesome. Little Orange, displeased by being pushed away, sniffed the air vigorously, quickly honing in on the direction before pouncing once more. This is outrageous. This cat has never been toyed with before. Chapter 93. Little One, still wanting to ambush? This elusive black creature had successfully crossed its line. To escape the nose of this feline, it would take another lifetime. Now, Little Orange had grown to a size comparable to a tiger, its hundreds of pounds descending like a mountain upon the void, a force not to be underestimated. Tang Ning and EXILED remained ensconced in the cocoon of vines, and through the gaps, they clearly witnessed a spray of blood erupting from the void, as a shadow gradually emerged in the air. The Little Orange opened its mouth wide, its teeth sharp as daggers, mercilessly plunging towards the dark shadow. In a single bite, it tore away a substantial piece of flesh. As blood gushed forth, the Little Orange reveled in its triumph. "Oomph, you thought you could launch a sneak attack." In pain, the shadow finally revealed its true form, struggling violently beneath the weight of the Little Orange's paws, yet unable to escape its bonds. It was only at this moment that Tang Ning could finally discern the shadow's appearance, a gaunt figure in their 30s, with pallid skin that had grown even more ghostly due to blood loss, their lips a stark white. Pressed down, the shadow-S emotionless eyes fixated intently on them. As the vines receded, Tang Ning approached step by step, looking down upon the shadow from her elevated position. With a decisive kick, she called for the hefty man to bind it with rope. The shadow's method of attack was peculiar, capable of inflicting considerable damage to her vines and mental energy. Thus, she had no intention of using vines to ensnare it. The hefty man responded with an affirmative grunt, swiftly delivering 2 strikes to ensure the figure was incapacitated before binding it securely with rope. Just as Ning Jie was about to inquire about the next course of action, the hefty man suddenly noticed a flicker before his eyes. The shadow that had just been bound on the ground vanished into thin air. Meow. The little orange stared blankly as the shadow disappeared, confusion quickly replaced by indignation, its round eyes filled with fury as its little nose twitched. Soon catching a whiff of that distinct scent, it pivoted its form and swiftly lunged towards another void. How dare you attempt to escape under the watchful eyes of the feline lord? In your dreams, the vanished shadow soon reappeared, although this time accompanied by another shadow, even more emaciated and with weaker invisibility capabilities. After being pounced upon by the little orange, the new shadow revealed itself, biting into its arm and tearing away a chunk of flesh, blood gushing forth, instantly losing its powers. The hefty man acted swiftly, erecting a wall of earth to trap the figures within, while summoning the monkey to act as a high-pressure water cannon. The earthen wall was dismantled by the water jet, droplets splattering onto the 2 shadows, swiftly transforming them into muddy monkeys. Their ability to remain hidden was thoroughly nullified. Being cleanliness conscious, the mud stains were utterly repugnant to them. Having learned from his previous oversight, the hefty man was cautious this time, binding the 2 muddy figures securely while also stabbing several holes into their bodies with his knife. Blood flowed profusely. Only when he was certain the 2 muddy monkeys had lost their capacity for movement and were on the brink of death did he allow himself to relax. Meanwhile, Tang Ning dealt with several infected individuals rushing towards them in the corridor, turning without hesitation to drive her vines into the brains of the 2 muddy monkeys at their temples. As they pierced through, 2 cherry-sized crystal cores were quietly ensconced within the vines, delivered to her hands. Comparable in size to the crystal cores found in the evolved infected, these were, however, a brilliant orange-yellow, translucent and radiant. Indeed, it was wise to exercise caution. The mud monkey, whose mind had been penetrated, quietly succumbed to death, leaving Director Zhou, who observed the entire process through the surveillance camera, with eyes wide open in rage. The face that was usually adept at strategizing had darkened. Subject 2 and Subject 3. Such formidable experimental specimens had been so easily eliminated. After much effort, he had managed to create these subjects, only to lose 2 of them so swiftly. That Tang Ning must be punished, truly must be. Where are the others? Where are they? Go and kill her, all of you. Go out and eliminate her. The demise of Subjects 2 and 3 had thoroughly provoked Director Zhou, who, disregarding everything else, was consumed by a singular thought: to annihilate Tang Ning. Her abilities were far too potent, and the members of her team were equally formidable. They could not be allowed to exist. They must be destroyed. Tang Ning seemed to sense this, turning her head to glance at the surveillance camera hanging at the end of the corridor, tilting her head slightly with a faint smile, and raising her middle finger directly towards the camera. She offered a delightful curse to Director Zhou, who was behind the lens. Her lips parted, a hint of laughter in her voice. I will find you soon. The origin of it all lay within the research institute. Now that the hospital's stronghold had been obliterated, the failed subjects in the arena had been released. Yet, the ultimate culprit still hid like a timid mouse. However, that was of little concern. They would soon discover him. Director Zhou watched the surveillance footage, startled enough to take a half step back, but quickly steadied himself, reassuring himself that it was all right, that they could never find him. Yes, as long as he ran fast enough and hid deeply enough, Tang Ning would never uncover his whereabouts. He still possessed countless underground research centers, and as long as he could locate the missing Subject 0, he would remain the one perched atop the pyramid. By the time Tang Ning and her companions reached the office, The individual they sought had vanished. Sister Ning, we searched everywhere, but there's no sign of him. And that Mediterranean fellow from Maybang Pharmaceuticals is also missing. Outside, chaos reigned, and it was quite possible that the two had escaped amidst the tumult of the crowd. Tang Ning circled the empty office, her gaze swiftly landing on a small golden toad ornament placed upon a bookshelf, gleaming with golden brilliance. It held a copper coin in its mouth. The office was in disarray, with most valuable and useful items already gone, making the presence of this solid gold ornament rather incongruous. Xin Lu also noticed the golden toad on the shelf, boldly reaching out to take it. She tugged at it, but it remained firmly in place. Is this thing fixed? She wondered, as she exerted force in various directions. Then, she watched in astonishment as the closed bookshelf slowly began to part, revealing a narrow, dark corridor. Tang Ning whistled softly and smiled. It seems we are about to find him. Chapter 94. They have vegetables. Ku Yu and his group had secured all exits of the arena, sabotaging the entrances to ensure that no one inside could escape, whether they were failed experiments or those who had once held power. Before them unfolded a gruesome tableau of slaughter. Yet there was no semblance of sympathy or assistance from the onlookers, only a wait for the last concealed individual to be dispatched before they commenced the execution of the failures. Former comrades had now completely lost their sanity, leaving only an unquenchable primal hunger for sustenance. Even with reluctance, they found themselves compelled to act. Within the confines of the office, Tang Ning and her companions had successfully navigated through the narrow passage behind the bookshelf, advancing steadily forward. The passage was deep and twisted, its length unknown, illuminated only by the beams of their flashlights. Silence enveloped them, each absorbed in the urgency of their escape. Suddenly, they beheld a glimmer of light ahead. Emerging from the passage, they surveyed their surroundings and were struck by the realization that they had unwittingly traversed westward, arriving at the thicket beside the provincial road on the outskirts of the city. The underbrush, wilted and yellowed from the heat, concealed the exit of the passage entirely. From the outside, one would never suspect any human presence. Not far from the thicket lay several disordered impressions in the ground, suggesting recent human activity. The monkey and the stout man bent down to examine the traces, their expressions darkening. It appeared that someone had fled by vehicle. Tire tracks marred the earth, leading directly to the provincial road, and the occupants had long since vanished, leaving no indication of their direction. Tang Ning sighed, her countenance clouded with concern. If only we had arrived a moment sooner, she lamented. Ku Yu and his group, arriving shortly thereafter, shared her frustration as they scrutinized the marks on the ground. No matter how fast they ran, they could not match the speed of a vehicle. If only they had one, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Xin Lu, standing nearby, felt equally disheartened. Each of their spatial rings contained vehicles and ample fuel, yet all of their rings had been confiscated by Su Wu. They exchanged glances, a mutual sigh escaping their lips. It was evident that pursuing the elusive individual was futile. Their immediate priority was to thoroughly scour the entire arena for any remaining threats. After this, they would gather the remaining ability users from the cleanup crew, along with the newly awakened ones following the acid rain, and devise a strategy to systematically uncover and dismantle the remaining strongholds of the research facility. Failure to do so would inevitably lead to the world's destruction. Fortunately, due to Ku Yu's earlier leadership in releasing all the failures within the arena, the survivor count in the area had dwindled significantly, driven by instinct. After conducting another search to confirm that no threats remained, they discovered a barely conscious Su Wu in a hidden chamber on the second underground level. Additionally, they found several spatial rings belonging to their companions stored in a nearby cabinet. With these resources secured, their remaining tasks appeared far less daunting. Su Wu's body had long undergone modification. After Director Zhou forcibly removed his mechanical parts, he now appeared utterly despondent, his consciousness already hazy, existing in a state of mere survival. Unable to bear the sight of him, bloodied and on the brink of death, the stout man resolutely granted him a merciful release. After all, they had once been comrades. Despite the betrayals, he believed Su Wu had not descended to the depths of becoming an irredeemable villain. Once Suwu was gone, the remaining group decided to establish their base at the Research Institute, which boasted an expansive area, 1 floor above ground and 3 below, all meticulously sectioned off. With over 20 of them residing there, the space felt ample, even somewhat vacant. Furthermore, the building materials have been infused with special components, rendering them resistant to acid rain and effectively insulating against the oppressive heat outside, thus maintaining a consistently tempered environment, ideal for habitation. After deliberation, they resolved to make this their stronghold. With little of significance left to gather from their homes, they confirmed there was nothing worth taking and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, they encountered individuals armed with axes attempting to forcibly breach the door. "What are you doing?" one exclaimed. In this day and age, to find such a pristine and well-kept woman is akin to stumbling upon a windfall. "Little beauty, don't leave. Wait for your brother to bring you something to eat." As he spoke, he reached out towards Tang Ning, attempting to caress her face. Tang Ning would not allow such an affront. Her brow furrowed as she swiftly delivered a kick. Witnessing this, EXILED, who was ascending the stairs, followed suit with another kick. "You must be tired of living. To dare touch Sister Ning is simply courting disaster." Angered by the double assault, the man sprang to his feet, seizing his axe and lunging at the two women. However, he was met with a powerful jet of water from a monkey, which sent him crashing against the wall, the impact causing him to fall heavily to the ground. The remaining 2 thugs exchanged fearful glances, then dropped to their knees, bowing fervently before Tang Ning and the others. "We were wrong. Please, great ones, forgive us. We shall never do so again," they pleaded, continuing to bow in supplication. Tang Ning surveyed the door, marred by deep gashes and dents, a dismal sight that bore witness to the struggle. Some areas were even beginning to show faint glimmers of light through the damage. Had they arrived a moment later, the door might have met its end. "Speak. Why have you targeted this household?" The kneeling duo exchanged glances, faces drawn in despair. "Great one, they have vegetables," they lamented. Chapter 95, Assurance of Future Sustenance. "We are utterly famished. Someone spotted vegetables growing on their balcony, and we simply cannot afford to starve." Within the community, all accessible supplies had been depleted. This household was the only one left untouched. Their door remained firmly shut, and its occupants had not been seen venturing out in search of resources. It was clear, even to the most naive, that they must have food. The sight of their flourishing green vegetables on the balcony had only intensified the covetousness of others. They were no longer the first to harbor such intentions. Several groups had attempted to break in before them, yet all had failed to unlock the door. "Get lost." The two dragged the man, now unconscious from the collision, hastily descended the stairs, soon hearing the sound of a door slamming shut, indicating that someone must reside in one of the lower apartments. The main door remained firmly shut. Tang Ning stepped forward, extending her hand to knock, only to receive an electric shock unexpectedly. Damn it! Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, retreating just in time, though her fingers still tingled. Xu Hong had actually wired this wretched door with electricity. No wonder so many had come without a single one successfully breaching it. Quite clever indeed. Shaking her slightly numb arm, Tang Ning made sure to keep her distance from the electrified security door, instead retrieving a wooden stick to poke at the door. "Open up. Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're home." Inside there was a rustling, and soon a hoarse voice, laced with menace, emerged. "Get lost. Come closer, and you'll get electrocuted." Tang Ning intentionally lowered her voice, and the person inside failed to recognize her. Although the voice sounded weak, it did not convey injury, which eased Tang Ning's concerns. "Xu Hong, it's me. I'm here." Her voice rang clear. After a brief moment, the door creaked open. Xu Hong, with his unruly hair and leaning on a cane, appeared at the threshold, having disabled the electricity. Upon seeing Tang Ning, his expression shifted from surprise to joy. However, unbeknownst to him, their home had become a target. There had always been attempts to break in. Consequently, he had devised a rudimentary electric shock apparatus connected to the security door, which would release a voltage upon contact. With the city experiencing a blackout, the electricity he used was from solar-powered batteries, alternated between 2 units. The voltage was not lethal, but it served as a modest deterrent. "Where's Annie?" Upon entering, Tang Ning noticed the absence of the typically warm and welcoming Shu auntie, which struck her as odd. Shu Hong's face turned bitter as he replied, "My mother is ill." The combination of high temperatures and nutritional deficiencies had left the elderly with weakened immune systems, making them susceptible to illness. Following Shu Hong's lead, Tang Ning entered the bedroom to find Shu's mother lying drowsily, her complexion pale and lips dehydrated to the point of cracking. The monkey, ever sensitive to these matters, promptly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the spatial ring, twisting off the cap and handing it to Shu Hong. The room was stifling. Within mere minutes, they were all drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked. Tang Ning quickly produced a rechargeable mini fan, switched it on, and offered it. After drinking water and feeling the gentle breeze from the fan, Shu's mother soon regained consciousness. Upon seeing Tang Ning, her eyes lit up. "Oh, look at me. I didn't even notice so many guests were here. We still have potatoes, self-heating rice, and more. I'll go prepare some food for you. It's dangerous out there, and you must be starving." On a typical day, few pondered what they would eat or where such concern originated, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Tang Ning hastily stepped forward to support her hand, insisting, "No need, Andy. We are not hungry." Just as she spoke, a rumble emanated from the rotund figure behind them. The stout man chimed in, prompting others to realize that they had indeed deprived Shu Mu of the opportunity to prepare meals for them. Given the current state of their health and the oppressive heat, relying on fire for cooking seemed an earnest endeavor to endure the sweltering conditions. Utilizing the available resources, they consumed self-heating rice, while Shu Mu struggled to present a plate of her homemade pickled vegetables to provide them with a change of flavor, which they devoured ravenously. After their meal, as Tang Ning contemplated an excuse to wander into the kitchen for more supplies, Exile Lu tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Yes, Ning Jie, it would be splendid if Annie could cook for us." The stout man, wiping his mouth, agreed indeed. Surviving on rations daily, even the strongest stomach cannot withstand it. Today's plate of pickled vegetables was simply exquisite. Tang Ning acknowledged the sentiment. When inquiring about Shu Hong, he expressed no objections, yet Shu Mu exhibited some concern. "You are all significant individuals. Will my presence hinder your endeavors? Moreover, with so many belongings, relocating would be cumbersome. Perhaps it is best if I remain behind." At her age, accompanying them could pose dangers, requiring them to divert their attention to protect her, which seemed impractical. Exile Lu laughed, assuring her, "Annie, have no worries. Our Ning Jie is remarkably capable. Yes, Andy, trust us to take care of everything. We will ensure nothing is left behind." They emphasized the importance of having a skilled cook for their future sustenance. After much deliberation, Shu Mu eventually acquiesced to Shu Hong and the others' persuasion. Soon, the group deftly gathered all the belongings from the house, making them vanish before her eyes, even leaving no cabinet unexamined. By the end, the room was stripped bare, revealing only the wooden floor beneath their feet and the empty, load-bearing walls. Should you find the tiled flooring uncomfortable, Annie, we can also take the wooden floor with us, they suggested. Chapter 96. Resource Utilization. Ultimately, the wooden floorboards were entirely removed, as Shu Mu believed that since they were made of wood, they could be repurposed for firewood later, embodying the principle of making the most of resources. Upon returning to their base, Kuyu had already organized the remaining individuals to tidy up the area. All refuse was collected in a concealed corner, awaiting a suitable moment for disposal, while the bloodstains on the ground and walls had been thoroughly cleaned. After applying disinfectant, the once pungent smell of blood had diminished to nearly imperceptibility. The rooms previously occupied by the elite had been meticulously cleaned, with ample space for each person. "Auntie, there are plenty of rooms here. Feel free to choose any to stay in," they invited. Shu Hong trailed behind, his eyes wide with astonishment as he entered the base, unable to blink in disbelief. As they journeyed forth, the stout companions had already provided a rudimentary overview of the external conditions. Now, having arrived at this place, Shu Hong could finally witness the truth with his own eyes. The actions of those individuals were utterly reprehensible. They reveled in their advantageous circumstances while transforming the outside world into a veritable hell on Earth. The infected continued to ravage. Yet these people managed to prepare themselves well in advance, treating human lives as mere playthings. Had it not been for Sister Ning and her companions uncovering the anomalies, death would have been their only fate. There would have been no opportunity to set foot here, let alone return to a semblance of ordinary life. Tang Ning waved her hand, urging them to rest for a moment. We have matters to discuss, and I shall come to find you once we conclude. It was evident that Auntie's health had yet to recover. Her pallor suggested she required ample rest. Xu Hong nodded in agreement. Sister Ning, you all go ahead. Do not concern yourselves with us. The monkey stepped forward, removing a ring from his finger and presenting it to Xu Hong. All your belongings are within this ring. Just let a drop of blood fall upon it to establish a connection, and you will be able to retrieve your items. Thank you, Xu Hong replied, accepting the ring with gratitude. After settling the two, the group proceeded to reunite with Qiyu and the others, seeking a relatively spacious room to serve as a temporary conference chamber. The purpose of this impromptu meeting was quite clear: to eradicate the rampant infected in Yunchuan province, unearth the hidden strongholds of the research facility, locate the fleeing personnel from the institute, including Director Zhou and the staff from Meibang Pharmaceuticals. The root of all these troubles lay with Meibang Pharmaceuticals and the Research Institute. This was of utmost importance. We currently number 25 individuals, organized into groups of 5, taking turns to venture outside, while 2 groups remain stationed at the stronghold. Each day, 3 groups will embark on missions to gradually eliminate the infected, the stout one proposed. What you say holds merit. I concur, came the agreement. I too align with this notion, added Kuyu. As we are all comrades here, it is best to refrain from admitting outsiders for now. When we venture forth to eradicate the infected, we are sure to encounter numerous survivors. Chapter 97. In the vastness of the world, food reigns supreme. Tang Ning pondered for a moment before nodding in accord. Very well. Initially, we shall focus solely on exterminating the infected. The remaining matters can be addressed later. It was a lapse in her foresight. Yet she was grateful that the stout companions possessed quick minds that readily connected the dots to future concerns. With an increase in survivors, the only viable path would inevitably lead to the establishment of a base. However, among them, aside from the stout one, no one else seemed to possess the requisite managerial skills. After much deliberation, the group finally solidified their divisions and operational plans. Over 2 hours had elapsed by the time they disbanded, and upon exiting the conference room, they were greeted by an enticing aroma. The monkey, sniffing the air, exclaimed, "It smells like food." He detected the scent of pickles and the delightful essence of fried eggs with bok choy soup. Tang Ning smiled faintly. It was no surprise that it was Aunt Shu's culinary creations. Among their ranks, few possessed culinary skills, and since everyone had been engaged in the meeting, it was clear that it was Aunt Shu who had prepared the meal while the newly arrived Xu Hong and his mother rested. Let's go. It is time to eat. In the vastness of the world, the significance of a meal reigned supreme. Tang Ning had long since grown accustomed to the art of dining off others' generosity, and she felt no qualms about it. Upon her suggestion, the remaining individuals, already reliant on nutritional supplements, were filled with eager anticipation, following Tang Ning as they embarked on a culinary adventure. While tidying up, they discovered an abundance of energy bars and nutritional supplements, which they deemed acceptable to trade for a meal. Once Xu Mu had recuperated, she meticulously categorized the edible provisions she had brought into a separate room. Considering their extended stay, she felt compelled to demonstrate her capability and prepared a lavish array of dishes, hoping that Tang Ning would invite her friends to share in the feast. Little did she anticipate that her circle would be so vast. The mother and son had chosen a modest suite, 2 bedrooms and a living room. Each occupied a separate bedroom, while the kitchen overflowed with supplies. The living room merely hosted a small square dining table and a compact sofa. When a throng of over 20 individuals entered, the space felt exceedingly cramped, with bodies jostling for room. On the table lay 6 dishes and a soup. The ingredients were modest. Yet for those who had long subsisted on energy bars, the mere aroma was enough to elicit salivation. Home-cooked meals, a nostalgic rarity. Xu Mu, observing the influx of guests, hesitated to speak until Kyu, suppressing his appetite, broke the silence. Auntie, we just came to check on you. Please enjoy your meal. We'll take our leave." Despite his words, their eyes lingered hungrily on the offerings, unwilling to divert their gaze. With so many of them and so little food, it seemed insufficient for even a single bite per person. Noticing the longing stares, Shumu paused and suggested, "Why don't we all eat together? I can whip up a bit more." She couldn't help but notice their gaunt faces, a testament to their prolonged deprivation. "Then we shan't hold back," exclaimed the group, to which Shumu responded with a polite smile, acknowledging the invitation. Chapter 98. Providing meals is no problem at all, however, having voiced her intention. She felt reluctant to retract it in light of the eager gazes, so she donned an apron and enlisted Shu Hung's help in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Tang Ning interjected, "Auntie, no need to rush. We've brought food as well." Her spatial ring was brimming with provisions. In this gathering of familiar faces, she dismissed any concerns about exposure, knowing that the blood-bound spatial ring would safeguard its contents from being pilfered. It would be better to share the bounty and ensure everyone was well fed. The only consideration was the limited space of the small suite, which made it challenging to accommodate everything. The long table was ample, and there were enough chairs to accommodate all. Once Shu Mu's dishes were neatly arranged and everyone settled, Tang Ning began to retrieve one dish after another from her spatial ring, ready to serve. Stir-fried pig intestines, oysters prepared in a pressure cooker, spicy crayfish, dry pot ribs, fried cold noodles, rock candy stewed pears, wolf-tooth potatoes, flaming mountain ribs, and steamed base. An array of delectable dishes soon filled the entire conference table. Tapping her forehead, Tang Ning emerged with several bottles of beer, half frozen and half chilled. The crowd was left in a state of astonishment. When did Sister Ning accumulate such an abundance of food? One must remember that Sister Ning had once exchanged all her contribution points for food and drink. The monkey smacked his lips, eyes sparkling with delight. He had anticipated that Sister Ning's stockpile would be substantial, but he never imagined it would be this overwhelming. As the table began to overflow, Tang Ning finally paused, declaring, "All right, today's feast is to celebrate the official establishment of our base. Enjoy yourselves, and if you need more, there is plenty to go around. Who knows, perhaps one day, this very table of people would eradicate all infected individuals, uncover the instigator, and dominate the entire dimension." Before her words had fully settled, the eager crowd had already picked up their chopsticks, diving headfirst into their meal. "Wow, I haven't tasted this flavor in ages. So good. Wah-ah." With everyone engrossed in their food, fearing they would be left with less than others, no one bothered to engage in conversation. Tang Ning, seated beside Aunt Shu, produced a seemingly ordinary space ring, saying, "Annie, this is for you." Aunt Shu did not perceive the ring as mundane. Every dish on the table had emerged from such a ring. "Now that you are part of our family, you mustn't be lazy," Tang Ning winked. "From now on, you shall be our head of the meal committee. We will be out on missions daily, so we'll rely on you to arrange our meals. Is that all right?" "Why, Ning Ning, what are you saying? You can count on me." Aunt Shu graciously accepted the ring, slipping it on her finger, assuring them she would manage their meals with utmost care. At her age, lacking any special abilities, she could not venture out to slay infected beings like they did, but she could certainly handle what was within her capacity. Cooking was no problem at all. By the way, Annie, there are quite a few seeds inside this ring too. Chapter 99. The final chapter. The sweltering heat outside showed no signs of abating. Prolonged exposure to the sun without fresh vegetables would take a toll on anyone's health. Moreover, Aunt Shu enjoyed tending to her little garden at home, so finding her some tasks would be beneficial, preventing her from worrying excessively during idle moments. "That sounds splendid. I was just fretting about not being able to grow vegetables here," she replied, grateful for Tang Ning's thoughtful consideration. "Count me in." "Me too." With the prospect of fresh vegetables, enthusiasm surged among the group. After a hearty meal and tidying up the conference room, Kuyu could hardly contain his excitement as he led a dozen brothers out. What was their mission? Naturally, it was to dig in the soil. Meanwhile, Tang Ning casually selected a room to serve as her future residence, closing the door behind her before drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, In accordance with their prior arrangements, 2 groups of 10 individuals remained behind, while the rest, equipped and prepared, ventured forth to commence their hunting expedition. As they systematically eliminated the infected who were hiding, they also sought out concealed research outposts. Days passed, and they indeed uncovered numerous hidden strongholds. Some were nestled within hospitals, others scattered across desolate wilderness, and they even encountered several surviving scavengers. Upon integrating these individuals, their ranks swelled significantly. The mother-son duo, Shu Hong and his mother, discovered their respective talents during their prolonged stay at the outpost. Shu's mother, while simultaneously serving as the head of the food committee, encouraged those stationed at the outpost to join her in cultivating a vegetable garden. As the garden flourished, the variety of vegetables expanded, and 2 months later, everyone relished the fruits of their labor, the taste of which was nothing short of exquisite. Shu Hong rekindled his passion for tinkering, undertaking enhancements to all the entrances and exits of the outpost. By incorporating retinal recognition and electric shock mechanisms, he significantly bolstered the security. Even if someone managed to discover the outpost, the likelihood of breaching it was exceedingly slim. After 6 months of diligent effort, every hidden stronghold within Yunchuan province had been dismantled, and their scavenger group had grown to several hundred members. During this time, they apprehended numerous personnel from the concealed research facilities, and even new leads emerged regarding the elusive Director Zhou and the head of Maybang Pharmaceuticals. As the temperature gradually dipped, the outside world began to revive. After a 2-day respite, they prepared to expand their reach once more. The setting sun elongated their shadows, and everything was slowly progressing toward an increasingly promising future. The end.